there, right? It's
that's nuts, dude. That's nuts.
Super late. Well, punish now as we're all tied up 14-14. Magic number we're looking for here is 16. That's a great shot. Just steps in, calls the team over, kicks in under pressure for that duel. Now 2 AKs have been saved. One's actually been given over to Flamus. So they decided to start the CT half with a lick of aggression. That was the AWP trying to peer down middle. Wasn't able to find a kill. Flamus was the opening death. Trying to throw out a deep smoke to help with the banana control. Oh, this is an all-in.
Different. This is different.
A straight up mid execute. Set piece.
Okay, how do they handle this? Electronic to receive them. Kicks a free frag, and Tessus gets dinged. Important from Flamus to pick him up. The bomb was spotted as well. Will things slow down with the man advantage for VP? This would be for 15. Nico. He's under a lot of scrutiny. Icy's going to sweep through on the fade of the smoke as well. Fame's holding for his walk-up as well. Nico's not ready.
Oh, what the fuck?
Instantaneous deletion.
Fucking Nico moment, man.
As well.
That's actually crazy.
A man advantage, but only for a second, because there's the Icy AWP. Gets the second as well. Removes them both. The job is done. 15 is theirs. One away.
Oh, Icy just fucking, okay.
Oh, that's what you needed from Icy. Definitely to make up for the previous round. A double kill. Stops short. Denies the push. And a pace change, a Kicks in classic. Went fast, didn't win the opener. There's a dink here, it slows things down, sure. Flamus finds the trade. This kill, Shadow, giving him a moment to adjust into that. And the second one, you think the player's gonna come out of apps, but he can't because he gets covered off.
Alright, so I'm still setting shit up.
Now VP have an opportunity to do what Falcons couldn't, to just end it right here and now. Dexter and Kixon are walking wounded. Hamstrung even further with an nade damage. But Nico refuses to quit.
Oh my god.
Kill on Banana, the AWP keeps his level. Keeps
Bruh.
it competitive. Bomb on the back of the AWP.
Of course he just goes up and bops too. And it was Fame. Poor guy's 10 and 24 and he got his head snapped.
Spotted out the AWP, gets the info. Kixon doesn't overreact, doesn't swing. They have the man advantage in this battle for survival. Misses his chance. Electronics ready to punish on the swing. Does take down Dexter. Respects the flames and backs away.
They don't have the bomb. They can't accelerate in towards A.
They know where to are.
Exactly. But they can't move. The bomb still T stairs. Magis and Tessus can try and take a little bit of space to restrict it on A. Kixon can go back. He can get that bomb. Well, Brother Icy staying on B. Electronic with him for now. Flamus just to anchor down pit.
Flamus readies himself for a very important round. Is it the last round? Molly will force a reaction out of him. Tessus is not looking, overlooking the boss potential.
Throw it, no!
Kixon gets the frag instead. It's a 2v2.
Oh no.
Double OT or bust.
Oh no, dude.
Partner up. Kit's available. It's not ideal. Look at the health on Kixon. If he could just get one. Set Magisk up for the clutch.
Where does this HE go? Side or pit?
You're right, that's a conversation as well. On the crab walk in, spots the head, doesn't nail it in the first attempt. He could get wallbagged. He's so susceptible to the bullets of Electronic. He's chipping further out. That's the nade. Doesn't finish him off. He lives on. 2 HP. All he needs. An Electronic in the clutch. Magisk to win it out to save Falcons from red faces.
Needs the fight. Needs it now.
Running him down. 5-7. Doesn't find it. We go again.
Oh, we go again. Dude, look at Nico, bro. Look at Nico.
Emotionally bankrupt. 15-15. Inseparable on Inferno.
Bro is cooked. Inseparable. Well, they were separated by quite a bit.
This is game number 1.
What is going on? You can't write a script like this.
Oh, Flamus. Plays to survive.
Oh, dude, if he literally got the smoke down, bro.
Haunt him if they get knocked out here.
What happened? Did he just cycle the nade?
He's trying to extinguish, can't get it out.
Burnett, thanks for the 25. Jambone, thank you very much for the 33. J-Con, thanks for the 9. Almond, thanks for the 50. Raz, thanks for the 15. Oh, wait, we got a 10-minute timeout in here. Chat a match it all gifted on Twitch and YouTube, you beautiful humans.
We reset. 1st to 19. Ollie misses. Open runway. Kicks in. Forces forward. Gives away the fight.
What a series you missed on now. Honestly, seems like I just skipped right to the good part. I'm smart as fuck.
Finish off the job onto Fame. No, yeah, it is. The gloves are off. Just throwing haymakers at one another. The nade looks good for damage. Just a light smattering of damage onto Nico. Second a little better. Puts them within that one-shot headshot from that M4.
Morpheus, thanks for the 44, and
Flash,
Ola, thanks for the 100 biddies. Thank you.
Flip to send up Electronic.
Frog FL0
Wants the flash, wants it now. Nico.
M Frog.
Did he spot the barrel on the jump or something?
Perhaps.
I think Nico's just cheating, dude.
Does find the wallbang headshot.
And this is where you feel that you have to gamble if you're VP. Flamus and Icy still on A.
All right.
Nico, what?
The fuck was that?
I have no idea. Wall
What
and
the
smoke,
fuck?
headshots and
He's cheating, man.
Falcons. Nico's
Yeah,
cleared.
B's clear,
B
guys.
is clear.
Oh, you know that there's one on B and there's one on A.
Man, their T sides look real good.
Where do you
Remember
want
this conversation
Okay,
from
they're
earlier?
Heading back to B. This would have to. They do have a.
Tech thanks for the 60-month reset. Thank you.
Flamus is doubting it. He's like, well, there's nothing here.
Flower.
Now he knows. All right, well, I think we're going to see Icy opt for the save in this situation. Love to catch those again from Nico's POV. See if he did see Electronic behind the car position.
Nico is Nicoing at this point.
He's up to 27 kills. The other side of the server, 24 for Electronic. So we've had a bit of everything.
Spiker, thanks for the tier 395 fucking months. My God. My God.
Falcons. You don't know what to expect. In reality,
Barn burner.
barn burner.
One you want the front row seats for. You pay premium for the tickets.
Oh no, I wouldn't have missed a FaZe game no matter what. I had all that shit set. Like I said, I was keeping an eye on the game score. I was just showering and shit and trying to get ready.
See this from Nico. Pop. See you later, mate. What's he done that? How's he done that? I'm going B indeed. And you know what? If that was onto Tessus, the round could have got interesting regardless of the 2v4.
Okay, 2-3 start. Maybe something a little bit more in apps for VP, right? Push up with the AWP, see if you can find a pick on the default. Make sure that Magis doesn't keep the options open because he was a problem previously on the lurks, and they're going to start heavy. There you go, Icy, the AWP. It's not in apps.
Doing this with rifles and then having your AWP at B is kind of interesting.
In the boiler room, and Magis, he's not clearing his corners. 2 opening kills go in the favor of VP. Now they play the number advantage. They'll relinquish the control.
Bad's birthday to the 69-month reset.
Plenty of time
Nice.
left on the clock. Those opening kills came in very early.
Rev. Bro, I saw that viral ass video of that guy fucking splashing his face in water and waking up at 4 a.m. The best part is bro literally recorded himself diving into a pool and said he dove into the pool at 7:36, and when he splashed into the water it was 7:40. I was cackling. Bro had 4 minutes of hang time in the air to land in the pool.
Flash on top of it as well to delay and dissuade.
All 3 going to be coming up the porch side.
Shouldn't be much for the boys here. Moto smoke forces Fame through it. Electronic in a power position. Flamus 2. Nico, the last man standing, and the no-scope's not going to connect. He'll have another one try. And so 16-all. We are keeping things level. The question is whether they'll leave with 2 T rounds.
All right, so if they just get 2 picks, it's good for VP. If Nico gets 2 picks, it's good for Falcons. Write that down. Write that down.
Fame just throwing out those flashes stalled them from taking that long control, which could have been theirs. The 3-quarter smoke had worked in their favor. Where do you set the all this time? Furious smoke and Icy set up for success over towards half wall. Looks like he'll be starting towards B again, so Electronic and Flamus, the duo on A. Icy's going for it again.
Another confident AWP, especially when he removes the spear,
Look,
or rather the tip of the spear.
He's had some tough moments, but that's massive.
Takes down Nico to start.
He's done it in 2 consecutive rounds. Impact being felt very late.
Yeah, very late.
Clears.
Oh, and the AWP's even going to make it back to A in time. If Icy can get in the site, they're very powerful position to deal with an explosion.
Kicks in with Fame on the break.
I already got spoiled on the race. I didn't watch it yet, though.
Oh, Oh, he's through.
I saw the disqualification.
It does feel like it's just him, though,
Which
right?
is fucking...
His left option's open.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
Flit's not buying it. He's already just pieced out to A.
The bomb is actually starting to head back. Do they play for information top mid? Icy's actually been sent over towards pit.
Oh, an arch smoke or alongside smoke would be huge right now to keep Electronic in the dark.
Race was kind of shit. Well, don't spoil just in case other people haven't seen it yet, chat. Or try not to. I know it'll probably happen, but...
Get over there. Get over there now. Flam's actually going to push with him.
Okay. Icy sticks around for the potential apps pivot, but it is B. Electronic locks the door.
Calling the util now on site. Fame has to be. Where's my help?
He's calling for backup. There's Dexter, a free frag for Electronic on the fast flank. Flit good for it. Kicks an
Oh, Flit. He's running. Oh, he wants it all. Oh, he fucking whiffed that, but all good.
2 CT rounds for VP. Falcons, by the way, had wealth of opportunities. 12 to 5, 7 opportunities for them to close it out. VP have had 1. No, he's got a smile
I just
on
love
his face.
seeing him with a smile.
I think he's entertained.
He's having fun. He doesn't have to worry about the stress of actually being in this.
Minute and a half remaining on the scammer chat if any of you are dumb enough.
There's 3 maps in consecutive fashion where it looked like they were.
If any of you guys are a member of Ferrari's strategy team, we are matching all gifted in Twitch and in YouTube.
They force it the distance full 24, but they still lose. They go into Ancient, more of the same. You're thinking, well, is this your choice?
Yeah, Silvercast today.
Alex.
Yes.
Take a look at your CSTV right now.
That's not real. That's not real. That is not real.
There are 2 P90s that have been invested by Virtus Pro.
They have
Let's
100
go.
bullets between them.
2 P90s.
They're B Russian.
This is a crazy call
What is
to
this,
make.
just a B rush?
I mean,
is it just a B rush?
Listen, okay, this is that part of the movie. All good movies have to come to an end.
Oh my God.
And this is the part where you never saw it coming, the twist. The double P90 rush up banana, charging towards Nico. He's going to be furious.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
P90 fills the feed.
The coach is in disbelief. Hands on his head in the background. The bomb goes down. Number advantage, B bomb site.
Post plant with P90s, breaking the smoke. No one home. Dexter, what can you do now?
Sometimes you just gotta roll back the years, you know? Fuck professional CS. You just gotta do what's worked since the beginning of time, since you were a wee little noob. Buy a P90 and run it down, B.
Fame finds the M4. CT's taking too long about this, way too long about this. Matt just gives it a go, a Hail Mary push. Tessus is right behind him, but VP pull it off. The P90's into B, securing 18.
P90 diff. P90 diff.
And for Falcons, reality hits them in the face.
That's probably why the coach was laughing so much. He's like, ain't no way this motherfucker called that. Oh my God.
A P90 running at you in such an important game. There's flashes, there's P90s, it's in your face, you're pulling out nades. You weren't ready for it. The inspired call, dare I say it.
Inspired call.
Now it's them requiring 2 to survive, just to force another overtime. Falcons are on the ropes now.
VP just taking everything Falcons hold near and dear. That one's a tilter. An all-out B rush. Flit, he was masterful in regulation to even draw them into this position. Success in opening jewels, it was all his down the stretch.
Good nade damage onto Flit. Nico, the audacity to adopt an angle like that so easily, wallbanged. Audacious on such an important round. Climax has that boiler control. Top banana, not the case.
Yeah, Long Smoke's missed a little bit there. It's shallower than he would have hoped for. Let's give Tessa some room.
Fripu, thanks for the 4-month bummer. Thank you.
They will be able to get this banana control. Nico's backed off, kicks in as well. Just how much Nico calls and contributes on these CT sides, so calling him back over into 4-man A stack.
Such responsibility on Kicks and shoulders, as well as judgment of when he needs help. He'll throw out the smoke now.
And the rotation's on its way. Nico and Tessus both coming over to join. Another big nade.
They are looking like they want to keep moving.
I think if you play in the smoke and you go for a different timing. Well, smokes are landing now.
Got flash available.
3 here to defend.
No CT smoke, just lands now. Here comes the God Flash. No one blind. Yes, Electronic gets caught by Nico's flash. Another one thrown in front. Catches Nico. He's blind. A team flash.
He got
awkward.
team flash.
Very awkward.
By
Kickson at the back
Testas,
of the
dude.
site, has to
No
deliver.
way.
Has to deliver. Fame gets the
Oh
flag
my
necessary. Time
god,
sensitive
they
mission. Can't
team
stop the
flashed
ball. Too many
Nico,
bodies on
bro.
the site.
He
Jiggling
is
around his
going
face. Comes hunting on the reload.
to break.
And Falcon, they can't
Oh,
seem to catch a break. They can't seem to break
no.
through. VP 2 frags away from surviving through tenacity and resilience.
Nico
The
just
mental fortitude
met the
on display.
milkman
This team
in the
have been
back of
down
sight.
7 elimination points.
What?
Just do not refuse. They refuse to quit.
No.
Flit can still win it.
No
Look at
way
the
it
time.
come. No.
X-ray off. We live with Flit in his eyes as he has a chance now to throw the knockout blow to Falcons. Blast open Lisbon. Adventure will stop unless he can stop that bomb. 2 seconds. 1 second. He swings out. Can't hit.
Oh.
We actually see another round.
How do they retake that?
I
How
can't
do they
believe
get
it.
into the side?
I can't.
Electronic can't either. They had that in their hand.
Oh, Electronic
How is
is
this
pissed.
real?
He said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
How has Dexter done it? Every time you think this game is over, there's
Oh,
something
thanks to the 400
ridiculous.
bits. Neither team is happy.
That had
Neither.
to be
This
their
is.
round. It's a 4 versus
This is
2.
one of
Dexter
those
pulls off
incredible
this one.
moments of Counter-Strike.
Magic wins his duel. 2-1. The crosshairs. Look at it. Whistles past his right ear.
Oh.
Disbelief on the face of Electronic. Flammers thinking, replaying that decision to go swing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All good movies have to come to an end eventually.
Oh, maybe overtime number 3 is beckoning.
Oh, no way.
Both teams feeling frustrations now. Both teams should have had this game in the palm of their hand. That's the first.
Both
that
teams
really
are upset
have let
and
slip.
they're still playing.
Justice is just having a good time.
I mean, what else can you do but laugh?
The team that blew the 12-5 lead versus the team that just blew the 4v2 to close out Inferno.
Falcons probably did too. Dexter definitely didn't. Somehow he's rustled up the double. And we go again. Do we really need another overtime? This could still be over. Falcons are still on the precipice of elimination, but 150 nade damage or thereabouts to start.
Nico takes a lot too. He's going to have to play heavy.
It's been a 4.5 hour best of 3, hasn't it? Is that right?
Control, evacuated by VP. So they've all backed off. Kickson will announce his presence with a spam. Nico 2. Tessa still between the sites. No quick reaction from VP based off of
Jesus
that
Christ.
aggressive stance. And no way. Are they rotating everybody A?
They're sending Dexter over.
Okay, well, sure. He'll be able to get the AWP posted. How aggressive does he go? VP aren't in a hurry. They've hit the brakes completely. Long smoke now will land. They also clear out base banana, so Dexter knowing only now are they grabbing this control. Arch side smokes are out. Double setup. We've seen Electronic break this single-handedly before. Flamus the point man.
Softened up by that early adventure on Banana. Now just a flash for Tessa's on his call. Kickson wins out versus Electronic. That's the flash. Lots of bodies on the order.
Oh
I
my
can't believe
God.
how quick and easy that one was. VP disintegrates.
Oh my god,
Falcons
dude, no
fight
way.
back. 2 consecutive from them. Just Fame brought low. 50 points of health versus 5.
Nah.
And another overtime demanded. The never-ending story that is Falcons VP Inferno.
Jesus Christ, bro.
To secure that one.
Well, now that previous round hurts even more for VP. You had another opportunity, and this one of the flattest yet. Hardly even a dent.
Bro, VP's got to be broken,
The
right?
fact that VP have stayed in it, you would hate to see them come unraveled now.
Yeah, I mean,
80 versus Mongols should be starting by now.
at this
No.
juncture of the game.
Well,
I think there's aggression from Magis because he's left all of
Should
his
be.
util behind.
no.
Just
They
has
schedule it there,
flash,
but
so
it
he's
is.
probably left
No.
all of his nades in spawn, and they're going to play aggressive in towards holes and.
But yeah, we should be much further
See the
along.
setup work for VP.
Rare spawn, thanks for the 12-month primer.
It also
Thank
gives them
you.
quick flank potential too.
Kickson backs away, respects the flame.
Flit is so quick. On the other side, there is a fight available. Fame on the jiggles, baits out the spam. Magis unloads and can back off. Dexter hasn't just yet. His timer will tell him he needs to dodge out as well. Setting up a boost out on B. You just have to execute on towards this site, and the Falcons have the same feeling. Match is coming to be the third piece, so some really good calls on the CT side in these last couple.
Flitz just walking through. Kixon seems ready for it, but Flitz just too damn precise. Deleted by Nico. Belated trade, man advantage held. Kept at bay, smoke arrives, so does the spam. Puts Electronic on half health. A reboost doesn't sound like a bad idea, but surely it's going to be held. Icy responsible for this. The safe fountain. Electronic spotted out, removes Nico. 3 versus 3 for the retake. There are flashes.
Still got 2 smokes on this T side to block.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Right.
Get him down.
They left the flashes for Tessus. He's going to have to set the boys up. He'll smoke banana side. Doesn't do anything, but the flashes may. 2 flashes, Magic and Dexter. Gonna have to push in on the second. Icy in the pool, blinded off. No one goes down. The molly keeps them at bay. They have to advance. Time-sensitive mission. Safe behind the incendiary. They might not clear him. Icy good for 1 onto Tessus. VP to take the first round, and they will. Into the B side successful.
VP not blowing the post plant that time.
Smokes down. It felt like maybe a lapse of judgment because that's 2 of the more inexperienced members there. So might have to be told what to do in that scenario. This is stressful. Don't overplay their hand in the retake this time round. And no P90s just yet.
Bloody hell, yeah.
All right. VP has come back on all 3 maps.
Rinse and repeat. Ground on banana. Double mollies deep. Nico and Kixon wanting to duel. Flit doesn't have anybody with supportive flashes, and into the AWP they're going to walk. I mean, shot. Magisk.
Oh. They know where both are. They know where both are.
Yeah, Dexter might be caught off.
Dexter got here a little bit. Oh.
The arch fires off a warning shot. Kixon, are you ready for this duel? Flamus had a chance.
Nico's pushed banana as well.
Oh, it's very freaky. Look at the map now.
So that's in library.
Yeah. Icy in CT. Kixon backs back into the B-bomb site.
It's Nico, if they knew about that, they could try and isolate that of Kixon. But for now, that's not the case. And Magic should have another. Sitting top of the head, gets the dink, and Flit's done. 2v4 situation.
Hey, Madger. Mob, thanks to the 8-month primer. Thank you.
With Dexter's up as well, ready for that library fight. Oh, God, he's worried about all the walk.
Well, if they run, as we can see, they can take down Kicks and get into the side. Nico's on A.
Yeah, getting a call for backup immediately.
It needs to just be hard to find right now. Live for as long as you can.
Because they are charging. They are charging.
Smoke
Electronic's already got his eyes set on that fight. He will be coming for you. He's holding as he walks in. Don't molly Dark. We don't molly him.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, Kixon gets away with murder there. Electronic to fall last, 19 each. A response from Falcons immediately.
All right, well done from Kixon. Good positioning.
He lived. Did more than live.
Yeah, always a keen piece of information there. There was 2 players on his team without them. So, final round, OT number 3.
Some important duels have been taken in overtime from Magisk. He had a slow start, but he's kind of clawed his way back to the middle of the table.
It was him and Kixon as the names that were highlighting from the Falcon side of the server. It was Fame and Icy, who have both started to step up as well.
You want the game just a little bit more loud? Yeah, hold on. Oh, hold on.
A boost, ready, Flit 2, into the B site they go.
Dude, they said, fuck you and fuck your hold.
You start setting up the post plant now, right? Boys, we're in. Let's get deep smokes down. Let's take a look. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 smokes right now. We have Molotovs. We have flashes. Just keep everything blocked.
Chat.
There should be no way into this round for Falcons at all. You still have 2 smokes to work with.
Molotov on top as well. It's just impossible for them to get in if you play it right. 2 mollies and a smoke still.
You know they can't beat banana.
Fame's ensured that. A smoke on top of that. Trying every trick in the book. Gonna boost up. Trying to find Electronic at the back of Nubox. This is not really possible in any shape, way, or form. Dexter and Magisk the last to go down as VP will once again secure 2 on their T-side campaign. Will Falcons match their output once more?
Well, Icy, in the last CT patch out of VP, was taking the AWP aggressively towards top banana. Oh, he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that at all. It's a risky move, if you ask me.
Ooh. Nico didn't want to do that.
Okay, well, I see. His AWP will be starting over towards A.
Yeah, consider yourself kicked, buddy.
Posts up, flashed off. Shot rings out. They know exactly.
No, I didn't dunk my face in water and then jump into the pool and have 4 minutes of airtime landing in the pool.
He's going to get trapped. He's going to get exposed. He's going to be the opening death. Kixon trying to find a response. A Team Goosh indeed. It's Fame onto Kixon. The wheels have come off. Oh, and Flit just pushes into the orb.
Holy shit.
Get this job done. Mission accomplished. We have the bomb. We have 21. First to 22 at the top of your screen. You know what this means. Falcons.
Someone explain why this is all over my timeline.
Multiple elimination points to tussle with.
Bro cooked, and then everybody just realized he cooked meth and couldn't help but look at it.
Now, IC secures it, ladies and gentlemen. Is this the final round of Inferno, the final round of a series?
Jump in the pool at 7:36, land in the pool at 7:40.
Fight for this full
Base,
control.
superhuman.
I love how Flit just lost himself through that smoke.
Catches Kixon on the edge of it as well, and Flit just wins this duel, wins the game right there, or rather the round. The game is to follow. Frustrations visible. Falcons now demanded to find two consecutive. Maths is hard.
They've been through a war, haven't they? Becomes very mental now. Can you stick to the game plan? Well, the game plan's out the window. Can you stick to what you practiced in terms of your openings?
I mean, T-side gun rounds, VP.
What have I missed? I just woke up. Honestly, low-key, me too, but all good. We're getting right into the good shit.
Like a default. Nico finds it over through the smoke. This A side, it's all on IC, it's all on Flamus. It's these two gentlemen right here going to defend against what, if they continue on their way, will be an explosion out apps.
Block smoke arrives just in time.
But do they stick to this? You don't have to. You have the man advantage now. This doesn't need to be the all-in that you may have been thinking it was. Nico found you something for free.
Yeah, Kixon's talking a lot, so the game plan is being ironed out as we speak. Flamus and IC set up.
IC has another smoke. Do they use it towards halls? It's going to start to fade now.
Certainly could.
Just staying trained. At least he can extinguish. U2 on its way.
Wait. Smoke.
Gray screen.
Well timed. They're pushing through.
They beat it. They fucking beat it.
The best weapon for the job, and Tessus will thrive. A must kill on the AWP gets it done.
Yeah, you said Flamus there trying to play anti.
He should have smoked it earlier. Yeah, he should have smoked it earlier, man.
Parts. When you're going to exit from those positions, what are you most likely susceptible
Another
to?
one?
Draw the crosshair.
If he wasn't getting, like, he either needed to not throw it at all,
Electronic and Fame wanting to hold on to these AKs,
or
going to give themselves
throw it
40
earlier.
seconds to at least think about what comes next. Hunting is pointless.
That was Nico's equalizer on the opening.
And that seems like hindsight, but actually what I mean is, like, he should have not thrown it at all because he wanted to hold it in case he got mollied, or he needed to just throw it to refresh the smoke because there wasn't pressure on the map.
Yeah, 8 successes.
He did like the in-between, you know?
There must be a lot of unsuccessful for both as well.
Yeah, well, but 50% for Flit, 8 and 8. Nico, 8 and 6.
Yeah, why would you plant in that corner? Yeah, this corner is like, can be seen from pit. And you can live in pit too if you plant there.
Which overtime are we in now?
We're in 3, we're going for 4.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to play anti.
The only indication was the flash short. Nah, the indication is they had full map control, brother. Don't be fooled. Nothing happening on the entire map might happen in your games when little Timmy doesn't know how to throw any nades, but a completely quiet map when you still had map control towards Banana a little bit. You need to feel that pressure today.
Team pulling it out. Maybe if we go again, Nico could.
Absolutely.
Banana the battle to start.
Oh, I love this.
Holy.
I love this.
Whoa.
What a cheeky play.
This could be the one.
Undetected. That's the bomb.
The knife in the spine. Dexter pulls out his knife. Not ready for that. Now from behind, they've lost the bomb. Magis can save them. Magis can save them. Adjust just in time onto Electronic. Knows it's not him. One towards the stairs.
Oh my god.
Takes the head off of Flamus. Aggression thwarted.
And he's going to walk right into Nico.
Nico's holding for it. He knows it's up, but Fame ducks under the bullets.
3v3.
Tucks into the sandbags. He sticks around. He wants to fight. He wants to fight. Kixon might overlook this. Surely has to go for the deep clear. He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. Tessus needs to trade and delivers once more.
No one's on site.
High
All
impact from
rotated away.
the Danish duo up against Flit and Icy.
Flit's going to come up banana. Icy with the AWP in through CT.
U-tilt, nade, a couple of flashes. Kit's in the mix. And get that bomb down.
Trying to help stop delay the plant with the flashbangs.
Dude, an ad ran because I didn't know there was a game going. Because I just went live during the game. Oh, I feel bad. Dude.
Survive. Crawls in. Magisk active on the line. He's spotted out by the jiggle and removed. It's up to Tessus. He's already got 2. He needs to leave with 4. Nade hurts. VP 1 frag away from eliminating Falcons. Tessus, can he hold his nerve? Time on his side, trying to bait the shots. Icy's very low HP. Flit's holding for the cover, and that'll do! That'll do nicely! VP tenacious! And they got a lot to say about that one. On the ropes, battered, bloody, down 12-5. They take us all the way.
Oh shit, Electronic said some shit, bro.
And prevail.
Electronic has a lot to say at the end of that one, but that right there is a massive victory. In 3 maps, they were behind 12-5 down on the 3rd and decider, and they get it done.
101 rounds required to have VP seal this series.
101 rounds.
Every
That's
single
insane.
map, they started off with a hefty round deficit. That is some mental fortitude if I've ever seen it, Jacob.
That is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The fact that VP managed to fight their way back in on every single map they played throughout the series. Of course, the first one didn't go their way. The second one, they managed to clinch a win. And the third one right here, obviously for everyone watching, you saw what just transpired. Falcons, they must feel like they just let...
For Electronic, my goat fragging
I've never seen
IGL.
a game being lost in that fashion.
That was maybe the longest game we've had on LAN. I don't know, but it was crazy to watch.
We do have Dexter joining us on the desk. First of all, just huge commiserations for this one. You had so many opportunities where it could have been yours, it could have been the side of Falcons. Can you just tell me initial emotions coming off this series?
I mean, there is no emotions right now. It's just really bad.
I imagine it's been so draining for the entire team. Can you take me back to the beginning of this 3rd map? You know, when you're losing out Ancient in that fashion, what were the conversations like between you and the rest of your teammates coming into this Inferno?
No, I mean, after we lost Ancient, it was fine. Like, it's still 3rd map. All of us are having experience to reset, so it was not a problem. I think the most important and hard one was when we lost from 12th round. Like, how much points do we have? I don't even remember, to be honest.
Yeah, you had a lot of opportunities in this game, and I do want to compliment you guys for obviously playing good Counter-Strike until you're
Bro,
not.
it's fucking
Is it a
broken,
mental
man.
block? Is it just a couple of rounds that then make you fragile? What is it that is going wrong? Because you're looking so good. You're looking like a much better team than VP, and then all of a sudden, you're not.
I would like to also have an answer.
Yeah?
I don't know right now. I cannot tell you. I was playing the game, did my best. I didn't ask these type of questions of myself when I'm playing the game. Even though it's rough, we need to wake up and take the round. So I have no idea right now to answer this question.
That's fair enough.
It's a hard game, but is there any positive? Because I think there was a lot of improvement in the first games you played here, especially on the city side where you got like better plans. Even yourself, you played way better, way more impact on CT. What are the positives you take from this tournament? Because I think you played, I agree, pretty well. And so is there any positive to take at this point?
I mean, there's a lot of positives probably. The only thing is that this type of losses is rough, and I mean, right now I just honestly I need a bit time to reset.
Sure.
I cannot tell you a lot of good things. Like, there was a lot of them, to be honest. I'm not saying that there was nothing good.
Of course, yeah.
We did improve on this tournament. This match was close. We didn't play bad. We just didn't close it out. And I think when we didn't close it out, I have no answer right now what was working bad.
Sure.
Obviously, we saw for throughout the duration of all 3 maps, right, you guys starting off so strong on Mirage. It was down to you to be closing that out in round 24. Was there a difference when you look at Mirage and then onto Ancient and Inferno, why you guys just couldn't get that energy towards the end of the maps?
No, I don't know. I cannot answer this question. I would like to also understand it. I have no answer, so I need to think about it.
What is the next steps for you then? Because obviously you said, you know, you've got to think about it.
Yeah, Dexter 19 timer, thank you.
Forward. How do you guys do that as a team? Is it a question of having a boot camp together, sitting down, having a long conversation? What's the next step?
Well, to be honest, I don't know what is the plan for sure right now. The initial plan was to go to qualify to Lisbon, no matter how hard it's gonna be for us. And then we're gonna have 3 days before Bucharest. So right now we have some more days, but I cannot tell you what is the plans because I think we need to speak about that first.
What would your instinct say? If it was up to you, what works best for you? Because I'm sure you've been in these situations before, right? Where there's things just going wrong. What's your instinct say?
I mean, I honestly don't remember that I lost 3 like no, first one you won, okay, but it was like 3 maps where you have a lot of advantage, and in all of them you are like struggling to finish it out. I mean, there was of course one sometimes and you lose the game, but 3, I think it was a lot, and it was hard mentally, to be honest, to reset. Even like during the game, you are trying your best to put your focus away, but then when you are like getting to overtimes, you're like, okay, I need to reset, I need to win this. Then it's another overtime, you're like, okay, I need to find this power. And there is one thing about rules with all tournaments that I would like to say, guys, you need to give us, after I think second overtimes, being able to take technical pause and go to toilet. I don't know how it works. I don't know like for sure the rules, but it's really rough. Even for me right now, I'm staying after the match.
Yeah, we'll give you one more question. Just you obviously got the crash you mentioned. Melbourne, Dallas upcoming as well. Confidence levels with Falcons, obviously you've been eliminated here. Has it taken a toll on your mentality, you know, with that initial
Bro just said he had to piss.
I mean, if you're asking me personally, I can answer, but probably for a team it's hard to answer. I need to hear my teammates. I cannot tell instead of them, but I do believe that all of us will get the best what we can out of it. Yeah, it's honestly really rough loss to us. We did play a lot of good things, but in the end we are giving comeback. It's hard, but I think for all of the next tournaments we're gonna be better. At least I believe in that, and I do believe we are working every single day since we started as a team. We have been grinding so much, so if that doesn't give me like the payout, I don't know. I don't know what to do then.
Thank you so much for taking the extra time on top of all the overtimes to join us, Dexter. Yeah, commiserations to see you guys lose out here, and yeah, we'll let you get on your way and see you in Bucharest.
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously a super tough situation for the guys to be dealing with right now. Yeah. Like it must take such a toll on your mentality. Really appreciate it, Dexter. Just coming off of that, many overtimes, back to back to back, and then you get those peaks and you think it is right there. We can see the finish line, and it's grabbed from you so many times.
Fucking Teslas look like he's
impossible to put yourself
in another dimension.
Position. Even Dexter, who's been around for
I know, by the way, I just want to say, I know some of you guys got clapped by an ad, and I'm sorry, but I thought I went live thinking I was getting ready for FaZe Spirit. If you look at my title, I haven't updated it. I didn't know that Falcons blew a 12-5 lead.
Hard to grasp. It's hard to figure out exactly.
So I went live in the middle of the game, and there was no way to stop.
Falcons not being any better than that.
So I'm sorry, but yeah, that
playing exceptionally well in those comebacks. You know, it's probably a combination of all those factors. But at the end of the day, you know, for me to conclude anything,
bro, I didn't know. I was like 12-5. I took a shower. I sat down. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this game still on?
We need to think about it, and then hopefully Falcons can, as he said, you know, use it for good some way, somehow.
What does your intuition say, though, to poke the bear, looking from just in isolation from the outside? We're not in the TeamSpeak comms. We can gauge some of the emotions when this game is going down, but where do you feel like the biggest hole was for Falcons in this series?
You want to hear my honest opinion?
Go on.
I think it's an organizational problem, and I think it's the way it's being communicated and the way the players are being not protected by guys like me. You know, Falcons is a team that is very vocal about we want to sign the best players, we want to build a team that is winning trophies, and one thing is saying it, another thing is then signing the core of heroic, you know, just to make sure that you're part of the lineups, just to make sure that you're part of the tournaments. It's a step in the right direction, but everyone is aware that you're gonna sign more players. We had the conversation as well. If you're a player on Falcons, and it was the exact same thing when Dupree was part of the lineup, when Snappy was part of the lineup, when Madden was part of the lineup, all those players knew that eventually some of those players would get kicked. Eventually Nico would come in, changes would be happening, and someone would get kicked. I think that's the pressure you're playing under when in the Falcons. And how do you dedicate 100% of your time? How do you go to every boot camp giving 110% of yourself if you constantly have it in the back of your mind that maybe I'm the next one, maybe I'm the next one, maybe I'm the next one? And the cruel part of me would say, well, that's how it's like being a pro player. That's like what it's like being for any player out there. No one is safe, but I think when you build an organization like the Falcons, and when that's the sort of like that's the project you're buying into whenever you're joining it, it doesn't take a lot for you to be fragile. It doesn't take a lot for you to falter. And I think that's part of the issue. I think it's a mental thing, and I think it's, you know, I don't want to point fingers on the org. I don't want to point fingers on any specific members of the organizations, but I think the whole project has been, I would say, translated into something they can't sustain right now. They don't have the player material in order to live up to those expectations, and I feel for the players. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far as saying...
So I'm eating it, or is it still grumpy? Still grumpy. I haven't even had my coffee yet.
Back, and you take the whole thing into consideration. They played well. They were supposed to win.
We had that conversation.
They were supposed to win this,
yes,
right?
Yes, but we had that conversation with Snappy, the Snappy lineup, with the players lineup.
Sure.
It's been like this for 2 years now.
Yeah, it's been like this for 2 years, but it's getting better. I saw improvements in this roster at least now, for like the first game to this game.
I still need to get
and then they played
coffee.
The Pro that I didn't say
Probably
no,
should make a brekkie real quick.
No for an answer. So there's a part of it that is, yes, there is that pressure, like there's a constant evolution of the roster. For now, I don't think a roster has stuck together more than 6 months under the Falcons banner.
Does Modesty even make this team better?
But there is also a part of be there and play Counter-Strike as good as you can, and there were some of those basics that just changed within the game.
That's crazy. Dexter was the highest rated player.
If we're going more on a pragmatic, just game approach, is that when they were up a lot of rounds, they started playing more passive. They were holding angles. They were just not being that proactive.
And when they started
losing rounds, they were starting again to be proactive. That's when you start being expected a little bit. So like getting a lot of that.
Wait, Electronic ended -8 when he had 28. Like, was almost 30 kills on Inferno.
One knee down. You just want to go for the final blow, and so keep on being aggressive, keep on throwing those things at them, because that's when they're not focused. When they start getting together, when they start getting those eco rounds, those Tech 9 fast-paced rounds, like then you end up in a situation where you play overtime with P90 rushes because they have the confidence. They go for it. So I think there is improvement. I think I like what I saw from Falcons in that best of 3. I think they should have won. And I think they were very close to winning, and I think they just changed their playstyle, and that's why I didn't like they just stopped playing the way they were playing for like most of the game.
Unless you know for sure, don't say shit like that or spread it like that.
For the next tournament, because you can't change the bigger
sure
picture.
if you did, then
at this
it
point,
would be
you can't change players or anything like this.
And
so
it will be everywhere, I'm sure.
Keep on working that direction. I liked it.
If anything, it makes Falcons one of the most interesting
teams
to
toast for Dexter the 5-month primer.
Thank you. How do they do with the next tournament? It applies even more pressure for them to
play late. To be fair, if anything, I'm live earlier than expected because I was trying to go live for FaZe Spirit.
They cope with this, you know. Dexter was obviously upset. I think the rest of the team is sharing that sentiment. So I'll be keeping a close eye on the body language and how they fare from now on at Bucharest, at IM Dallas, and at Melbourne.
Yeah, it is a massive question moving forward for the Falcons, but we did get the answer that Virtus Pro are the ones winning this series after what was an absolute marathon. I know we throw that word around a hell of a lot, but this truly was. And I think this is probably the most hyped I've ever seen Electronic. I don't know what he was shouting. I would love to get some translations of that, maybe off air. But he was obviously fittingly so amped up after stealing away that series.
And he should be. I
gotta use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna make my coffee real fast too, chat. Hold on.
Throwing away the game, but for VP to show the mental resilience to fight their way back into the game, not only on map 1, not only on map 2, but to do it on Inferno as well, that is stellar. Maybe they didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike, maybe they weren't the better team, you know, for the vast majority of the game today, but at the end of the day, they showed mental resilience, and for Electronic to be so passionate, he still cares about the game, you know, he still wants to win, and that's, at least for me, very nice to see.
Yeah, and especially with Flamus coming in and bringing that passion, something we talked about before the game, is something that is very, very important for a roster that has a lot of experience. They went through a lot of things when they were playing in VP with James. They were very, very calm. They were kind of the opposite, and to bring that fire, I think it's never a bad thing. I think it's always good, even if you argue with your teammates. If you're like fighting with your teammates, it shows that you care more than anything. So it was good to see. And yeah, once we started reaching the overtimes on the maps, they look like the better team. As simple as that. It's just like they took time to just get into the game, but you cannot do that against the better teams. That's one of the main issues that they have. If they can fix that problem, if they can start with that fire, with a better game plan, with better ideas getting into the game, with everybody enabled when you start the first half and get into that map, they can be a really, 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 really good team. But it's just we're missing this part. But if we get that fixed, Virtus Pro can be a top contender.
Well, even though they did have to pour blood, sweat, and tears into that series, still they do have to win one more to be qualifying for Lisbon. That's going to be up against the winner of our next series, Spirit versus FaZe, which is definitely going to prove to be a tricky affair, Pim.
Yeah, I mean, VP have already beaten FaZe, so maybe they're crossing their fingers right now that they can pull off an upset versus Spirit. That could be an interesting matchup, but you're right. For no matter who they face, I'd argue either FaZe or Spirit would be the favorites tomorrow night.
Well, if you can so believe it, that was only the first game of the day. Plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards for us. We're going to be diving into Spirit versus FaZe after this short break, but not before we get our one and only Jacob to pick the brains of the man on your screen. It's Karrigan after this break.
easy.
So it was Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well. I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to like, I gained my consciousness, Cloud9 2018 E-League Boston Major, as a North American.
2016?
That would be the Boston Major.
Was it the 2018 E-League Boston Major?
Perfect.
I play in this major. Okay.
My one nugget of knowledge that I have when it comes to majors.
Oh, that's Device.
Old train.
I remember he will kill like from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta Major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now.
So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, or so their 3 major prime run.
Krakow, maybe. The Krakow Major?
Train was available in this time, so it was maybe right after the Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one, the League Major.
I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen, whatever that major was.
19, I would say. Maybe in Sweden.
I think it's a League Major, Atlanta.
Was Starladder.
Starladder?
Berlin, 2019.
Berlin? Oh, okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate like the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No!
So this would have been... How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest, so it's gonna be hard.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was 2.
I would say 21, maybe.
Actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
Oh, it's the real major. Drop play.
This isn't going as bad as I thought it would.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus, so like within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23?
Paris. Oh, I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember it.
Makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, oh! And he spins around for the kill. That's it, that's the dagger.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Wow. 50 months and FL0M has yet to pop the titty fuck for 0M.
That we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
I've sat down here with Karrigan before you head into the game against Spirit that could potentially eliminate you from the tournament, Karrigan. But we're not going to talk about that just yet, because I am curious, and I guess the viewers at home are curious too, in terms of how does an in-game leader actually prepare for a game. So I brought you to the desk right here to explain to me step by step, what do you do, right? You played your last game in here a day and a half ago, you then go back to the hotel, and then what happens?
Yeah, now here at last we have a day off. Which is normally not the case. Yeah, it's a play a day off, play a day, right? So in this case, you're reviewing the game first of all, trying to see what mistakes you're doing, but also what good things you're doing, because I think sometimes you're focused on a little bit negative things, but also trying to emphasize the positive things you can do for next game again. Going into the game, I'm looking at Veto. Obviously, that is what I love the most. It's very exciting.
Okay.
Now we play Train against Astralis. I'm gonna look into obviously the Veto against Spirit. I'm gonna prepare all 5 maps, mostly because sometimes I can't control the Veto and what maps they're gonna pick, and sometimes I do less prep on a map. So basically, it just comes down to what I present in the Veto. If people agree, disagree, where can we find agreement? And sometimes we do votes on what picks, because we are a team that picks different constantly and ban differently. So I think it's a way of kind of like feeling how comfortable people are on the maps.
Okay, and when you say you prepare a map, what does that entitle? When you say prepare 5 maps, what specifically are you doing to preparing a map?
Yeah, so for me, I am not playing really important roles on CT side. I'm playing a lot of anchor roles, meaning I am focusing 80-90% more on the T side, and then we have analysts looking both on the T side and CT side. At this team, what the roles John have, he's preparing like kind of CT rounds, what he wants to play and how he wants to play the rounds. And T side, it is creating variations of rounds we played previously. Variation, I think that's going to be good. Tendencies from enemies, I see myself. To be honest, I don't use so much the analyst work I have if I'm prepping myself, because I have a good read myself how this round's gonna play out in my head and what's gonna work. And then obviously if there's a map I didn't prep, if I'm surprised in a Veto, there's a third map, I have analysts work to kind of give me the basics. But at this point in my career, I see so many demos, even if I'm off time at home, so I have a kind of good feeling of how to make the move, but also how the teams like to play certain rounds.
That makes sense. So you now done your prep for the 5 maps, you're presenting it to the team as well. So you just did a Veto here before we sat down. So how much does the team come together to decide on the Veto? At the end of the day, is it your call what maps you're playing, or you're always trying to take in, I guess, feedback from the members?
Sometimes there's obvious picks and obvious bans. Not really much to discuss. I'm presenting the plan and obviously the reason why I think it's the good call to do. I have asking how everyone feels, and if there is a 50-50, like 2 people want to ban this, 2 people want to pick this or whatever, I take the final call together with Neil.
How often does that happen?
Well, not that often. I think it's often 3-1 or
Gimpy thinks
4-0.
Pocket is the 6
so I think people are really following what we are good at. We also, before every event starts, we do map ranking individually. Sometimes the map ranking is strange because a player puts 1, the best map, and some of the players put it 7. So it's about individually progress on the map, how they feel on the map, and that's the beauty of this team. Or another team, I don't think everybody loves the same map, but people have different places where they think they have the impact to turn the game around, right? But in the end, me as a leader and also the coaching staff, we're having like a clear idea how the macro would look and how we would face up against these teams we're playing on different maps.
Alrighty, makes sense. A great amount of insight right there. Now, specifically against Team
copy
Spirit, there's
paste
one player that sticks out in Donk. So
yeah,
I just had this question. So. I think so, yeah, and I think a lot of people at home would feel as well. Do you ever do any player-specific preparation? Like, can one player change the way that you
this after I told you not to do this?
No, I've never done that. I played against like a lot of players the past 20 years. Simple, Saivu. There is rounds you know they like to do, what they like to do, but you can't stop them. That's why they are goats of the game, and that's why you just have to accept that sometimes they win the round. You can plan something, but I think it's just like
you might even be ready to do, but I don't know.
And I think rifles like Nico and Donk, you don't really counter them because they're way more what's called running around on the map, basically. And with AWPers, there are specific peaks you need to be aware of, but I think that goes for every AWPer in the game. So I've never done specific prep, but if there is tendencies, obviously double hedging or forcing a play out of position is default for any AWPer you respect.
Alrighty, well, final question before I let you go and get ready for the game. You're going against Team Spirit, obviously elimination game at hand as well. What's the gut feeling telling you? Are we gonna get a good game?
I think so. It's a funny thing. We showed B game against VP wasn't good. A game against Astralis was good. Spirit is a different opponent. I still believe we played A game in Katowice. We have a big chance to beat Vitality in the group stage. So I think we can play really good. But Spirit is a great team, and I think it's the pressure that decides who is playing the best and who can play freely, and I think we have less pressure on us. Spirit has to keep performing they've done this year, and we are still in a strange space. So I'm just looking forward to play a game where I feel like the pressure's not on our side and enjoy that.
Fair enough. Finn, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for educating me and the viewers at home, and best of luck with your game.
Thank you very much.
I don't know, Nate. I have no idea what Karrigan would want to do.
A banger of a matchup. FaZe versus Spirit up
I feel like Karrigan's the type where I feel like he wouldn't want to coach, actually.
Since they've added Elige to the roster.
I feel like if Karrigan wanted to coach, he would do it already.
The only thing that will secure either side of the equation a spot in Lisbon. Donk and coach certainly don't want to let this one slip away.
I feel like you have to have a bit of a
side of things. But speaking of the history between these two teams, if we have
at least not right away, I think he would do broadcast stuff first. Then I think he would do.
Speaking, Spirit have had the better hand versus FaZe Clan the last 3
Unless
times
maybe he had somebody really like in A2G, just to be clear, like you might be right. I have no way of knowing or not knowing. Just so you know, that's why I timed it out.
So if you're FaZe Clan, you're perhaps happy that Elige is now into the mix. Maybe that can change up the dynamic of the game a little bit, because as of late, Nathan, it's been Spirit domination.
Yeah, and especially playstyle-wise, it's something that is a bit hard because FaZe likes to play with rotations, to have like winning these duels against people that are a bit careless maybe and running around the map. Well, that kind of goes out of the way when you're facing a brick wall in front of you and you have someone that is running at you and dismantling your plan from the get-go. So this is where there's a bit of a stylistic clash between the two, but there is one thing, is the style of Karrigan. Karrigan, with all his experience, he's able to adapt and to change things, and when you see that you lose the matchup several times, he's able, with everything that he has learned,
are switching teams for next race in Japan, actually? Real?
Table, and that's what he's been very adamant before.
Frick 6 to the 63 with armor. Also, don't spoil the results today.
Individually on our different maps, and that's where I didn't like the fact that they don't want to go specifically against Donk and shut him down, because he is a massive part of why Spirit is winning.
Yeah, I love the insight that you were able to kind of foster from him in that extended interview you had earlier. Didn't like what I saw versus Virtus Pro to open up the tournament, however. I feel like maybe it was a cold shower for them. Maybe you get 13-0'd and it never happens again. Who knows?
Who knows? True. It's the 13-0 loss that hurts. You know, obviously for FaZe Clan to play 2 close maps versus VP, you'd argue, as Karrigan said as well, that's maybe B game from FaZe, but losing in that fashion is definitely going to hurt. Now, Elige didn't have the best of the best games. You can see that on the scoreboard here as well. He has been brought in to be the star player. You could argue him and Brokey were 2 players that you'd expect more from. However, the positive side of that is that he was slightly better in his second game. So for Elige to post 62 ADR, 42 kills, 50 death versus VP, not good enough, of course, but then again, you're losing 13-0, so the stats are also a little bit deflated, so to speak. But Elige came alive in the second game, and we need him today. As I said, Spirit, the last 3 games, they've been dominating FaZe Clan. The one player that's changed, the one thing that has changed coming into this matchup for the 4th time now would be Elige. So if he's not showing up, then FaZe are undoubtedly going to have a rough time.
I'm interested to hear from your perspective, Nathan, just because Elige, you know, he's been a staple of Team Liquid for so many years. Switching over to FaZe, do you like how you've seen FaZe using Elige so far and the positions he's kind of had to foster and some of the roles he's had to take up?
Yeah, sure. He has to adapt a little bit to also Finn's way of calling, I think, Karrigan's way of calling, because it is apart from the rest. I haven't played with Karrigan myself, but from what I heard, he is very specific in the demands he has from the players and the way he exploits the players and the way he gives the freedom to the players that he's playing with. And so Elige, coming from a North American team, he has to find a just different way of approaching Counter-Strike and playing with a new leader and playing with other players that have been playing together for a very long time. And so to just come in and kind of disturb this and bring your own spice to the game, you know, it demands a lot of you, and so I'm not surprised that we haven't seen Elige at 100% yet.
Well, speaking of Elige, I did have the chance to catch up with Frozen earlier on today about that exact topic.
Interesting take from MBK.
Individual form on the past
but most people don't frame it that way.
Rated player on FaZe.
I'm down for it.
Why do you think you've been able to hit that consistent form so consistently within FaZe recently?
I mean, maybe it comes down to roles. Maybe it comes down to, you know, having John like taking a little bit of a pressure off my shoulders, you know, since he's very aggressive, he's taking lots of space in the game. So, you know, that makes my life a little bit easier in the game, I would say. And yeah, that could be one of the reasons why maybe I'm playing a little bit better.
Kind of the perfect segue into my next question, because
Frick,
ever since
Six
he's joined the
63.
team, I feel like
Thank you.
the conversation's been more about, you know, how that's affecting Rain and his play style and his roles and different positions around the map. How much has changed for you? Like, could you give me a percentage of how much has changed in the game since Elige has joined the team?
I think it's a little hard to put in the percentages, but I mean, lots of things change. You know, we try to like implement lots of things that John brought that we think that are good. We also try to keep some things that we have, or the things that we had, maybe they were not that good, so we try to change them. But I mean, it's just a matter of fact now that like us figuring out what is really working for us. As you said, maybe maybe Rain took a little. I don't know how to say it. Like. Step back in like terms of roles and stuff, but like we are in the state where we all we're just trying to make the best out of it, so if we see that maybe someone needs to take a step back on one map and someone needs to take a step forward, we're gonna do it and we'll try it out.
Who, just out of interest, who's like making those calls? Because I know initially when Elige joined, Karrigan was like, okay, we've got this much to change to accommodate him.
There's been a lot more
calling that maybe things
Inferno.
go back to the way it used to be, and maybe Elige has to make some changes?
I think it depends on everyone. Some things come from Karrigan, some things are coming from coach, some things come from the players themselves. Like I as well, I've been offering to change some roles for myself as well. Like if I wanted to take all the anchor roles, if that's what is gonna help us, But we even tried some of that in the practices, but it wasn't really the way that we wanted to go. So yeah, I mean, we are in like a little weird spot at the moment where we're still like figuring lots of things out.
Let's talk about your next opponent. Obviously, it's going to be Team Spirit.
That's
here
interesting
in
to hear.
Copenhagen. You've got a little bit of a complicated history against, right? Any particular reason why you've kind of struggled to put down Spirit in the past?
I think last time we played them was at the Major, where I had a rough game over there, and I mean that game, that stung me a lot for a long time. And I mean in general, I feel like every time we played Spirit, it has been very close games. Maybe in Singapore it was like 2-0, they beat us, but it still felt like, the game could have gone like further and further away. I don't know, I feel like we just have I don't know, like when we meet each other, it's always nice games.
Spirit's
Donk
pretty
having some
decent
multi-kills,
favorite here.
us having some crazy rounds as well, so I expect the same now.
Yeah, just from a viewer's perspective, always an
Plus
insanely
Donk's
exciting game to
pissed.
watch. Speaking of viewers or guys joining us up on the desk, we've obviously got MBK up on the desk joining us. You played with him for a little period of time. Anything you want to say to him to end the interview?
I mean, I was hoping that I would join you guys at the desk so I could, talk to Nathan a bit, but I mean, I'm happy to see Nathan after some time, yeah. Just say hello to him.
We can get him for a winner's interview, right, Nathan?
Please.
When they ultimately dispatch
if they win.
Yeah. No bias here, of course. But jokes aside, you did play with him. How long were you on mouse with him?
Yeah, it was only a few months because of team decision and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I had a glimpse of Frozen, and he is exceptional as a player. Even in that short period of time, it was really something special. Like he has a very specific
What a weird
approach to the
team,
game,
bro.
and
Holy
the
shit.
will to win. You saw it also in the interview. He was like, "Yeah, I'll do anything. I'll go play anchor roles." You said it. Yeah, be careful. You're gonna end up on B Mirage, and you're not gonna be happy. So, yeah, this is something that I don't think is worth for Frozen in that sense, because he's just such an exceptional player and teammate. And he's only 22 as well.
That's
so he has
crazy.
I was just about to say, remind us how old he is. 22. He's been around for
He's
forever.
played since he was
The fact that
16.
played with you,
so.
that's what, 5-6 years ago.
Yep.
He came in when he was 16, and he's been a star ever since. The fact that he's the most stable player within FaZe Clan in itself is a statement. He's the best rated player the past 6 months within the lineup, and ever since he replaced Twist, and imagine replacing Twist from FaZe Clan.
Mouse having Spirit's number, I don't know if that makes it that Spirit looks
I think
bad.
He's been insane, like in every game, and he's also, and it's something that people don't really speak about, but he's one of the
Mouse
most
are a bunch of
consistent
prickly
player in the roster.
motherfuckers,
There's
bro.
nothing,
And they
there's nothing bad
specifically
to
have
say
a
about
number
him
on
in
Spirit,
gameplay,
but that doesn't make
sense,
Spirit
because
shit
he's
versus
just
everyone
doing his
else.
job every single time.
Especially right now in Tier 1 CS, I feel like it's so much like matchup based.
In an interview during, was it Katowice maybe leading into it, that some guys will
Don't
be
get
like, okay,
confused,
Frozen
you know,
in the big
like-
games, he's perhaps not showing up. He had a bit of a tendency in the playoff games, or whenever the stakes really got high, try to not play bad, but just play.
I'm not saying FaZe can't learn from Mao's and other teams can't, but Donk is still the big raid boss until proven otherwise.
Perfect rifle. I've never heard anything bad from him. I like the way he comes. I like the way he conducts himself. But if you were to put just a little bit of a scope on what he could do better, maybe perform slightly better when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty.
Well, speaking of former Mao's sports player, Mao's still relevant in this conversation because that's exactly why Spirit find themselves here.
Did I like
out to Mao's
2 or 3 grapes
in the space
that were in the fridge while I was making my coffee?
I definitely didn't have that on my
I
bingo
just want to
card.
get all the grapes
Context
now,
back
dude.
in Stockholm, obviously there was quite a bout of sickness going around. Spirit were hit probably the hardest by that, but I don't think that's any excuse, really.
It's tough scenes right now. Maybe I'll get some yogurt. Fuck
Of
it.
those series.
They're very strong overall, and I think relying on an
What's
old
keeping
system.
me? I don't know. I like
because
listening to them
something
yap.
old
I guess I could
players
listen to them
being
yap
very
and step
happy
away.
Makes a good mouse, and then Spirit. To be
Alright.
honest, I don't really like
Hey, I'm
what
gonna
I
get some
saw
yogurt
on
real
map
quick.
3 on
Some
the
berries
Ancient
and
against
shit
Mouse,
and some
especially
grapes.
the
That
fact
shit
that
sounds
Donk was
us.
out of it. It seemed like he was just tilting, and of course it's a kind of a thing because he's only 18.
Stopping
You
at
have to
3 is a
remember
skill
best
set I
player in the
hope
world
to
at
never
18.
have.
He has that factor, but he was a little bit out of it, and it just shows that they're just
Yeah, I'm gonna run an ad real
tired
quick,
and a bit
guys,
exhausted.
just to
Playing
make
so
sure we
many
don't
games and so
run
many
into
events,
that
and then the
last
games are the
situation
same
we just
over and
had, and
over
I'll be
again.
right
You
back.
play the same teams, and then he comes
Yeah,
here
give
and
me a
it's the
second,
third map, and then he's fragging out as always, as Donk should be, and then he sees things that are happening that are post-plane situations or 4v3 on CTs that you should be winning. Just in his mind, he's like, go swing and kill 2. Why are you not doing that? And then it just seems simple for him, but yeah, like those are the kind of things that are a bit frustrating that I think they need to cut very quick in order to be contenders.
Well, speaking of the emotional angle from the side of Team Spirit and Donk, I did have the chance to catch up with him earlier on today about that exact topic. Donk, obviously you find yourself taking on FaZe after once again losing out to Mao's twice within the space of a week, both here in Stockholm and here in Copenhagen. Considering it was the same maps as last time around, do you feel like you had the same issues against Mao's again here?
I can say so, to be honest. Just like on EPL we weren't in a good state because like our players was sick and like as we talked like earlier. So like but it was different issues that we got this time, and like we weren't good at communication and just decisions that we were doing in the mid round. It was awful, and that's why we just like we lost like on the Nuke. We lost with the 12-9, and the Ancient the same story. So like it's always like frustrating to lose this way, but it is what it is, and we have lower bracket, and we can just win 2 games, and we're gonna qualify to the playoffs, and it's okay.
Last time around in Stockholm, there was quite a lot of emotions coming out of you guys when you experienced that loss. Was it the same level of frustration that you felt a couple of days ago in Copenhagen when you lost to them again?
I think no, because like for me, like the losing playoffs means more than here. But yeah, it's still like bad feelings, but it's like I don't know, like a little bit better.
Yeah, you sound confident that you're going to be able to turn it around, which makes sense when you look at FaZe. Spirit, you've always had the upper hand versus FaZe as a team. Why do you think you've always been able to get the better of FaZe in your head-to-heads?
I don't know. I think it's more about team shape and like individual shape of players, because like yeah, we faced them a lot times, but like sometimes it was like easy, I can say, and sometimes it was like very tough, like on the major, for example. Like when the FaZe always is dangerous, they're a dangerous team, and you don't know what to expect from them. They can, if they are in good their shape, they can give a lot of damage.
How much more dangerous? Yeah, and one of the biggest dangers on each side of the equation is obviously going to be the AWPers. Shiro versus Brokey, which I would kind of brand as chaos versus order, right?
Yeah, I think Shiro is one of the most predictable AWPers out there, but he does it to such a high degree that you can always count on him. He's labeled as being defensive, and I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Brokey, so to speak, as well. I don't think Brokey is the most aggressive AWP player you can find, but Brokey has that ability to just explode into a round. He loves close combat AWPing, whereas for Shiro, always with a bit of distance, you know, likes to, dare say, bait sometimes, stay alive, and keep the AWP at play, and I think that's something people misunderstand sometimes. The more rounds you have an AWP, the more rounds Shiro have an AWP in his hand, the higher you are, or the higher likelihood what you have of winning your rounds. Whereas for Brokey, he's going to put you up in your face. Maybe he wins, maybe he doesn't, but that's the main difference between
I love how you just say, like, oh, he's a beta. That's what people are misunderstanding. Like, you're the one putting that into the existence.
But it can be a good thing, you know. The more rounds he has an up in his end, the better. So if he has to bait sometimes or bow out of rounds, so be it.
Yeah, and it was the strategy of James, right? Like, he was just playing like this, and it was always very, very annoying because it was
won a major. Yeah.
Almost every single time, you know, a very, very hard round to face when there is an up in the equation. That's always how it is. So yeah, like they're also very similar in terms of output. It's not like one is completely crazy and hard carrying the team.
Yes.
They both function within the system, which is I think very important in two different ways. Shiro likes to be all over the map, very passive as you said, and just getting the kills after the rifles, take that space. And then Brokey is more like, okay, Brokey, just go do your thing. And then sometimes he would just go and then run into smokes and be T-spawn in 20 seconds, and that's what we like.
I love, I can't remember when Maui Snake said it, but he kind of coined the term machine gun AWPer for Brokey. I think that's so accurate, right? What other comparisons are we looking at when we've got Donk on one side of the server? How do you even consider taking him on as an individual?
Well, I feel that's the question for me, at least coming into this game. We spoke a bit about Elige, his individual output. We don't really know where that is. One thing I know for certain is that Frozen is going to show up. However, I do think it requires both Elige and Frozen to show up in order to shut down for Donk. And that's where it gets kind of interesting, right? You have what potentially, me and Maui has had that conversation as well, potentially could be the strongest rifling duo any team can offer in Elige and Frozen with time, once they glue together, once they get it figured all out. I still think that in order to take down Donk and in order to consistently beat a team like Spirit, you gotta have that kind of manpower in order to deal with him. That's how good Donk is. Two of the best riflers the game has to offer versus one person, and I still favor Donk, you know.
And then where's the 1-2 punch for Spirit as well? Because there is that question mark in every single team. Where's the 1-2 punch, the 1 star, and then the 2nd star? Donk is obviously a mega super hyper star. You can not use any words, but where's the 2nd guy? Because it's been very inconsistent for Spirit, and that's where there could be question marks if you start shutting down Donk.
And another question mark we do have remaining is where exactly we're going to head. And I'll pick
Zeddy next to the 7-month farmer, thank you.
Do you think you can undergo a
now, Karrigan's known for one thing of many things. It's always having a little bit of spice in the map Veto. But is that going to happen today in a game which really does mean life or death?
I mean, Dust 2 is gone. I like that. Inferno is gone. That's not too big of a surprise from the perspective of Spirit. As you said, Karrigan and FaZe have this habit of being able to ban the best map of their opponents quite often. I'd argue Dust 2 is that map. Now, the pick coming in right here, Anubis from FaZe Clan, I kind of like it. We've seen Spirit dislike the map. We've seen Donk say, I don't really like playing it personally. And it's one of the few maps where I feel Spirit...
How much do I bench?
I wouldn't say weak, but they've shown weakness.
Doing AMRAPs right now. I've done 315 for 2, but I think I crushed it now.
He's very explosive
Did
as well. He's
280
like
for
going through
14
the smokes and going
last
T-spawn
week.
on the CT side. And then Nuke is
should be doing bench again tomorrow at 285 or 290.
Like pick for a very long time. That's going to be interesting, but it's also a map where Spirit is very, very good and very good at making rotations work, right? So I think it's going to be first the 2 very good and interesting maps already.
I feel like this is going to be yet another close affair. If we do require a third and final decider, where are we heading? Was that Mirage?
Well, no, not with the new AMRAP.
And it's going to be trained and banned out by Spirit, which does mean indeed.
If I keep up my current pace, I should be able to do 290 for at least 10 tomorrow.
A map that again both teams like to play. No big surprise.
I feel like I could do more.
FaZe Clan should feel comfortable with this map pool. Spirit are feeling comfortable. At the end of the day, it comes down to who's the better team, and I think both teams are coming in with the mindset that yes, we can win this game. I think Spirit doesn't give a damn whether or not FaZe Clan like to play Nuke. If they feel comfortable on Nuke, if that's the map Donk want to play, well then we're playing Nuke. Whereas for FaZe Clan and Karrigan, he even said it to me right there, we feel comfortable on pretty much all maps, so we're ready to take them on.
Well, 2 familiar foes ready to go head-to-head in a fight for survival. It's FaZe taking on Spirit.
Oh, an exciting prospect.
290 kilograms would be insane, bro. I don't think I'd be able to wipe my own ass.
Counter-Strike I've ever seen in that Dust 2 deciding map in
Detective
Shanghai.
next to the 4-month primer? No, I would never want to.
A difference. They talk about the potential of the rifling duo of Frozen and Elige.
I lost like 20 pounds last year, 25.
I think
well,
so.
probably 20 now because I put on some weight this week. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
2025 integrate Elige within this team. It hasn't happened
no,
as
I
quick
have
as they
no.
liked. And that's their own admission.
I have no desire to do endurance training or anything like fucking what Pimp does. That shit's psychotic. 96 to the 35-month farmer, thank you.
Territories.
Maybe lose like 10, 15 more pounds, but that'd probably be about it.
And all 5 heading over towards the B bomb site quite swiftly. There's going to be Magix and Donk on the site to defend this. Quick rotation through middle from Chopper, Shiro, and Zontix.
Mod check, can we get a Gamba?
It's Magix with the incendiary. They might just run through this though. Donk will be responding to it, throws it out, and they do try and commit in. Magic's and Donk comfortable in their first exchange. Takes off the head of Rain and Brokey. Magic's struggling to track, does remove Karrigan as well.
Nice.
So impact from him. Take down Zontix
No.
onto something, but they can't get past the dual Berettas. Solid hold of the B site to start.
Really well done there from Magix and Donk, both finding some big contributions. You see that fast flank coming in from mid. They drop down.
Feels like they lowered the volume. Hold on.
And they deny the bomb going down. So Magix,
I feel that way. Do you guys?
Wants to operate there, just denying the entrance, allowing his teammates to rotate in, and the fact he gets 2 kills, good stuff. Gonna have eyes on him. He's been a bit hard on himself in recent times with some of the performances. He would know better than most. It's not all about the statistics.
I fixed it.
It's about the impact.
I fixed it.
So
I'll do it myself.
It's actually worth 2. As Frozen and Elige will be having the only investments into this one. He's got the tongue out technique. It's an
First
oldie
round
but
in
a
the pool. I've touched it, bro. It's Inferno for
You
me.
can stick your tongue out or you can chew gum.
Yeah, Inferno's sick when you get to overtime and nobody's worried about their money anymore, and they actually will go for retakes and rounds. The problem is you don't get that until literally the last 4. I don't like watching a map where the last 4 rounds are the only fun part or overtime.
What's that Karamba called? Is that like the burnt tip?
That's, yeah, the burnt tip.
The burnt tip, Karamba.
Official terminology.
Yeah. And this is the M4 with pimp stickers on it.
I know. He's a pimp.
He's a jiggler. He's a juggler. It's Shiro who's going to grab 3 swift kills on the MP9.
Okay, well, that was quick.
That 1800 smackaroos. Ooh, can't quite make it.
Isn't that every game? Hell no, it's not.
We'll get the final kill of the
No,
round.
I literally got so mad. I hate Inferno so much. I got a whole video explaining why.
M4s
Feel free to watch it.
Likely have that AWP
Or
alongside
don't.
for
Either
the
way.
ride. AKs are plenty as Frozen's actually gone for the Galil. They need a little bit of extra utility. So what does the opener look like for FaZe on this T side? Pistol, sure. Eco, yeah. But now we need to see what the game plan is. Where do they want to stress? Where do they want to apply pressure? You can't avoid Donk. He is going to happen. He does appear to be inevitable. Deep mid smoke. Flash. P.
Hopefully they just...
6.
Ooh. Wait, was that... Oh my god, is the chicken alive?
Chicken got out of there.
Is the chicken alive?
Dangerous.
Yeah, it seemed a bit scary. There was a couple of grenades getting thrown.
Oh my god.
How aware are FaZe that the AWP is a possibility? They haven't leered in towards A main. They haven't really put any pressure on B, and they just missed mid mollies. The doors didn't land, so Elige, probably a good thing he didn't go. Zontix hasn't been displaced. Or does he want to try and catch a timing?
It's rare to see teams here like fighting for this still. Zontix is in a powerful position. A hard clear for Elige. Good active on the angle is Zontix. Does punish Elige.
It's good if you can put Elige in middle. You're going to be a massive +1.
And Elige.
Yeah, but like, are we defaulting with low util on the first gun round? That feels so...
2 outside B. Karrigan and Rain going to come in through E-box.
No, it's not solo plays. It's like they're thinking. I think.
Just to guarantee.
I think FaZe is expecting Spirit to do some sort of stack at this current moment, and that's why they defaulted. Except
they don't have nades to disrupt this or flashes to
Spirit's playing very passive and very cookie cutter. We'll say, oh, goodbye.
He's not thinking about anything now. His brain splattered across Anubis.
Fake plant.
Got to get it down now. Can't disrupt it. Brokey gets it down. Gets away. Tell a lie. Magix catches him with the FAMAS spray. Chopper starting to edge towards Rain's fight on canals.
FaZe ban does too, not because they're traumatized. Well, they did lose 13-0, but it's also probably Spirit's best map right now.
Now revealed. Catches Karrigan just the pixel. You know where Rain is. Planted for him. Shiro's Orp's going to make this difficult. This is his first shot, but Zontix quick to it with the M4. Spirit went out the first gunny.
Okay, well, they guaranteed the bomb going down with the loss bonus.
Spirit's worst map is either... It's probably Anubis.
Or in the buy
probably Anubis.
Instead of AK. So that's the decision that Karrigan is going to have to make.
Impactful one from Zontix. 3 kills in the first gun round.
Yeah, the fact that you get Elige for absolutely free. Now, missed utility definitely didn't help. This one is ridiculous from Rain.
And that one.
So a couple of cheeky ones through the smokes.
He's a mother trucking ZONT. 1x.
Well, this is just going to be the partial, so full guns out into the next for FaZe.
Okay.
What can they do with these Tech 9s? If they want to take a page out of the Huns strat book, be very direct. Group up, do these pouncy rounds. We saw that in the opening game for Spirit. They were tested. The Huns.
Are there any matches on the 5th, chat? This upcoming?
Against, well,
we're trying to see if maybe we could get a better day for Silvercast so we're not overlapping. I don't see any tournaments, but where's like Nate or somebody that's
but the
a
counter
nerd?
to a dragon is a
DC thanks to 28-month primer. Thank you.
They're allergic.
5th looks
or
clear.
a giant hornet.
A giant. Now we're talking.
A giant hornet versus a dragon.
Like a dragon-sized hornet?
Or a hornet-sized dragon.
Ooh. They're into B. Can't get past Donk. He's making it difficult. Wow, he's done so well with his evasive positioning, but does go down, and so will the bomb.
Okay, what's the post plan? They've been able to pick up both of these guns. They've got an incendiary and a smoke.
Could get really uncomfortable for them. Nate doesn't do as much damage as they'd have liked, so Spirit,
Zontix.
how do you approach this? Flash has been given to Shiro with flashing for magics. Zontix biding his time. Recovered utility used to delay them further.
Come on, Brokey. Come on, bro.
On this pillar will be that point of call. Point man, Zontix, another contribution. Rifle does nothing for Brokey.
Ugly
Throws
fight.
it up close and personal. Spots the barrel, can't hit their head. Fair play, a late retake success. Back-to-back rounds into B.
Okay, 2 opportunities there for FaZe. That one would have felt a
So
whole
it'd be
lot
right
more
before it,
doable than
James,
the
yeah?
previous. Zontix, 9-0 start for him. Your FaZe, you're going to wash that one away. You're going to say, look, it was only that partial investment. We were going into the full gun round into the next. And it started well for Donk, being able to get a double, but it was even better for Frozen. His Tech 9, the mobility, would have swept them under the rug. But Zontix looking...
He's so calm.
An extra level of poise today.
Yeah. It's really
got the
important.
confidence against the team. Spirit, more often than not, have FaZe's number. You go back to Katowice last year.
Safe to say
where the
Zontix
domination
is the greatest
truly
Counter-Strike
began.
player of all time. True.
And then the major. So a couple of wounds.
A's
that I
is
imagine
washed.
are still open
Zontix
for
is
FaZe.
new goat.
I mean, you promised that this lower bracket was going to be a gauntlet to be run. The fact that this match is happening is testament to that.
Winner of this will take on VP. Karrigan going to worm through middle. Elige on his side. Spotted.
And baited. Start trying to run it.
Wait, what are you talking about, James? James, I feel like you just broke my brain.
You see a lot of teams starting to stop holding mid on the
So
CT
we want to
side.
go
Spirit
for the
have shown him
5th?
consecutive rifle rounds now that they want to fight for this space. They don't want to allow Elige to get in position to turn the screws. So winning out opening duels against Elige and
April 5th
Karrigan,
sounds good.
consecutive rifle rounds is a boon. And if Zontix can calmly just... Oh, did he make steps in water? I think so.
He's ready for the extinguish. Oh, there's the block. Okay.
Options are quite limited for FaZe at this point. Sure, they've got plenty of time on the clock. Util, 2 smokes, 2 flashes, a Molotov. And with this baskets control, seems like they've got their sights set on one of the 2. Heaven smoke.
Fucking
Briggs Molly.
Ches goes, bro, don't worry, we can maybe still do Silvercast today. The blast schedule isn't fucked yet. Like, bro, the first BO3 of the day lasted 5 hours.
Shiro drops into the cave position. That orb still connects. What's that? He's just working on a couple of pixels of the
Like
hip
Ches.
rain. Chopper gets the multi-kill far too easily on the M4A4, and nothing here for Brokey. Goes looking for more. Missed shot, lost the orb. It's 5 in a row for Spirit to
All right,
start.
if Spirit just does this and then everybody does this for the rest of the day, we might be able to do it.
Beautiful.
It's not the first time, is it?
Well, this is
honestly true. FaZe could just get 13-0 twice. We've seen them get 13-0 before.
Kills that are making dealing with these executes even easier. So maybe it's
I
time
actually
to
do
throw
check
the
my
game
last
plan out the
message.
window
Yeah, hold
and
on.
look for something a
I
little
was
bit
getting
different because
stomached
they
by
are
Ches
staying
saying the
stoic in
schedule
middle.
isn't totally fucked.
Really well handled. Love the way they're playing off of each other. Communication looks like it's in a good spot at the moment for Spirit. Zontix does go down short. I loved his maneuver too. Sees the execute coming in, plays ahead. Tries to be disruptive, slows it down, buys time for the rotation. Shiro hits a banger under pressure.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Well, is that, and that's like region specific, James?
You know, 2 rounds you've just walked in and you're not given that room. So what you assumed was going to be happening in today's matchup is not the case, and you were already suffering. They can buy again, sure.
We didn't do Silvercast yesterday. The games ran hell long.
A deeper mid-smoke, which does open up the possibility for a window peek.
Yeah, Chopper's going to be cheeky with it too. I love
It
this.
might get postponed again, but we're trying to pick a better day.
Oh, that's enough. He's seen enough.
No spam back, so FaZe not wanting to give up the game that they are actually on the precipice of pushing middle. But just continuing with this jarring force. Now they waltz through, so staying the course are FaZe.
Shero cheats over to B.
Like you flum, that's what they call him. No, it's just, and this isn't meant to be rude for Ches. I should have probably scheduled this, but it's hard to.
Smoke up. The feeling the
Ches is like got literal internet held together by like a can and a string, so he has to go to his grandmother's for production.
Push just yet either, so they're in a box barrel spot
to have fiber. So I don't know his schedule, but like him trying to schedule this on his availability on Blast was probably not the smartest idea.
Dealing with an A push, Frozen tucked up outside of B.
But I get it. I can't really schedule it for him though either, because like, you know, I don't know when the fuck he's like.
Another opening kill.
Yeah,
at that setup
a
versus
couple
not.
of frags now 4 deep.
This is strong.
And Shero's in the right place. Right shot connects onto Elige. Again, it's getting awkward for FaZe. This is too comfortable.
Did they miss left side too? Oh no. Oh wait, no, they spoke to
does all the work, but now down the AWP goes. Will be planted, but
all right, Brokey, just do some incredible shit here. You don't have an op right now. This is like when you do. This is your X Factor moment, bro. Right here.
Overcome that if you can remove.
Get weird, right here, bro.
Rain might be in a position to do so. Brokey as well, but there's Donk. Good work. Gets one. Gets another on the go. Brokey, some sharp shots. Overrun by Chopper. Another impact.
Nah, FaZe needs to get some more umph in these rounds. They're just. I feel like they're just walking around.
And one of the glaring issues at the moment for FaZe is lack of opening incisions. We are 6 rounds deep there, yet to find an opening kill.
They're a little too okay with just walking
around 3,
around
0 and 2, and Elige has given up 1. Shiro doing very well on his angle management, but there's just feels like there's a lack of a grip on the game at the moment for FaZe. A lot of these rounds they've been able to get in the sights, but truly
it feels like FaZe is walking places hoping that Spirit isn't there instead of looking for Spirit.
Happy to give up the space. They're really good for the entries.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels like it's a mismatch right now. Different approach, gonna have the lurk smoke. So testing Magic's and Donk's protocols and reactions to that.
FL0M, you smell great today. Chat, you're all stinky.
Tasked with containing any
I do be
aggression.
smelling nice, to be honest.
Killer
thanks for the
likes
33.
of Elige and Karrigan. If these two are going to keep working middle, that needs to change. So the double mollies will land this time. Thrust forward, they're trying to apply the stress between these two bomb sites. At the moment, 3 players towards A for Spirit, 2 towards B. Donk and Magic's now tucked back into a bit more of a passive retake setup. They're not playing close towards main, they're not playing in E-box. Shiro on the line. Util very limited.
Charby, thanks for the 15-month reset. Thank you. Destruct, thanks for the 46-month primer. Thank you.
It's the firepower they've gone for.
Smoke implies a wrap into B, and so Magic's and Donk just vacate.
It's good because they were already playing retake. If they were in E-box or up close main, they'd feel a little bit more pressure to push out, and that could be into Frozen or Rain.
Oh, Karrigan wins Donk.
First opening kill.
Yeah. And
as we all expected, Karrigan entering Donk.
One of the oldest versus one of the youngest. Magic's just the
good
one
trade.
to Elige.
Very nice.
FaZe are into the site with a man advantage this time. This has to be their first round.
It's not really Donk's fault. Karrigan's a goat.
You've got cash, but you get a whole lot more CT rounds. May as well hold on to this. It's tough to get back in. Can you isolate Karrigan?
Crouched and dipped down.
Doesn't have any support here, Karrigan, at all.
No, he's just all in for one more. Can't control the spray.
Do you think I have a problem where like I've literally been giddy to play CS for like the last 3 days watching the games, but I've been watching CS 10 hours a day?
Does remove Chopper's head. Shiro
I've been itching, bro.
2v2. Bomb not planted for you on main, Frozen. Bomb not planted for you on con either. Oh dear, it's falling apart. You can just hold it. You can just stick it, and Shiro just has to win that duel. Spirit take the 7th. They steal it away. What is that plant spot?
Oh, the silence is definitely in there, isn't it? No yell back. Spirit thinking, who the hell are these guys just taking care of
bro,
business?
this is ridiculous. They're not even celebrating. This is way too easy. They're literally not even celebrating when they beat you. They 2v4'd you, and they're not surprised.
Like, it was, I don't know who planted. Was it Karrigan?
They have no emotion.
Someone did. But it was planted for CT.
2v4
was fighting for CT, but
the
there was
post-plant
no one was
set up
there.
for it at all, which you can understand why they would be planting there, because they've gone through the back line, but they've... Frozen was the extremity player, and Rain was to come in late connector.
Okay, there was a small cheer.
The other 3 who walked
We're so back.
So they didn't renegotiate their positions. I don't think they were thinking the retake was even going to happen.
Fair. Yeah, that caught them off guard.
But they weren't connected.
It was a 3v3.
Karrigan being isolated, nobody comes out to try and help him. Everyone's just dealing with their positions.
Donk got entry.
Information on where those bodies were
Then
coming from.
Elige got traded,
retake, causing a couple of issues.
Oh,
Yeah,
3v4.
like the conversation might have been play the bomb, but you
No,
have
but
to
didn't they
also
get the
outline
first guy too?
Where it is. Oof.
When he came in?
Water spill. Well, get the best people on the job out there to clean
Maybe
that
I'm
one
wrong.
up.
Either way, how the fuck do we lose that, man? I said we.
That's
Jesus
a nightmare,
Christ.
isn't it? Because then what do? Do you have a spare pad? And if you don't,
I don't know if you're traveling with a spare pad, man.
Do you go to the makeup later? Do you get the
What do you do?
air dryer?
What are you doing? Actually, a good question. You must travel with a spare pad.
Well, you'd hope.
Ooh, a kind of cool change.
Okay, so they took the timeout. They had the conversation. They spilled some water, and now they've changed the call.
Yeah, to do the water call.
Water default.
Why'd they pick Anubis?
So when we spill water, that means
We do the water
this trap.
default.
We do the water
They picked
default.
Anubis because it's probably Spirit's worst map right now.
Well, T-side
And
Anubis
apparently it's
is,
FaZe's as well.
Typically where you expect a team to get the
Well,
lion's share
no,
of their
I mean, to be
rounds,
fair,
but
FaZe could
today,
also, if their worst map could be Dust
FaZe.
2, 13-0 away.
What's he cooking here? A smoke grenade from Karrigan. Zontix actually...
What's the opposite of a Fairweather fan? Because I swear Flom just cheers for whatever team throws the most rounds. Masochist. You're looking for... That's the word you're looking
That's the
for.
opposite. They're actually just going to go through with some flashes.
Counter-Strike
Shiro's
Masochist.
going to be called over. Interesting.
Also known, alternative names are known as NACS fan, delusional fucking
Suits are
idiot,
available if they want to try and clear this.
stuck
and
in
take back the space.
2019,
Zontic's jiggling out from heaven.
low
Goes up
IQ.
Towards bricks. There's the clear. So if you are behind Fountain, you better be thinking real thin. And their utility implies that maybe they're not. So Chomper still worried about that side of the map. Util being exchanged is Karrigan. Oh, we're on board with Rain, who's to use his smoke. That's less than ideal. 45 seconds.
Shiro's moving his mouth a lot. Communicating
do I want-
from Donk and another one for Karrigan.
Do they have the casters in like the cafeteria? I swear to God they do.
Magic's going to be calling for backup.
I
He
always
can
know
see
when
himself.
Blast is
Chopper
eating or cleaning up.
second-guessing it. Now he hears it. Now he's rotating.
catering's
through, but there's a
being
lot of
cleaned
bodies
up,
on Magic's
guys.
Screen, gets himself one. Oh, he's
How
done
does he
very
get
well.
another?
2v2 established.
Nah, Magic's. We're not doing... No,
Frozen
dude,
jail cell.
Magic's all phased and he thought of the major
Doesn't
again.
choose to elect to pull the trigger. Legion frozen with a very potent post plant.
Elige doesn't
Who's the weak link in phase? Oh.
From that M4 of Zontix would be enough in this duel. Zontix is having a mad one and finishes off the job comfortable.
Hold on.
Only Frozen can save him. Does isolate the first duel. Shiro just a P250 in a dream. Gets the job done.
That guy right here, this guy, is probably the one I would say is not the weak link, and he still lost that one.
If they
But
don't defend the site, they'll retake it.
bro, low key, the P250 is so good right there. I'm not even mad at him. He got Shiro did exactly what he had to do. He hit him with the widest swing with the P2, and he fucking gunned his ass down. It's not fun.
Seeing what's happened
This
to
second
FaZe
one,
so
how's he
far.
gone away with that? 5
I can't
bullets.
believe it. He's done so well. He has done so well. Magic, that is a brilliant round. After Donk goes down.
So,
okay.
Good job. There's no water on
weakest
the
link
table.
is hard to say though, because
trying to get
in
it out
some
with the
ways I feel
keyboard.
like it can't. It's got to be Elige right now and
No pace
Brokey.
about this at all from FaZe.
And
Blanked. Spirit
yeah,
has their
that's.
number on speed dial apparently.
I think
That's the thing about
Brokey
maps you don't
probably
like, is
more
opponents keep
so than
picking against
Elige,
you and
and
you start
I do also
better at
think like.
Yeah, and
Obviously,
I think for FaZe,
anybody
because
that's watched my
they play
stream knows
Trader,
I'm
opens up
super
the
biased
field
towards
for them a
Elige,
little
but
bit
I
more,
do
trying to
feel
play
like
into a weakness. Well, here comes something. BXQ. They did this with
giving a bit of time is probably a good thing.
Donk smokes himself. He's
Not
gonna get
totally
run
hitting the
down
panic
by
button, but
He's
it's not good.
jumping around.
How is he alive? No, what?
Finally
Okay.
falls. Karrigan
Okay.
double kill. Lots of impact from Karrigan in these last couple. Burning. Oh, he lays his life on the line for that one. Does get burned down from 100 to 28.
Can they do it again?
No.
What happened to Elige? Well, he's got Elige. Hold on.
Yeah, that'll be a
Shiro has one as well.
MBK. I like the way MBK framed it, so I'm not gonna sit like pretend like I thought of it first. MBK framed it this way, and I thought it was pretty valid, which is Elige already has a lot of responsibility on the team, but he's also the new guy on the team, which has got to be a little weird.
Magic's might want to try and punish a couple of kills as they do have to exit. Making sure
Not
their
saying he
investment's
can't
going
do
to
it, by the
them.
way,
Tough,
but it
no,
can
13-0
be.
again as finally, FaZe
Nice.
will secure a round.
For those of you that don't know, like, Elige is calling for CT side.
Getting away with their life. Money for Chopper and Donk to be able to invest. Residual cash for Shiro going forward. 8 rounds already.
Elige isn't better than Rob's Frozen, isn't better than Twist. The fact that you would compare the players that you're comparing kind of just is a really weird thing to do, and kind of just shows a lack of knowledge.
With Tech Nines, this time they did.
Elige is calling? Yeah, Elige calls on the CT side. Like, comparing Elige and Robs, like they're even like remotely close to the same player, like I can't really have a conversation.
More than
Like,
happy being passenger to this game so far.
that's you're cooked. Like, I wouldn't even argue that like overall Robs might be better than Elige, but like pretending that it's a 1-to-1 is
this one. Get a B main push going,
or like framing it in that way is so
really
buns.
take the fight to them, because FaZe haven't had a pace to them throughout this.
Saying that
and I think they've
the
been
roster is much worse than Prime FaZe. Well, when you take the Prime version of a lot of teams, teams are a lot worse than others. When you look at the look at that version of FaZe and what they did towards the end. I'll wait. Bro said, dude, when these guys were at their best, and now I look at them now, like that's a bad way to frame it too.
Shiro's still just holding the midline. Chopper might want to go for a walk off the back of this.
I'm not saying that FaZe, like, I get what you're trying to say, that you just like think that they had a higher peak before, and you could be right, but like the framing of it's kind of poo.
Lurk, Smoke, Fountain, Molly. Zomtic's actually
Just a hater of mid takes, fuck flop. Those are mid takes. You fucking burnt it, brother.
Shin slows the progressions of Rain. Now they're going to.
Do you remember when FaZe was really good with these players?
Just looked off the angle of the press, and yet jump scare. He's hit it, the fantastic first shot. Oh, wasn't far off. Zontix, how's he done well there? Catches Frozen in a compromised position. Chopper, gets away from the crosshair of Rain.
Rotations on the way. Both going to come through Beach, so we'll join Chopper towards.
Trying to get that bomb planted, Brokey.
Smokes are fading.
But
first tries to take the jewel, clears out Chopper. Important find from Rain.
Everyone's here.
Donk has arrived and holding for this. Oh no, he transfers into
Wait.
Elige and not far off of
Oh,
Rain. It's
no.
looking messy from FaZe. Brokey left in the 1v1. That bomb's still not down. He's gonna try and wait out the smoke. Use that smoke to his advantage.
Oh no.
He's gonna try and walk B. Ballsy opportunity now. Brokey's going to cut noise. Magic's going to start either re-clearing or gambling incorrectly.
Well, you just have to go out if you're Brokey. You're hoping that he's overthought the situation. He's walking away now. Brokey's searching, so making some steps. Just going to have to drop in and plant that bomb. Mid-site plant. Penny's going to drop. Magic's not in range just yet. Teammates are going to let him know, hey, the bomb's not beep, and head on over towards A. Still very winnable. Brokey could be anywhere now. Magic's well aware of that situation. Has a kit, has a HE. The nade could do it if perfectly placed.
Bob Ross is dead at for the 41, legit X for 23.
Because of time. Time was the issue.
Magic's going to have the opportunity to, if he just drops on top of that bomb. Now Magic's just going to hold it. This is another round. What's Brokey supposed to do? Oh no, the pan spots! Come on! A 9th for Team Spirit. Magic's clutches up. Can't believe his luck. That's not the first time we've seen a nasty post plant.
Yeah, that just tells you that Brokey had absolutely no idea where Magic's had gotten off to. Essentially, it just hung around the entire time. Then, because of the time restraint, Brokey has to plant safe.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the ability to try and plant in a more open position, and then is unable to play the bomb. Really good work from Shiro there to get one. But Magic's is looking more like himself in this series.
I will say Magic's also played that really well. The fact that Magic's knew that he probably did that is...
measured, but they have filled
the big thing right there that sealed it for Magic's wasn't just that he stuck it, it was that he naded main before giving an audio cue to Brokey.
Was destined for, but regardless, Donk will exchange.
Meaning Brokey couldn't be proactive in that moment and didn't know where Magic's was until he literally got naded and nade rung. So he can't just like run out at him and try to challenge him before he gets there.
At least not in the interim.
Now that being said, I think Brokey fucking overcooked that round to shit, but I'm just telling you, like, that was actually pretty nice for Magic as well.
Before we get to the map choice of Spirit, Nuke up next.
FaZe single-handedly making sure Magic stays permanently employed, and honestly, that's kind of base. Major now here.
Got that God Flash cocked up, ready from Chopper. Donk stays active, and again, Karrigan is the counter. Karrigan is the counter. Takes down Donk. Man advantage, but for how long? The spam from Chopper did significant damage. Frozen chipped away out further. 45. Nate blows open the smoke. Zontix blows the head of Frozen off. Fitzmagic's again in the feed. Stunning start for
FaZe losing to Magics again.
Across, but
holy
fuck,
I'm having flashbacks.
Rain just gonna get caught off guard, or Chopper doesn't even commit. Now swings on out when he's not looking. Can't believe he's still there. Shiro onto Brokey. Rain in the clutch. Light on ammo. Can't find the tap. And 10 for Spirit CT side.
Well, Boris in butcher mode right now.
I kind of just want to see FaZe have some fucking pacing around, like not a rush.
Good, and you take a look at the scores.
Like give me some mid control, FaZe. Like
any opening kills for FaZe throughout their T-side.
I feel like we've been E-box, B main, A main all the time, right? Am I crazy? They're just trying to like brute force their way into sites, like
double headshot.
Hey, line up for me, boys, shall ya? My bullets ain't
maybe it's
missing.
just because I like to default mid so much, but I
don't know if Spirit have had a more dominant Anubis scoreline if they can keep this up.
I just feel like Spirit hasn't had to play the rotation game a single time on their CT side.
At the halftime, this is our best T side on Inferno, guys.
Yeah, don't remind me of that series, bro.
All right, well, FaZe.
They take the side almost every time. The B side, absolutely not. The A side, yeah, they've definitely cooked it a couple times.
Unhappy that they've only managed one round.
That little mid to, yeah, wait, the one round, dude, they went mid to fucking B, that's right.
Are they able to double
They went mid to B, and that was that post plant they absolutely torched where they planted for CT, and oh my god, now I'm like...
through canals. Rain dealing with A for now. Lil Bro versus Unk again.
The Rain just looks uncomfortable. Rain's literally top fragging right. No, Rain actually, low-key, the change of Rain's position, in my opinion, has been one of the coolest things to watch for this FaZe roster.
He pulls the trigger, he gets 2.
Let's go, Boris.
Boris is butchering them.
He's found himself.
Right? Like,
mojo. Can they retake?
I feel like Raiden's been a bit reinvigorated with this roster because he's playing the game and seeing it a different way.
The fact he's so far forward, this is going to catch him off guard.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, eye test-wise, the games that I've got to see.
Yep,
Nice.
Elige relieves a lot of pressure with that frag.
Now.
Has to be 2. Has to be 2. End on a high for FaZe Clan. Frozen with a headshot. And Zontix, nothing for him in this one. The nade might find Elige. Doesn't quite finish off the job. He's got a couple of scraps of health left. Just 6 points of health, all he has. And Elige has just enough health to finish off the job. So 2 for FaZe. Karrigan getting entries into B, but they've only got 2 rounds on their T side of Anubis.
I can't tell if it's by design or if it's just this map, but it feels like Elige is being too aggressive at times. I don't know if that, like, that could just be this map, or maybe I'm like over, like, I feel like Karrigan, Chad I'm running an ad, was a bit more aggressive in the last roster. Or the team's too passive. No, I don't think the team's too passive when you have like Rain there. Rain's always down to get down and dirty. Trying to fill Rops' position. He's absolutely not. They're not using him that way at all. Large ads with a 35-month primer. Thank you. Oh, have you realized tattoos are just skins and stickers for humans? No. Can't sell your tattoo. Yeah, bro. Bro really got high as hell and started typing in Twitch. I was like, this is it. Getting a marble face tattoo. Let me just reposition this one real quick. I'm sure there's a market for human skin. You know, listen here, YouTube chat, calm down. You're probably right, but like, these are wild sentences to type on a Sunday morning. By the way, I went to the casino again, lost all my chips, minus 100%.
Prime forgetters in
Friendly reminder, they do not build casinos on winners. Monster, thank you very much for the 10-month primer. Thank you. Any primers, prime forgetters in the chat? Why do they have such a long break between sides? At 3 minutes, it's an ad break. Money, baby. But I'm cool with it. Honestly, as somebody that like gets fucked over by Twitch and having to like with the pre-roll ads, low-key 3 minutes is great for the halftime because it means I can run one and then make sure that pre-rolls don't turn back on. I know not everybody, you know, I know ads are annoying, but I'd rather it's set up this way so that way nothing plays during the game.
That you've all been waiting for hasn't delivered just yet. 10-2. FaZe
Killer Shark with a 2-month primer, thank you, and Strombone, thanks to the 39-month primer, thank you. Prime forgetters.
Into the 2-round conversion. Spirit are looking comfortable. Boris in butcher mode. Zontix looking cool, calm, and
we're one off another scam trade.
Shiro hitting everything that moves. Just around number 2. We've swapped sides. It's FaZe's turn to defend.
Who's Boris? Magic.
Back up this mountain.
6 rounds won by retake in that first half of the CT side of Spirit.
And too shabby. Almost pulled it off again if it wasn't for that pesky bomb.
Dodgerson gifting 1 sub just to really start that scam train. Chat, I'm Match It All gifted on Twitch and all member mommies on YouTube. Thank you.
It has been a gap that he's now worried about, and well, only just now is Spirit starting to get a move on.
I pay for Turbo and only watch Flom. Gigabrain active.
Yeah, Rain's main objective here is get 1 max, get out. Priority number 1. Karrigan actually swings on through to draw fire. He's got lucky.
Okay.
That's all body shots.
We take those.
Jumping across, the pressure applied. Rain tucks back. They're coming in from main as well. Rain, Brokey, and Karrigan all towards this storage area. Nice smoke that will get them across. Oh, spots them though. Bomb into the A site on the back of Magic's. Huge advantage for FaZe that could change if Shiro hits another headshot. He gets the opportunity. Last bullet connects.
Nice.
Overrun by Brokey. Nade looks good for damage. Zontic still got 70 to work with. And oh, he hasn't got a head. Removed by Brokey. A must-win pistol converted.
And Brokey trying to bring some energy there as well. Look, in interviews, he doesn't want to do them. But in the server, I tell you, this kid,
we get a cool name, member mommies.
We shouldn't get fired up before. So going down will help inform a Spirit
Twitch.
Force vibe.
Well, Oilers is pretty good, to be fair. Like, pretty relevant.
That Karrigan drive-by was crazy.
It feels like Karrigan is putting himself in positions where he's initiating a lot of these duels and understanding on the T side. Your entry fragger, which is Elige, is not getting you any entry frags.
Or
you're going to have to do it yourself.
Subscriber what?
Having to play.
Anti-carry, thanks for the 35-month resub. Thank you. Q Double, thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you.
You're going to give Frozen and you're going to give Elige all the spots that they want.
Any Twitch tuggers
to something more passive, make him an anchor in some of these rounds. Don't take away some of his best
Golden
positions.
Knights fan I am, yeah, I'm your worst nightmare.
Frozen and Elige have to deliver.
Well, that sounds like a
My God, are we looking good right now? Hopefully everybody stays healthy. Slippy, thanks for 21-month primer. Thank you. We can't even benefit if somebody gets hurt now.
The beginning of another
Counter-Strike source lately? Fuck no. Swayze, thanks for the 4-month primer.
VP
Thank
versus
you.
Falcons. You will see time and time again. VP. They would not give up. They would not surrender. What's the tell? Is it just a swing? Karrigan's going to have to drop a defensive incendiary. Now pathing is limited because Donk can hold
any
it.
Twitch tuggers in the chat.
So an
We'll
incendiary
be matching all gifted. We'll see how this goes.
A little bit of a gap, but job's done.
We'll
It's
use the
really
results of how many
chaos in
gifted
the
to determine
comms.
what the new name is.
That's it as far as the pressure is concerned. Chopper forward in middle.
Don't
Three
spoil
players over
F1.
towards A.
It's already
Elige,
been
Cameron,
spoiled, but there's
Brokey,
other
Evan,
people in
right
chat
now,
that
close
might
and personal.
not.
The fight will be coming their way. In
LB, thanks for the 11-month primer. Adams, thanks for the
and flashes.
9-month primer. Thank you.
All of these 3 players essentially need to go 1 for 1.
So
if
Twitch
not
chat
better
really
for
likes
FaZe.
Twitch tuggers, huh?
Rain gets nothing. Shut down by Donk. Into the site now. Chopper, late arrival through the camera smoke. That's the plan. Elige still aware of that possibility. Brokey looking elsewhere.
Oh!
Immediately gets dinked and chased down by the Tech 9, and Elige blocks him.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, the tilt.
All right,
The tilt will be amplified after that one.
Elige said, actually, you can't leave.
Tech 9 runs
Elige
down
said,
after an instant
nah,
dink.
you should stay out there.
finish him off with a nade, but that's all. Elige, last man standing, and just gonna peace out with his M4. Oof, roll of the eyes. Rough on your map pick.
Elige, you coward. Well, yeah, I don't think he was a coward. I think Brokey wanted to go close left, and he was holding that angle for the heaven push.
Yeah, the worst could be losing this, I suppose.
I don't even think Elige ran into him. I think Brokey cut close left, and Elige was holding that angle, so he just fucking ran into each other. Chat, can we get some nice ones in chat for Revolt's 5 gifted and Olivia? Wait.
Stack in the right place. I said they had to go 1 for 1 at a minimum.
Olivia, or is it Yaya? Or
somebody has to step up with a multi.
I always fuck this up.
Can't contend from heaven.
Olivia, yeah. There it is. There it is. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Reading. Yeah, I just found out the words. Visible, thanks for the 3-year primer. Buddha, thanks for the 4-month primer. And Trouser with the gifted sub 2. Wieners are coming. Thank you. Thank you.
On the way out. That's all the timeouts used for FaZe. Yeah, get it. Right now, when we found ourselves in these positions before at Blast Lisbon, or Blast Open Lisbon, excuse me.
Cram Marino, thank you very much for the 7-month primer. G Money, thanks for the 5 gifted. Exquisite Willy Brothers, thank you.
It's MR12. They can finish very quickly. Or at least they're meant to.
Yeah, you should tell VP and Falcons that.
By the way, there's a decent chance that if M80 beat G2,
let's go mid. Let's find out. Maybe
they can make wildcard. Wait, they'll take the final America spot and send them to the EU MRQ. What the fuck?
To this.
What the fuck? Oh shit!
Couple of 5-7s.
I caught it. I caught it.
And that saved them 4.
We're all good.
We'll be starting middle. So I've completely misunderstood the comms. It's Frozen and Karrigan on beat.
My goat is washed, man. Gecko Thief, thank you so much for the 5. 10 gifted. Exquisite Willy. Is anybody keeping track of this shit?
Pressure. Exchange of utility over towards middle. Smoke for a smoke. And just trying to identify where this M4 could be. You know that Elige is the mid defender, but at the same time...
They're flashing out B main.
Yeah, so push mid and B at the same time.
26. It's 26.
That's the lineup to catch that.
Write it down. Puddin King takes to the 5-month primer. Thank you.
Pushing mid now.
It's cooked, boys. It's cooked. It is absolutely fucking...
Right? That play, bit of a common move, right? So when the defenders outside of B are focusing for the pistol players scampering out, your attention gets drawn away. The mid player is meant to be able to come through and clobber them in the side of the head as they're taking those passive lines with the rifles.
Happy birthday, Flom. It is not my birthday.
Nice to see Chopper smiling.
Yeah, well, why would you not be? 12-3. This is an absolute hiding. Ragdolling him around the server.
I mean, it's very rare to see Spirit in a lower bracket.
Yeah, sent there by Mouse.
Sent there by Mouse. In a crazy game, right?
Mouse has Spirit's number, and Spirit always has FaZe's number. And like, this is just...
And overtime on Nuke as well. But yeah,
and they're just not, they're not even making this interesting, man.
This lower bracket is, of course, a team to be feared. Virtus Pro waiting for the winner of this series for that final spot.
Yeah, you look at the head-to-head between these two teams. Ever since Katowice, it's in 2024. FaZe have only been able to win 1 series. That was at the Copenhagen Major. Otherwise, it's been all Spirit all the time. And the major final, that's a feel-good moment for the Spirit roster. Karrigan onto Donk.
Karrigan's sitting Donk. Bro, I actually think all of Karrigan's kills are Donk.
A piece for Shiro and Magix. Donk up to 16. Donk only with 10. So it's great when he doesn't have to do it.
Trouser next to the gifted sub to my giant pooter. Thank you.
With some IGL and IGL.
And every team has Falcons number.
He's just about to get absolutely destroyed.
Ooh, couple of missed body shots as he adjusts. The crouch commit. 2 shots hit.
The fact he had so many chances there as well.
He really did.
Labored with that kill.
Gets the job done.
3 more players, and we'll call map number 1.
Just not looking good, man. Is Elige playing with his feet, bruh?
40 seconds.
What's the purpose of Shiro still lingering A? Is he just trying to keep Rain planted?
They can still rotate.
Padfoot thanks to the 51-month primer. Thank you.
Shiro want to...
I do 27 gifted, by the way.
You want to do something. Smoke starting to fade. Oh, Magic's that's a kill. That's a kill.
There we go. He does lose Chopper.
They're actually taking the bomb over towards A.
Okay, well, Rain lingers in that smoke. Actually, no, he has vision. Oh, Shiro. Ah, you'd have loved that headshot. That could have changed everything.
15 seconds.
Rain hears them coming and committing. Shiro has taken this time to cross, but Zontix, you've got to watch out. You've got to watch out. Gets him down.
What a shit flash. What a
Can't
shit
be picked
flash.
up in time. Just about. Shiro gets it. Magic's pushing in. Rain down.
Dude, imagine if he just ran at Shiro. Wait, he saw what? Shiro? Shiro.
Yeah,
Shiro, you literally...
Shiro now. Come on now.
Even if he doesn't trust the cover, you just lose the round, you knew.
All right, well...
That's all right.
It's just a slight unforced error. That's what that is. And also, like, the time blindness when you're so focused on the comms and everything else. Perhaps you didn't realize you had to hold it. I don't know.
This ugly as hell view model. I'm going to have to get used to it.
The jump scare when he cuts to Ray with a normal one. Gets off the bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, they're owning
Just win the next one.
Yeah, just win this one. You're biased.
A minute and a half remaining to put your votes in for Twitch Tuggers. Any Twitch Tuggers out there? Remember, Mommy's on YouTube.
One time. Ponk. Oh, he's further forward than I realized.
Remember,
Donk and Friend sounds
this
like
is absolute bait because I'm a piece of shit, just so you know.
Yeah, I see it. Theme tune goes something like...
Oh, man.
Donk and Friends.
T0OK1 gifted a tier 1 sub to Will.
You borrowed that one from somewhere?
No, that's all. That's original.
That's original.
Thank you, Cookie, for that. Thank you.
Catchy.
I 28 gifted chat.
I think I got an ad break or something.
Oh, I couldn't it?
Bro said present.
Karrigan.
He actually dinked
What's going on
him.
there? He's lost.
He died to Donk
for once.
Left the Kryptonite at home for that round. Okay, versus MP9 as Donk will find an opener.
Don't know enough about Superman to like reference a particular comic from
It's
1996.
It's tough.
Sixth edition.
One of the worst superheroes.
Oh, he's just the worst. Oh, he can do everything, and he's impossible. You can't kill him.
Right, Tomtix. In you go.
No flash? Nah. Oh, he's just going to go for a peek. Timing of this. Oh, the timing was so good. Just as one looked away and one swapped to his nades. 3v3. Bomb pivoting B, and it's wide open. Never mind, Magix has claimed this side for himself.
For us as well.
Oh, yeah, he's kind
Theory thanks for the 4 months.
So if you want to come through Temple, you are dead, I think, is the way this one goes.
The only interesting part is that Brokey's kind of quicker than they may expect. He might walk through this smoke, knife out. Yeah, Elige takes down Chopper, good awareness.
Okay.
FaZe starting to pick up the pace.
But it's Boris.
It is Boris, watch out. He's known to butcher. Elige puts him down, another round for FaZe Clan.
Okay, you think Chopper has that one covered?
Come
He's done
on!
an awful lot there. Make sure that the platform
This is
position
it.
is
We
clear.
are
So
so
keep all the
back.
way out, then by the time he turns around, Elige is already there. So two
Ooh,
moments
we'll do a vote for girthy gifters next. So what do we?
Really felt like they should have
Twitch
been
Tuggers got about how many votes? What was it 28 votes?
Nobody believes it is.
No.
Hallie kind of believes it is. He takes a tactical timeout. He says, listen, boys, let's not overcomplicate things.
He sounds a bit Australian.
AI's come a long way. Can immediately translate into any accent of choice.
Can eat code for sure.
Bit of a shrug at the end of those sentences there.
Get it done. This is only the second game, by the way, folks.
Yeah, there's 2 more.
I might be gifting subs in order of operation for animation's sake. I might be doing that. But it looks, dude, it's got to be my favorite one.
Note.
Yes.
So you can watch the remaining games tomorrow and stay up late tonight.
That is
Isn't that
sick,
great?
right?
You get to watch Mongols Liquid. You get to watch G2 M80. And you get to watch Spirit and FaZe on Nuke at a minimum.
All for free.
All for free.
Wow.
All for free.
What is the timeout brought to fruition now for Spirit? Default spread. Something's up at right.
Thing is that Mongols and Mongols are sick. I haven't watched Huns play that much. I can't have an opinion.
With middle and
yeah, no real opinion. I think it's cool to see that there might be another team though that's like
they're quite quickly.
I've been drawing a lot of parallels recently, like
clear of the smoke.
A lot of you aren't Unk status like me, but Mongols' trajectory and what they're doing for their region reminds me of what the Brazilians and Fallen did with SK and LG for their region.
Each pulled over again, just Karrigan frozen on B, and they're going to re-aggress.
And that's really cool. Like, that's sick.
First thought of call, might play ahead of that flashback.
Calling yourself Unk is not so Unk. We got the Unk police in Twitch chat. That's crazy.
To extinguish, it's awkward now for the AWPer, getting tagged up through the smoke. His chances limited, and so are his teammates. Elige losing his head, spamming the smokes. Brokey's still on the site. They find him eventually, just onto the Glock to secure the frag and likely the round. Karrigan and Frozen tasked with the retake.
Now it's
for this.
Okay.
Fountain Molly.
And go. Magic spotted out. Shiro on the stairs. Nade could finish off Magix. Doesn't quite finish off the job. Karrigan last man standing. The first is good. The second damage. He could come up clutch. He swaps out to the pistol. Knows he's done the damage. Magic's trying to use that clock against him. P2K to finish the job. It's Karrigan. He's killing Donk. He's clutching it up. It's all FaZe Closes captain. Leading by example in this Anubis.
Okay, well, they're keeping themselves in it, and they're having to do so in a very difficult fashion, round after round after round. These are three scenarios where you do feel that Spirit have been the ones in the favored situations, but haven't been able to get across the line. This time, it is Karrigan with a huge round. Their retake utility is great, right? As part of this 2v3 situation, they smoke off main, they get the fountain molly in. I think Karrigan also molly towards stairs. The nades were good, it softened them up, and they're still in things. So they're able to warm into things.
Finskeep kept them going, kept them in it. Spirit a slight compromise by going in again. Second, double dip. Karrigan getting aggressive. He ain't playing scared today, as if he ever does. It's Elige investigating that window position, held by Shiro. Smoked off, now it, gets it done, but down. Shiro trades Chopper through the lurk smoke in the back turn. Karrigan unprepared for that, removed by Magix.
Fuzzy Baby takes a 3-year reset, thank you.
Running at him. Good control of the spray, punishes the man.
I've been skipping a lot of the 3 AM games, Fuzzy Babies, to be honest with you.
Molotov, Chopper investigating
Fuzzy Babes, sorry.
Nail it. No, he can't. Frozen steps up now. Huge double kill, but look at the damage on that spray from Mr. Magix.
Okay, do they rotate back into...
It's a Lauren. Oh yeah, it's Todd Anger Williams getting up and streaming at a Brazilian team called Team 1 at Philadelphia when I 1v3'd them.
Not a bad idea.
Shiro take first contact, then Magic swings.
Yeah, we streamed our POVs at LAN. It was pretty sick.
So much responsibility from Frozen here.
Oh, he's dead.
Not cleared.
Clear him. Oh, there was an opportunity right there for the taking there. Shiro not looking, not clearing, and a kick there. Gonna have to give this one a look in for survival, and Raiders contribute. They're gonna do another retake. It's just retake simulator right now. 2-5 for Shiro. He could do this, but Brokey
you fucking psychopath. Brokey's smirking, bro.
I'm in disbelief.
Okay, 12-7.
It's not happening. I know it's not happening. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4 retakes now, trying to match the output of Spirit in that first half. It's just cosmetic.
So we had Shiro not planning.
Hi, Kyle.
Yeah, that's right. That happened.
Then we had the follow-up with Elige and Brokey being able to get on the side and defuse the bomb. That was when they had absolutely nothing to work with, essentially. Donk had won that fight against Karrigan for the opener when it was over towards Dark. Then you had Karrigan with a 1v3.
Yeah, that's right. And now
you have another one.
Just call him be clear. Straight away, takes the early info. Nades out Magix down to 71.
T-sided map, right?
Yes.
Well, apparently.
Allegedly.
Okay, well, loss bonus, of course. The fact that we are having to talk about this is crazy. Maxed out going into the next. They've gone for a partial investment. Plenty of Tech 9s, Deagle for Donk. Not in any rush to Spirit. Things have started to get a whole lot more serious all of a sudden. Today's the day of crazy comebacks.
I suppose so.
All right, well, holding the supportive utility.
So funny. He doesn't want to look at me, but I can tell he can hear me because he moves his ears.
There's a flash for that closed doors angle.
He's only 2 on A. Rain and
He's
Brokey
like, I'm not looking.
That third piece this time floating over towards B. Information very limited. Here they come.
Rain, powerful angle for this with a flash, and he'll just get one and done. Donk with a good D. Got the weapon for the job for more. Good shot from the orb. Doesn't pull the trigger. Shiro closing that gap. Molly makes it awkward for Brokey. Has to fall back, respect it, and allow that plant to come through. Shiro, the one punching in the code.
Karrigan's fast on this. This is
good flank timing for Karrigan. Need to create some sort of commotion there for him.
He's going to be able to flank into Shiro, waiting for his teammates to start their engagement. Looking good for FaZe Clan here. Zontix still hits the headshot. Karrigan's flank connects. Magic's with back turn to him.
Camera.
Does have the Molotov. Elige doing his due diligence. Karrigan's the one to spot him. Okay.
Nice.
All right.
8-12.
Yeah, another touch and go situation. Bomb will be diffused. But that was the partial, so let's get into the guns. Will there be a Shiro AWP in the mix? You better hope so, because Brokey's got his.
He turned as soon as he said that, but he didn't full clear. He didn't trust the comm.
Timeout looks like it, so...
Let the timeout.
have the reins.
What do you think he's saying? Shiro, remember that time you didn't plant the fucking bomb? When Magic could have covered you from camera? Like, literally, all you had to do was just plant the fucking bomb.
That we are only going into round number 21. And
you fake planted the bomb when you had no time to fake plant the bomb. You actually just cost us this fucking game. I think that's what he said.
Donk's aim against Finns as well, Mr. Anderson. Been involved in so many of these head-to-heads. 6 for 6 in opening duels.
Sheesh.
Donk 5 and 6, so that's your 2 opening pieces.
Karrigan keeping up with the output of Donk in the entry department.
Yeah, it's meant to be Elige versus Donk. That's meant to be the game, but no. They've got different plans.
Hey, I haven't said this all day today, so YouTube chat, don't forget to like the stream, you fucking weenies. I know some of you forgot, so if you're not going to remember to use your Prime sub in my Twitch stream, the least you can do is like the stream. Thank you.
A little bit of aggression from the orb. We're not going to get too far.
Nobody's even close middle.
What do you think Neo does that Zonic doesn't?
Donk calls out the hate cheat through the window. Jumps across.
Live on his past achievements to the point where he hasn't done anything relevant in modern day Counter-Strike. And hope that nobody catches on and avoid fraud watch.
Volvo says
it. Volvo gets it. Just going to take some time to adjust. There will be a couple of cons slipping out of my mouth for a while, but apparently, according to the creators of the video game,
I'm just teasing Zonic mostly. I don't know. I actually have no idea what the difference between the coaches are. I just wanted to farm some emotes out of chat.
Smoke is starting to subside. It's better with Brokey again. They were successful last time, but it was
you ever do giveaways? I used to a long time ago. I don't really like what it attracts to the streams, so no.
To play unless that flash is thrown, and it won't be.
Giveaways are cool, but a lot of people just kind of ruin it.
Repositions quickly. Heaven smoke. Yeah, the incendiary does not find its target goal. They could have sprung through it. Shiro, however, has taken down Karrigan on B.
They're heading back to B.
Elige will beat them to it. Chopper has this interesting temple flank. Ooh, a wealth of possibilities now to Chopper.
How much time do you give him, though?
You haven't got much to give.
25.
If he gets the flank onto Elige before they go out con, it's perfect. 20 seconds, too late now. They are into the site. Magic's onto Frozen. Elige dead! No, he gets one for his troubles, but still the bomb can go down. Magic's tasked with that. Rain activates from the temple side. Brokey coming in from CT. Shiro holding this. This is almost
the cosmetic comeback by FaZe. Order the action. Nope. Oh, man.
Anubis victory imminent. 4-team spirit. Took them longer than they'd have liked. But through their timeouts, FaZe making them work for it. Maybe warming into things a little bit for a competitive second map. Nuke up next.
That's fucked up, Galactic. That's fucked up.
A rocky start for FaZe on their own map pick as the comeback attempt is denied. Took Spirit a little while longer than perhaps they would have hoped after that flying start in the first half, but they do indeed steal away FaZe's map.
Very strong start for Team Spirit. That's where the foundation for the victory were laid. Yes, second half, perhaps they were showing a bit of weakness, maybe losing a bit of patience, losing a little bit of that laser focus they had in the first half. I think it's harsh to say that it was a cosmetic comeback by FaZe Clan, because I think they got within striking distance. It became a bit dangerous for Spirit, but at the end of the day, you know, it did feel like Spirit were in control.
Too
and when you're leading
on your
T side,
you can't be picking T side.
Anubis,
you can't be picking Anubis, getting T side, and putting up two fucking rounds. That's insane.
That last time out and the last call that was made to close out the round, having an A fake into Shiro, holding cave push.
Ben, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you.
Spawn, and then going back into a B split. I think that was very just, you know, masterful, tasteful Counter-Strike, honestly.
I love your point about the, you know, CT-sidedness, because I feel like we've all been fed, you know, this is a T-sided map. Yeah. Not today on Anubis, which poses a question that for me to pose to you, MBK, is why would Spirit decide to start on quote-unquote the harder side of this map?
Yeah, there is a part of, you know, starting a best of 3 where you're a bit cold, and then starting on the city side is a little bit more comfortable, because as a T you have to enable yourself, you have to make things happen on the map, and then we saw that's not really what happened with FaZe. Whereas Spirit, they were just content, just sitting back a little bit and then just pressuring with utility, making some pushes just to get information. But overall it was FaZe that had to play into them, and every time FaZe was going in, it was trading, and then Spirit was getting 2-3 kills. Like Magic's got a million double kills, I think, in this map, and so it's harder to establish your game plan and to really play with the rotations and be really 100% into whatever you want to do. But yeah, like overall, I didn't like the game plan of FaZe, as simple as that. And
No, the T-side looked
it just played into
whack.
Spirit's hand of just being passive and having a lot of kills.
But the fact that FaZe on their T side of things, you know, it wasn't like they weren't getting into
Just
the bomb
walked
side.
around.
It wasn't like they
Nah,
weren't
but-
guarding the bomb. It was just as Spirit were nailing retake after retake after retake.
Oh, no, thanks for the 15 with Primer. Thank you.
In the back, who's compiled a plot and compiled a package of a lot of retakes coming in from Team Spirit, and you're going to see a lot of different rounds, and it's going to be pretty fast-paced. But the CT side retakes from Spirit, they were with quality. They were so well paced. They were so well coordinated. You could see how the players and how Spirit were constantly making sure that there would be trade frag potential, etc., etc., etc. On the other hand of the side, as you said, FaZe were getting into the bomb side, and FaZe had opportunities in some of these retakes. I know when you're in a 4v2, the bomb is planted, it's very tough to defend it. Brokey doing his best right here, but overall, there were a lot of 3v3s, a lot of 4v4s, and every single time it was Spirit winning out.
Do you have
so
fiber
like
plenty,
FaZe
or do
didn't
you
have a
have
chance of making the game on the first half competitive? Spirit were just playing tactful and masterful CT side retake Counter-Strike on Anubis.
And you especially see that
Also,
on
Braden-
all those retakes, they were, as I said, either equal or
And no, it's not the only
because they
ISP
were
in
getting those two
Vegas.
kills for Magic,
There's
for
like
example,
3.
right? So it was
Depends on where you live,
retake
though.
with an advantage, which is something that you want on Anubis because it's almost impossible to shut down strats.
But
That's why Anubis is
I
such a
have
good
access to 3
T-sided
different
map.
fiber lines.
So they were getting onto the bomb side,
And
sure, but
my
like, they
other,
had no
I lived on the
utility
other
anymore. They
side
could
of
not
town,
really
a
block any
different
areas.
side of
So
town
that's when the
completely in
CTs
ID2.
have an advantage almost because they come in refragging each other and they come with that intention of like peeking into someone and not holding an angle. That's where
Weird
there
flex.
is some sort of sharpness, and that's why starting CT was maybe good because they were playing an active
not
CT
plenty,
side
I
in
would
the
say,
sense that they had a plan. Sure,
no,
they lost the bomb
that's
side.
not
Sure,
true.
the bomb
And
was getting
then,
planted and their money could have been broken, have FaZe won a
but it
single
is,
round.
you know, I'm
But
sure it might be in
they
certain
didn't.
neighborhoods,
That's
or
the
if you're in
whole
an
point.
apartment
They were
complex or
taking
something like that, then
4v3s,
yeah, it can be
3v2s,
true.
3v3s where they had utility, they had flashes,
But
and they had
it's
100%
Quantum
HP against
slash
guys that were on 50,
CenturyLink,
and so yeah, they had a very good chance of winning.
Cox,
Jacob,
and
I
then
feel
the
like
other
you're
one
so
is like
cruel for picking out of all the rounds you could have picked, picking out this round, round number 10. It
fuck,
is
I
a
forget what it is.
retake, but it's
There's
one
a
that gets a
smaller one,
little bit
too.
ugly, right?
A little bit ugly.
Biggest one is even
kind of illustrating
even with
you know, a lot of
Cox,
different
you can,
things.
if as long as you
can
just
see
have their
right here
fiber and
where
you're not using
finally FaZe is getting into the bomb
their,
side. They're actually winning out these trade duels. Again, it becomes a 1v1, and then Brokey does a good job at stalling out the
1,000
round.
download package, it's still on coax,
tracks
you're
of
good.
where he's at, and the bomb gets planted. Brokey has all the time in the world to pick a post-plant position. For some reason, he decides to go away from where the bomb is planted. And as you can see, Magix is just sticking the bomb. Now, Brokey had no idea where he
Isn't
was
there
at.
also
so,
Verizon
you know,
Fios
the
types
argument
around
for
here?
Brokey would be that, yes, I'm
No,
gonna take
Google
away this
Fiber is
portion of
coming
the
to
map.
Vegas.
If Magix comes
Right,
into me, I
that's what
win the
you're
round
thinking.
100%, but I still don't like that position.
Google
Nathan.
Fiber
When you
will
plant
be
the bomb
in
that
Vegas soon,
position,
in
you're
certain
giving
parts.
Magix a chance
Carl,
of winning
thanks
a
for
round
the
that nobody
93 month
outplayed
primer.
himself
Thank
in
you,
by
beautiful.
going to the different bomb sides. So again, symptomatic of what was going on for FaZe in the first half.
Yeah, I think the whole half played kind of the same, where it's just overthinking, and then it's just play basic Counter-Strike. You plant the bomb for yourself, and then you can jiggle it, and then you just play the time because, as I said, in that one-on-one, nobody had any information about anyone. So like, you just took a gamble, but a gamble too much. That was not necessarily needed in a one-on-one like this, where you kind of have the advantage of being completely unknown for the CT, and Magix has to rush in and has no idea where it is, and he just gives him a very easy option, which is just hold, defuse the bomb, and then defuse the bomb.
Easy peasy. Pros definitely don't fake. For Magix, though, it wasn't just that round in isolation, right? He had so much impact over the duration of this Anubis.
He had a fantastic showing, and I love to see it. I think we had one of the very first games of the tournament being Spirit, and I made the case that Magix was being very harsh on himself after the exit in Stockholm at Pro League. He wrote some not so nice things about himself on social media. Then he came in the first game here at this tournament. He was having a fantastic showing. Then, yeah, arguably against Mouse, he could have done better. And now again, he's coming in having a fantastic showing. So whatever happened in Stockholm, whatever tournament Magix were having, he's definitely bounced back. And as you said, Nathan, when he's always good for 2, it is the nicest thing in the world. To have a teammate where you just know that whenever they come to his bomb site, he will always get 2 kills. It gives you that advantage that you're talking about.
And especially when Donk had such a rough game. Like, he was just getting the bad duels, the scrappy one.
You got owned by Karrigan.
Yeah, he was struggling a lot. And so those are things that happen in the game, right? Like, especially on Anubis, you get like into those crappy bad duels. You just die. It is what it is. And when we're talking about, Donk is a superstar of the team. Where's the second? Well, we had the second, third, and fourth star in the game because they all played insanely well. Like, it was a really good team effort. When every time they were coming on a bump side, it was multi-kills after multi-kills, and it enables all those retakes, right? So very good sign from Spirit, I think. And
What do you mean?
especially
So
coming
you
at
just
Nuke,
mean
that is their
CS
map
or
pick.
GoTV or CSTV?
That's
or?
confidence through the roof. So now it's just like, go play your game and
You
enjoy.
still can.
100%.
Just not for
I mean,
these because they just
basically
don't
every single
let
player,
you.
maybe other than Donk, looking super confident on that first map of the
But it
Anubis.
still
Shout out to
exists.
Shiro as well. It was kind of a can of worms that we opened for him versus Brokey into this
Is there a match after this one?
Shiro
There's a
definitely
lot of
came out
matches
top
after
on that
this
number
one.
Yeah, fair to say Shiro also had
The
a great
first
game.
best
As you
of
said,
3
the
started
second
today at
star,
3 in the
third
morning
star,
my
called
time
whatever
and
you want in this
lasted
lineup.
for almost
He
5
gave it to
hours.
Brokey, he gave it to FaZe Clan as well. It's always good to see Shiro play well, and Shiro thrives in these kind of games, you know. He thrives whenever retakes are at hand. He thrives whenever he can be the second guy, third guy in, trade our teammate, you know, trade Donk, trade Magix, trade Sontix for that matter as well. Shiro is also a player that I think have involved a little bit.
Yeah, but they
I
were
think
usually
some of
like
the
set.
critique
What
that we
the
gave him a
fuck
couple
was
of years
that?
ago
Usually
was that he
set
was
videos,
always
you mean,
passive.
yeah?
He never found himself in close combat duels. And Anubis is a map that is so compact that you're forced to do it. If you want to play
Why don't
the
they give out
opponent's side,
GoTV?
you have
They
to
don't
get
want
up
the
front. You
viewers
have
to
to
be
get
watching
close up. And I
something
think Shiro is
where their
developing into
sponsors
a
can't
player
be seen.
that can also do that.
Be
Now, do we
detrimental
see
to
it
their
enough? Nah, I
to
think
their
we could see more
business.
from Shiro, but as you see in this highlight package, he's pretty much everywhere, and it's a lot of
Hey
close
sponsors,
combat
we
duels.
actually have like
Yeah,
20 or
definitely.
30,000
So
people watching in game that
what
won't
I
see
want
any
to
of this
see
shit.
more,
They're
just
all
to go
good.
back on the FaZe side of things a little bit, is that I didn't like on the T side one thing. Karrigan was the main point of contact every single round. I think he had 8 opening duels. Granted, he had a 50% win rate, which is pretty good. But where is Elige in that equation, right? Like, we want him to be the enable guy that goes in, that gets that aggression, that absorbs all of that. Karrigan should not be that point of contact, right? But he was, and that's kind of an issue that shows that there is either the game plan should be completely thrown out of the window and then just go into something else entirely, because on Nuke, that's going to be a different story. If you have just one guy putting pressure, especially in the system that FaZe wants to play, that's not going to work. You need to have several pressure points. You need to go outside and put a lot of pressure, then take ramp with full utility, and then you can converge into inner. You can do a lot of things, but you need to have the players to have that freedom and that will to do that.
I really appreciate your approach with this as well, because it's not like, you know, you don't want to be shitting on Karrigan, right? It's just, where is everybody else that you've brought onto this roster and you're leading? You don't want to just lead by example. You want people to follow suit and even, you know, be going exponentially above you, because we know he has players of that caliber on his squad.
That's how Karrigan functions. He will always be the guy creating the space for the star players around him, and you're totally right in pointing out that the star players around Karrigan didn't deliver. You could also go in and look at those 4 opening duels he won in that game. I believe 3 of them were against Donk with a rifle. So if you take out Donk, you know,
Yeah,
3 times out
you'll
of
be
4,
disappointed.
in that
I
regard
mention
for
that shit
Karrigan,
all the
you've done
time.
your job. So I very much agree with you. Elige nowhere to be found. Frozen had a couple of frustrating moments as well. We saw the body cam where he was finding himself in a 1v1, couldn't quite get it over the finish line. And I think that just summarizes the entire feeling within the FaZe camp, that it was a game that was, in the rounds itself, it was close a lot of the times, but it never really felt close. It felt like Spirit were in control from start to finish, and I think that frustrated the FaZe camp.
Yeah, certainly a cold start from FaZe in that first half at the very least, and hoping they feel warmed up moving into the second map of this series. Hope on the horizon as their choice of Nuke awaits.
All right, chat. It's that time. Everybody's favorite time. Edge time real fast. Heads up, heads up. Pimp is such a Frozenator. Pimp spent the entire segment before the game started glazing Frozen, talking about how good he's been. So maybe when he just says it how it is, don't be so upset on others' behalf. How many major grand finals have FaZe been in since they won? 2. They got second in both majors last year, remember? Guardian, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. You're absolutely stunning, Guardian. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Guardian? What time is Silvercast? I think we might be moving it to more of a set time, to where there's nothing going on and there's no random limbo. Silvercast, we were going to do it today, but I think we want to put it on the 5th, so we're not trying to put it after stuff. Listen, it might take a while and might keep getting postponed, but we'll get Silvercast before GTA 6. with Silvercast. It's where me and Tucker or Jericho have our silvers from our community play versus each other, and there's production for it. So imagine what you're watching right now, but instead of FaZe versus Spirit, you have silver versus silver. If you've never seen it before, check out the YouTube channel. We have a whole section dedicated. We stream repo. I have. We played it already. What elo would you class as silver? I don't know. To be honest with you, we literally have like a bunch of people that run it for us from the community now, which is pretty sick. So I don't know how they did the cutoff. Before, we were pretty strict with it, and we wanted to make sure like people were full-time silver. You know what I mean? We would do as much research as we could, and we'd make sure that there was no just like elo decay. Like we wanted through and through the real silvers, you know, and it worked. Full-time silver. Well, yeah, you know, obviously there's always going to be a couple people that are
next. The pick of Spirit
better than the rest,
series in
but
which they will be starting on the T side of things. And for FaZe, yeah, maybe Karrigan might be smiling outside, but I feel like on the inside he is going to be feeling the pressure because one more map loss here. Jacob, you are eliminated. No Lisbon for you.
No Lisbon for FaZe Clan unless they can turn around the game. The good part is that they finished Anubis somewhat strong. They made a little cosmetic comeback. They made got it going. You know, a couple of the players found a bit of confidence, so maybe that's what led to the next game. But I think there's one thing that I want to address, and you want to address it too.
Don't play CS.
He hasn't had the best tournament so far. And I think
that's crazy. You're in my YouTube stream and you don't.
You know, with all the
play
different
CS,
that's going on within the FaZe camp with Karrigan.
Not even.
Like
that's just interesting. I find that cool. It's not even
we
like.
need to see more from Elige. He's a superstar. He's arguably one of the best rifles.
Sam, thanks for the 6-month primer.
We've seen that quite enough in FaZe. We've seen glimpses of it, but now's the time if you want to stay alive.
And I want to see it on his face, right? Ooh. Because when I saw it on the past rosters, he was always a pretty ongoing guy. He was smiling, he was talking a lot. I was looking at his cam during the game. I didn't like what I was seeing. He seemed very quiet, very neutral, and not really, you know, getting that positive energy going and like getting the multi-kills that would make him happy and that kind of stuff. So I want to see that more. I want to see everybody in that team being enabled and being happy because, for example, Frozen, right? Like he was very active, pretty vocal, and he was like angry and then happy and then, you know, screaming, and that's good, you know, having those emotions in a game, right? Like you want to have that to show that you are in it and you're just not.
I do feel like it's just like a confidence problem too. I feel like there's been so much change with FaZe, they like can't get comfortable
and more free to do whatever they want.
What did the puzzle pieces look like for FaZe, just in terms of the positioning on the
You're like trying so hard, you're trying almost too hard type vibe.
Multiple people around to accommodate Elige, or has it been a bit more of an easy fit for them?
I love Sweatpants. Thank you very much for the Twitch primer. Thank you. Honestly, I can get behind that. Who does love Sweatpants?
For FaZe the past 3 years, and Nuke has been rain. You know, T-side yard, CT side yard. I'm not sure if it's a bad thing. It's just, and that's why we're highlighting it as well. We just want to see more from Elige, right? When you're coming into a team,
yeah, I just think like when you have this much change that FaZe is going through, and you have all these ideas and all these things you're trying to make work, it's like
it comes with a certain amount of responsibility as well. And I think for the vast majority so far,
at a certain point, you just gotta be like, you know, you guys just want to go shoot him.
Confirm us that he can definitely do it. It just hasn't been consistent enough for Elige. So with Rain on the CT side, he obviously had to take new roles, new positions with Karrigan as well. Calling around a player like Elige is different as well, because Elige is the main caller on the CT side. That's what we heard. So a lot of the initiative is coming out of Elige. So if you're right saying that his body language, his energy is not high, then
he's a completely different team from tournament to tournament too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just about movement. I just want to see movement. I want to see things happening, especially on the CT side, some aggression indoor, just some lobby crunches and outside. And on the DCT side as well, just go back to your staple of how you're playing if you're Karrigan.
Well, one more map potentially separates FaZe from elimination here at the Blast Open.
The CT side looked pretty decent, Anubis.
The map pick of Spirit.
Actually, the CT sides in general haven't been too bad.
Thank you very much, Freya. Yeah, this is going to be
some of them have been really bad though.
Still,
you know, one specific map aware.
FaZe, it's Spirit's pick, but there is certainly a possibility that this does go the distance. That we do.
I wasn't shitting on. I was just surprised. Yeah.
And man, discussed by the desk there, Elige, expecting to see more from him, or at least demanding more from Elige in this roster. I will say that the FaZe camp, they don't look like
a bit of a high maintenance player. Is that true? No hate. I literally don't know what the fuck that means.
Outside, demeanor. They're trying to keep a brave face.
Keeping spirits high.
Well, Spirit are one map higher than FaZe in this series.
A couple of fumbles from Spirit allowed FaZe to warm into this.
Elige needs fist bumps mid-round. Shit.
Distance to push us to Ancient. Well, let's find out on Nuke. Edge for Shiro, likely destined for Squeaky Door. Bang. That one's blown off. The most abused door in game
Got a wax above.
Straight out and about. He's into the top side, smoked off his rain.
Did someone, sorry, did someone say Elige is high maintenance? Yes, complexity beef.
Karrigan, the flash
Man, that would be aware of all of Elige's tendencies. Yes, somebody did. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that means, but
nice! In multitudes. Double kill with the 2 pistols. Rain sweeps in as well.
Come on!
Looking very good for the retake. Just go kill. Frozen and Brokey sweeping through the lobby. Oh. Convincing start to that CT pistol, and now morale continues to raise.
Maybe a conversation outside was to bring that energy. Brokey
I think
lets
you
out
mean
a
a
roll
player to get set up for them?
Well, and pistol
if that's the case, then I guess yes. But yeah, you usually set up a lot of your entry players and space creators on your team, so that's not like... I don't think Elige gets more or less set up than other space takers and creators for their team.
Yeah. Like, not everybody. Like, definitely that was
That's just part of the role. If you're sending in someone somewhere first and you're not throwing things for them, that's called premiere and matchmaking, and that's just letting them die.
In that first half.
And the ones they did win, though, in the second were pretty damn spectacular.
That's true. It's true.
All right, well, Donk with an AK. No head armor.
Seen that before.
Will that...
Rumor has it Rain is a hungry teammate. Is that true? As the
secret is Elige.
Third hungriest teammate on my own team, like, yeah, it could be tough out there, you know?
Given outside. He could not cut the
When the bread has become meta. They slowly kept getting price adjustments.
And that's an opening kill and a second. Nice. That's exactly what you want to see from Elige.
Sticking around for more.
Yeah, imagine, you'd never want to be the guy who joins FaZe and then they just fall off completely. You're in back-to-back major finals. You're always playing entertaining Counter-Strike. And then you join, and then everyone's like, wow, Elige killed FaZe.
Well,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what people could be saying.
Would say.
I just don't really know. Like, you're just being hella vague, Infinite, where it just doesn't really mean anything.
Being the guy that takes yard off of Rain.
Oh.
Because that is also, like, crazy.
Yeah, well,
when you think about
that's
how
what I'm
much
talking
impact
about.
Complexity beef, your message literally reads like an ad, like I'm buying a Elige stock.
Yeah,
and it's kind of funny.
Instantly dead.
But, I mean, it's still funny to read. I'll read it out loud. So, Complexity Beef, right-hand man to Jason Lake says, Elige's work ethic is about the best I've ever seen. He's crazy self-motivated and beyond hungry to win. He relies on some insane mechanics to give him the edge, and he's going to have to be put in positions to outplay his opponents.
I think, yeah,
yeah, whatever, man. How much did Elige pay you to say that? That's crazy. How much did you put in Ellie Giggle stock, buddy?
Elige just adopts a
how much you got on that?
Maintaining that cross.
So where's Chopper's flash? Sorry, smoke destined for. That's the question.
I don't know.
If it's just going to be scuttled in front of the vent so they can try and do a
dumped
vent
and dumped.
Wait, that can be making some sense.
Wait, I get that. I get
I believe it's open.
Yeah. Okay.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry.
CT block smoke arrives. They throw out a smoke main. Molly CT van, flash and go. Karrigan throws out the incendiary, and no one's looking as he collects with the $600 kill reward.
More convoluted way to try and get the bomb down on A, I suppose. Don't expect them to get anything done here now. Deagle doesn't get a chance to strike at all. So hoping that the CTs continue to expend some of this utility. And it looks like FaZe
We're currently pumping up the Ellie Giggle stocks right now before we dump Ellie Giggle stocks. Let us be, dude.
Wield this. Nice deep door smoke. Wheel sounds off, 30 seconds remaining. Just want to clamp down. They obviously don't want to hold on to what they have. They need to die, and Frozen could have been the man to confirm all of that.
Good work from Magic's pulling the crosshair away to enable
some
ticks.
Come on.
Okay.
Cover the M4.
Elige, stop looking at your inheritance AK, guys. Why are they lower, guys?
Going to be there on control to stop it.
Why does he have a molly?
He's got the molly as well. Forces him into the fight, Brokey. Oh, gets dunked on. It's Rain to save him.
All right, a little
He ended
expensive.
up with 3 kills out of that.
I don't know. Look
And
at Rain.
almost a plan.
Rain was 17 HP.
Which professional team do you think Mythic could beat?
There's no
Any
world
setup
that
where I
should've
could
got
run over
so
and
out of
turn off their
control.
monitors.
Hell. Look at this selfless Magic. Pulls the
I figure I gotta just like be able to knock out like at least one ref on the way, just roll it back to my hockey days. Unplug all their monitors while my team is playing. Run it down to spawn.
Okay, well, the guns are out
And we
now.
could probably beat Falcons, like I said it.
Okay.
For sure.
Let's see, can Elige tame Donk? Aggressive under silo.
Donk aware, he's talking a lot. Oh,
tagged.
It's a collat tag, right?
Yeah, right.
No, it's not even lobby. Just
lobby.
Simultaneous damage. Well, never mind. Donk can't go first. Chopper will.
Okay, well, we're already 3v5 on this round, and we lost hella guns last round. And I'm about to crash the fuck out, so sick.
Well, that's your
sick,
outside
man.
and your main player dead immediately. Even though Donk got tagged, it doesn't really matter, does it? Down towards B, Frozen was here. He just started to dip out. Doors open. Pushing the sound cue heard, and the timing in this round has been miserable.
That was Brokey's AWP tagged down by Donk on red. But don't worry, Karrigan's dead. Covered by Magix.
Well, if Brokey can save, at least that'll give them something. But then all the extra casualties they took against the Glocks in the previous is really going to hurt them.
Now they're broke,
Yeah, okay, well. Trying to back off towards CT spawn to retain this. The money, take a look, bottom left-hand side of your screen. So Rain will be up. Get out of me way.
So, let's recap.
That's the opener. Okay. So caught a glimmer.
Well played.
Little smoker vision there, and this is the easiest skill of Magix's life. Brokey can drop. Rain can by himself. Karrigan can work with an SMG holding A. So it's all good. You can have another rifle round. You didn't lose the key component of that being the AWP. But if we are talking about the outside space, we've got Elige versus Donk in one exchange. That was the force by AK without the head armor, and then Chopper.
What'd I miss?
Against Elige. So not the man
you
he was
watched.
expecting.
You missed. Well, I missed most of it too, but you missed Falcons blowing a 12-5 lead on the third map in a series versus VP earlier, and then losing in double overtime and getting eliminated. And then you missed FaZe having absolutely no T-side on the most T-sided map in the history of Counter-Strike. And then having a somewhat nice comeback then just to lose to where now FaZe has won the pistol, converted, and then they flubbed up the very last round before the bye. They still won, and now they're about to be broke if they fuck this up. All right, welcome back.
Damage to his teammate, but not the end of the world. Chopper on the end of that silo. Oh, Elige, how's your aim? Good enough.
Did I cut my hair?
Headshot, but
No.
traded. Shiro returns fire. Chopper's corpse walked over as they regroup.
No, my hair is
Elige
still
to kill
fucking
there,
hella
laboured
long,
for a
see?
moment. So you
I just
take the one
have,
for one.
it's just
Rain.
a little
This
bit
is something he's used to,
more
right? So
pulled
the fact he
back
gets
at the
to play the
moment
main door player, there's
than,
a lot of rotating
than
involved with that. He can find
Yesterday was a
himself
little
in
bit
some familiar angles that
more
he would have been
sprawled
playing
out.
once upon a time. Main smoked off as Brokey
There's,
again. The timing is really
hair's
against him.
still
Rain's
going,
hearing
though.
this.
Still going.
Rain versus Donk in the head-to-head. How diligent is this? Clear, not diligent enough. Gets completely caught off by that one and repositions. Shiro will hoover up the space. Magic's into the top side. Karrigan tucked close vent. Oh, Brokey can't catch a break. The timing's impeccable from Magix. Oh my god, just timing's all over the shop. Controls the spray. Frozen in the one versus
Please,
two.
please.
In the right place and removes
Yes.
the first.
He's gonna go back up though, right?
Surely back up the vent you go.
Oh, but
Frozen
Zontix.
seems to.
No, yeah, Zontix.
Just delays a second. Oh,
Well, we know this kid likes to play the thinking man's game.
yeah, but there is a bit of overthinking going on here.
Well, as he heads back up silently, Frozen is going to have the jump on him.
It would have planted if it was lower. Frozen.
Yeah,
Come
but maybe
on.
Frozen's doubting it now. Oh, now he knows.
Low HP. This is an easy frag for the fourth. Jobs are good. 4-1. Frozen ensures it.
Okay, well, the AWP is just back of the side. That's what's being communicated to him right now by Brokey. And Brokey's had some really unlucky timings.
You don't pull your hair back like that? You're making me jealous of your hairline and you're 10 years older than me, dude.
They do get the AWP. They do hold on. And that's a big clutch for Frozen because it was the timings that was the biggest
I don't know.
issue
If I'm going
in
to keep
that
it
round
longer
for
like
FaZe. We
this,
saw
I
it
got to
for
probably
Rain, we saw it
figure
for
out
Brokey.
hair
But,
product
important
situation,
kill
though.
here is also Karrigan being able to get the trade.
So I don't have to keep running my hands through my hair.
Great shot there from Rain.
How often do you see Donk walking into an angle?
Not prepared, right?
Yeah, that's really rare.
And then Frozen, right place, right time. And Zontix, you think he was going to immediately go back up the vent once he knew where Frozen was? He did.
Why not? Classy,
and
why
at that
not?
point doubted going for the lower play. If he had done that, if he'd
I'll
stuck
run
to
my
his guns,
fingers
he would
through
have
your
had a
hair
free
if you
side.
want, dude.
A real opportunity to convert it. Tactical
On the
timeout
wings looking
called.
great today. Thank you,
First
thank you,
by
thank you.
Halley on this T side, their map choice. Brokey will get his AWP back. Plenty of A4s in the mix. We'll make it 2, 1 for Rain, 1 for Frozen.
Did I hear that word correctly?
It's one of the words sound like crunch.
Yeah.
Double crunch, lobby crunch.
Just like what?
A crunch?
Go for a lobby crunch on a gun round? With an AWP in the mix? Let's find out together. Round 6, map 2.
Well, the AWP is starting ramp, so it could be a slow lobby crunch.
Right, one of those jobs where like you escort the AWP into the line.
Yeah, it's possible.
Chopper so far, 3 opening deaths, 1 opening success. In just 5 rounds.
Did you have lettuce when you played hockey? Oh, yeah.
Rosen's down to...
Oh, bugger.
Hockey days, I had hair that covered my name on the back of my jersey. That was about as long as it got.
There's an awful lot. Rain trying to catch them on the timings from main.
When it gets that long, it starts to curl a little bit. Like a little bit.
You have a bit of a fuss, then that's about it.
So yeah, like
we still have
right,
Brokey posted on this
like
line,
here,
aggressively
like right
holding
here.
lobby with the AWP. Right now, Spirit are either going to be heading out hunting Squeaky or right into Brokey's domain.
Flash is available for Chopper. He's got 4. He's just going to keep chaining them. Look how good they are. Karrigan completely blinded. Donk on the warpath. The flashes are perfect. Job is done.
Getting to have Donk entry at upper seems like a cheat code, no? Oh, and he shot under the fucking armpit.
Throws the bomb across. Frozen will take down Chopper, but the bomb gets planted by Zontic. Scooped that up and ran it into the site.
Shiro's on the hunt.
He's going to go straight CT spawn? Or?
And you can't go there this time round, Brokey. So Shiro making sure he can't dip back. They know he was aggressive. It's unlikely he could have teleported there in that time.
Right.
So just making sure that there's
Even
no
the
way forward for Brokey. It's a nice little round. They're really good flashes towards the top side. You see how helpless you feel if you are Rain and Karrigan. You got Frozen down towards B. He can't contribute. Brokey's pushed out ramp. What's he meant to do? And
does he even read
Elige was
YouTube
playing
chat?
Back warehouse. He was playing
Chat,
red
any
pop,
primers,
so
prime
he also
forgetters?
was
I need
completely
at least one every
moved
time
into the
YouTube
top
chat
lane.
asks this.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by those Chopper flashes. Kind of want to steal them for myself. Feels like sometimes all that's stopping you from late top finishes is good flashbangs, and there's a perfect example of that. You can see Karrigan, he's in this really forward position in Hut, still blind.
And he twitch tuggers.
Yeah, not biting down either. Could have held down Mouse 1 and maybe gotten himself a kill. Here it is.
Blind, and then another
It's
one.
not fair, dude, that he just does this shit.
Just great work.
That's your entry fragger being set up. That's the dream. So, yeah, Donk does get an awful lot of kills, but not always without support.
You know, whenever they do his over the shoulder, it just looks like the whole game's put on easy mode, I swear to God.
Well, the 2 saves are met with a full investment from what FaZe can offer. Deagle for Karrigan, MP9 for Rain.
Does YouTube chat even subscribe? These motherfuckers are slacking. I think it's something like 70% of you fuckers that watch don't sub to the channel.
And the AK.
No, I think it's 60
We're
actually.
Start secret straight away. This is where he found a success against the force.
Not as bad as the YouTube videos, where it's like 80 don't. But the lives are still majority don't because they're a bunch of fucking weenies.
Here are the smoke. Nothing seen as Chopper. What's his pathing going to look
Is YouTube
like?
chat better than us?
YouTube
chat smells. I said it.
Chopper playing bravely. They're going to accelerate ramp, and that's the chested.
So does Twitch chat though. You guys are basically the same. You guys just both think you're different and unique.
Is that something they're going to be like considering?
It's an analogy for life there somewhere.
Yeah. Has to find the right timing. There he has it. 4x3, 4x3. Spots him out. Job done. Good find from Elige.
Make enough money. You do realize that subscribing on YouTube means following, correct?
What's he supposed to do?
Imagine thinking I make enough money when I'm not a billionaire. That's crazy.
Karrigan's deagled, but shut down by Donk. There's a second as well. Elige's quick swing
Fucking
of the doors
Donk,
is not
man.
enough.
Chill.
Insufficient. Frozen needed that jewel.
Well, the AWP's here, Brokey. Can you get anything done? No, you're low. You're going to be hunted now. Run away. Get out of there. Or hang around and maybe lose it all.
Oh, goes looking for trouble. Finds one onto Magix. Goes back onto the site. Going to fake it. Force Donk into the fight. Messing with the doors. Ooh, a chance presented itself. Just the 1-2 targets.
He actually had a real chance at this.
Zontix realizing he might have to get active. So call this an active save. From behind. Oh my God, it's a horrible game. Yeah, run down.
That's tough.
Shiro gets an AWP thanks to Zontix.
All right, well, a little bit sweaty there for a second.
Funny.
Just a one-round game between the two of them, Zontix and Donk. They get all 5 kills. Has Elige gone to 4x3, has he?
I don't know if he has. It just looked like it was on his screen and he didn't.
Even if you're a billionaire, you're still not a multi-billionaire. Well, I'm trying to get my first B first, dude. Search the thanks for the 27-month resub. It's Happy Flom Day.
The
All
right, well, economically.
All right, well, full
chance to
save
level
here for
things up
FaZe
for
because it's
Spirit.
fucking cooked. Ron, you've been making the same joke for the last 5 minutes.
Magics could use a couple.
Oh, but they'll show us who wants them the most.
That's true too.
It's kind of rough when you can't get to a chat to type their favorite number.
A diligent full smoke wall for Donk to walk around as they are heading lobby.
Chopper might get him, you know. Oh. Chopper will get 1.5. There you go. You wanted it for Magics. He'll take 3. A massive performance for him on Anubis.
All right.
It's just desserts there. And it's just Elige, the last man standing. May as well peer on in. Nothing he can really salvage from this situation.
Please bring some gray sweatpants to store. The black sweatpants show my dog's hair way too much. Yeah.
Will not have a Brokey AWP. That's been a feature.
I don't know if chat really, chat doesn't really do good in social situations, and I don't know if many of the chatters are ready to wear gray sweatpants.
Either for the CT side.
You know?
What is their opening stance going to be? We haven't seen Elige go aggressive again since that
for
first
sure,
round
J-Rude, for sure. Thanks for the 31-month primer. Thank you.
Brokey tags Donk. Chopper clears him out. And it might be a harsh critique of the situation, but again, I feel that if you are going to be, I don't want to say propping up, but giving positions to Elige, and if Frozen gets to play preferential positions as well.
It's not my social abilities, it's my bowel movements.
The fights aren't always coming their way. You can't help that Karrigan's just giving away our opening death. That makes your life a whole lot harder.
You think it's Karrigan's bowel movements right now that's causing him to just be absolutely fucking cooked?
Elige is your opener, dictating out towards Yard.
Frozen's
to clutch you rounds. Now, Frozen's done his part. He's won a clutch.
Zontix has 2 kills, he looks bored, and it's over. All right.
Some good output from the likes of Zontix.
I mean,
he's been finding damage through Squeaky with spams. He's done it to Rain in an earlier round, done it now to Karrigan, and even found a second in this one. Body's littered the floor as the CTs are in, very limited position. Pushing in, grabbing the lobby control. Sure, that's a standard response. Nobody will be down towards B to stop them from getting the bomb in.
He'll hold down Molly until they swing open the door.
Yeah, you may as well call this one 5.
In the absence of the pistol as well, Spirit, this is going to be one hell of a T-Haul. Like it was a 3-0 into now 5-4. Or 4-5 in that same framing.
So looking ahead.
No, I actually do think they should. I agree with you guys. Normally, I think chat, you guys are stupid because you guys just see bad results and like you guys are, you know, very reactionary. But I do think that putting Rain on upper is a mistake.
But he's over towards main. They're backed off towards ramp.
Man is literally iconic out there. Like I don't know.
And maybe grab an AK or 2 for their troubles.
I find it hard to believe that that's the best make-up or solution for FaZe on the CT side.
Everybody essentially takes a save. And then go for a full rifle round into the next week and bring back out that Brokey orb and have the full util. Because if players are dropping, that means they won't have any more nades than what they already come into this round with. And we're talking smoke flash, smoke HE, flash HE, flash HE.
Oh, he spammed him.
Smoke spammed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I thought he pushed. He just got. Dude, okay, that's fucking. Now I'm annoyed on Elige's behalf.
It's really tough when you talk about this outside role, right, with the rifler. You're either dictating and you have a really good feel, you're hitting those cheeky spams as they cross by in the smoke, so you're constantly clearing and you're able to take the jewels, or you're playing aggressive and you're stopping them from getting that space. At the moment, we're not getting any of that from FaZe, unfortunately. Feels like there's more than enough room for Spirit to operate as they wish. Now, this is going to be tactical timeout number 1 called by Neo, coach of FaZe. They are going to go the all-in option of dropping. So rifles will meet the hands of Karrigan and Elige. FaZe need something. They already have 4. Really want to be walking away with 7 if possible, so need 3 consecutive rounds before halftime. Well, the reality of getting eliminated. Blast open Lisbon. We'll start to set in. Now they want to harass.
Lovely.
There you go, Zontix.
Oh, that's cool.
You're dead.
Flies up the ladder as well.
Oh, Rain.
That's beautiful.
Maybe Rain is
How's
just
that for a double?
All right, well, if you won't give me
a global elite nuke player. Maybe that's what it is.
Gamer. Karrigan, oh dear. Meets his fate at the hands of Donk. Now, fortunately, Frozen and Brokey have cheated over here, so they have boots on the ground.
You don't want to give away another kill just yet, FaZe, and that's for obvious reasons, but the biggest one being the bomb. They don't have it at the moment. Chopper needs to go back and pick that up, and he's actually started to investigate towards ramp. Now, are they going to slip back the whole way, Donk and Shiro, or are they going to try and take some yard control? Looks like they're going back.
What the fuck is Karrigan pushing their 5v3? It's kind of like that shit that I was telling you about yesterday when...
He's just keeping main held for Rain. That's a horrible...
Who was it that kept pushing through the smoke on Banana Inferno?
Without even having the bomb in hand. Now they've picked it up. Elige is like, oh, I guess they could come up secret. They already have.
Snacks,
So
yeah.
worried about all the
I think
bodies that could
Karrigan fell into the
potentially
same
be
trap in this round where he had two... If you guys noticed, he had two players control behind him. So I think since he was down there, he wanted to push for info, and he felt comfortable doing it because he had two more control. The problem is like the timings and the spacing were just like, not that they were all going to roll as three, but like if he gets the info, they weren't really set up to capitalize on it, but I think that's why he felt confident doing that.
There's so many gaps. There's so many gaps. Rain just so focused on
Rain's dead.
It's going to be a horrible jump scare for him. Jumps out of his skin. Bomb planted, heaven covered by the Shiro Orb. A 5v3 thrown away.
Safe. It's tough to watch.
Isn't it hard to watch? Yeah,
it's
that's
tough to
like
watch.
car crash television.
Yeah, and they're not being able to
getting two fucking entries like this and then lose the mid round is insane.
Extremely entertaining. They love it to be able to thrive in the chaos, in the thick of it. And right now they get those kills with the chaos, in the thick of it. Rain goes forward, gets you two opening frags. Karrigan oversteps the marked in
Doesn't
secret.
excuse how uninspired this is. Using the word uninspired because the casters say it a lot doesn't make it smart to say.
Not even worrying about the
They
bomb.
literally just did a setup where Zontix has been back lobby to isolate and get him, and then he pushed top roof to get two entries. They just are butchering the mid rounds. That isn't uninspired. That's just outright playing bad.
Here's how it started. Then here's how it really should have finished. Rain trying to win the round, doing his absolute best. Beautiful shooting. Karrigan swings out, goes down, and yeah, this is it. Yeah, I'd be happy too. Making FaZe look silly. Looking to add another victory against FaZe Clan to Spirit's tally. This is to be the 4th consecutive in a row, with the last being the major win.
Yeah, and this is looking to be the 6th consecutive round. Elige. Gonna take that fight with Magic. He's actually just dropped on.
Honestly, uninspired for Flan to be dismissive of chat. True.
Down secret again with the bomb.
Yeah, Rain will.
But also, fuck chat, man.
Chopper Magix. Oh, they congregate for him. An opportunity for impact. Delivers the headshot onto Chopper. Magix, however, repositioning. Gonna swing him. Elige can't win it out. Magix takes him down. Karrigan swings into that, or sweeps rather, into that main corner. We'll have
He's going 1 for 1 is uninspiring as fuck.
Frozen's up the ladder just in time. Just in time. Does he go looking?
A lot of these rounds, you feel like you don't have information.
No, but actually true. It really is. I'm not.
Magic's being very diligent with his clears. He's been cheeky about this one, so waiting.
I'm actually serious this time. This is for real, for real.
Hell, it's not going to come his way just yet. Karrigan can't overstep the mark either, but like I said, the ante for info, you want something and you step into an AWP.
How could this happen to me?
Oh, what a shot.
I'm fucking annoyed.
Gets the job done. Brokey under a lot of pressure. Now Molly limits his options further. The flash is good too. He's having such a nightmare game. They're all over him. Surrounded, eliminated, but Rain still stands, and Rain could do something with this, catching Donk as he maneuvers towards the site. Fakes out the steps. Magic's aware. Boris.
It's great to see a smile on his face, isn't it? A huge map 1, activating in map 2 as well. 8 kills in total.
No, it's not that great to see, guys. Like, for who, man? Whose side are you on, man?
7 secured for Spirit, and you can see why it's their map choice. 7 out of the last 8 rounds of play.
They skip EPL for shit like this. They skip EPL because Elige is literally moving across the world.
Mate, it's easily fixable. We just put Rain back on yard.
Oh, yeah? But is it?
Yeah.
There's roll overlaps everywhere. It was never a replacement for Rops. And I don't think Elige was ever meant to be that, but it's thrown the team into a bit of a tailspin.
High maintenance. I know,
how do we
right?
approach this?
It's the first time Elige has been on a team that's of equal. Maybe not the first time. I think
Liquid 2019.
Liquid 2019, obviously, but since then, back on a team of a similar caliber to himself.
Twitch chat's high maintenance. That's what I'm saying.
Haven't been able to see that similar output. The analyst
Sorry, you just gotta do what Twitch chat does.
Attention to that.
Perfect gameplay at all times.
There
Always the correct
he
answers.
is. Takes down Donk in an early
Goats
exchange.
of the
Fam
game.
after the
Incredible
AK. That's what you wanna
jawline.
see
No mistakes.
From Elige. An opening kill to secure that 5-round minimum.
Pure perfection.
Feels compulsory for FaZe's chances in the second half of play. Chances of seeing Ancient.
You hate to see that come so late, though, don't you? Because he got boshed on the nose
How'd you
early
like that?
in that fight by Chopper, and then he's gone late. Okay, well, guys, we're struggling. I'm going to take a duel. That's what you wanted almost the entire time.
Frozen passes the test of Chopper. Now, he is held by the AWP, and so just needs to hold on to this advantage. A 2-man advantage can't be squandered. Oh, but important from Rain. He relocates and finds that immediate trade. Shiro's AWP, however, with the bomb on his back now spotted. It's 2v3. Brokey has lobby.
Just tuned in. Was Anubis at least close? Scoreline-wise, yes. If you watch the game, maybe not so much.
The glass faking out. What do you do? What's the plan?
If you go up heaven, right, obviously you don't know it's clear, but Magic can jump up. If he secures it, then at that point Shiro can fly up the ladder.
He's cognizant of the potential from like an Elige secret wall.
Bottom up.
And the Elige is low.
Official co-stream, bottom up. Official co-stream.
Oh, it has to be a shot, though. It has to connect, though. Gets himself into heaven.
Now Shiro can come up. 25 seconds. Well, it all has to be Shiro now.
Does he have the time for this?
Last round has to give it a go.
Flash and go. Looking to try and isolate that duel. Good reposition from Karrigan. Needs to pick up the bomb. Does so with 10 seconds. Karrigan hears that. Relays that information. Elige will swing. 5 secured from FaZe. It's something. It's not nothing, but Spirit still have the edge as we swap sides. Will we need Ancient? Stay tuned to find out.
Chat, I'm running ad. Hard to say much positive stuff right there. I don't know if I like the new spots. Easy to say, though, I guess, when the results are poor. Maybe practicing goes a bit better, but I'm kind of curious. What does this look like? I think it's pretty rough, but I want to see. Let's see. Holy shit, that's insane. Last time FaZe ever beat Spirit. That's nuts. Holy fuck.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Mimum #Bigalizine.
Don't be anonymous. Don't be a weenie. It's probably just Bonemon anyway. That's a crazy record, though. They have not beaten them in so long. Also, damn, was the major that early last year? The major wasn't the last tournament of last year, right? In the first half, that was. Well, then we fixed it. Damn, that's kind of crazy. Twisted, thanks for a 13-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, last scuffed major timing, I guess, was right here. Yeah, man. But this, I was just showing this not to like give anybody a pass necessarily. I do think that there's like just plenty to fucking flame for, but this is also when I tell you, when you hear me talk about like matchups, you know,
Liquid after this, right?
that's kind of what I mean. Or if you look at this one, especially recently, it's been interesting. Mouse has got them here, and then they got them at the major. But Mouse back-to-back events, clapped up Spirit. I still can't believe that they dropped almost 600 util damage on Donk in one map.
Love you, Papa.
For those of you that didn't hear about that, on the third map of Ancient, Mouse vs Spirit, Donk individually received 560 something damage from utility on one map. Solix, thanks for the 10-month resub, thank you. IGOP, thanks for the 32-month primer, thank you. Torcida, thanks for the 13, thank you.
Ni hao and welcome back. That's how you say hello in Chinese, which is in fact the last place they met, these two teams, FaZe and Spirit, clashing in the...
I'm just confused what I think is wrong with FaZe. We can constantly blame Rain or lose rookie, but they feel like they have multiple teams with less experienced players doing better.
Territory for FaZe Clan. They nailed off the door, and it looks like it's Pacey
good
top.
conversation to have. Hold on. That's not good. That's alright. Well,
before it even began.
fucking Magic
Nice
said,
little clap there from Magix. Goes straight into the notes. Happy with that one. The
Fucking A.
jewel at his top heart. Perfect.
Fucking A,
This is
bro.
Boris in a good mood, and they are dispatching of FaZe. This is a team that he has like good history against.
Bro, the way that first half went, and then this is how the second half starts. How does that not break morale? How does that not lead to a tut of the tongue, a shake of their head? FaZe Clan on the verge of elimination here.
On life support right now.
Yeah, most definitely. We get the signature Karrigan.
Maybe this is his happy place. You know, Happy Gilmore, you gotta go to the happy place.
Yeah.
Maybe this is Magic's happy place against FaZe. He just thinks major, ancient.
69 frags.
Exactly. He's like, well, I did it once.
Do it again. And there's no Robs this time.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier, apparently. Anubis, don't let the score fool you. It was an absolute blowout.
Wang! Doesn't even get to pull the trigger of his scout, and Dole trying to get his hands on that scout. Cost him his life. Shiro composed with the
Does Rain have a Glock up there?
Moving two from the yard. Oh, but anyone that touches this scout instantly dies. Spirit run him down.
Back-to-back spotless rounds.
Was Rain trying to fucking Glock somebody from up
your
there?
CT side, and already edging very, very close to that magic number that would eliminate FaZe from pursuit of attending Lisbon playoffs.
Yeah, the arena's next weekend. When it gets on a plane on Tuesday, flies on over. Top 6 teams. Well, we've already got 4 of those locked in. Na'Vi, Vitality,
Eternal Fire,
and of course,
Why do I hear a
Mouse.
dog squeaky toy in the
Mongols
background?
versus Liquid coming up next. G2
And that's
versus
not in my
N80,
house.
your
Bob
dessert
Lemon,
for
thanks
the
to the
day.
16-month primer. Thank
2
you.
more games today.
And 4 more tomorrow. Counter-Strike non-stop around the clock.
Somebody brought their doggo to the studio at Blast, and they're not on stream. That is actually, I'm more upset about that.
Outside. He's playing straight in. They're going.
He jumps in as well, trying to match him from behind. He'll be able to strike. Oh, yeah, burning down his chopper. Util's good. Magix, however, just pushes straight through the smoke. Karrigan returns fire through Donk on that Tech 9. Good output.
Nice.
Magic's down to Elige. A nice double entry into the site, puts it onto Shiro. However, he's kicked rather quick.
And he's good in the clutch.
Yeah, an element of surprise to this.
It's
They're
on
worried about
Twitter.
having
Wait,
the right
actually?
name, but are they worried
Are you
about
trolling me?
Squeak? I don't think so. Karrigan looking the wrong way. Isolating the jewel, doesn't finish the job, will soften them both up then. Nade does damage to
Oh,
Elige.
they're both low. They're going to
Karrigan
3-2-1 this, and I think they're going to fuck it up.
25 HP for Karrigan, another HP.
Oh.
Elige down even lower. Oh, he's softened him up so nicely, but he's overlooked this position. Hello, above.
Oh, okay.
Shiro. Almost the hero in that moment, huh?
Valiant attempt, man. Good attempt. NT in the chat for that one.
Okay, well, it was a bonus round. They had 2 MP9s they can buy again. Shiro gets his AWP. The trading in this round, sublime for both teams.
Oh my god, it actually is
Tech 9 to
Banks'
the face.
dog
And,
in
yeah,
the
response is,
studio.
"So
That's
what am I meant
adorable.
to do?"
Oh, you know.
Stab close.
He didn't hit that first bullet. If Shiro
That's
could
adorable.
have just controlled that spray
Hey,
transfer,
Flom's first time
he
stream
would
watch.
have
I love your
been
content.
screaming.
Hell yeah, you keep up
So
that
would I.
energy. You keep lying to me. You
well,
tell me you like the content. We're gonna get along just
take
great.
an MP9. Chopper with one yet again. Shiro
Sure,
gets
Twitter
the
link, it was in
AWP,
chat
Magix
just a second
and
ago, but
Donk
Blast
with the
tweeted it.
rifles. With only one player staying alive, it means there'll be emissions also in the purchases coming forward
So
for
the
FaZe.
doggo?
An active for
Fine,
Karrigan.
hold on. I'll
Two
do the
Galils,
work
one
for you
Brokey,
guys since you
one for
guys.
Frozen, but the Util is there. Both the teams able to go in.
Look
with
at
whatever
him.
The strategy appears to be. So smoke wall yard on the first rifle round. FaZe pop in the top.
The dog is
Trade
like, what
efficiently.
in the fuck are you doing? Penguin, thanks for the 10-month primer. Thank you,
Use
thank you,
that.
thank you.
Build a pattern off of. Door blown open late. Shiro actually looking for a fight. He's going to push through the smoke, take the jewel, post on the line.
And ooh, Frozen just avoided.
Oh, keep coming!
Oh, he goes aggressive.
Oh my
Well, they're using the
god.
smoke yard this time round.
Yeah, Donk makes a couple of shots trying to puff out and spot on the cross.
I want to perforate a bit of a hole, see what he can find as Chopper. Oh, bullet to the side of the head. Well, they're definitely down secret.
There's information. Donk.
Still gets brokey.
Yeah, hanging around a little bit too long. AWP up to bat and bang.
Oh, lovely angle held and delivers the shot.
We're going back to this walking around shit again, man.
Just Elige Frozen and looking to reposition, regroup. They're so separate.
Yeah, they need to connect somehow. Frozen isolating a 1v1 on this top side. If he can do it with Magix, does make this a little bit easier and does.
Nice.
So Shiro,
Nice.
do you come back up the vent? That would be crazy. Elige looking to come in from main. Celtics pushing lobby. No kit. There's still no plan.
Dinner
Another
time at
smoke
Blast
for
Studios,
Elige
boys.
to lob in.
I know what that
Replenish
sound
over
is. I
towards
can
main.
spot that sound anywhere.
Bomb down. Frozen tucked in towards T-Vent. Elige plays Tetris.
I know what that
He's
is.
gonna
Somebody
open
set
up
the table.
angles. Do they clear out towards lobby? That's the question.
Yeah, that looks like the frag's coming to Zontix's way. Frozen. Oh, the timing just as he investigates.
Kind of crazy they didn't order me anything.
The hut position. Oh, and Elige just looks away. He could have catch a time, especially if Heaven starts making noise. Elige pulls out his nades. He doesn't know where the second is, but we'll get that free frag onto Elige. Now, the question is, where is Frozen? Thrust into a 1 versus 2. No kit available. They do need to stick this. They need to be on that defuse.
Oh, he knows they're not on. He knows. He knows.
It's awkward now. Frozen's come up clutch just when FaZe Clan needed him.
No kit? No
Must-win
kit. Let's go.
round converted. You can see the relief
Come on.
the camera there. Frozen and Elige, fist bumps exchange. They get it done.
Okay, well,
Unk is the dinner detective.
The AWP
Yeah.
at a bare minimum.
Something.
And we know on Anubis that FaZe were taking opportunities.
My
I don't wanna say
superpower,
given.
bro.
There were situations
Badger,
that
thanks for the
probably
49-month
should have
reset.
been
Thank you.
closed, but you still got to be able to connect the dots, FaZe, and they did so. They were able to warm into
Thank you,
Anubis.
Feather and Sword. Bro called me Counter-Strike's Gimli. I prefer Fat Thor, but that's only because I'm salty. I actually failed to get the Gimli roll. So it's a bit of a sore spot for me. Bit of a sore
Nines are
spot.
plenty, 5-7. Both teams pretty brittle buys. Rain and Karrigan working on these Mac 10s. What's the call? Fast top.
Okay, yeah, the nade from Chopper could do some damage. Does so. Awkward, awkward. Karrigan, Elige, Rain, everyone's gone. Just crunched. Owned.
What's the way to avoid the AWP? How fast in towards A? Well, you do that, and 5-7, MP9, two of the absolute strongest for their price points, just shut this down completely. So FaZe have gotten away with murder. They've been able to withstand the clutch attempts from Spirit, but you cannot stop.
That's what I said too. That's what I said too, man. I got robbed.
And it's just brokey. Their money's low, right? Think about these rounds. They've had barely any players surviving back-to-back, and now they're about to lose the round. Thrust out of position by the Incendiary. Herd, lost bonus into the next, only 1,400. Spirit.
He knows I'm stressing out.
Bounty of weapons if you don't give brokey too many kills, and there you have it.
Is that what it is, huh?
Damn, that was so convincing again.
You've got a force buy with such limited cash if you're FaZe.
He doesn't want to get picked up, so he keeps his butt on the ground and then he scoots towards me.
Immediately. Here's Zontix.
He's like, you can pet me, but don't pick me up.
We saw Chopper just look completely blind.
Yeah, a little Listerine face there from Elige.
Heavy top defense as well there from Spirit to deal with exactly that.
Yeah, like an informed position and stack on the top site.
Well, there has been AK that's been able to get purchased into things. That's given to brokey.
Interesting.
I think that was dropped from Rain. He's the only one without any armor. I think he had about 3k to work with. So, brokey, FaZe need a hero, and it has to be you.
Why?
Do have smokes to work with, so could get them across to secret, but then it's more about how do you breach in towards the lower side. Well, it's going to have to be with the bullets. You got to get past Donk first.
Yeah, that's the first challenge. Rain's deagle, though, not to be snuffed at. Block util. Chopper has the freedom to peek over that, top of that. Spotting out Donk from Elige, POV, drops off main. Brokey's AK, don't forget, is here, and that's what he does. He delivers a headshot, and Elige removes Donk too. In unison, two bodies drop for Spirit.
Frozen has rotation, or at least he'll be straight behind him.
Oh, wait. Magic's not ready. Perfect catch from Frozen as well.
Piece this one together with so little.
Come on.
Now you have to be saving if you're Spirit. So what a rally of rounds
Or
this
prestigious winning a major or winning a silver cast. Well, if you think about it, there's less silver cast winners than there are major winners.
What we did in the second half of Anubis. They just need to find the finish. Actually, they might come back in main. Now they know where Zontix is. How many kills can he get?
Wait,
spotted out.
wait.
Shiro's there to lend a
No,
hand.
that's the
Brokey
bomb.
goes down.
That's the
That is
fucking
the
bomb.
And it's awkward with 25 seconds left. This
Thought that
is
was
really
done.
uncomfortable.
Thought that was done.
No, guys, you guys are doing anti-phase rounds now.
He's going to try and flank. He's going to have to do it quickly. Frozen throwing out utility. Oh, he makes him turn. He thought it was a flash. Zontix looked away. Oh, nice shot.
They got the bomb at
10
least.
seconds. They know they have to go.
Got to run into plan. 10 seconds. Get a move on Elige.
He's going to make it. He's going to make it. Bomb will go down on that B site. Does Shiro give this a look in?
I still think saving has to be the better of the two options.
You know, there was a world that they turned that one around.
Why didn't they go B?
Well,
They were trying to, is where the bomb was.
Problem solving from FaZe was on display there. I will say, I think Zontic's going to feel a bit foolish, realizing he turned from a smoke.
Not saying it's good. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Alive.
Hey,
10
listen,
to 8.
I may have also shit my
pants.
pants, but like that's a problem for future me.
When you think they're out.
So this is a great shot from Brokey, right?
Yeah.
This gets some max tension. Oh, okay. Elige, good shot from you
I am
too.
now future me.
This is with 30 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, bomb gets spotted there. Orp drops it. Oh no, it's Zontix that drops it. Shiro. Let's get to maintain his AWP.
Normalized
We
streamer
cast that on the
diapers.
tail
Bro,
end
I've
of the
been trying to
round.
get a Depend sponsor for like 3 years, man.
Shiro can drop one. Chopper can buy himself. Donk can also buy himself a rifle, so it depends.
I've been telling chat, like, that's the goal, man. Just get all the
Looks like they are gonna
ESPN
facilitate
sponsors
Donk
because,
out.
like,
The
I think we share the
Chopper would
same
be
audience,
working
you
with
know?
very little. So, essentially,
Old dudes with
a
their
gun
weenies
round.
not working and receding hairlines, you know?
Spotty in this second
weenie
half.
pills,
Only 2
low
rounds to
T,
gap, though.
hair plugs.
You know, FaZe can bring the heat on Nuke.
Depends. Like, come on. If I could secure all those sponsors, I'm set for life.
Oh, have we lost some util? Yeah, okay.
Second wave. Karrigan goes up roof with his Molotov.
Yeah, so they went diagonal, and now they've just gone the straight line to help them get across towards Secret. Chopper's already down here.
You're still sponsored by Nathan's? Dude, I fucking wish. That was actually so sick.
Oh, well, Magics will get him straight back up then.
Yeah, not what you would hope for in that situation, but they will get across, and that's with the bomb.
Okay, but Chopper, only 6 frags so far. Blocks them for now.
Oh, his support can be Shiro down ramp. So there's a lot of different configurations of setups that they can opt for.
Just gonna jump spot.
On weight loss, true. Low key, I should have upped it on Factor last year and charged them more, and then
Just gonna play single door and hope to be overlooked.
posted my progress that I had last year while I was using the Factor meals.
5. Now steps are being heard. Missed shot from Shiros. Confirms lobby still occupied. He'll back in. What a shot. Removes Elige.
Chopper still unknown.
Picks him apart. Molly limits his contributions.
Denied.
Over the door. Can't double up.
Got a plan.
Oh, wait, we got another. We got another 3v3. I said we. Oh, no.
Turns away. Rain tries to address the death of Karrigan. Loses his life in the process. Up to Frozen.
He's not going to expect Donk right here, but if he can somehow do it,
On
no.
the side of the door. Not ready for that. Spirit make 11 a reality.
Korean barbecue spots near you. I tried it yesterday. It was awesome.
Done so well there.
Oh, yeah, dude. We have
They've
so
thrown
many.
the fake
So
towards
many.
top side at the same time the secret
And yeah,
plays
it's
start
great,
to
it's
activate.
great.
They didn't know about Chopper. He's just over towards the single door. That's the molly that's missed.
This shot was crazy.
Yeah, and he's under a lot of pressure. And Chopper activates. They're not
Were
aware
you
of that.
CCM or a Bauer guy,
Felt like
Fum?
no matter where
Bauer.
they planted, they were dead. And this is another one of these rounds where an AK has to be donated.
I did later on grab a CCM stick, but that's actually, the CCM broke so fucking fast.
Don't think they can pull off another, and then into what should be the final round is only 1900 loss.
I mean, this is it. This is the round where you look towards another Elige Deagle. You look towards
I think
Frozen
my
to wrap it
CCM
up.
stick literally
Do what
broke
Brokey
like in
did.
the first like 3 months.
Let's see if Spirit oblige and give you those fights.
If you're caught in no man's land, you're not going to have the same residual util like you did last time. You've got 2 smokes. That's literally
Warrior
it.
goated 6.
You're going
A lot of my
outside, so if you
teammates
don't
had
use
Warriors,
these
and those
to
also
get
broke
across
a
secret,
lot.
you're
But
done.
also
Donk
could have been
can't be incendiary
easier
to slow
or
them. He can drop the
skill
HE
issue.
to break and try and catch them in the open.
Nade onto Karrigan. Gets across.
Okay, so it's a ruse. They're going to try and fight him.
And that's the fight they were looking for. Frozen nullifies Donk. Now you go down. Blocked by Chopper. He's going to go up the vent. If you called the bluff on that smoke, that
Okay.
would be crazy. You wouldn't dare. You would. You actually would. You're walking through that smoke lower. Oh, and you've got vents thanks to Rain.
Because no, somebody keep holding the vent
This
though.
is a must-win round, and it's looking good, at least for the plant.
All right, plant goes down backside.
Okay.
I think Spirit full saves this
Spirit just
though.
lay down their guns again.
They kind of have
Go
to.
into a 5v4 numbers
They actually,
advantage,
like,
retake
Spirit
to the lower
should
side.
save this.
Zontic's making sure they can't poke their head up ramp, but what do? Do you run towards Secret? It looks like
You
they
don't have
moving
Vent?
at all.
Yeah.
We're
Okay,
seeing Spirit
nice.
save. I cannot believe FaZe have pulled off a miracle like that. Smoke wall, Karrigan makes the step.
It's a sick call.
It draws the spam. Bullets come through. You know exactly where Donk is. You swing out, and Frozen has to hit that shot. So when these AKs have been dropped, they've been invested. Well, we're going to get a biff on ramp. Look how many bodies are gravitating up.
Trying to get out. Avoid that radius. Rain up next, down to Chopper. FaZe get the round they were looking for. Frozen trying to get out with his AK, but Magic's M4 says no, removing it all.
Fuck.
3 survive.
Look at
4
the money.
Spirit.
That's a big
Jesus.
deal. Right? We're talking
Actually, so
3.9K
smart from
at
Spirit.
the,
I'm so annoyed.
4.1 at the absolute most of that bomb going off. So 3.6, 3.9, 3.6. So
yeah.
It's Galil's again. Galil's and a couple of AKs. So you're going to be skimp on you two once more. Well, they're toying with you now, Donk.
Yeah, they are. Karrigan at least calls them into a bomb plant and a round win, which, considering the ramifications that you highlighted, it was a necessary one.
Nah, Big Z. It'd be cool, but I don't think I'd never do any
now,
sort
they,
of IRL stream. I don't think.
I think I've used this term already on life support, but their heart's still beating. It might be faint.
Perhaps quickening in pace. Spirit need just 2 to knock them out.
If they're able to win a round like this and wipe out all of the guns, at that point, they can take control of the economy. They can tie things up. They can put Spirit in a really tough position as far as their buys are concerned. But that means consecutive T-side rounds.
Okay, no, man, it's cooked. We're thinking about restructuring
Yeah,
everything
you take a
for
look
it.
from one side of the screen to the other. Well, we know who's got the better buy.
Orb starts ramp.
I'm literally IRL streams every day. Literally doesn't leave his house. True.
Well, Karrigan's got a nice cache of utility to establish his wall. He's doing the Magic lineups.
It's just going to be Rain going outside behind this. Everybody else for FaZe is currently over towards lobby. Donk isn't fighting this. He's just playing in main. Shiro's dropped down to...
Where's Shiro?
He poke his head up.
Oh, he's
or
lower.
secure
Is he in the
the
vent
secret
with an
cross.
op? Okay.
He's just checking vent drop. Was an uncertainty thanks to the lurk smoke.
And they have been cheeky out that door in a couple of rounds. So 3 smokes. Donk will be calling this.
Why does everybody hate Donk? I don't think everybody hates Donk. I think a lot of people dislike Donk because he's young and better than everybody that plays the game, and he shits on all their favorite players.
And these Zontics here. Now they go.
Zontics plays this angle very frequently. The Molotov will be well placed to force him back. That's a nasty death for Rain to stomach. Now FaZe operating at a disadvantage. Hamstrung, Brokey to drop in, draw crosshairs. Oh! Gets 2 to Zontic, make it 3! Knocks them all down. 5 alive for Spirit, 1 away from knocking out FaZe.
They've just been on this yo-yo. Right? Their money is not in a position where it can ever start to build up for FaZe. And then you lose rounds like that, you can't get the bomb down, you're not getting any kills, you don't save anything whatsoever, you just get wiped out.
That might be it.
So for a 3rd time. Oh no.
Oh, it's a whole thing.
Well.
The saga of the lost smoke. Oh, the second finding the headshot on Elige. That's great spray control.
This is the 3rd time that they have had
Did you
to
say
operate
fucking
with
nice
just
in English?
pistols. Previously, there's been residual cash, I believe, on Rain to drop AKs.
Right.
This time, you don't have that AK. There is no money afforded to do so.
One
Last
man
time,
that likes to call these though.
Yeah, but Alex, this is 1,400
Shit,
loss bonus.
Chopper,
type of
I didn't know
thing.
you're
This is brutal.
These are the ones
Chopper
that
getting ready to
okay, oh, I guess
internationally
I have to go
IGL,
for a
dude.
P250. I can't even treat myself to a Tech 9.
Yeah, you are right now. You're on elimination point, and you've got nothing more than
can't
a
do it
pistol
again.
and some Kevlar.
I'm saying it now. You cannot do it again.
Yeah.
The fact that they got away with 2, that was crazy from FaZe, that they could pull that off. Some nice little moves with the limitations they had. This one, there is just no way.
VP away, and a challenger approaches. On that final day of group play, will it be Spirit? Certainly seems likely. Chad believes it a certainty. Let's find out together whether or not there's anything left in that FaZe Clan tank. Brokey's got the util. Tasked with trying to pop into this top site. Magic's positioned on top of the hut. Good to chip damage onto Frozen. Karrigan gets caught, just constant
Ain't no way,
spams.
man. And then it's the late door pop, and they're so ready for it.
Down, 2 more to go. Donk contributes as well. The bomb down the vent. Elige has it. And Don Zontics has got him booked. Perfect rotation, perfect movement. He's got the chance to take it down, secure the round right here and now. Another body drops, and there you have it. Spirit throw the knockout blow. FaZe Clan discombobulated. Nuke not going their way. And Spirit versus VP for that final spot.
Yeah, Spirit lives
Not wrong. Novelty, thanks to the 5 super chat. Ben, thanks for the 3-month resub. Thank you.
That does mean they falter. That does mean they are eliminated in one of the more convincing series that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I think that's the disappointing part for FaZe Clan. I think coming into this tournament, coming into this group of death, they knew there was I wouldn't say a high likelihood of not qualifying, but there was a likelihood of not making it through. But when you get presented a game in the lower bracket against Team Spirit in this fashion, and you're unable to make either of the 2 maps truly competitive, I think that's where FaZe will be like, okay, a bit of a wake-up call. We're not there quite yet, and let's be honest, Spirit were just a level or even 2 above today.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing we can take away is just Spirit is knowing what they want to do, and it just shows very clearly on the server. And there was not much that FaZe could do. They struggled a lot, even against 4 spies. They just struggled with full weapon rounds as well. It just seemed that Spirit was just a level ahead.
Yeah, not the result, obviously, that FaZe or Elige would have wanted to be going home with. Commiserations, first of all, Elige, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. Tell me, as kind of a first taste of being on FaZe, taking on Spirit in this jersey.
There's 2 more best
of 3s. What was the experience like for you, and where do you feel like the main difficulties were?
Well, I don't think that they've been playing as good as they have been in the past. Like, they definitely felt really beatable. We had a lot of rounds that we could have won, even on Anubis. You know, we had, I think it was 7 after plants that we ended up losing. So I don't know. I think it's just coming down to the details in the rounds. If we won any of those rounds, you know, we had a really good CT side. We couldn't make it happen. And then this game, I don't know. I feel like, you know, we just kept on getting reset on the money. We were on like a deagle like every round on the T side. We had some advantage on the CT side. I don't know. It's just coming down to the details is what I feel.
It feels like it's been a bit of a, I wouldn't say tough integration, but it's been difficult for you guys to hit your peak level consistently with you coming into the lineup. Do you sense the same thing? Is it a question of time, or is there anything in particular you can point out as to the reason why you sometimes play very well and sometimes you seems to be a bit missing?
I think that, I don't know, there's just like some discomfort still, where I don't know, I feel like in the beginning, you know, as Finn said, he's doing a lot to try to integrate me, and then for the interview here, he said, you know, obviously we're focusing on the team, so it's kind of just trying to find like a balance of, you know, how we want to do that. And if there was like an easy solution, I think that, you know, we would have done it, but I think that, I don't know, for me, I think it's just, you know, a matter of, you know, confidence in the role, because I feel when you're playing like these roles, you have to be like 100% certain about like every move you're doing, every strafe, every movement around the map. And unfortunately, I just am not feeling like that confidence right now. So I don't know, we just have to try to figure that out.
That's fair enough as well. And you were stating in the interview, or Karrigan did, that you had to move to Europe as well. Do you think there's just a bit too much going on in your life? I mean, moving from America to Europe for the first time, is that affecting your gameplay, or is that too far-fetched?
I mean, I don't like to complain about stuff like that, but I would be lying if I said it hasn't been stressful. That's and fair. It hasn't been a lot. Definitely has been like very stressful the last couple of weeks, you know, with the move. I feel like everything has been going wrong with, you know, in regards to like my apartment and internet problems, and I don't know, just a lot of really difficult things that are out of my control. So it's been really tough to like have complete focus on the game.
Fair.
What are the main things for you, because you have a lot of teams to play with, several captains and stuff like that? What is the freedom that is being given to you within this team, right? It's a whole new system that you need to help build, as you said, as Karrigan said.
20 minutes away, and
like,
it was stressful.
What are the things you want to try to implement into FaZe in order for you, especially, to just be a monster again?
Well, I felt like last year I had a lot of
across the pond's pretty far.
Freedom on the T side to kind of get myself in the rounds and to like move around, where Finn is having a little bit more control over that stuff. So I kind of just like letting him cook, because, you know, obviously we, for the first month and a half, he was doing a lot to get me integrated, and now obviously we're focusing more on the team, so it's a little bit less of that. But for me, like I said before, I feel like unless I have like complete confidence in like every move that I'm doing, then it's, I don't know, it's just like hard if you don't have that. So I don't know, it's just being able to get into the zone, I think has been hard for me this year. And if you're not able to get into the zone, like, I don't know, it's just going to be very hard for you to play well.
I feel like that's understandable with a lot of changes going on both in and outside the server. When I was chatting to Frozen earlier on today, we were kind of talking about, you know,
self-aware
when we've been talking about you coming into the team, most of the attention has been focused on Rain and how it's impacting him. I posed a question to Frozen, like, how has it changed some of his roles and responsibilities? And he was saying it's still an open conversation, right? There's still things that you guys are looking at and going, okay, this is working, we'll stick with that. This isn't, we're not going to stick with it. Can you give us maybe any examples of things recently that perhaps you guys have picked up upon and are maybe going to be changing for the future?
Well, that's hard for me to say. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me because I don't want to like step on like toes for that, but it's also, you know, we're we have a lot of like role conflicts just like naturally as players. So it's, I don't know, I think it's just like a delicate balance, and it's hard to find that. I don't know, because you know, you don't want to like overstep too much, but like if you understep, then like you don't perform like well enough. So I don't know, I feel like it's just like a delicate situation, and I'm honestly not completely sure.
Yeah, something that's ever evolving, it probably sounds like.
Yeah.
Jacob had a really nice catch up with Karrigan ahead of the game, just sort of asking a bit about preparation, how he prepares for an opponent that, you know, he's quite well versed on. After he's kind of been doing that, how does he come to the team? How does he kind of present all this information and make sure you guys are in the best position possible going into a series?
Well, it depends on how much time we have, of course.
Well,
You know, if we have like a really early game, then
clearly upset with his own
kinda
play,
just talked
bro.
about it before.
Based on what he's saying.
But I think that he does a really good job of like prepping a whole game plan very quickly. He has like a good idea of, you know, what we showed last time, what we want to show this time, what we haven't used in a bit, and how like the opponents are going to be thinking. So I think it's very impressive how quick that he's able to do prep and like complete like a whole game plan like that. And we have pretty much what we want to do, so we make sure that everyone has like the nades, everyone knows exactly what we're doing. So if, you know, if we're bringing back a strat that's, you know, a couple months old, then we're going to make sure that everyone can be comfortable with it, know their role on that, know which nades that they need to know. So I think that he does a good job making sure that everyone's prepped for it.
Just looking forward to your other events going forward for the rest of the season, because we're kind of just over the halfway point to the major. Obviously that cutoff point is going to be coming pretty soon indeed. Where do you feel like is kind of the bare minimum for FaZe to achieve to end out this season, not looking back and having any regrets? Is there an achievement that you want to be posting before we end out this first half of the season?
To me, I don't have a specific achievement like that. I mean, obviously I could say win the major, but you know, that's an easy one. Everyone wants to win the major.
Yeah.
But I think it's more about just feeling like we are like making progress results wise, feeling in the game, making sure that like we're winning the rounds that we should, and you know, having just more of like the comfort in the game with each other.
Is that your feeling right now, that you're making progress, or do you feel like you have stagnated a little bit?
I think that it's been a little bit stagnated. I think the practice in the last couple of weeks, like I said, has been a little bit stressful, in part because of the moving and things going wrong. So I think that it's been really tough to have like really good, efficient practice, you know, coming into this event. We have, I think it's around 10 days in between now and Bucharest is going to be our next one.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can only do so much for that. I think that Dallas is probably where I'd say realistically, or, you know, we have Melbourne and Monterey before. I don't know, there's a lot of tournaments, and
yeah,
I mean, that is where you get like the most insight, because you sometimes with practice you really don't know what's working correctly, what's not working correctly, because it depends on what the other team's practicing. Maybe they're messing up things as well, so you only really know in the matches, and hopefully all that experience is going to help a lot.
Just out of interest, because I feel like up here on the desk we like to, you know, use a lot of numbers, use a lot of stats, maybe sometimes look at the mood that we observe from just the outside. Is it sometimes hard to quantify like a comfort level and a progress level? Because a lot of the time we're asking for those achievements to make it tangible.
How much
How
did
do
the
you
year
feel about
pros
that?
flag round before? Hold on.
I think that the only thing that you could really see is if, you know, if you're watching someone that's like an opener typically, like how much that percentage change of, you know, how much the percent of success changes and how much that he's actually going for openings change. I think if you're looking at things outside of that, I think it's really difficult. When I watch the game, and I can just kind of tell when somebody's like comfortable or when they're not, just based off of their peaks, when they're like crisp with each strafe that they want to do, and they know how much they're opening themselves up, when they're comfortable saving onto the util versus throwing it when they're a little bit scared. I don't know for numbers. I think that's really difficult to do.
Yeah. No, totally makes sense. I appreciate you staying on the desk for us for a bit of a
Funny enough, you guys remember when I mentioned that with the FaZe comeback, yeah? Not this version of FaZe, but versus Liquid on Mirage.
Get on with your team.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Like you just watch the game and you
just
could
a
see,
tough
you
situational round
can
for
see
FaZe
the discomfort, you
following
know?
on this one. It was one of the more, you know, one-sided head-to-heads we've seen of Spirit taking on FaZe. I think maybe that's where our disappointment remains, right? Because we're used to incredibly close series going to the full 3 maps as well.
It's a reality check for FaZe Clan. Karrigan even said it coming into the tournament. They were in the group of death. They knew that progressing into the playoff would be a tough task, given that you had, you know, 3 of the absolute best teams in the world in this group, with Spirit obviously being in there, with Vitality being in there, with Mouse being in there as well. So the result in itself of FaZe not making it to Lisbon is not necessarily disappointing. I think it's the fashion they've lost in so far.
Hi, hello. Sky J, thanks for the 28-month primer. Thank you.
Obviously disappointing, Nathan. You don't ever want to do that.
Right.
And then unable to make the game
well,
competitive.
I'm going to go eat my sadness away here real quick, as any person of my size does. So give me 1 second to make my brekkie, and then we'll get ready.
And there are 2 things that maybe, I'm not going to say tick, but like I think are going to be tough for FaZe, especially in the next few weeks, is that the first that Elige is lacking confidence. It's not something that you like to
Gotta
hear
make sure I have
from a
food
player,
ready
no
for this
matter if
Liquid
you're lacking
Mongols game,
practice,
you know?
whatever you want to come in.
Otherwise, it's gonna be cooked.
No matter what, doing your thing, and to me, it shows a little bit of discomfort into everything he has to do, and like the role changes. And so that leads to my second point, that is, play with conviction. And
I'll
it
be
feels
back, one
like
sec.
with FaZe and Karrigan a little bit at the moment, they're a bit lost in what they want to do, and they don't have that straight direction of playing the game a certain way, and then having those base convictions of, yes, we're going to play this map this way, and then we're going to be aggressive at that moment, and then we have that plan beginning to the end of the round. And that's something that it's very nice that he was able to open it that way. But it makes me a bit worried when it comes down to the future and to the next few weeks and the next few tournaments, because this is something that it takes time to fix. It's not something that is waking up in the morning, one morning, and you're like, yes, I'm confident, let's do it. It's something that you build up with practice, and if practice hasn't been very efficient, if the tournaments, you're just going in and you're like trying new things, changing positions, playing new tricks, you have to build from the ground up, and that starts with building confidence in the basics of the game.
Conversely, for the side of Team Spirit, obviously they're going to be taking on Virtus.pro in that qualification game for one of the final spots at Blast Open Lisbon playoffs in that arena. I love to see that the emotions from yet another loss versus Mouse would not affect them today whatsoever, being able to shake that off, not really showing any frustrations, cool, calm, collected, and it didn't necessarily even need to be the Donk show for them to close it out.
Not at all, no. It looked like a Spirit that were in full control today, and as Elige said, maybe Spirit haven't been firing on all cylinders as of late. Maybe they lost a bit of grasp, you know, towards Vitality, and maybe then a bit of a limbo in terms of hitting the right form at the right time. But even a Spirit playing at a C level or B level is still a team that can win trophies. It's still a team that can progress into the playoff, and I'm going to be completely honest. Yes, it was impressive to see VP make all those comebacks versus Falcons today, but if VP shows up playing the same brand of Counter-Strike they did today versus Spirit tomorrow, that's going to be a quick-ass game. That's not even going to be a competition. So I hope VP has more in stock for us, and I have no doubt that Spirit will turn up with the same level that was.
Spirit aren't even going to give you an inch, right? Like, Falcons were giving them miles and miles and miles, and still it took so much time to get it over the line. Like, if Spirit give you that much space, I mean, you're not going to play Spirit like that, right?
No, you cannot give a slow start to a team like Team Spirit. They're just going to take the game and run away with it. The only thing that might be a little bit different is that it's kind of a derby, right? Like, they're from the same region, they know each other extremely well, and so that's always been a thing back in the days when only national teams existed, right? It was always different within one country or one region, and how things were happening and how the games were being played. It was sometimes completely different Counter-Strike. That could be the only change, but because we're in a place where CS2 is kind of universal and everybody plays sort of the same way, I don't think it will change that much. And yes, if Virtus.pro decides to start slow again and Spirit just starts getting that confidence, and even if Donk is not present, if you have those second, third, fourth star, whatever, fifth chopper, throw him in, that's going to be a good sign for Spirit, and then I think it's going to become very hard then for Virtus.pro.
I think we should check in with the Group A bracket just to see exactly how the lay of the land is looking, because obviously Mouse and Vitality already cemented themselves a spot in the arena. They're going to be taken to the stage for our first game of the day tomorrow to decide who is going straight through to the Saturday semi-finals. Then, just as we were talking about, VP versus Spirit. I feel like we branded this as a group of death. It's become true, right? The probability of the top 3 teams going through looking pretty high right now.
I kind of like that. You know, we live in a world where expectations don't always meet reality. I think Group A so far. I love that. You know, sometimes you expect something, and sometimes you get exactly what you expect, and I think that's where we're at right now. I cannot imagine a world where Spirit will drop that game versus Virtus.pro. As much as I appreciate Virtus.pro's effort throughout this tournament so far, and I think they've taken a step in the right direction once more by taking down FaZe Clan, by making the comeback versus Falcons. I want to see Donk in the playoff.
Should we take a look at Group B as well? Because that's exactly what our second shift is going to be covering in the later hours of this evening. First up is going to be Mongols taking on Liquid, then G2 versus M80. That last game, Malbs versus his former organization. I believe that is the first time that's happened as well, Nathan. So that's going to be some little bit of rivalry there, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Although they ended up on good terms and they were very happy for Malbs leaving, that's going to sting if you're going to lose against him. So I'm sure they're going to study very, very hard for that game. And it's teams that are somehow on the same level for all those games. So I think it's going to be very exciting to watch. I expect it to be very tight, very close games. lots of highlights, give me some scrappy Counter-Strike, and let's get going.
There's one clear favorite. The Mongols being down in that lower bracket, they are the favorite to make it through. I will, however, put focus and pressure on towards Team Liquid. I think Chad said it on day one. He wants to see Liquid being more than just a top 10 gatekeeper team. I very much agree with that sentiment, and I think a victory versus the Mongols could be a step in the right direction. And can you take down the Mongols, you can also take down G2 or M80. So that bracket, that lower bracket right there is still open, whereas we have Spirit, you know, being, I wouldn't say almost guaranteed to make the playoff, but a high likelihood, a massive favorites. I see 3 out of the 4 teams in Group B who can still make it. Sorry, M80, but you're gonna go to home.
Well, let's dive into that Group B action, but not before we head things to a quick break. We're going to love you and leave you with Vu, Maui, and James Banks to be guiding you through the 3rd game of the day and a lower bracket gauntlet at that. The Mongols versus Liquid going down after this break. Oh, back at the FaZe London Major 2018. This was I want to say this was my 2nd event ever, which is wild. I did, this was in the now OVO Arena in Wembley. We did a season of ECS here, that was my 1st event. And then kind of just was super lucky and they ended up needing an interviewer. So came back to the major, which was like one of the highlights of my life. Like seriously, it was, funny story, the crowd were so loud during that grand finals winners interview on stage. The producers were saying something to me. I don't know what it is to this day. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything that was going on in my OFB. But yeah, that was I remember feeling so nervous before getting on stage there as well. Like that was one of what I thought was going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity. Oh wow, I'm trying to think what moment this was. This is probably one of the stages where the lights were the brightest. So I'm quite short of sight anyway. I don't often wear my glasses. So when you get out on stage, it kind of makes it easier for the nerves because you can't really tell where everybody is in the crowd. But this was it was just a wall of light. So it didn't really feel like there was anybody there. But the noise, I remember feeling the vibrations of the crowd, absolutely insane. The kind of imposter syndrome I think you face sometimes in those situations of going, do I deserve to be here? Am I good enough to be here? And I think at this moment, this would have been my 2nd major. And I felt like this was kind of a ground to prove that I do deserve to be here. Oh, this is in Paris for the live H4TV confirmed. We just come off the Challengers and Legends stage, I think. And I wasn't actually meant to be here. I went out with Launders to get some lunch, have a look around Paris. And he was like, oh, you should come. This is why I'm out. And I was like, cool, I'll come watch the audience. And I turn up and Prof's like, you want to get on stage? You might as well. So I was like, fuck it, let's do it. And it was amazing. It was a small kind of intimate audience, but everyone was very, heavily into CS. Really nice, sporadic, spontaneous occasion that occurred. Major in Texas. It's been a minute since we've been to North America. I've been to Austin. I went last year for my birthday, and it is a wild place. So much vibrance. The atmosphere of the city is amazing, and honestly, I couldn't think of a better place for a Counter-Strike major to be returning to in North America. Majors are the pinnacle of the Counter-Strike calendar. It's what everybody is working towards to be hitting their peak, and when you've got this many players who are gunning for that trophy, you never know what's going to happen. So, fingers crossed.
Decisive makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Oh man, I just have chills through my whole body after seeing how it's about to go down in Lisbon, and I'm sure we'll be turning the heat up once again as these teams that are about to face off against each other, well, they still have a chance of making it, but nothing is guaranteed. The Mongols there arriving, getting ready to do battle against a Team Liquid that have shown us some strengths, they've shown us some positives, but the last time they faced the Mongols, it didn't go so well for them, but they've still got a fighting chance, and it all comes down to what they can do and what they can show on the server here. But we've seen the issues, we know the problems they have, and it's not kind of the same as what the Mongols have shown themselves across the start of 2025. I'm your host, James Banks. We've switched things up on the desk. Vu, Maui back with me again. Vu, how you feeling?
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, I'm excited for the couple matches we've got going. Mongols, Liquid, as you mentioned, a little bit of a blowout last time. Expected a lot closer this time.
Comfort level, got one of them for us today?
Reasonably comfortable.
Reasonably comfortable.
Reasonably.
Maui, you're always comfortable.
I feel pretty good most of the time, I'd say. Especially, I know your dog got onto social media, but it's just the cutest thing ever.
Hey, you got on social media too.
You've been on social media before, Vu?
I got you eating popcorn with a fork on social media.
True.
Yeah, that was something that's unacceptable. But what I do want to see is some acceptable, maybe better than acceptable, maybe some exceptional plays coming out from our teams here, right? Let's start by looking at Liquid, because this team right now, you know, they came together with Twist now being the IGL. Nerds was such a huge positive condition. What do we make of them and where they're at? Because I see a bit of highs, but then I see some lows as well.
Liquid to me are a gatekeeper solely in the sense that if you don't have world-class players, they'll just outshoot you. But if you have a team that has both great shooters and good tactics, then you will beat Liquid. That's kind of how I see them right now. Okay. For all of the teams that are basically in the top 5 or so, they have world-class players, but then they also have a deeper strat book than Liquid. Liquid's still figuring out in some ways how to get more mileage on maps that aren't named Anubis, maps that aren't named Inferno, or even Ancient, because everything beyond that, I'm a little bit worried.
Just a bird, thanks to the 7th primer, thank you. Zal, thanks to the 15, thank you. And Sky, thanks to the 28, thank you.
We do question Twists a little bit because of the map pool, because when they get deep in games, when it's 11-11 and you need that little bit extra from your IGL, he needs to make a great call.
No banana today.
I don't really see that all the time from Liquid.
Is that a problem that's now recurring though? Because we look at this, we see improvements
the Greek yogurt and
other
berries
parts
earlier.
of the game, but then some other bits it's lacking still.
I would say so. I think that some of the inconsistencies from the players are also due to some semblance of role overlap. I feel like you have quite a few passive players. I'm not even going to just name 2. I think Twist actually kind of naturally inclines towards that himself too. Okay. And then you instead have Nerds who's kind of going above and beyond himself to try to be more aggressive to make up for it. Ultimate, on the other hand, is just like basically do or die in the first 30 seconds of a round, which I don't really want from an opper. So a lot of issues for individuals and their fit on the team.
But Twist, right, is still a positive in terms of a fragging IGL, which we've been talking about a lot on this desk.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked before Mongols games, we've talked Blitz is the best fragging IGL. He's the best fragging IGL because we don't really rate Twist as an IGL. He's the best fragger that also calls. He is incredible, and if you could put him on the right roster that's already got chemistry, I think he's got something going for him. The problem is he's got time to learn IGLing, but we're not giving him time. We want this roster to be good right now.
You're not giving him time because how much time do you want to give him? Like, what's the difference here?
I mean, it feels like we're putting the expectation so high, it's so lofty, because even in the last major, they were able to accomplish top 8. So they are having these deep runs in tournaments. It's just that we so clearly see the ceiling. And like I said, when they play against these truly elite teams, they just always fall short because of the calling. Like, yes, Twist is really good on his own rights. Like, CT side, man, I don't even care what role he has. Like, he's always going to be reading reading the strategy of the opponent, getting in front of it, being a good disruptor. He's very good individually still, and he hasn't lost almost anything as a player while being a caller. It's just like, we want better calls. We want better finishers.
Okay. And looking at getting some better calls in there, though, right? How much time do you give someone to transition from
Silvercast has not happened yet, no.
Like, that's what I want to understand here, because you're being very harsh on him. I can understand why. It's Liquid. It's a household name. It's look at the players they can have. But, you know, he's only been a little while.
The problem I have with it is there's only so much time that you're at this level as a player either. Almost all players end up falling off eventually. Even Electronic, before he became an IGL, he was falling off a bit as a player. And so when you look at that and you have a player at Twist's level, are you really saying we're going to sacrifice 8 months, a year of his career, and then we're going to have him do that while IGLing, and then we'll take him off the IGL duties? He might not be the same player by that time.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to see that. You want to see him thrive and be successful like he is in one of these frag and IGL roles. Let's come back to this Nerds conversation again and again, because I'd say when he first came into the team, it was looking like one of the best roster moves of the year.
For player upgrade, it made a lot of sense. Yeah. It made a lot of sense because Yukindar was extremely aggressive but not delivering. Nerds was very aggressive also for Heroic, but in my eyes, it's a different type of aggression when he came to this team. I know entry stats might paint one certain picture, like yes, he took a lot of entry attempts as a rifler for Heroic, but it was almost in situations where it was map control, but also sometimes kind of like feeling the round out, pressuring in a way, and then just being the first point of contact because he saw an opening. It's not that he was running head first through brick walls like Yukindar, and for a team that had so many passive riflers, I just see Nerds going way deeper, way quicker than he did any time before in his career.
Maybe that's what's being asked of him, but I did have to ask him some questions, so let's hear what he's got to say. I also want to ask you a bit about how you're feeling on your individual performances, because we come in, you have very good performances on Liquid so far. How do you rate your own performance?
I don't know. Right now, when I joined the Liquid, I felt like really good overall, but it's I feel like in the last months I don't have my best confidence, I would say, but it's not about anyone else. This is my problem, and I feel like it's a lack of initiative in a way that if I will take the game and I will speak a lot and I will bring what my specialty, I will have this confidence back, and I'm doing it. I think yesterday I did it, and I hope I will do it today even.
And do you have the room and the space to be able to do that and call your own game?
I feel that Twist is giving me all the space that I want. Even sometimes, of course, there is like shutting down. He needs to shut down. There is no. I'm not like above everyone else, but I feel like he's giving me a lot of space.
So he's getting the space he needs, but it's a confidence issue, which I wasn't expecting to hear from a man like Nerds.
Yeah, as Maui was saying, they kind of asked him to walk through a brick wall on this team, and they asked the same of Yukindar. I asked this question when Yukindar was on the roster. Is it because he wants to go aggressive, or is it because he's forced to go aggressive because you have JKS and Naf on the same roster? And when we look at how often Nerds goes for openings, he goes for openings just about as much as Yukindar did.
Oh, wow.
I think it says it's 34%. Like, that's ridiculous. That
0.3% less than Yukindar.
That's that's just too close for my comfort for Nerds. I mean, him talking about initiative, I don't know if he means about himself, because I'm gonna say this. If he's going over demo footage after Liquid loses a game and they're telling him, oh, you just need to go for that, oh, we needed you to push there, they're gaslighting him. They are gaslighting him. He should not be going for that. They need to find other answers. He can't be the only person that's going for that many attempts. You need to have a more spread out defense, because Nerds, by and large, he's not Donk, okay? He's not winning every single fight. He's not winning the percentage that makes Donk a transcendent player. I'm sorry.
But how I took it, right, when we're talking about initiative, was maybe he's being told what to do. Maybe they're expecting him to make call of some of his own shots.
That's kind of how I took it as well, because they put him in a ton of Donk-style opening duels. They give him a flash, they push him out, he goes for an entry in a way that's supported. But in the mid-round, I see oftentimes it's Twist that goes for the entry in those plays, and maybe he's being asked, like, hey, we need you to make a call that we can pop out of this now, toss a flash for me in
Stats don't tell everything, but if you're getting close to Yukindar levels, it's not good.
Ridiculous amount of opening duels.
And that's not to blame Yukindar, it's like...
right, is the least experienced member of
it's
this
just
team.
not...
It's ultimate, and we have been sometimes...
It's not a good way to try to win.
Where do we put him now? Like, if you gave him an AWP tier list...
But it's kind of what I've talked about before, where like...
We talk about your top 5s, your top 10s?
The roster composition.
Ultimate is like Brokey with less experience.
If Twist is going to say the IGL, this roster comp is cooked.
It's just that it's like where Brokey just goes berserk at the last 30 seconds of a round, where you have no idea what he's going to do. Ultimate's kind of like that in the first 30 seconds of the round. So very kind of curious in terms of
some level 10s
what happens after that. I still feel like the flowchart isn't necessarily as refined as other players.
Well, because considering I'm planning on changing it, like, no, that's right. I'm not like pushing people for it.
Through games. I'll say this: his mechanics are incredible. Like he is hitting shots faster.
It's not that I want people not to play. It's
just that
I just feel bad for encouraging people when I plan on changing it, and I feel like I've done a bad job with it right now. Neb, thanks for the 110-month reset. Thank you.
In the right place at the right time, and that's where I think he comes behind some people like Torzi, for example. Not as flashy, but gets the job done way better.
Is he now coming in though? With
I mean, if there's Ruby people on, like hop in the queue. I'm just saying, like
to 9-10 on the side of the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great comparison because Ultimate's kind of, he's ramping up. I actually give Twist a little bit of credit because Ultimate's been getting a lot better over time. But 9-10 on the other side, he's already at this level. Yeah. We saw Ultimate's stats against Mongols the last time they played. He was nowhere to be found.
To change it. Well, I'm thinking about changing the whole hub because it's just kind of been on a big boy decline. And
is just way more stable and consistent as a
people might not like it. People might like
MVP,
it. But
oftentimes considered the second.
The way FaZe has kind of changed the platform, it kind of hasn't really.
I feel like fits the Mongol system.
It does not encourage you
covering the sort of ridiculous plays
like the way before
like to make. CT side though, I'd say
like before Mythic League was like pathway to FPL and like solo queue, right? Like now it's all about elo, and you can't go to FPL through Mythic League.
And he's doing this with very little professional experience. Also,
so
like, both of these guys are essentially
when you get to the higher end, like people don't play it as much. And I'd rather try to create a system that incentivizes people to play together, and then just run an actual like team league for people to participate in. And that's what I would rather see, is then encourage people to like stack with one another.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that's
right. Like, because we have like the looking for group finder, and then we also on the website now we have like the looking for team area, so we could do both.
I think does a little bit better than him, but when you actually look at 9-10,
so it would maybe upset people that like to solo queue with each other in silver and gold. But what I would hope would happen is the silver and gold players would then queue together.
And it wasn't the same kind of game.
And then eventually, you know, we also then give them a league to play in the evenings, like maybe a couple times a week for fun.
And they were 12-9.
I think that's a lot healthier. If there's not going to be a pathway to FPL through it, then I think that's a much healthier way.
I mean, I think the level of Counter-Strike that the Mongols showed in it is probably something that Liquid aspire to. Even
that's what I was thinking.
I still feel the cohesion between the players, the individual pop-offs when they need it, and even just the way that they're mid-rounding too. It feels like there's so much more direction.
Alkia, brother, I've already told people to queue, man. No need to. You've been spamming it. I know you wanted to pop,
when
but
they lost to Navi there,
used to go to FPL from Mythic. What the fuck?
They would have won that in regulation.
Yeah, dude, Mythic was creating the most players in FPL because
talking about a completely different picture. Mongols that
there used to be, the way it used to work is there was a qualifier to get to FPLC, and then FPLC went to FPL, and the FPLC qualifiers got run by all the Mythic players. Like, it's why they started giving us more slots. It's why it was so popular, is because it was where the more competitive players were playing, even on Face It. But then they got rid of all of that. Face It did.
Can I ask you this then? How big of a favorite is Mongols in this series?
I'd say like 60-40. It's reasonable for Liquid to win this one still, but it's also like enough favorites where
they just did it for no reason, or what? I just think they're trying different things with FPL because it became less and less popular, but it didn't really do anything.
There's a lot. I feel like someone could play some tricks.
Kind of just got worse and worse the more changes they made, and then now FaZe It basically just made it so that ELO's all that matters. So it's, that's it. They just moved people in based off ELO, and they got rid of FPLC.
Liquid and you, do you feel like you guys are the favorites to make it to the playoffs?
Maybe just 50-50, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's Liquid versus us. It's same like 50-50 game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a 50-50 game?
I don't really know. Just I feel like that, yeah.
Okay. But you beat them in Katowice, so do you have a lot of confidence against them? Do you feel like this is a team you know?
No, Godric, not really an equivalent.
Not fully no, but a little bit confidence for us, and we'll try to win. Yeah.
He's very humble, always, in his opinions, right? He's not going to give too much away. But I said, like, if you go to playoffs, which most people are expecting Mongols to do, especially if you look at the
JJB, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you.
In this group, right? He still believes it's a 50-50.
And EU FPL numbers decreased as well. Yeah, EU FPL is dead. Yeah, no, they just have academy players that play it. Like it exists, but yeah,
we're gonna win 100% of the time. Never heard that in my life.
That's why back to that Tim video when he was talking about FPL, and that's why EU's like EU FPL is dead.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd give them 70-30 in this game, 50-50.
Like it exists and people play it, but yes, like the version of that you would assume it as is no longer existent
in this game, but it's not unwinnable, but 70-30.
Well, even though they're well favored in this game, right?
I feel like pros just don't bug as much anymore. No, they do, but they'd rather play with their friends. Like that's not even that crazy. Like if you're Monacy and you just practice 10 hours for the day, and if you're gonna play more Face It, do you want to go play FPL where you solo queue versus other people solo queue, where everybody's just passively aggressively,
it's a lurker's dream,
like being upset with each other for how they're playing, or would you rather just 5-stack with your friends?
Can't really take the risk of walking out onto a bomb site, but now he just feels so much more enabled to do that because
I think part of the problem is in NA we have no 5-stacking culture, because in EU it kind of happens naturally because of languages, but in NA it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's something that Naf and JKS on the other side struggle with. They don't have that aggressive factor, so they struggle to activate. Sometimes Naf ends around just saves.
Or they play Premier and shit on the cheater, per my last video, or my second last video.
Rematch from Katowice, so let's grab ourselves this Veto.
FPL was good supplementation last when it was first brought in, because we didn't have as many tournaments. When we have as many tournaments as we do, people are looking for a way to like socialize a little bit, and FPL is not a social thing.
It is a favored pick for the Mongols. Now that they've shown that they can play Train, Mongols have to ban Train. It was an overlapping ban for them before, but Liquid, because
probably
they beat
more
Fire
blunt
recently, they now say we can play Train. If you don't want to ban it, we might pick it.
Yeah. So the question I had was, do Mongols actually ban Train? Because that is a ban. Liquid have floated it. Okay, they don't ban Train, because I was thinking Mongols could ban it. Liquid have floated it recently, but Liquid have never picked it.
Yeah,
so
NA player base ain't pumping what it used to. NA player base is, I think, around the same as what it used to be. I haven't checked in a while though, so I don't want to fully lie and gaslight you.
Because they actually got a little bit of an edge in the veto there. Last time around, Mongols banned Anubis because of that overlap. This time around, Liquid can pick their favorite map, which is Anubis.
How much of an advantage do you feel this is going to give to them, though? Because the ancient pick comes in. We know what the Mongols can do on there. They took down Navi on it as well. They also won it in the decider last time.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is actually already shaping up pretty well for Liquid.
Liquid does have a chance here, yes. Yes, they do. Now, they have a chance versus everybody. That's kind of the heartbreaking part about watching the Liquid games, bro.
Inferno, I think Liquid are very happy. I think this is actually the best the veto could have possibly gone for them. So that 60-40 that I had for you before, James, I'd still take the Mongols as favorites, but probably more like 55-45 now.
Yeah, I
mean, just a little closer.
When Thrasher, thanks to the 50-month primer, thank you.
In terms of how good it can go for Liquid, because this is still a Mongols team that is just better than them, and we've seen a couple teams that think they can take Inferno against Mongols. And Mongols, map 3 against M80, 2 close games.
Nah, their overall numbers are up G-Money, so it's just, it was like that before. Even as G-Money didn't change with the game.
Like I said, as good as it can go, but it's still Mongols game.
Max, run it next to the 10-month. Got any cakes ready? Emergency cakes? Not yet.
Still 70.
We got a Mazan to do the Gemba?
Okay. Nothing changes. Who's the X factor in this? Who are you looking at with sharp eyes on both sides?
Oh, okay. One guy that I feel like has been under criticism for just up and down performances on Liquid has to be Naf.
You really went all out with the growth hacking, with the live logo and thumbnail, and the and the red in the title, and it's working. Thank you. The guy that hit his keyboard with his head.
In a weird way, I've sometimes disliked his macros. Sometimes
growth hacking.
It's just a little slow.
No, you just have to do that on YouTube, because actually you have to differentiate live videos versus not.
Maybe went for a jog. I think he can take out these Mongols players.
Last year, I thought Naf was one of the best anchors in the world, but his team didn't let him show it. This year, I think he's struggled individually. I want Naf to show up, and I want Ultimate to have a better showing than he did last time, and then Liquid have a good chance.
To show up, bro.
Let's see if they can make it possible when it comes to this. At least they're getting Anubis in this time around. Is that going to be the difference maker in the series? We're about to find out.
Thank you as always, gentlemen. I think I personally side with Vu on this one in terms of laying down the odds in a 70-30. I think he's got very apt points that if this series goes to Inferno, we saw what Mongols are doing.
Lam the Band-Aids to the 17-month reset, thank you.
The conversation of this head-to-head.
70-30. I'll say the boring answer. Unfortunately,
you could have.
After we saw Mongols play yesterday, I think that they were actually incredible, and that's only credit to Navi to have actually won that game. But to be honest, I was so impressed by the form that we saw from the Mongols. I referenced, I think, 4 out of 5 players had spray transfers and clutches on Mongols that were just like, that blew you away.
Aren't you dumb to figure out gambits? Alright, Kyle, you look great.
Liquid are just a bit too inconsistent, and as a team, they aren't better
Anubis.
than the Mongols. So Liquid will have to have their best day. It's not that they don't have the pieces, it's just that we don't see them all together playing well too often.
When the good days do come, though, we know what Liquid are capable of, so we'll have to see what sort of form they throw out the gate. And an Anubis pick is one that affords them at least a great chance to start. You know, maybe the greatest chance they'd get.
Yeah,
to
it's rare
start on the right foot.
And that kind of edge in a veto, though, so that's nice for Liquid for sure.
Yeah, in terms of this head-to-head, even though they are the Mongols and we put them up on this golden pedestal so far in 2025, Liquid are one of their individual opponents with something to work with. Right now, 5v4 still held here, despite these engagements going around elsewhere on the map. Nobody from the Mongols able to succeed until Senzu finally collects one. But look how they've just been
well, there go both the dualies.
Continuous pressure on both ends. That fight from Twist
okay, well, and now they can just go ahead.
Like Senzu's just going to chill for a sec, see if Nerds comes in for the duel, trying to bait the shot out. No, crosshair placement's excellent. Down to ultimate. And Senzu knows he can't run all the way away, but that just gives the fight here to ultimate.
Okay, well, good luck, ultimate.
With this one, 2 kills deep into the pistol round, puts the bomb down, has ample time to reposition, and said reposition will be unbeknownst to ultimate. So where the hell's he at? That's what Roland's got to ask himself as he wastes no time just storming this bomb site, already up onto Cake, so definitely believing that there would be this deep reposition from Blitz.
Blitz is actually just assuming it's a fake right away. Ultimate's got to go on the surf, but
perfectly done here. Ultimate, perfectly done.
Well played.
Wow. Just
well
read
played.
him.
Well
and
played.
The chance that he was up in the
Hold
corner,
on
that's
one
one
sec.
thing. 10-second defuse, all too easy.
That's a little messy from Blitz, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Also a little messy.
Super close to fuse, honestly.
Easy.
No problem. A little messy from Blitz. He plays far back enough and calls the fake defuse, which is right. But like the most natural thing that Ultimate would have done to go look for someone was just walk up towards heaven. So he did open up this. He did leave this time in open.
Let's go. Nice.
Good thing they finished that because it was a 5 versus 3 at one moment there for Liquid. Would have been a fantastic beginning for the Mongols had they been able to rob it back, but let that just be an early reminder. Mongols can rock your world. Made sails beyond. Nobody actually opening up this smoke. Would have been Twists on full display, as he saw nothing down towards bottom steps. Here comes the crawl out from the Mongols. Numbers strong on bridge. Ultimate MP9 in hand, peeks out, dies. That Tech 9 can pick up the SMG, and no immediate all-in either. No need to, right? The Mongols aren't gonna just jump haphazardly into the next trap. Looking to disengage.
It was costly on HP, but there's still so much time, so rushing that situation maybe would have been foolish. You had Liquid already expel a lot of their remaining utility. They've got 1 HE on Naf, that's it. At least the attack's coming towards his site, but right now, 5v2 and B with Twist just watching for lurks.
Naf and Nerds. Good kill from Senzu. Suddenly,
all right, I'm back.
Inbound for Naf. Trying to draw anybody off this. He will fail to do so.
I'll back just in time to see Liquid lose the
and your
force
pistol round doesn't mean much when the Mongols just finesse their way through the force buy, right? And I love the way that they went numbers strong. 4 players across bridge, get a kill, disengage. 4 players.
That's actually why I stepped away, is I knew this was going to happen. I just didn't want to watch it firsthand.
That's really just a cherry.
Blitz, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you, Pride. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you, guys.
Excruciating with the shoulder peaks in mid and didn't go forward with a pop. That
what was the new name? So we had Twitch Tuggers earlier.
That as awkward as possible.
And obviously, member mommies that were matching gifted. What are we doing now? What are we? What's up for Twitch's name for matching gifted? What are we doing, guys?
His time's limited.
Any girthy gifters? Not bad.
One gun saved here for Twist. At least it's the M4.
I feel like we've been having a lot of conversations about A players on Anubis when we saw obviously this drops the vitality.
Yeah, okay, we'll see. Put up your votes for Girthy.
Left in FaZe. Is there any thoughts that you have about
Girthy
JKS
Gifters is not bad. Rude, thank you very much for the 5
It's
gifted.
no
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
surprise to say that his Forbes
The
obviously
Fade
been way down.
buyers.
So I think it's
Now that's just for
confidence is
everybody
probably
that's watching me.
really low at the moment. That's not going to help out a lot. There was a
And here's
point
Girthy.
in JKS's career. That
Don't
was,
assume
you know,
our
a year and
girth.
a
What
half
the
ago
fuck?
Where he was regarded as a star.
And we
anchor.
didn't say where the
Like, I think
girth
that was
is,
a
to
good
be
way
fair.
to put it for him. He was extremely reliable, but on this lineup right now, it feels sort of like he's the odd man out.
Buffet
in terms of
brutalizers.
individual
Oh my
form.
God.
Sometimes a compounding effect overlap.
Kyle, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, chat. I owe you 10 gifted so far. 28 was for Twitch Tuggers. This is for Girthy Gifters.
Just becomes a bad situation.
I like the new sub notifications. They look good, man.
How
Thanks.
JK sort of took his time between teams, waited for good opportunities.
Right.
I mean, it was amazing to see him win Kata with FaZe. Coming into Liquid, it seemed to make a lot of sense for sure.
Knew his worth.
Yeah, and but in terms of what we've got
Someone in
right
YouTube
now,
chat
with
said, like a
Liquid,
tuna can,
he's the one
baby.
piece I
Oh,
think
boy.
most people.
Liquid, can you just like do something I don't expect, which is actually to get eco'd or 4-spot, then you win it back? That'd be fucking sick. Like, what if you never do that? Like, that'd be such a fun surprise.
IGL is like the biggest Liquid conversation for sure.
Yeah, the role conversation,
Right.
definitely, I think, the bigger asterisk. Ultimate gets tagged. That's not ideal. He tries to jump on long. Where?
What
Speak to
if?
the devil.
What if?
JKS is going to go ahead and get 2 headshots off the SMG. Now, bomb site is forfeited. Smoke grenade bounces back from long, but there's nobody else yet to join up with them. They're waiting for that third flank.
Man, they're not really watching camera here, so Techno's got a peek.
Nice shot. Down goes ultimate. You know JKS is still there.
Nice.
Follow up as now 2 players have been
And
spotted
they know
in
it's
addition
2
to
men.
the 1 kill you got. Blitz is going to feel just surrounded, surely. And as that camera smoke fades,
Streamer
he
fix the
starts
title?
to be nervous
Okay.
about this position. Shaves JKS off the retake.
Fix
Now
my
finds
Nightbot.
himself alone. Very little health. And they're going to
Okay.
gun him down, just stampeding in on that.
Nice.
What
A
if?
nice
What if?
joining of the forces there from Team Liquid. 3 on long, 2 down camera.
Nice.
They will take that lead back.
And just as you bring up JKS as an anchor on A, that's the best job that you can do from
Nice.
there. I mean, we saw Heavy God get an ace from that position. We see how effective it is to work versus
3 minutes
splits,
remaining,
even if
chat.
it's cameras involved, just because of this one angle that you have to turn the corner on.
Oh, sorry. I was just getting amped with them, dude.
I think it's going to be important for JKS to really put his best foot forward this evening. This is the battle of Asia's top 2 teams.
That's right.
This is number 1 and number 2 ranked Asian VRS rosters. I'm not making that up.
Love international teams.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Naf doesn't want to take his
See
time
if you
on
can
this.
change the title now. I
Individual versus
just
Senzu,
resynced
easy
up
pickup,
Nightbot.
but speaking of playing
I
fast,
think.
here comes Blitz, immediately trying to get over towards camera. He'll catch ultimate up along the wall. Clean headshot to try to force pressure down on JKS again. No support, but he leans back in heaven, and I love the position. Just allows for Blitz to kind of trip over his own shoes, gets second contact in camera. That's where 910 tries to double down, but the rotator's the first to fall. The anchor in JKS hangs on, and Techno's going to try to get cheeky, but caught out by Nerds.
These duels are a little crazy for Mongols. Like, they had the bomb back at spawn. They were trying to breach camera right here, and they weren't ready to attack anything exactly. So I think they saw
Sorry,
good
I was
opportunities
fixing
for
something for the
kills,
chat.
but not really anything to set up the round. It
Stuffed
would
him
have
to
been
camera?
One more kill
Picked
in
up the
heaven,
lurking
then
canal?
Techno
Is that what
walking
happened?
through a smoke into open
Or they
B
get
site, and
canal
then it works
first?
out. But
Nerds.
oh, his gun. Oh, well, just in general, he has no idea that that could have happened.
I was going to say, like, the threat of this last player could be coming from anybody.
Oh,
and
dude,
he was watching
JKS is
Ebox,
low.
So Memzinho knows that he can go back there or keep his back to it. He doesn't really have to clear this out for a while.
He'll take it over. Any utility to pick up? Yeah. Hanging on now to the smoke and the Molotov. Here's the footsteps coming in. That's both
Oh,
players
no.
confirmed. He can just
He hears
fixate on
both.
this door. How the hell are they going to get him out? Smoke grenade onto the bomb. Could make his spray a little weirder. He's ahead of the flashbang. JKS on the defuse. Oh, he knows! He knows he's there!
Wow.
He finishes it off. A 1 versus 3 from Memzinho, who just silently creeps in and walks away with a clutch.
Man, there was a good opportunity to get that kill. We saw it from Memzinho's perspective. but the way that they defused this bomb was specifically to cover E-Box from jail, but that spray's just missed. This round for Mongols is really not that pretty.
How, man?
Honestly. And I had so many good things to say about their game versus Navi.
Bro, he didn't even hit him.
Away with it because of these individuals, man. It's a tough one for Liquid to let go. Look at the money.
Oh, Naf, brother.
Back and forth we go at the start of this one.
What the fuck, man?
Again, trying to keep eyes on B with this boost. Trying to make the most of it.
Bro, I don't know what happened. I just feel like his aim has been so rough lately. I don't know.
There's a bit of pressure now on both sides of the B site, so trying to get an overcommitment from Liquid, perhaps. Senzu remains that looming threat. Pistols try to push down on him, and in that activation, they'll take a bunch of damage in return. Naf down to half. Here we have Ultimate. This is a tough duel with an MP9.
Yeah, really tough.
Right, you go for this
yeah,
main
Flip,
flank.
same as always.
Sure, got a 5-7 with you. It's another looming threat behind the Mongols.
Just pushes the split forward, though, huh?
And that's where maybe Liquid want this to still end. You've got the majority inside of the bomb site, that one rifle included. Naf just ahead of the rifle. Here comes the swing from behind, and JKS's pistol catches that one.
Congrats,
player out
Flushless.
here.
I got you.
Now
1
there's an
sec. Sorry.
AK
Excuse
in
me,
his
guys.
hand, and Senzu can't back up further. JKS takes the head off the bridge play. There's the response back from the Mongols. And while they're still worried about that B site, they've got time to go elsewhere. That's why Blitz just goes running out middle.
Nah, man. Again, there's shot in the side of the head.
Stack site. They're right about it. Heavy cost nonetheless. Triple
Maybe
kill for Senzu.
Twist can pull out some magic. Maybe.
No real chance here for Twists.
I mean, Blitz is over here hunting the exit. Twist is looking at trying to get a fuse. He has a smoke, no kit.
I thought maybe with, you know, a save in the next round, he would try to walk away with the rifle, but let's see what Twist does. Takes a quick look at this.
A canal's walk from Blitz.
So if I want to give this up to Twist, thank you. Appreciate you.
And Techno, Mac 10, half health. I mean, there's a very real chance that Twist could win a duel. Fluster, the only player on site. Sure enough,
nice.
now Blitz is going to have to come out. But it is a 10-second defuse, so he's going to have to stick this the entire time.
He lost.
No,
he lost.
Find it, so it's going to fizzle out. And he's a dead man walking. Blitz takes his sweet time, walks around the entire map just to come back to secure it. Getting the steps in.
That's so weird because he's probably holding it in the smoke, and if he just finds the bomb, like, there is a chance to get that defuse. Senzu just hangs around an E-Box looking for fights. Ends up getting him 2 kills.
Oh, bro.
It's a jump scare for Twists. Ooh.
Wow.
You having fun there, nerds?
Wasn't that Blitz?
No, Nerds was just laughing.
Oh,
Sunny Boy, thanks for the 60-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get Flushful's VIP real quick.
Blitz was shooting bodies. Nerds was laughing maniacally. And I would like to know why. Must have been Naf. You know that guy. Always.
Hey, John, for a while. Nice to know that things changed. Yep, it's all still the same.
Just can't help it.
There you go. Flushful's here. Okay.
And it'll cost
they're
them
gonna go
one.
B, but
That's fine. Mongols just take a moment
never mind. They're just gonna ravage them.
and allow Liquid to step forth into their demise. Nice deagle shot from Twist. A second one. Hang on now. Whew, had another duel
Maybe,
there versus
but
910 before the camera guy
you're still getting
swings.
flanked.
Magic can always happen.
NT.
When it
I
comes
mean,
to
good
Counter-Strike,
damage.
but
We'll
not
take
in
it.
round
We'll
6
take
of
the
this one.
deeks.
4-2 lead for the Mongols. And Liquid about to buy back.
I think Liquid right now are sort of the team that they can win any one round versus almost anyone. It's just that the half doesn't always build on itself, and towards the end of the game, you just kind of see them lose a lot of close maps that never really felt like they had full control. Unfortunately, that's something they gotta just shake off.
And I'm
because if you
still
look at the
literally
fact that
thinking
they
about
can
the
win any
1v3,
round
man.
versus any team, then it's just a matter of trying to just paint a greater tapestry of like what the theme of your half is and making the rounds better and improving on the last thing you saw instead of maybe it's just sort of like going higher level when you're thinking about your strategy.
Is too broken by the amount of cheaters?
Let's go with this one smaller idea.
I mean, I think Premier is scuffed, but I
think,
also,
you know, when we watch Mongols,
without sounding too doomer, I think that was kind of the norm. That's been the norm for basically ever, right?
That will keep teams like Liquid away until that improves.
Not saying that makes it okay, by the way. Just
Twist waiting to chuck that nade. Take some
it's worse
damage
now
before he gets it out. Ooh. JKS.
I think FaZe has a lot of cheaters.
Will escape. Some aggressive posture.
I think FaZe has cheaters, and I also think that FaZe
looks like it's gonna be to make the first move here.
But I don't think it's like it's not obviously spinners and
expose himself in doing so, which is fine. He can fall
I think in
back
some ways
slightly.
it's worse because I think FaZe doesn't feel like it's a issue.
9-10, great cover on the right side. You peel 2 of the 3 players off. They know about Naf. They could just try to charge headstrong into him, and it looks like he's ready for that. So good kill on Techno to cut down one side of this site, but there's still so many more players coming at Naf. And he's able to get back behind the obelisk. He's calling for JKS to come over and help him. Playing behind his own smoke in the meantime. Gets tagged even lower to a measly 18 health. And even the closest rotates on 33 because of that early long A damage we see. So it looks like Mongols comfortably stepping forth in the 7th round too.
And Xenio's just thinking like, okay, if there's no more pressure, I'm actually even closer towards the A site.
It's just gotta be a save, right?
I think we have the flash retake, and it could have been a fake.
A double is just you can't really pull the round back from that moment. It's just cooked.
Then you know that the
Senzu 9-10 just ravaged them.
Some crossfires you can't really dismantle them because the player's in too much of a committed position. But you know if the flash retake is coming on A main, E-box is likely to be open, and Mongols keep walking into it. Like Senzu getting in there has yielded so many kills for the Mongols, right? And I think that Liquid maybe just need to be a bit more careful about that piece of information.
Yeah, no, Sploosh. I definitely have never.
Aggressive. Like,
honestly, the amount of times I felt like I've been cheated in FaZe is like literally 2 or 3 times. I'm not trying to oversell it.
Especially Senzu.
But I do think there might be like a few running around that if it doesn't get kind of. It seems like it's not really a priority, which is weird.
Holding B is just. It's just one of the most difficult things to do in CS right
now
on CT side.
I mean, obviously, I think it's a million times better than Premier. I just have a hard time saying it's like worse than CSGO because for me, like literally, and people say like every game in CS2 and like you might have a lot of games in a row. But my entire Road to Global series, it was literally every game. So I'm always kind of a bit mentally skewed from that side of things. Granted, I was actually getting Q-sniped by a cheating Discord, but like...
Just topping the Asian charts.
Yeah, we'll show you Asian CS.
Actually, I mean, I don't know how they wouldn't be smurfing in our games. They'd be smurfing in other people's games, then their main account's getting banned, right?
Senzu's so consistent with it. Okay.
Keeping the smoked is expensive in terms of your utility economy, but it's especially if it's a game like this and Mongols are using it over and over again, it's definitely worth the price.
People call cheats too much. Yeah, it's a bit of a...
That ain't pretty.
It's a...
Ultimate just bouncing around.
Snowball type effect, right?
Gets caught.
People definitely cheat. There's definitely a lot of cheaters in Premier, but then also
really
that leads people to just instantly think everyone's cheating as well, when that's not always the case.
Clear for the taking. 0 resistance. And that's why Nertz is maybe trying to take a bit of a move towards the smoke outside of Canal.
So it's like, it's bad, plus even when it's not bad, you're basically lost trust.
Second kill for the kid.
That's just a free round now.
Yes, sir, it is. Nothing to stop this one. 6-2 go the Mongols on this T side.
And that kind of just makes sense. Like you lose 2 anchors who are both trying to recover the round or just like get the early advantage. No sense in trying to retake. No secret as to what went
Another
wrong.
double up and another save. I feel like I've seen this round happen before, guys.
I got a big question.
I'm ready.
Do you think Ultimate really has what it takes to play Tier 1 Counter-Strike?
I think that, like, thinking about the Twist conversation, I was just wondering, you know, how long before he ripens up and becomes the IGL that, like, you know, you can be capable of after years? It's just, the amount of time that we give everyone is so short, and I think in some sense it's always justified with another major around the corner. But like, let's say the org just decides to stick to the project. I think someone like Ultimate will eventually be good enough to play tier 1, because Maui just said in the green room, if you have to improve macro, you can do that with coaches and IGLs. If you have to improve micro of your team, like that's your bottleneck, you're kind of fucked, right?
Sure.
The individual players are, you know, really responsible 90% for their gameplay, and then everything else comes together as a team. And on a micro level, Ultimate, I see too many brilliant flashes to be like,
what do you think about Renowned platform? AC is supposed to be sick there.
spot
Without
to
sounding rude,
up,
it
out,
isn't
top,
the
on a great
AC
day,
literally just what
and
Valve's been
everything.
doing
I
with
think everything comes
Overwatch
together
forever?
for this team with the right leadership right now, and with
Right, aren't they just literally basically using AI or like a bot basically to look at games and determine if someone's cheating?
I think they drew a comparison to 910. I think it's the perfect one to make. Does 910 get as good as he is now without?
Maybe they do a better job than Valve. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying it's. I don't think they're doing anything new. It's just the same thing that Mac is supposed to be, right?
I think we got the same kind of raw gem with Ultimate.
Great answer.
It's my comprehensive answer.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I was just doing a little reference to.
Well, James, to be fair, he's also the least experienced, and compared to his counterparts with players that are in that level of discussion and the teams that he's on,
Molly for the E-Box guys.
it's valid.
That'll send them spiraling back. And we're going to
Thank you, thanks for the 40-month primer. Thank you.
Go double up on long, JKS and Ultimate. You know, I feel like they sense that there has been a walk away here from the Mongols, and if they catch the flank with the right timing, that'd be nice, but it also banks on E-Box and B-Site getting held. The CT's still cautious about rugs and whatnot, so JKS is going to try to take a duel, will in fact find the right timing. Naf trying to hang on to the site, collects his kill, and then Blitz gets the trade back. That's the bomb down for sure.
910's planning front site when he really shouldn't be in this spot. They have Temple Controller walking in.
Kind of underestimating the pace of which Liquid would go for that all-in flank. A smoke ahead of it, and they're going to disrespect this. So JKS, 10 kills to his name. He's got 3 more players to chew through and a teammate behind him, but they're going to call it quits.
Oh, wow. They're actually... with the kit, the
What is considered tier 1 CS for... He's not already playing. Well, I think...
key difference.
I think people like to just throw tiers around a lot. Personally, I just kind of consider teams that are like top 15 tier 1. And I will say, Liquid is on that fringe right now.
And I suppose if 910 playing,
and I think specifically when talking about Oppers, Ultimate, when you get into like roles and positions and you think about like the best players in each position, when you think about who Ultimate is facing on a consistent basis,
will be saved.
They
you know, at least there's, I think, a little more proactivity. Just the fact
there's not as much output, right, as his counterparts.
That's something, right? Liquid are reading that there's a chance to attack the back line. It's just a little tragic that they miss it by, what, an extra second there? And I think you line up 2. You catch them outside of E-Box as opposed to Senzu, just the last guy in. And so
nobody,
it's
Matthias,
minute, but that's Counter-Strike.
It is Counter-Strike, yeah.
Ultimate's fine. Let him grow. Well, this is kind of the problem. Okay, are you
at least
an academy team, or are you Liquid?
Are doing the right thing and trying to move faster?
Right. That's kind of a confusing part with Liquid.
It's not too late to save this half.
You buy out nerds.
This round marks.
But then
the last
you're
chance
making Twist and IGL
to make it a comfortable CT side.
Like what's really the goal? Are we letting people build and like get better, or are we?
Not really a rifle round to speak of so far.
And I'm not saying like
time to change.
I disagree with the let Ultimate grow thing. I'm just saying it's kind of weird, right? What are we doing? I actually don't know. Like, as somebody that wants Liquid to do well,
get into a bit of a fisticuffs with Senzu, but has just definitely been on the.
I literally don't know what. Like, when I look at the roster, I can't tell what the goal is like right now.
Meanwhile, you've got a guy like Techno sitting down at
really isn't the Oppers that would be worth it, except for Modesty. Right, you might not, but is it like if we're letting Ultimate grow, is there maybe another option that would be better to invest in?
He's here.
I think that's more the conversation.
Has Ultimate's attention. Naf's going to be covering this long.
They didn't. Oh, man. They spammed the cross, but they didn't know that it was clear. They didn't molly it. That's way
Is
too
that their
easy for
biggest issue?
Techno.
The biggest issue still, in my opinion, is that Twist and...
There's the molly.
Not Twist. Naf and JKS.
Oh, yeah, it does. Okay.
Probably just can't really operate on the same team. Oh, my God. How
That's so
the
annoying.
fuck?
How are they going to clear him? They have to use more utility.
They don't
even have it. Oh, that
Smoke
is
off instead at 35.
brutal.
And also, we can't just
again.
circle
You know,
jerk
this
the
is
same
kinda like the
operas.
one
We
thing
need
that
eventual
started to
development.
save them last round. He will strike down Senzu
Right,
once more.
but
Stop shot from
910's got 4K hours switch from Dota 2, and he's hitting the ground running. How long do you give somebody?
The kills over on B. Meanwhile, simultaneously,
What up, MJ? That's what I mean. You bought out nerds, right?
In a 3v4, it just
You bought out nerds. That to me, like that type of move. Also, I don't want to talk about this shit. I don't want to, guys. Can we just please talk about anything else about this, please?
Yeah, like this one.
No. Let's not.
They tried to put a little pressure so Techno wouldn't get across.
No, I don't want to talk about how they. No, that was literally.
No, he wasn't there.
We're moving on from this game. This game's just in the background, and we're fixing Liquid here. And by fixing Liquid, I mean I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck the plan is.
Got to be aware of the smoke timing. What's for sure clean. You know, that can't be all his teammates as well.
But yeah, my point is with Ultimate is how long do you give him? I don't know.
They get.
Epsilon with the 37-month primer, thank you. Sathrin, thanks for the 2-month primer, thank you. Trotwood with the 11-month primer, thank you.
All right, here's a 5v4 for Liquid.
Something a little different, right? Haven't really had an op prying across bridge, so 11 rounds in, and it catches him off.
I think Ultimate still like could be good. I still, like I said, I think the biggest thing is JKS and Naf feel really like that stat. Nobody should be getting anywhere close to Yakinder's entry stats because that's been proven just not to work anymore.
Nerds turned to the side for a sec.
Seems pretty glued. Ooh, there's the climb up.
And the fact that you got Nerds and replaced Yakinder and he's doing the same amount of entry rates, like I think that's a bad sign.
So he finds timing on the Senzu kill and puts an incendiary down. Good use of the pillar to just try to stay alive, but obviously rattled by the util. Mazinho on the smoke. Naf just hoping he could hide inside.
He was smelling him.
Ultimately, JKS's flank gets shut down simultaneously with that frag. We're gonna go 2v2 here. Ultimate's position known, great cover.
Thank God.
Twist
Thank
connects as he comes out from Temple, and it will be Liquid at least a third.
Gets, marginally sketchy, but they have a good round here.
Oh, man.
Opening kill for Ultimate. Map control. They're denying some of these walking lurkers and stuff like that, and it makes sense that Mongols try it again. Why not? They've been spacing out their bets, across the roulette table, and it's been fine for them. Individually, that's been a good game plan. The way that they look at it is if Liquid win this round, they've got 3 rounds. Like, why aren't we just going to keep trying to, make this open wound fester, essentially?
All right.
And now we're back to what
Does NA have any good teams?
The walk up, you're on
No.
bridge, no one here to stop it.
Depends on what you mean by good team.
As well, man. This is such an early timing. Twist is going to walk here.
God, Blitz is just
Much better do you think this team gets with Twist not IGL? And depends on who they get as IGL. And depends on what Twist form goes to. If he's not. But he also doesn't want to do that.
Awkward one for the Mongols.
They didn't get it back.
A little pressure coming out from Long at the same time. 910 finds a kill inside CT spawn. And so these two players on top of this bomb start to feel a little awkward. Mazinho is going to announce himself. Twist still keeping it quiet. He goes back, and they've just left bomb to go clear B instead.
They're here to kill. That's it.
Ultimate seems worried about it, but I mean, how nervous could you be? Twist gets caught out. Ultimate not fast enough to the reaction, but the no-scope.
Okay, nice.
Now he's just
nice.
There comes Mazinho clearing both Twists and Ultimate on the other side. Now, you would have known Nertz was in here. He got one of the kills as they exited down from camera. 910 comes back with a pistol. Separate 1v1s here for Nertz. 35 seconds. Mongols got to get it going. They bait out his shots. He's going to try to chase down mid, but then as he doubles back, Mazinho's quickly out. Denied. Very swift headshot. He burns off his own bomb and then gets smoked. He's going to try, nope, not to charge through, but just to skate in. And they go both with knives out.
Oh!
Added to the tally here.
That was
for the
sick.
Blast
That was sick.
Open
That
Lisbon.
was sick.
Make that, what, the 5th? 8-4 on the half for the T side of the Mongols.
It's like the third
It's a
fucking
weird
knife
last
we've seen
round,
in camera.
That's where we're going to leave it.
Oh, that was really nice. That was really nice. I'll try to speed run through this point though, with like people talking about like Twist IGLing or how to. I'm going to run the ad, but short version, Liquid doesn't have the firepower. Yeah, you want to do the fragging IGL bit for the 50th time and fucking parade around that talking point. That's fine. Twist, fragging IGL. He has less pieces to work with than all the other ones. What? They have Twist and Naf and Nerds. Like, they have more firepower than the most top 5 teams. You are on fucking meth if you think that. Especially when you consider Twist is IGLing in that equation. You are literally cooked. I'm just going to read out some of the top 5 teams real quick. So the 3 heavy hitters for Spirit would be Donk, who basically counts as 7 players. Shiro. And then you get to flip a coin between Zontix and Magix. Magix, if he's playing versus FaZe in the major. So no, not there. Vitality. Holy fucking shit. You could just name the roster. Rops, Zywoo, Flames, Mezzy. Bro, we'll just take 3. Rops, Flames, Zywoo. Or Twist, Nerds, Naf. I know which one I'm taking, even as an NA fan. Let me just read this one out loud. JL Bit Emma. Jesus fucking Christ. Sphinx Jimmy Zershin. Oh my god. Can't even respond to me. This is even better because this is just Xanter's Wicadia Joda. Bro, like it's just like, dude, you go down the list, it's insane. Like the rifle cores are unbelievable, dude. I don't know, James. What if they do the 5 riflers again? Oh, you mean like when they had Nitro as like their pretend opera on the CT sides? Valleyman with an 81-month reset, thank you. Maybe.
Doubling their rounds with the last 2 of the first half. Team Liquid giving themselves a bit of a lifeline.
I remember a
really
Nitro hold on a
Mongols
overpass.
could do what they wanted, when they wanted, where they wanted.
I still think you need a really op.
And it's also, they didn't play like they were trying to prove that. You know, they kind of came in, they slowly approached things. Individually, they took duels that were fair for them, and Liquid just ended up losing such a high percentage. JKS ends that half with 12 kills, actually. 1 big round on the A main hold, that's for sure. Showing you, I think, how much that round went A just as much as it went E box. That half, I should say.
If there was any one really lopsided portion of the map, to me, it was this Senzu versus Nerds going down.
God damn it. I read Wandix's message and I was like, what the fuck is this guy saying? And then I looked at the name and I was like, never mind.
910's going to try to draw attention, fire on him. We've got Berettas along the wall. And those Berettas better rip, but they... Oh, team kill from Nerds. Shoots his captain in the back of the head.
Might be funny.
Capitalizing. 1 kill can make a world of difference, but Ultimate able to get that edge back, and Nerds and JKS will end it. So Liquid, a much-needed pistol.
Very nice start. Now let's convert this shit. Let's convert this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been not funny because there was still a lot of players there to hold, but traded out, won the round. That's what's important. And most of the time, shots in the back of the head like this are just unlucky.
In your opinion, what makes Donk so much better than everyone else? Honestly, dude. Like, what is he doing better than anybody or something? I don't know. I think if people knew, they would be able to catch him.
Rounds over, they won.
Like, I mean, the short version is whenever you're like the number 1 player like that, it's probably just confidence. Like,
because if it did the same amount of people...
Oh, but that sounds like such a stupid way to boil it down. You know what I mean? But it's not like he's doing like something absurdly unique.
Matchmaking experience.
But what makes him absurdly unique is his consistency at his high level, right? All the time.
Major semifinals and
Like,
somebody's bad name.
it's not like he's really aiming that much better than somebody, right? Like, but he's consistently aiming that well all the time, which just everybody else can't. Like,
Liquid converted
he's
to
just a
pistol.
more consistent, complete player than other players, which is.
In case your eyes are dealing.
You can't really say
To be
why.
honest, Mongols ecoed the
You
second
just have
round.
like
The way
when
they're
you
playing,
consider
he could not
Counter-Strike's
be
mostly a
handful of
mental
times.
game. You know, it
They could
just
have
has to
definitely
kind of come
done it
down
there,
to
so
complete
not a small test that
conviction
Liquid
in
matches
himself.
now. Flying colors as well onto this buy.
And you know, it's funny. I
Everyone
think
with extra
using
cash
that
should
ancient
start
game
this
where he got
D-side.
mauled by nades for an entire game is a great example of that.
With both hands, and the Mongols right back to setting a tempo. Nicely done by Nerds to catch
Donk in one singular map received almost 600 damage in nades, and honestly was kind of griefing the game with how much he was going out mid, but also every time he didn't get one-tapped, he still mauled everyone.
So if they anticipate somebody else coming from Liquid,
He was tilting, maulding, getting naded constantly, and every round that they didn't put him down instantly, he still shredded them.
lingers a bit longer than the others. Oh, and he loses that despite getting the first shot out and the first bit of damage. Ultimate has
Like,
maybe given Liquid the lifeline they need.
That's something. But guess who's going
Like, that's just nuts, you know what I mean? Like,
is always ready to
clearly,
trade
say
back.
what
He'll
you
take
want, but
every
it's,
opening,
you know, his
care.
mental just, even if he's like
the-
raging and
the
maulding,
secret weapon
his
here for the
ability to
Mongols.
maintain focus on the round at hand
time.
seems pretty
Twitch now
unmatched.
to get the bomb.
Twists.
Twists. Just got to do it all, man.
I mean, but yeah, it's really hard to place. I think if people knew, you would
like
see people
Canadians
closing the
crossed
gap
up,
on him,
it
but
happens.
The timing on that one, huh? The climb up.
All right. Well,
Senzu just moved his crosshair.
Blitz is very killable right here. Oh.
Well timed.
Yeah.
Blitz, that is a quad kill. And he's just
Tilt
so
is his fuel.
stoic with it.
I know.
Like it's just another day in the
Gets
office.
him going, man.
16 in chess.
Yeah.
Like imagine, I don't know, I've never seen him play a game of
I
chess.
just want to see Blitz in the strip club. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I mean, the one player that's like consistently gotten the better of Donk is Nico.
This is a great business model.
I would never hide behind this pole.
Yeah, right. Horrible cover.
I think it's his movement. It could be, but people like try to mimic it. I still think that like
Hey,
you
music
can
hasn't
copy
started
off
yet.
his mechanics. You can't copy his mental though.
Still
Like,
young. Auto shotty for Senzu.
Nice.
Nice, good find.
It's the headshot coming out from Naf. So man advantage for Liquid. Trying to not allow the Mongols to string these ones together. Well-timed E-box attack. Techno signing up for it. Can't manage, dude. He's just dropping the ball. Senzu's auto shotty. Not going to find anything, so the B site crumbles under pressure. Superb opening kill from Naf with that instant headshot, and you got to give it where it's due. Credit for Liquid when they just bounce up through E-box like that. They were very ready to capitalize on Naf's contact, and the fact he gets that kill so clean makes it
I'm just
way
happy
too
to see
easy.
Naf bouncing
Hey, man,
back
just
in this
like
game
how
already.
Mongols found those timings. Like they were not friendly about.
Dude,
when
that
and where
whiff
they
was
decided
actually
to
so
pop out of
brutal too,
E-box.
man.
Liquid sensed the opportunity, and they were correct. It's a good
Unfortunately,
spot to
he
do it.
can't go back and undo those rounds from that, but
Right now we're talking.
it's good to see him still searching for a kill outside B main there.
And the kills from last round help out a bit in regards to Mongols' economy.
Yeah,
And it's a team
yeah,
to
I
look
know.
forward
You
to.
guys said Naf played really well versus Imperial yesterday, yeah? I just, obviously, it was the super early game, so I didn't see it, but... Brett, I'm just wondering when your hands are going to get tired.
What a clear.
Yeah.
Running and shooting right now is kind of meta, man. It's just too easy to get your spray under control after you do that.
Naf won 18-9 yesterday on Anubis. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it was so odd to see him get bullied in B main the other day. Because I feel like it's actually one of his stronger positions when I've seen him play.
Out to E-box first, and obviously all in on this B site. Time to move elsewhere. Twist the first casualty. Blitz with the
I
second
don't know how people
rifle.
can play with
Backed up
rings
by
or
the
watch
nade.
preserver. Dude, I don't even know how people can wear them at all.
I mean, it was all B at first. They come back to middle, still see
Wedding
nothing.
band, I used to it pretty quick, but I'm that's my cap. I'm maxed out.
Open positions means that there's a chance for Mongols to get that opening kill and now spread their defense all over. If the pistols can do things like that,
Naf in the back,
spread out the damage.
I don't even notice I'm wearing a watch. It's probably because it matches your awareness in the CS server too.
Second kill from the AK-47. Long player can't get out. Bomb is still sitting all the way back outside A, so it's not even like you could follow through here.
And they got more utility.
And the nade lands on top of it. You know, these are the kinds of rounds that at this point Liquid can't afford straight up. They didn't go running anywhere. They just let the Mongols kind of come at them, poke and prod across the map from the get-go. Liquid's tempo wasn't one that the Mongols couldn't react to, so they kept things fluid, they kept things moving. And they are going to rob a round away that they had no business picking up. 10-7 off of the back of a double rifle round.
Yeah, no business is a phrase you got to use a lot with these guys because they can just win any round.
Ridiculous, man. Actually ridiculous to get Naf like that. Also,
like,
what's worse is them killing Naf like that. They know that's a B-lurk, you know?
That could be fine because they're like, okay, if I take
it's
out
just
the good
Deegs
guy,
everywhere.
this just
Liquid
makes this round so much
fucking
easier
making
for
these...
them.
1v3 that they shouldn't have lost. They got forced twice.
Like win a raw duel
now 3 times.
They have the confidence to. They're gonna swing for it. So
was it Pimp making the point like Liquid actually looks so good and then they just completely look like bums? Like
just hide from everything.
It's insane.
If MZNo's gonna peak like that, but
which like we already knew, but he actually was smart and showed like real evidence with the demo, and then I think Steel did as well.
They're going to shoot you in the side because they pushed an early flank. They're going to take lots of risks, and they're all going to pay off.
Eagle shot through smoke on the guy in the background.
It just seems like complete loss of focus.
Just really worst case saloon.
Oh, would you call this? Would you call this unlucky? That last round?
Like I don't know.
Because of the Naf kill.
Because of the Naf kill. Fair enough.
You know.
Like some of that's unlucky, but also some of that's just like, bro.
There, I'm like, maybe they could approach a little safer, but also like, maybe they should have just won.
I do think a little more pace and maybe a reaction towards A could have found it while it was still empty or understaffed, but they really let the Mongols squad just stack up. It was also just a good
key
round
fight though.
Mongols.
Yeah.
Nice.
Darts takes out Techno.
We'll take that. Blitz
not nice.
Gonna smash Naf's head open. Still great chance to get up into the B site.
Molly's
Barring
cheeks.
this Senzu hold from Platt. Clean with the headshots. He's ready for the next one. And Blitz, again, just kind of poking for a moment, dude.
He's not stopping. He's 20-9.
Incredible. Another multi-frag from Blitz. Another stone-cold reaction. And the time to kill on each of those kills was damn near instant.
Yeah.
Isn't that Twist and Coach's job to make everybody on point?
Wow.
Bro, no, you as the IGL, you unfortunately do not control the individual level of your players and their decision making. No.
Slowly getting outpaced.
You have no idea. They could literally mention it every single time they're in demos.
Blitz just blasting them away and presenting the Mongols a fantastic chance to secure 12.
Like you have no idea. But yeah, no, the IGL can't be like, dude, can you just start shooting better? Can you stop making this stupid mistake,
like
man?
Guaranteed. And all made possible by a round with 2 rifles and some dirty Desert Eagle headshots.
I mean, you could try to frame things in certain ways to try to eliminate certain scenarios, but also the other side of it is, honestly, if they keep making the same mistake and they know they're making the same mistake for whatever reason, total confidence killer as well.
None whatsoever. Fast response from the Mongols to swarm forth.
Can someone explain IGL to me? In-game leader, usually
and they will react
the guy specifically on T sides that's formulating the plans the most and kind of has the final say. The voice of the team, basically, the one idea.
Odds are it's pistols, but still so reactive.
Yeah, it's also like
other players contribute and relay information and will make calls as well, potentially in like how to win the round. But it's kind of like he's in terms of the hierarchy, that IGL will always have like the final say.
When they switch over, they're playing a different team, so different solutions may be called for. Oh man, this push should be really good versus Drugs. We'll see.
It's a Mac 10 in hand for JKS
because they have 8 main as well. I don't think the T's can get out of here.
Senzu sick, yeah.
Hoping that they give him enough respect to get another nade out, because the one that came from the B site did find its home. There's a little gift for Zinho. You want to take a look? There goes half your health.
I do love that from Nerds. Like, even if
I mean, Mensha was literally their best map, but yeah, they've been slipping on it.
Spot where they know you're up here at Rugs, like you've got to do something to get out.
And then what are you supposed to say right now? Like, Liquid is 7-12,
Canal's control.
and they've gotten Force/Eco 3 rounds, right? If I'm not mistaken, and they lost an important swing round as well on an economic swing round 1v3 on the CT side.
Zinho's gonna have to try to hold.
I mean, that's just like.
Good luck.
Won't be comfortable.
It doesn't really matter what the map is, right? Like, oh well.
Team kill makes it a 4v4. Any round could be the last, man. You got to be careful.
Bit of more chip damage on the young gun up in heaven. He'll be able to maintain control of that. Although
Nice
it's
shot,
with
Naf.
uncertainty.
Nice shot.
But nobody does climb up into him. We're working with 2 kits, incendiary double flashbang here for 9-10. A lot of money for the Mongols, so you'd think
Doesn't matter if you win both pistols if you get reset each time, James. Then they reset Mongols back, but then they lost the 1v3.
Fluster any of the defenders in the post plant. Now the flashes ring out. There's the second one gone. Everybody's retake starts moving, and it is looking so good. Again, the Mongols just flush out the bomb site like it's nothing, and Team Liquid end up looking like chumps. This T side doesn't find its way through. Defuse all the way. 13-7 for the Mongols as they close out on Liquid's map pick. There were moments, there were chances, but ultimately that one round set them up for the nice, clean, easy
Well,
close.
that was Liquid's pick.
You
Sweet
never
baby
give
Jesus.
the Mongols an inch.
Holy shit.
Because the Mongols will take a mile and then some. This was impressive.
If you enjoyed watching this Liquid Masterclass, don't forget to like the YouTube stream and subscribe to the channel and follow on Twitch.
And I guess the conversation we have to come back to is Blitz as the frag in IGL. He wanted to say, hey, Twitch, you think you can put up higher numbers than me? Not the case. Not going to happen in this one.
I mean, you're talking about Blitz.
I just feel like such a hater right now, man.
Twist is a
I hate
fragger,
it.
not an IGL. Apparently, Blitz is a fragger and an IGL, and he just outworked Twists the entire T half. Liquid's better on CT side, on Anubis. It's their favorite side. They get 3 rounds there?
Mm-hmm.
That was a Blitz masterclass.
Love a fragging IGL discussion.
Love it, love it. That was, I mean, they just decimated on the
Monster
half. I mean, they
or
were
another
taking way more
coffee
space
today.
than them. They were pushing them back. They were making all of the Liquid flaws so amplified. Any poor spacing, any poor trading from the Liquid side, and I mean, we're gonna say it. Like, I think the Mongol. I can't believe it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask you, Vu. I'm curious what you think. Who has the better, like, in an aim duel style matchup? Who's better here? Because Liquid's got the name value, but lately it's just been the Mongols players, and their spacing is better on top of that.
Yeah, it's funny you asked that, because I was thinking the same thing, and I was thinking of asking you that, because I feel like the Mongols, on the average day they show up, they have 5 players that can frag. I feel like Liquid has 4.
Who's the one not?
JKS.
Oh,
I'm sorry, JKS. I'm sorry, Sponge. But I think JKS.
I like you have to apologize to Sponge as well in this.
he represents Australia. JKS and Naf, they have too much role overlap in general. I think it caused a lot of problems, and you're gonna see throughout this series, it's just Mongols they're gonna frag them off the server.
And when we're talking about fragging, it's not just that. It's also the clutching, right? We got to look at little Mazzinho here doing his 1v3 magic.
I mean, I said before this one started that if maybe he is today because there's only so many Mongolian players of all time, but I think Mazzinho is going to be one of the best in history from this country. Starts with a
It's always fun when analysts go JKS because JKS is the Twitch chat and Reddit #1.
Moves himself
you do that, you're public enemy #1.
Isolate the angles, well aware that Liquid's going to be coming from this angle, and so
Paid
the
for hot
flash is
take.
there. He doesn't commit to the diffuser. Actually, has the presence of mind to realize he's got 5 seconds to find that other guy. Flicks on over to the player that's on the triangle, and then is able to get the guy on default.
Recently
there as well.
done worse.
All in
If
all,
I had
mean,
to pick between who I want on the team,
that
Naf or
round
JKS,
really,
I'd rather
it was gonna be
gamble on
back and
Naf.
forth, I felt like, but then Mongols just ran away with it after that one.
That was a
But that's just me. I have bias towards Naf.
When you have the 1v3
I got no
as well.
problem saying that.
You can forgive for that, right? But then 2v1
But
afterwards,
if
give them the space and
comes
have
to
all
those
that.
positions,
And then we just basically have to
having to
go
remove
fast
one,
forward
even with
into the rest
Naf's
of the rounds,
recent
right, to see a
performance
bit
being
of a
worse,
magic
I'd
moment
still
from
take
the
Naf
team.
over
Was
JKS.
entertaining, but it was kind of done a null and void at the end?
I mean, I think this round that we're going to look at to end the half is
Also,
just
don't
something
forget,
that
like, Naf was actually a demon last year, so it's not like a... I just think that this is a bit odd.
A crazy idea, as we've been seeing people flooding through camera as the bomb is dropped right there. Somehow the Mongols are actually able to get
always the one getting benched.
here. You can see that they're trying to take all of the space they possibly can.
Well, to be fair, he's usually going into scenarios where they're just really not ideal for them.
So it does come down to a 1 versus 2. I don't even know why it came down to 1 versus 2 because there's so many frags in different directions.
Like even Liquid, like this didn't make sense for them to pick him up. Like I don't hate it.
And he gets the perfect timing.
This is something I do in matchmaking.
I don't hate that they picked up JKS. I don't think he's bad, but he's also like this. My point is that the roles and teams and positions he joins into,
he did
usually the most expendable.
Spot. I mean, give him a little bit of credit for that, but the reality is that's a ridiculous play.
I also think that the way that it fell apart for Liquid there, like they had the control of the bomb, they knew what the Mongols should be wanting to accomplish, and they still put Nert in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, but he has no skills in this match. Like yeah, but they're not talking about specifically one map.
The way that Liquid can just kind of spread out in the middle of the
stupid.
round, I think
that's reactionary
kind of
and
when we
like that
talk
would
about
be
Twist,
that's like
captain element.
That's more of baiting than like what Vu did by saying that.
Just kind of shift walking everywhere. That feels like a pug.
It's kind of what we talked about, or what actually the other analyst desk talked about. Imperial versus Liquid. Imperial.
Why the talk right now then? They have to create the framework for the match while the players take a break mentally so they can reset before map 2. It's an actual requirement for a break, so you need
work on that. I don't know how much
you need some talking heads to talk about the game, create the framework, build some storylines,
impressive moments,
get people invested and talk like you are now.
When they're able to pull out pretty much an eco win, that should never be happening.
You're currently being farmed and framed.
Doesn't look right either. I don't even know how 910 gets this deagle kill that's coming
literally,
up in a
like you're
Muzinho with one of the
proving the point
from the previous round is able to pick off Twist. You could see that the spacing again for Liquid is just a little bit awkward. You have to really comb through these fine details. But then 910 was actually able to get a deagle kill in middle, and now they just kind of know what Liquid want to do. They're jiggling around the bomb site one by one. And Liquid,
my personal favorite gun is Blast only has 2 setups in the studio, and in between the series when they're swapping out which teams are playing for the match, the people getting mad that they're talking for 35 minutes, thinking it's because it's any other reason besides the players are just setting up and getting ready for the match.
They flood A main afterwards. They're like, okay, we can force the issue because we got the number advantage. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Motherfuckers are acting like Pimp is going up here and be like, actually, production, I need 10 more minutes.
A really worrying sign for Liquid, right? Are we saying now that this is just the Mongols' wheelhouse and they can't be tested against Liquid?
That's what I expected. That's why I said it's 70-30. You capitulated. Now he capitulated. He said 55-45. My concern was also Anubis. That Liquid, you could say they were a top 2 team on Anubis. I think right now they're not a top 2 team on Anubis. I think Mongols are scary on that map, and we didn't give them the respect for it.
But don't you think that Liquid thought when they did this in the Veto, it's like, okay, this is our trump card. We can do this.
I feel
Rated
like
X, thanks for the 14-month primer. Thank you.
In the last couple tournaments, few tournaments picking Anubis, I think Anubis is a desperate pick. I really think that Anubis is a map because you're going to start on the CT side on it. It's just you're gambling that your CT plays are going to eventually counter a couple of their T-side plays. Like you're looking for 4 rounds in that first half.
How do I feel about Vu on the desk? It's been great.
Really.
I like this desk a lot. I also feel like somehow it's opened up banks a bit more too.
We're gonna flash push B main. We're gonna push canals once or twice. We're gonna flash for the guy to peek A. It's like it's not. No one really has found a centered defense for that map to say this is super strong for us, with the rare exception of Eternal Fire. Like Eternal Fire is the one team that kind of seems like they've solved this map for themselves.
So I'm pretending like he doesn't have a button to start the game. 5 gifted, I'll hit the button in 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
They're just gambling. They get a few random rounds on that CT side, and then when they go to T side, they're in the driver's seat.
I've actually been impressed with Liquid CT sides, but it speaks to Anubis when I'm impressed because they do a lot of gambling. They rotate off of B, leave it empty. They go for the retake in mid. They go for the retake on A. They do a lot of gambling, but I guess Anubis as a pick is now becoming a gamble for them.
Dr. Ben, as I just answered, no.
With Train leaving it open, that was a bit of a gamble. This was, unfortunately for Liquid, they just can't find that CT side.
How confident
I'm sitting, this isn't what I paid for it. Fidget Sniper, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I will now be starting the game in 6 minutes and 50 seconds. I got
you. They were willing to play Anubis versus Vitality. Same kind of story there, where they felt like they were the underdogs and had to pick it. But it is a map where the Mongols have shown significant amount of comfort. I wouldn't really list it in their top
James.
2 maps.
I get it, but
maybe top 4. But
I imagine this is a much more efficient way for Blast to host events, and the room and the setting
might have scared
looks
the
very
Mongols
nice.
more if they picked, say, like Nuke, because last time around they got a lot of advantages on that one, and
it does extend the day quite a bit more, but also,
throwing caution
fuck it, I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're better at Anubis now. Maybe not versus you, but versus some teams we feel good.
Yeah, I feel the benefit is that on Anubis, you know what's coming from Liquid. You know what they're going to do. You can plan for it for days and days in a row. And I mean, to be honest, I think teams might have been watching Liquid even for their own benefit. Liquid had a great CT side for quite a while, but I don't know if you can say that in today's CS.
Yeah, times have been moving on, and we will be moving on next.
Why is Naf and JKS having similar roles a bad thing if they're two good side anchors? Oh, well, it's
for Liquid, especially when Blitz
so it's not that they're both side anchors, it's that they have, and roles is a oversimplification, but really it's not just roles, it's they have similar play styles. So everybody got mad at Ykinder because Ykinder would entry a lot and he would die a lot. But that was also because he was doing that because nobody else on the team felt comfortable entering a lot, aka JKS, Naf, and Twist doesn't do it that much either, despite what you might think in some of his famous moments. He likes to pick and choose when he does it, and that doesn't make anybody a bad player. That doesn't make anything that they're doing wrong. It's how they feel comfortable playing the game of Counter-Strike, and you need different play styles on the team so they can complement each other. JKS and Naf don't just like to play similar spots. They literally they are like carbon copies of each other of how they like to operate in the server. So it's not that they just both want to go anchor B or some shit. It's they want to literally both anchor and kind of like set up, be a supportive element, close rounds, and be further back in the pack. The problem with that is similar to when Ykinder was on the team, and what Maui brought up a good point, and I didn't know this, it kind of felt this way, but it makes way more sense, and they have numbers to back it up, which is great. Nerds is going for the same amount of entries as Ykinder, which means they literally have the same fucking problem. Chat, I'm running an ad. We're not even getting somebody to sure, JKS is changing some spots on the CT side. Sure, they're moving around players a little bit, but really the problem is they have the same play style still, so they're stuck, right? That doesn't see, people think when you say JKS should be removed from the team, it's not really JKS's fault. It's not JKS is a bad player so he should be removed off Liquid. It's that, dude, you can't have these two players exist really on the same team, because if you don't have other play styles that complement them well, there's too much overlap. The problem is when you're saying all this, people get offended on other people's behalves on the internet. Dude, JKS, you can't say that. He should stay. Naf just played bad. It's not really what people are People aren't saying JKS is bad at the game. It's just there's a lot of overlap that doesn't make sense. And in the current meta, what we're seeing working, right? If you look at other blueprints for what's creating success, Liquid is not really coming close to it. And I was kind of excited when JKS first got added because one, I just wasn't expecting it, and two, them having two Deddy site anchors seemed like a really interesting idea. But then what quickly popped up was just, yeah, it's just too much. It was just too passive. All right. I got you on the profile sign in 69 business months exactly. Grappable, thanks for the 14-month primer. Thank you.
Just got an ad.
I've shouted out a couple times today, man.
The decider of when these two teams faced off last time around will now be.
Why are we watching a slow-mo of JKS eating a banana, bro?
But Liquid now, we're fighting a more than uphill battle.
Hold on,
because
let
they
me get a
need to
drink.
dig deep inside themselves, find their form, and find their way to victory, because they did not show up on Anubis. And this is a huge problem. Can you even find the success when you're fighting this kind of a battle and you got destroyed the way you did here, Maui?
It's going to be tough for Liquid to bounce back in this one. I feel like they have the pieces that could make it work, but I am really worried because I actually really enjoy Mongols game planning on this kind of map.
Okay.
I feel like the A-centric hits that they consistently go for, like, for example, most teams in the top 20, 65% of their hits roughly towards B. Yep. Mongols, over half of the time, they're going to A. So they kind of created their own micro meta for this map that they follow to a T, and they are quite good at it.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to Ultimate to actually try and be in the right spot. I know Ultimate, as an opper, he, more so than a lot of other oppers, he really likes to gravitate towards the B side, but Liquid aren't going to be surprised by this. They already know the way Mongols play. They know the game plan Mongols had last time around, and all they have to do is adjust and then shoot back better.
Easier said than done for sure, but what I do remember, maybe I'm crazy, but is some of the best highlights I've seen from Ultimate is on Ancient.
It's true. He can put himself in a few positions. Vu's right that he does end up on B a lot. The last time around I watched them play, I did see Ultimate play that kind of temple, brokey position.
That's what you want.
Yeah, so if he's able to slot himself there,
I got a
dodge that
Fairlife
first
protein
flash,
shake and
there's
some
a great
lemonade.
chance that he could be the difference maker here. And if he pairs up well with Nerds on that bomb site, it is a lot of firepower.
And firepower, though, is much what they need. And I know we don't like to say it too much, but it was seriously lacking from everyone but JKS.
Yeah, JKS can have himself a good map. I don't know if that makes him the player that I love the most on Liquid, and I'm still gonna go right back to Ultimate. I think when you play a team that is so good on the rifles, you need your opper to shut down those
Gucci
wide
Feathers,
swings.
thanks for your
Ultimate hasn't
38
done
month
it.
primer, thank you.
Let's see if he can do it going into Ancient. Will it be ultimate success for Liquid to carry them into a third place Decider map, or will it be Mongols all the way? Probably the latter.
Probably, James, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be...
Last year, Yukindra had 30% of Liquid's opening duels. Ultimate 23%, Twist 18, Naf and JKS around 15. Now it's Nerds 30%, Ultimate and Twist at 18, JKS at 17, and Naf 15. It's pretty much exactly the same. That's what I'm saying is like,
we know what the Mongols do.
they basically just
we're talking
swapped.
about a team that, of all the events they've attended so far in 2025,
Like
just
when
Eternal Fire,
people were
Mongols
calling
make
for Yukindra's
playoffs.
head,
This is not for playoffs, but it's certainly for
it wasn't
elimination.
just that people
And that
like
is why
wasn't just
my
Yukindra
belief
dying.
in
Remember,
Mongols
people like, why is he
feels
entering so much, right? Like, obviously he wasn't having success. But everybody, I think, kind of realized that like the team composition was a little weird, right?
Finals of this event, but the fact is that like Liquid, they've
Now now when Nerds is still doing the same thing and he has a little bit more success, it still feels the same though.
And we're expecting them to get better.
The Hell
That's what we're
Killer?
looking for, but we know that Mongols are great at the moment, so it'll be tough. Unfortunately, the last map went as you thought it would in your head. You know,
Moncheck, did we get a gamba or no?
They never looked like they were going to win the map.
Hey, look.
Now, Ancient will be another shot. And again, they
Yeah,
did a
we
good
did.
job
You
in the
guys were
veto,
just
so
slow.
at least gives them a chance.
I ran
here.
for 15 minutes.
Doesn't fall for the fake flash. Ooh,
Great on
easy.
pistols.
There we
these
go.
guys.
Two pairs of Berettas just slam back the Mongols in terms of trying to get over cave control. A bomb plant at this point would be...
What does FaZe do next? In your opinion? I
it
think
doesn't look
FaZe
like they're gonna
rides
end
it
up
out all the
getting
way
it.
till the
So,
major.
yes, this will be 3 for 3 in the pistol rounds. And we're not able to convert both of them
I think
back on
if you're
Anubis,
FaZe,
but let's
I'm
see
not
if they
saying
can
you
do it
don't
here on
care about
Ancient.
the results.
Again, we
I'm
said that
saying
there's a lot that they have to show us. I think a
that's the
consistency
goal,
in pistols.
right? Like,
If there's
just
any
keep
beacon
working
hope,
towards the major and
that's been a
keep
good point
building
for
towards the
Liquid.
major
I
and
always say enough good
try
starts
not to
and
focus
eventually
on
you're gonna win
results
the map.
as much.
So that is a
And
great thing
if
to be
it's
able
still
to
just as
say
bad,
you
then
in
have
your
a serious
pocket.
conversation about what to look at, right?
You want to see the mood high at all times.
I'm not trying to make
Some of
excuses
the
for
comebacks teams are
Elige.
making, man, it's like, why
You know,
ever
he
give up,
owned it.
you know,
Like, he
mentally?
wasn't saying he wasn't the problem. He was talking about how his individual performance was bad, how he's not comfortable, and he's not playing up to his standards. And, like, basically,
weak-minded.
he straight up said, like, he's just not killing anyone right now. Like, he's just struggling. And he didn't mention it, but when Banks did ask the question, he did then just say, like, I guess, like, sounds like his move wasn't very smooth. Now, I'm not going to say that excuses it, but I'm saying it would be interesting to see maybe in like a little bit more time what it looks like. So that's why
Give me time.
Well, I didn't know that.
keep
about you.
improving.
Give
Don't
me
like
time.
be content with the shitty results, but also at the same time, like if you can get it together for the major, that's really all that matters at this point if you're FaZe.
Got all the power.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I would actually. That's why I asked.
I feel like that's the best plan for FaZe.
Danger Zone comes back.
Danger Zone comes
And the MP9 gets nerfed.
Again.
How about that? 3 kills from Naf with it to make a bit of extra cash here inside of the B site. So Mongols, no tomfoolery.
Nerds wins 54% of his opening duels compared to 46 of Yeki's, but Liquid wins 65% of the rounds that Nerds gets his opener compared to 72% on Yeki's. Interesting. It's kind of fun. Oh yeah, I forgot to unban you. Wait, Madfish, thanks for the membership on YouTube. Fuck.
And the Mongols have got 0 kills so far.
He said no unban. You know, somebody said something earlier, and I was like, wait, I forgot to unban you, and then I forgot again.
Just last night, this is the position they had Navi in for like 4 rounds, I think.
That's actually too funny.
Blitz blind as a bat and plenty of support. That's just going to force the Mongols to go all in on A. They're not going to waste any time. If anything's going to come of this round, it should be from just taking this
hold on.
Smoke grenade over towards
we'll wait till after this round.
Plant down, but 910 doesn't commit immediately. Trying to welcome a challenge, he'll get it.
He's not even unbanned yet.
Smoke is actually, yeah, it's pretty
he's
rough.
ready to go back in for that, isn't he? Eats a flashbang, second time. 910 fakes it out, but now that Smoke
I love that
is soon to
Nerds
fade.
did that.
I guess
I
that's,
love
you know,
that.
the downside of throwing everything on
I
the
say
fly.
that because I'd fuck that up.
They'll throw a better Smoke this time.
I see Nerds do that. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I'm not that smart.
Here queued up for Liquid.
I would have been overly greedy right there.
Yeah, still 5 up for Liquid.
Now, no A main flank.
What do you get banned for? Madfish has a lot of bad food takes as a
eye on it.
bruv. And he just kind of pissed me off yesterday, so I put a bounty on his head and chat paid for him to be banned.
Double man disadvantage, looking to hold it. No! 910, bullets like magnets! Quad kill in the round. Techno owns the last. That donut hold is gross.
Don't say you can't rifle after that. Wow. This one.
This
off it to the right.
Ooh. Lovely stuff.
How the fuck does it happen every time?
Denial of the retake.
3v5.
It's literally every fucking time, man.
Nerds, that's great cover, actually.
It's
Comes out
not
from Red
even
Roof.
And that last mid time in the found was great, but now
predictable.
instead of 2 going out mid, it's only 1. They've got 4 alive as they attack A on an open site.
Well, they've only got that one smoke left on 910. Luckily this time, the first one that lands is good. Temple fight. Nerds is really keeping the pressure up here, challenging out through Red Room, challenging out through Temple. Where have I seen this round before? Another 3 versus 5 post plant in the A site. Unfortunately for 910, very low this time around. Blitz, dangerous game he's playing on Temple. Utility completely dries up for the Mongols.
It's interesting how.
To be fair, Trouser, I actually did ban Madfish for longer. I just said for the rest of the day, and he's been banned
allowed them to win last round.
all day today as well.
He's going to have to step up here. His teammate's low health. The retake's coming. He dives back into the big box cover. You've got bodies on the site. 910 sends you. No way. Not like this. Not again. This would be 2v5. Back to back.
Oh, shit. Shit. Wait. Fuck.
And they don't play tuck for time at all, and that means that as soon as you pop out of the smoke, off of one flash,
Well, at least I can laugh, I guess now. Holy shit.
If you want a piece of the Mongols,
man,
you know where to get it.
Crazy.
Oh
That's crazy.
Oh my god, could you hear it?
By getting his kill, holding temple control.
Bro.
And they had
Oh
less,
shit,
they had
I gotta
less
chill.
health and no
I
utility.
gotta chill.
But they kept good spots.
Bro, like
That's what's
half
really
the shit
important. There was
fucking
never
lifted up
one guy
off
on
my
big box.
desk.
Let's say
Somehow
there's 2, and then
I
just
did
play
not
for
touch
time.
my keyboard,
Every
but
one
it
of the
did
players on first line of both
lift
these situations
off
was ready
the
to trade
desk, and I guess
instantly
it
if someone came out of
paused.
CT or temple. There's something to be learned from that.
Oh shit. That was alright.
Chew on that one, Liquid.
Alright. Bowls that used to have food. Whoa, whoa. There's one plate, sir. One plate. We got some cans
Enough to
and
make a grown man cry.
my coffee. Wait. In my fair life.
Having to pull this off with pistols. Not one grenade in the mix for Team Liquid. And the Mongols will find no resistance as they get closer to the A site.
Dude,
There's that 3-player pack who's allowed to move
Nerds can't
forward.
throw that.
Nerds 5-7. Taken down to 40 health. Good cover by Senzu on the right side as his teammates push up left. Naf with that.
Follow Max crying at you slamming your desk. Bro,
They gotta
like
plan
what?
for donut, right? And then go back and take it.
Senzu never really left it.
It's.
Techno's
I
gonna
just,
go for
I
the fight
fucking
though
hate it here,
versus
man.
Naf.
Liquid is basic. Like, they've done this. They've made me a monster. Like, I don't like it.
And 910's gonna catch him, trying to run for the hills.
I think I'm at that point where, like, if I keep feeling this way, I might just have to check out, dude.
Oh, man. All right, well, let's relive the Mongols highlights of this game.
Shall we? This is 910's.
Oh, we have to rewatch it again.
And then Senzu should be the star of the show in the next one.
It's actually sick to watch, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's just in the, in the real thick of it.
No, it's good. Let's just keep replaying them.
Yeah.
No, that's
Can't
good.
help but appreciate it as a student of the game. But Team Liquid will waste no time. Into round 6. Rifles in hand.
Oh, man.
The upside so far, though, like both those rounds had good setups. Mid control, their timings on their flashes, they retook elbow, both worked out well. Sometimes A is going to be open. I think that's just something that's really exploitable, to be honest. But
I don't want to.
When they had a
like, I feel just like such a salty piece of shit all the time, man. I don't like it. Shadow, thanks for the 43. Doobie, thanks for the 11. And Famous, thanks for the 9. Like, it's actually. Look what it's turned me into what I hate most.
Got to be careful retaking in both sides.
Ooh. Nerds again through the red smoke. Careful, though.
Oh, if he reloads.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Gets back low, but the gun's still not reloaded, so...
He doesn't care.
He'll run right through that fire, not even a threat. He's going to catch Twist coming from the other site.
He's playing with them.
And obviously this threat, this looming presence that he's just going to hang on to has the other CT so distracted that his teammates run up into the B site and they don't even really offer any kind of a hold.
You have no choice.
So nervous about the thorn in their side that JKS is now looking to deal with. But you get that peel back from Mzinho.
You hurt by Johnny
He's
Cash.
aware that there should be another A player, and JKS is able to sniff him out.
G-Money, thanks for
takes a look at
200
the
bits.
bomb site itself. It's just 3 rifles up. Nobody's got grenades now that Naf's dead.
That's actually kind of a cool effect, G-Money.
It's a key turning point here for Ultimate to try to keep the hopes up. Liquid, another retake attempt, and the smoke that Naf dropped got picked up by JKS. He throws that out to cut off one of the 2, but there's no time for him. Not without a kit. The Mongols into another bomb site, this time thanks to Mzinho.
It's unbelievable how efficient 910 is with his ammo right now. Like, every duel, like, people are shooting him straight on. He's getting these kills so fast. He's mowing them down. Another post plant goes their way. This one brought to you by Mzinho. Because Nerds reloaded.
Well, I'm saying that to bait more money.
So
I'm always baiting money.
Right? They just don't think
I
that.
just tell you when I am, right?
It
No,
ends up
no,
being
it's
a
actually
bait.
kind of cool.
Mzinho, I think something
I haven't
like
seen
a light
anybody.
bulb
Is
goes
that
off
new,
his
or
head.
is that
It's
just
like,
people
oh,
not
my
using
teammate
it?
died. That sucks. I didn't plan for that, but it actually does create a really big opportunity right now.
In case you didn't notice, JKS is no longer in
Yeah.
cave, swapped with Naf. I've
Always
seen
the risk
them
you run
swap
giving up
like a
space,
few
whether
different
it's in
spots.
mid, on B, or
This,
on A, like
in
we
this
saw in
game
that previous
specifically,
round.
if
You
they
can
played
have a
Ancient
material advantage,
versus Imperial,
but
I
map
obviously I
advantage
didn't see
also
that. I have seen JKS more towards A and Naf more towards cave, but who's the... I don't know. No, because JKS re-cleared through A last round, but they had to have moved him, right? Who's the Deddy B player? I know JKS was cave because that was where Kinder was, and then he moved there, but then he kind of got bullied. Are they putting Nerds on Deddy B? I feel like that's probably where it should be.
Out there on the field.
Twist is Deddy B, and then they're putting Nerds
worthy
mid
of
then.
it, because there goes the trade.
It's not bad either.
Double A play.
We'll see if that AK repositions quick, but this is the thing with the Mongols, right? It's like they're constantly just carving a path. They're kind of like water, always flowing. You try to block them off one way, they'll just go around you. And they'll do it with no hard feelings.
Senzu, or sorry, 910 missed this slightly.
NA is Canada, US, Mexico. That's
He
it.
actually ends up spotting the second one, still
You and I
able to plant
skipped a
bomb.
couple classes.
And then Senzu just up in that corner, hoping somebody walks in and thinks that
Our
everybody
YouTube
else is
chat's
pushed out
doing
towards
the
site.
thing where they don't know the difference between continents and regions again. They'll get there though.
Would be massive, but they're going to have to retake
They'll get
quickly.
there. What's up,
There's going
Maverick?
to have to be some pace here, a little gusto Blitz is 13 health, not a lot to work with. He will stay committed to this corner. Distractions offered up. Now they've been able to find him. There is still time for this defuse. Techno's dead.
Oh,
and JKS, just honestly, king
Oh
of the
my
round.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, I've seen enough. Bye-bye, Naf. Keep JKS.
Flood out through middle on the chase of the Mongols. It's the fact they missed that timing up inside of Cave that ends up costing it, I think.
Yeah. We have the 910 who was jiggle spotting, and I think that the first player walking into Cave didn't shoot at him on purpose.
Okay.
Said, I can just get ahead of this since I know that you guys are taking B. If I'm not mistaken, he should have seen him. But 910 went back to look at the ramp. So it's the second guy who noticed this.
Big Biscuit, thanks for 30 months armor. Thank you.
But yeah, it's I think a lot to do with JKS, just the duels that he wins, because any one more duel means this round is won on time. And to be honest, Techno probably could have tucked.
Well, that's finally one that's
gonna lay your ass out there.
Finally a retake.
Yeah, not only a retake, but a round that
Bro,
they're not
NA
supposed
means
to win.
North America. This guy's
Sure, like,
doubling
deep down
down.
in your
This is
gut,
bold.
Just feels like, oh, finally something. that
Surely
goes
this
our
is just
way,
rage
you
bait
know?
at this point.
Yeah.
Surely he would just
little
Google
luck,
his own
perhaps.
answer, right?
Yeah, it's like when you win at the casino and you think God likes you more. It's
Yeah.
like you need
America
to know that a
is
little
divided into 3 sections. Guys,
Oh, my
I
wife's
need
not
5
gonna leave
gifted.
me. Well, we'll see about that, Liquid. And Jury's still
He's
out.
not- he
Ultimate,
doesn't-
2 kills in on this hold. Oh!
He's
No
making his
scope
own
for
continents,
Liquid.
guys.
All around him, and all he wants is more blood. Great coverage.
Nice
from
fucking
the
round.
Aussie.
Rolling from Poland, Ohio, dude.
Behind the pillar, B-site hit goes south.
Cha-ching.
This is your community? No. This guy's one person, okay?
all in
He's
again.
almost, he'll Google it eventually.
Exactly right.
All right, here,
I'm on a
quiet.
hot streak.
He said it's north, central, and south. Quiet, do me a favor. Google, where is Central America located? Just do that and tell me what it reads.
No problem.
Let me know. Let me know what it gives you back,
All right,
okay?
Liquid. Suddenly, in the driver's seat.
We're
Desert
gonna
Eagles
get
are a very
there.
simple setup for the Mongols. We'll see Ultimate start the show.
Middle America.
Des talked about this position here for Ultimate. How much you can
PS
get
Tour,
out of
thanks
it.
for 25 with
Swap
Barbara,
up
thank you.
position. One of the Desert Eagles rings out with a connection. 910, all he's gonna get. Single death for Liquid as they will take the lead on Ancient.
Nice, man. I mean, they could have been running away with this half already, but just the fact that they come back is still a win mentally as well. So timeout comes in.
Also,
Get
he
involved.
quadrupled down and then brought in politics. Love that. Let's go. Let's
And I
go.
think now we look back
Hell
on some
yeah.
of the earlier positions and think,
Fuck yeah,
well,
baby.
Liquid are actually quite good in middle. Nerds is doing a
I
great
didn't
job. The
think
flashes
it
are
was
perfectly
possible.
timed. It's all about
But
the
being a
timing on
really
those
dumb
elbow
Twitch chatter,
flashes.
I am glad
They're the
chat
ones who are a little
exists
ahead of the
because
game when it
the
comes to
stupid
fighting
fucks make
Mongols.
Twitch chatters look
So
smarter
even
on
though
the
Mongols
daily
won those
FRFR.
rounds because of those 2v5 and the 3v5.
Trouser, it is kind of a competition
would
every
they
day. Thanks
be
for 200
able to
bits,
do
brother.
that again?
Appreciate
Is
it.
that a sustainable way to approach?
Well, fix the WoW servers for me.
And
I'm
if they
having
wanna take
withdrawals.
it, how
Wait,
they
what's
gonna do
wrong? Oh, shit. Mod here. They DDoSed OnlyFans again? Oh, really?
Good start to this game and good last 3 rounds. for
Seems like
Liquid.
everybody's very employed these days. This message brought to you by your full-time Twitch streamer.
So step up from Anubis.
Highly employed
Individually
activities.
from Ultimate. Individually from Nerds, right? He's really been kind of whittling away at them with those red spams. Because he was somebody whose number was just punched by Senzu so consistently back in the opening map of the series.
He missed players twice right now. Ultimate's coming back, though. He feels like he's too suspicious of this, and then, yes, he finally gets rewarded.
Nice. Good intuition.
It's nice that it didn't just fall back that whole time. He knew something was amiss.
Twist is suspicious. JKS and Mzinho have crossed paths.
Mzinho might come clear this because he didn't go. Yeah.
Mzinho looks more cautious, but he's going to come back at it. Oh, okay. Still they line up. Twist double kill out middle. Good on
Okay,
him.
I want to say one. No, you know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Has been Mzinho. Now,
I'm gonna wait because they can actually lose
He
these.
actually has the rest of the defense still pretty split up, but he eats that flashbang. So good team play coming out from Liquid. Twist is
Tendies,
able to
thank you very
find
much
not
for the
only his
5
timing,
gifted.
the
Thank you,
kills,
thank you,
but then
thank
a
you.
chance to assist to make sure that the close keeps the majority alive
Okay.
as Liquid go up 6-4.
It's a few different timings now that they're winning in middle as well. So this is honestly a great half from Liquid in terms of quality of rounds. You know, I mean, everyone look back and say, well, the rounds they lost were inexcusable and ruined things. But even numerically now, 6-4 here on CT side. It's a good spot the way that Ultimate's approaching these positions as an
Tammy's, I
offer
can't
has
believe you
been
gifted 5, you
high
fucking
efficacy.
idiot. Wait. So we had
And,
Twitch
they're not
Tuggers?
letting the
Is
individuals
that what
win
we are?
rounds anymore.
We had girthy gifters, but that lost to Twitch Tuggers. Do we have any other ones that we want to throw up for competition for names?
Oh boy.
That was far away. What a spray.
No,
feel like
Super.
one of the
I'm-
testaments to the,
Twitch
you
chat
know,
was getting a little jealous.
consistencies of
I
Team
think
Liquid.
they were jealous of or envious of the member mommy's name that I gave YouTube
And when that happens,
when we do scam trains. So I think we were looking for.
contributions are from across the board. Team Liquid, solid. They've got
They
Mongols
wanted a
scratching their
rebrand.
head,
Twitch
trying to
wanted a
find an
rebrand,
answer
so I was
back
letting
in
them
this
vote with
game.
their money, as
10-9
any
in A-main
smart
will
man
not
would
be
do.
That Nertz hangs on to his line, and Ultimate gets a bit of a tease of the mid presence coming his way. Pressured by Util and killed by the pistol. But then we got Twist, who's just been quite mobile this round, looking to support wherever need be. We saw him leaning back from the B bomb site over here on A to just try to react to the presence of the Mongols. Felt like he read into this A split coming out through middle.
Hey, YouTube chat, we've had our fun, but don't overcook it. Or I'll just start clapping people's cheeks. Madfish is still banned in Twitch chat, so
It's a good time to smoke.
he might
those
actually
Mongols
moderate
are
YouTube chat.
ready,
Just heads up.
waiting for any kind of push in donuts. They're only out.
Gifting Gooners was a solid suggestion. Fuck.
Easy close. Nertz with 2 more for the road and a 5-round streak for Team Liquid. off the
Girthy
back of
Givers
that,
is
so-
my
Yeah, we do
vote.
get some of the best out of Liquid in CT positions.
Okay, so what I wanted to say before I got really scared when Menzino ripped somebody's head off.
Really tricky about walking
Considering
by.
the
Girthy
rounds
on
that
the
Liquid
side.
is fucking torched on the CT side, this is actually a really good CT side. It's actually insane. I really hate that I'm saying this. I think right now Mongols is getting a bit exposed because they really just aren't putting too much pressure on Liquid through mid.
I feel like we could have a game on our hands. I don't want to jinx it.
And they're just like relying on their aim to just blast their way into sites, which I mean, don't get me wrong, we saw that that can work,
With
but
elimination looming.
no, Silvercast is getting postponed to the 5th.
Like we're looking at 11-2 half without those huge.
We did that because I didn't want to like there's just like a lot of shit that we're trying to like maneuver around all the time, so it gets
Push
it's
coming down.
stupid.
They haven't done this that often. 9-10 spots it though. He takes a little damage, but
Central
that's worth it.
American Jorkin gifters. All right, man, you didn't even try. You just like.
And now that they saw the push, they understand the
Well,
setup
danger
is
zone
just
return?
Very malleable,
I don't know, man.
very floaty, and they're trying
I'll
to
be
punish the
honest. I don't
rotations.
really care that much. For me,
like when
so it's not something I'm
teams
like
play
really
routine spots like
hoping
this.
for or thinking about. I would guess
They get numbers off
probably
this,
not.
there's still utility
To
to
me,
use.
the
Senzu
thing
has
I
just done a
still
lap around the
personally that
entire
I
site.
would like to see more of. Oh my God!
He had the bomb if he
Is
died
community
right there.
community server support.
20 seconds.
No. Taken.
No way.
Oh, goodness me. Blitz, deep angle into CT, softens up the closest rotate.
All right, any girthy givers in chat? I'm matching all gifted. We got 30 seconds
tiptoeing
left.
In that duel, little jiggle and a shot or two. I thought he had that one in the bag. Ultimate trying to get an exit out.
Oh,
Spotted by the jump off.
fucking!
9-10's gonna
That's
get
what I
his
mean,
third
though. Like,
headshot. This is 9-10
this doesn't
from
even.
start to finish as he gets caught
I actually
trying
don't want to
rotate
flame
bomb
Liquid here.
into an
Like,
A site.
there's plenty to
And had he
flame
died, this
in those
round's done
retakes.
for. He's gonna wait
But
inside of the bomb
I
site,
actually
gunning
feel like
for
they had a
his
good
fourth.
CT
JKS
side.
looking to piece together
Oh
a
my
clutch.
God!
He gets damage
And
onto Mzinho, but the
Mongols
fifth
wasn't really
round
doing
for the
something
Mongols.
to
The
like
last round of this half
outmaneuver
added to the
Liquid.
tally.
They're just
What is
hitting
this rifling
some
from
heaters,
the
dude.
upper of the Mongols.
9-10 just sitting both their asses down across shelf right there to red is nuts. Like that's just fucking nuts. Like that's what you know when you go back through the demo, you don't want to like overdo it. Chat you don't want to overdo it because the fuck, like that's just he just hit some insane shots, man. Churro, thanks for the 21-month primer. Thank you. Like, Mongols is so talented that they have basically fuck all, I feel like, for like a game plan here on this T side. It looked really rough, actually. Counterpoint, they are so insane aim-wise that they got 5 rounds. They got 5 rounds purely based off of just ability. Like, did you go back to live after the Dex Slam? I did, yeah. Yeah. The YouTube stream is always a little bit further behind though because I'm watching in a higher res. Mommy Haver, thanks for the 23-month resub, thank you. And Kieran, thanks for the 42-month primer, thank you. Appreciate y'all. It's such a weird feeling seeing like that's got to be one of the weirder halves, I feel, right? Oh, I didn't watch the clip from the Falcons timeout. Anybody have it? I'm sure one of you's got it loaded up. That bit isn't even bad. It's just Reddit being Reddit. The fuck link is that, James?
I don't know. I just feel like last round was obviously a bit unlucky, but
what?
Yeah.
Then you idea, should I call something?
No, I'm just thinking.
Kick off that half because there were some beautiful mechanical moments at disadvantages from the Mongols that started this half. It is only 5 rounds on the T side in the end. But the ones they grabbed, I would dare say, works of art.
Absolute works of art. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to have to.
Taz sitting there fucking just grinning ear to ear. He's like, finally, I'm not the only one getting fucking laughed at.
Amazing display of individual brilliance from 9-10, not in just one splash, but like throughout. And now we'll get the switch over.
It should be mentioned that VP was the one who called the timeout. No, I know, but like,
they have the tools 100%.
It's just funny, right? Like,
I think worth noting.
I'm not gonna armchair analyst that one into the ground, but that is fucking funny.
By way of ultimate. So we were kind of calling for an uptick in his performance from map 1 to map 2, and I think that we got it. Enough to give them that small lead. 9-10, trying his damnedest for another multi-frag. Will still have a bit of health to work with, but it looks like this site is under wraps. Now, JKS having gushed 9-10 in Temple means he's able to put that bomb down uncontested. Does Senzu come out? Oh, yes, of course he does. From the back. Now, Naf, him dying inside Donut compromises the post plant. They feel desperate, like they've got to go.
Come on, man.
Just headshots across the board. If I'm not mistaken, all just these beautiful USP taps.
Insane, man.
2 out of 9-10. Senzu gets his, and Blitz closes like it's nothing.
Yeah, he just put him on a t-shirt, man. That was insane.
Like, god damn, bro. They actually, like...
Not even a shot back on the last 2 players. That's how quick it was. And that's the, 4th pistol we've seen so far this series. Finally, Mongols win one. Oh, my gosh.
It's a good USP skin, too.
Like, quite literally nothing you could do about that.
I guess maybe don't lose Donut.
Yeah, so, Naf comes back to Donut a little late.
Lone Wolf, I would prefer
is
just
really
to see
smart
Liquid
about
win,
it, though.
but
He's holding like the position he thinks Naf might check. You know, not just trying to walk up against the wall and go for a wide swing. That's that individual quality, man.
Just the fact that that unravels Liquid on the bomb site as well. Those two players pushing into Blitz, trying to get something going. Nerds and Twists already almost dead, and there was a lot of grenades.
Kelly, what are you crying about now?
Obviously have some kind of grand plan to put forth.
ESP one taps are so satisfying, bro. They're like the best feeling in the game.
But you know, you can make essentially you can make 10 right moves in a row, but if your 11th is wrong, you lose.
USP one tap. I'd rather USP one tap no head armor, like a no head armor on pistol, than Deagle one, like a 1D.
They got kills. They put themselves in a totally winning spot, and then they completely bungled it. And now this game is so incredibly close. It could have literally
shut
been
the fuck up.
You know, a 10-2 half off of those. No exaggeration.
Double kill. And the third man goes down easy at the hands of Senzu. He drops the bomb, eats a flash, so it's a bit more footing forward for JKS. But he's working with a heavily tagged up teammate. And they still got to get that bomb back. Not going to happen by the looks of things. JK has to go compromise the back end. If he can just deny somebody's gun, well, you're effectively racking up the costs. Second kill from the MAC-10. Still 50 health to try to finish the 1v4. But that's where this one ends. Blitz ruins the party for the Aussie. And off of the pistol, we're tied.
All tied up. Lead has vanished. It was small to begin with, but first pistol in the series. And now a solid anti-eco.
Yeah, it feels like
if we count the mistakes in this match, like between both
Hungry
maps,
Jeff for the 33-month primer. Thank you.
It's just something that we have to keep tabs on. You know, we can talk about how cool it is that Mongols can pull off all these ecos, but like, maybe that just means you've got to be able to do it too.
Sorry, ultimates. Not gonna happen. Fired his feet, bullets ahead of him. And so they'll bank on an entry frag from a Deagle, but
Trouser, can you please not put my sleep paralysis demon in Twitch chat? Thank you. Thanks for the 200 bits.
Nerds finally connects to the head of somebody, but they can afford one casualty. Second one, maybe not. Mongols 8-7 lead. And this is the thing, man, is when they see blood in the water, that's when they just start to unleash. You know, this is them going to be. All I can already picture is the Mongols signing up for every mid fight, constantly going to be pressuring outside B, ready to run down that ramp if they think that the attackers are trying to leave and go past Cave.
It's like facts. Thanks for the 125 months.
Yeah,
I mean,
the cool thing about it
Liquid
is
are horses after all.
Yeah, right. Just getting another horse getting ridden, right? This is, you know, the Mongols, the cool thing is it's like automatic.
Hey, let's just say JKS did end up getting benched. Does he still have a chance? For sure. Just kind of depends on
the default that they go to.
The unfortunate thing for JKS is ever since the Aussie like project that he was on blew up, it's like
Techno off
he's kind of been a mercenary for hire, and he kind of comes in and he's like
you get a success, and then Techno so ready to just take
the odd one out a little bit, you know?
Keep you off your toes. It's constant pressure with the Mongols.
So somebody said that Techno earlier is playing like shit, and honestly, I want you to know this is your fucking fault.
Utility as well. That's not some, you know, blind risk run out by
Luckily,
Techno.
I just came in now and stepped in, and now maybe JKS will pop off.
We see an answer already coming out. JKS is going to try to move him and Naf out donut towards A. Comes down to timing from the site. Incendiary ahead of them.
Oh no.
Ooh, okay, he signs up for that. JKS wins the duel. You got a smoke here. Mongols not
JKS still keeping up for him. Love to see it.
2 versus 4 back the other direction. Talked about Liquid making the mistakes, but the Mongols may have just offered one over. Another great flashbang. Techno sends one out after being set up earlier himself. Naf, he's got the element of surprise. And if they think he's further back, he's ahead of that fire. There's so much time, though, still on the bomb. He's got to go out. He checks it. He catches the first off guard. Techno's there for a 4K. And Mongols 2 rounds the lead.
Yeah, well,
despite Liquid's best effort.
Yeah,
let me see if I can find his message. I'm gonna ban this motherfucker.
That Mongols did to them. NT here to Liquid, but shout out to Techno for this play inside a donut. First, he gets his 2 kills with a spray down and the great flash in front of it. But jumping away just to look scared, reloading early, and then knowing the twist is going to fly through. Yeah, I mean, that's a read.
No.
This Getting everything playing. Patty cake. Pop it.
Twist it.
Pull it.
Blitz it.
Nerds it.
It's got to be a feel good for Techno because he was 5 and 11 before that one.
Yeah.
And to be honest, 6 and 14 back on Anubis. So this hasn't been his favorite day of the Open.
Then that guy just had to open his mouth in chat.
But that's a highlight he can add to the reel. And it puts Mongols in a comfortable position. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's going to be a constant prod. And if Ultimate starts to lead, it just feels like Techno's going to go for this. Oh, but he loses. Ultimate, with the lesser weapon, punishes the ramp aggression. And Mongols
Got the info on 910 as well. Damn, not
comes forward
what?
Senzu now behind him.
All right.
Second wave of a push, and Blitz wins one. Leg shot's not enough.
JKS comes to
JKS
support Ultimate the same way
different.
that 910 had a player back behind him. Blitz is able to shave a second one off of the bomb site. Senzu clipping the wings of the first cave push. JKS emerging from smoke, but unnoticed. Senzu actually gave up his angle.
He wants the duel. He wants the duel with the long. JKS waiting.
It's low health for JKS, so...
Oh, the molly.
He's looking to get the bomb in, but Incendiary flushes him out from behind it, and now he's just kind of stuck behind this big brick. JKS blindsides Mzinho. They thought he was still elsewhere. Now he will go back and give away his position. It's a huge health advantage here for Senzu. 3K on the line, but JKS just has to keep it crisp. Bullet between his eyes with the AK will end this, but he misses his chance, and the Mongols won't. Double digits first by way of defuse. It comes down to another 1 versus 1, but the Mongols aren't letting these rounds slip.
Dude, that's the brand of Senzu right there. He doesn't push up. He plays between two angles. He just plays with confidence. He watches. He says, I'm not going to let this come to chance if JKS does some funny stuff around the pillar. I'm going to take his duel wherever he wants to.
Wait.
And look at that. JKS just misses the shot. Obviously, he has low HP.
16 health. You want to play behind two spammable angles and just sit right where he knows you?
They put themselves in such
that
a
ain't
good
gonna
spot,
work.
and this happened.
Hey, Sylveon, thanks for 200 bits. Thank you. Yeah, bro, sitting behind pillar there, he's just going to lose. He's just trying to hit a timing of a peak. He has the first bullet, that guy.
I'm sure Liquid can feel like they're almost in this game. Had a lead at the end of the first half, but dropped a pistol. And despite some close moments, this is Mongols with a flawless defense thus far. 5 rounds straight on CT side.
I will say, like, the amount of times I see, like, the don't peek Andes in chat is always funny.
You can't get too flustered because, again, openings have been there.
Falcons officially filing a complaint with Blast because of the Zonic clip.
If you're Liquid and say that the ideas aren't working.
Zonic is hurt.
The whole game, right?
It's just the final steps of the execution.
That's true. Can't be outcome oriented. That would only be doing yourself a disservice.
What Zonic clip? VP called a timeout, and like in the middle of the timeout,
that is where confidence comes
Zonic
from.
gets on the mic and basically only what's
Right
seemingly
now, more of it.
talked about the previous round and didn't say anything about a plan going forward, and it just goes dead silent. And then basically Nico goes, "Are you gonna like what do you say? What was the exact?" But basically he's like, you know,
the red room, but
are you
where
gonna
do
make
you
a
go
call?
from here?
Was the sentiment? I don't know the exact
No
quote,
gearing
but
up for something.
like there was dead silence. He didn't talk about anything, and then he's just like, "Are you gonna like?"
Close to the smoke, so
he
they're
said,
gonna
"Call
go double
something."
ramp
Yeah.
Plus Techno. They're gonna try to pinch on ramp. Let's see who makes first
Oh,
contact.
do you
We'll see
have
where
an
the
idea,
tension's
or
drawn.
I call
Over towards
something?
the ramp,
Yeah,
Techno
yeah.
wakes up for the 2 players dead, and JKS took damage.
It's just
not
kind
to
of,
mention bomb
you know,
spotted in that
it's
process.
just
Now,
really funny.
He's locked into this corner, right?
It kind of paints Falcons in a bad light, or Zonic specifically, but also
That's nice, actually.
it
You
is
might wanna think
funny.
about B again, but now it doesn't matter.
JKS
Carte
joins
blanche.
up with ultimate in mid.
He was heard. He was heard running up to this point. JKS going around him. Nerds babysitting him. 9-10, rocking a hard place.
Oh, they actually cut the audio?
Let's rethink that angle for the future, I guess. Easy here for 9-10.
Nah, no way.
No kit and
Did they really? It doesn't seem like they cut the audio because then he would have called
As
something.
long as JKS doesn't die to a nade, it's all good.
Yeah.
No?
It's not there, so he'll go back, switch back over to the AWP and run for the hills. Team Liquid, again.
That's nice.
Just got to be ready. And the fact that the Mongols once again try to take the first duel on their terms, walk away with 2 kills and a dink, that's everything. But
Oh shit, they literally, somebody actually printed out the entire fucking strats for Anubis of FaZe.
I just felt like he was kind of stranded up there. You know, sometimes you get a position of a map and it doesn't really come with a payoff.
Well, there you go. Now you guys get an idea what that looks
But he
like.
had Blitz locked in.
This is the key find for Ultimate, but it was also a nice round out of JKS.
So, safe to say that we can blame the French for
Coaching, bro.
FaZe's default today
At that wide stance.
and T-side Anubis. Their T-side Anubis look like shit, and at the top it says France default. So this is the French fault.
Whoa, okay. They're going to crank the dial whenever they can. Unlikely duel, but the 5-7 spam actually drops Twist.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, I was going to say Box player had gone unnoticed in terms of
Oh,
making
I see
sound
why.
ultimate emerging through
I
smoke,
see why Elige is
bolstered by
walking
Twist
through
up
mid now
above it.
based on these notes.
So it's damage taken by 2 of the 4 remaining Liquid members. 9-10 floating out here is dangerous.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are down to 3 players. They're the ones who have a low buy.
So they're going to make a move.
These risks.
That's crazy.
Twist calls for them to come back to B. Seems.
Oh, he says, oh my god, no! Oh my god, Senzu gets that kill. Twist was holding.
Sorry, I was literally locked in reading through all of Karrigan's notes. I think that's really interesting. It's always fun to see how people
I can't wonder but why.
divvy them up.
You got 3 players on lane. There's no threat from behind you.
Yeah, they couldn't have come out of cave. You're right.
Turn.
Yeah, the awareness right there is the reason that he dies.
I'm the only
Now
French
we've
in
got-
this chat. Please stop bullying.
Another
Sorry.
tap from Senzu.
No, I have a couple more French
Zekno's
people in
right
here. Where's
in the corner
Pepin?
as well. His 5-7 did good damage. It's going to catch them off. The kill for Senzu for the road.
Dirty.
Another multi-frag for a Mongols member. 4K to Senzu. And Twist
Tommy just
will be
missed Liquid
beating
getting
himself
echoed.
up for
Listen,
that
brother, I
one.
was reading
Yeah, it's hard
Karrigan's
to be
notes. It was way
sympathetic
cooler, and
now.
I'm
Like, this
now
late into
protected.
The game, the mistakes keep happening. The good positions keep going away.
I'm
It's
not
like,
French.
At some point,
Unlucky,
how do you-
Pepin.
How do you justify it? Like dying one player here is actually fine. They kind of recovered, got back to middle, but yeah, like.
Don't
I
hit your
imagine
desk. I
it's
didn't.
Twist
I didn't.
calm. They're on T side now. That
Johnny, thanks for your
they're going
14
back
with
to B.
Primer. Thank you. Switch, thanks for the
So-
17. Nah, this is pretty cool.
It should have known that cave was covered that whole time. In the heat of the moment, it's Mongols. This is just an easy death, isn't it? Oh,
is it? It's a weird one. Nice return from Nerds. We'll give him that.
They don't know about.
Nah, Blitz is still. Oh, catches him with a knife out. It's like a couple of awkward timings, so you can kind of sympathize as to
Now
getting
he's
caught
hopping.
off, but he switches over to the AWP, will deny JKS exit onto the A site, and
What can't
all of
Blitz
these little
do?
mistakes, small errors, have stacked up in the favor of the Mongols.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at this game
Knife out.
granularly, it's about these small
Blitz
errors
is offing.
piling up.
We might be cooked.
And honestly, resulting in only a small lead, but
Kind of glad
They just
I
look
checked out to
powerless.
read Karrigan's
2-on-4
notes that
as they
got
come
leaked
in.
for a second there, because I think I'd be a lot angrier right now. I probably would have slammed my desk again. So
Sensing Twists on the ramp, and Naf's right there with him. So Mongols really leaving no slack for Team Liquid to try to pull their way back up into this half. It's a singular terrorist round win since we swapped sides. It's been a long time since that 7-5 Liquid lead, huh?
Yeah.
Such a weird engagement. All of a sudden, the guy's in your grill.
Yeah, when we look at this from
Oh,
Mongols'
my-
perspective, yeah, Blitz is in the smoke. He doesn't see that, but they had 2 people waiting, so we're not sure exactly what the clue is here for Ultimate on the setup to walk in. Guess they don't hear any smoke spams back, so that's why. Liquid on their last timeout. They've got a well of opening options that work. At least there's that.
Can you throw the CT smoke then? I'll drop you mine, and then you have one. Yeah, you know the good one. Okay. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's believe. We can come back. Double flash one.
Blitz trying to keep the energy up. The call is in. Util's good. Guns are good. 4 rounds to make the comeback.
Post the leaks on YouTube chat. I didn't post them anywhere. They're just on Reddit.
Shadow advantage already. Easy kill on Naf. They're just going to try to charge him down, but there was no utility to make him uncomfortable. Flash pops at his feet. He'll let the team know that the bomb site has been lost. We'll see if Liquid... Oh, no, wait, come on! Give him a chance!
Oh, no, man.
Senzu triple kill. They were just hoping to hold on to the post plant. It's got to be JKS from start to finish, and it won't be. The Mongols give no room for Team Liquid. And despite them trying to make this competitive, small mistakes here and there throughout this second map lead to a Mongol sweep, a single T round win, all that Twists and Liquid are able to manage. The Mongols will continue their attempts to run every event they've attended in 2025 to playoffs. It is not guaranteed, but they'll play for it tomorrow.
They will play for it tomorrow, and if they play like that, I'm sure it will be secured. Damn, Senzu.
Wandex is evolving. Guys, Wandex is evolving. He's replying to his own bait comments.
This guy, he's looking to have 30 kills across regulation, man. Phenomenal stuff from him.
He went Super Saiyan on them.
Bro's going full schizo.
I don't even think this guy sees smokes. How many kills was that through smokes in the last 2-3 rounds? Like, that was just unfair. I feel like everywhere that Liquid wanted to go at the end of that game, Senzu was just spamming them. And dude, I mean, is the mask aura? Honestly, is the mask aura? Because it feels like he has no reaction, but I just can't see his face.
It's Senzu mask.
7 kills through smoke. Oh. 7 kills. Production just told us.
All right. This was
7 kills. All right, never mind. Wandex, you were cooking. You're so right.
That's sometimes the way it goes. We've got Naf joining us on the desk after this one. I know it sucks right now, Naf, for you
5
guys,
total rounds for Liquid today. That included Anubis pistol plus the bonus
round. Come back to your Anubis on this.
And then James corrected and said
it's 4. A tested pick for you guys, but this time around, it seemed like the Mongols had kind of. It seemed like they were ready for it. Did it feel that way for you?
I don't know. I don't know. When playing the game, it felt like pretty tough. They seemed to just, I don't know, always a step ahead in every aspect of the game, pretty much. So I don't know. It was hard to play. I think we had some ideas, but you know, ultimately they're always just dead, so it really didn't matter.
So with what's going on Liquid right now, I feel like you guys have played for quite some time together. Things aren't really gelling, or you're not really hitting the heights that I'm sure you guys wish would have happened. Even though Nerds seems like a really solid player, is there any singular thing you feel that maybe we need to get over this?
Well, myself, for one, I think individually I'm not really performing and doing as best as I would hope, honestly. Pretty disappointed in my performances recently. Yeah, I mean, overall, I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint exactly like what it is, you know?
Yeah.
I think we have good ideas and good strategies. But yeah, I don't know. Just sometimes in rounds, I think throughout this tournament, like a lot of our mistakes were like, we have good energy, we have good comms, but sometimes it's like too much, and like we're not really on the same page because we're just like over communicating and doing things and just, you know, simply making mistakes because we're not really taking a pause, you know, and being calm and collecting our thoughts and, you know, thinking about what's best for the next step. So, you know, unfortunately, I think we had those type of struggles somewhat this event. So,
yeah. Twist said in after your game against Imperial, there was a 2 or 3 5v3s you guys lost on Nuke. Twist said we need to talk about that and fix it. Did you just not have time to kind of discuss that type of thing? Because it seems like the same situation was happening here too.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously it's something actually we have discussed. I don't know, just unfortunately, like, I don't know, any scenarios, I don't know, too eager, too antsy, wanting more, I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint, but it's definitely something that we've brought up, and of course it's disappointing that we're not fixing these issues, of course.
When we look at yourself, Naf, you've had ups and downs throughout your career, right? You've always known how to bounce back. Are you aware of what you can do and what you want to do to try and turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, coming up, there's a lot of events. There's obviously a lot to learn from here at this event and the mistakes that we've been making, you know, even the ones you guys mentioned on the desk, of course. I think they're all ones that we're well aware of and we need to, you know, figure out. So, yeah, no, I mean, luckily in Counter-Strike, you have a lot of shots of redemption in terms of the events and how many there are. So we just need to continue moving forward.
All right.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us on the desk, Naf. I know it's tough. Thank you, dude. Still in good spirits no matter what, and that's what we expect to get from Naf on this. But it's kind of harrowing when you speak to him like that, right? You can feel the pain, you can feel the lack of understanding of where it's at, and it's because he himself is struggling, which is normally you could see him as the reliable one for this team on every iteration of Liquid, right?
Totally. I've talked to Naf before in losers interviews, and sometimes he says, well, people just need to sort out everybody's roles, everybody needs to get comfortable and everything like that. But introspection this time, you know, realizing that he's the one that maybe needs to step up. I mean, when I asked him what the one thing is that needs to improve, he just said himself. And so if he's able to do that,
I prefer. I think loser interviews are nice actually, but I would prefer them.
Have a
I think
different series.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little critical of JKS.
To just have the interviewer go talk to them after, and then let the winner come up.
And Naf, unfortunately, he's the lurker that
which they were doing to start.
Show up, and the problem is Naf is such an unbelievable anchor. For so long, he's been such a key part of Liquid, such a steady force that on CT sides, that's why their CT sides are so good, because Naf anchors with the best of them, and he's just not able to pull that off recently.
Let me ask you this though: is it a case because of Naf and JKS, right, where only one of them can have a good game at one time?
On T side, I kind of buy into that, but on CT side, I don't think that's the case.
I mean, that's kind of though why I think their CT sides are generally better than their T sides. If I think in round win percentage for T sides, it's kind of towards the bottom 5 of teams in the top 20, and the CT side, it's the top 5, and that's while they're picking Anubis half the time. So it's definitely, I'd say usually their defense is not an issue for me. It's like they're like the anti G2.
Oh no, this guy got fucking VIP, bro. God,
there's got to be one of them there. You have to get the G2 slander in there before we start into that game later on.
He said chat always been bet against NA.
Do you think actually it's never good for a team to go out of a tournament, but do you think it's a blessing in disguise for these guys when the next focus is going to be towards the major, right, and seeing what you can do?
Weren't they doing winner interview first though, and then doing losers like later or like remotely, not on the desk?
I don't know if it's ever
also Rogue Noob. You're a fucking nerd, buddy. Thanks for 95-month primer.
I know Blade said that last year, but then we just saw them do worse. I feel like for Liquid, they just need proof of concept that this lineup has a high ceiling, because we see the individuals, we see that there's multiple top 20 players on this roster, and we see a JKS that's obviously won some of the biggest trophies. I mean, he won Katowice, and we see an ultimate that can tournament to tournament be incredibly impactful, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel like it can click at all the same time. And I'd boil that somewhat down to the calling, but there's also definitely some other things where they need to, I think establishing team philosophy is very important for them, because I don't think they always know in man advantage, we want to play like this. In man disadvantage, this is the prioritization of the
Yeah, I think Twitz has said that they're taking slow steps towards improvement, and the problem is we want to see them taking giant leaps when we look at the names on this roster. But I think the reality is they are getting better little by little, and if they have the time, I think they could get to a top level, but I don't know if they're going to be given the time.
Yeah, and that's it, right? When you're under an organization like Liquid, success needs to come sooner rather than later. When you're talking about philosophy, I want to push on that a bit more, because do you think it's the fact that they've had so many different ways of playing? If you think of like Naf stayed on Liquid this whole time, Twist went to FaZe, right? Then you got 3 players coming from 3 different other systems and ways of doing it. Do you think it's a complete mess right now, and that's really the overarching issue?
So the blueprint for perfect or near perfect Team CS is exemplified by Vitality. Yeah, and the way that Vitality handles so many situations is that there is almost always some kind of setup for what they're doing, or there's a player that's ready to trade. In this game versus the Mongols,
Valero,
we're
thanks
in
for the
many
16-month primer.
where
Thank you.
there's just untradeable deaths. And that's
you
something
play
where
Subway Surfers. My brain needs stimulation. Maybe stimulate your fucking brain in a deathmatch, everybody, so you can rank up, huh?
Because all of the utilities there. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they're moving around the map, it feels like these points of transition are almost lazy or confused. And I think those points where Naf was talking about, oh, sometimes the comms become a little bit too hectic, they feel very apparent when they're just slowly snaking their way around a map. Like, they need to just be so concerted in the effort, and then everybody just needs to lock in because they need to know what is the next objective, and we're all going to execute that.
I think the thing you can think about is look at what happened when Twist left FaZe or Rops left FaZe, and you look at the downturn a team can take just in the synergy of the 4 players that were there the whole time. It's just sometimes the players don't quite have each other on the same level, and I think that's what you see in the transitions. You notice that they can't quite sync up, and I think the reality is they have a few too many passive players and not anyone that is on kind of the same wavelength as Nerds.
Well, let's flip the switch a little bit and go to some positives, and that's the Mongols. This team continues to show up and deliver, and honestly, I thought Liquid would be able to take a map here, but they were not allowing this to happen. Senzu, we can talk about him all day because that
trying to be healthier, exotic, you know.
Kept it up back-to-back maps.
Best fragging in-game leader. I mean, I don't know how you could really fight for anybody else at this point, because he just trounced Twists in the head-to-head easily. And for the rest of the Mongols, this is a team that understands their philosophy. This is a team that probably plays a little bit outside the box at times, with individuals going for some risks here and there, but it feels like it's part of a greater system now, where I think Mara, I think Blitz, I think Techno even are all incredibly aware of what needs to happen at every point in the round. And it was up for people like Senzu, 910, and Mazzinho to catch up to speed. They caught up to speed. They know what they're doing at all points in a round.
Yeah, one of the more impressive things in this game as well was 910 with the rifle, because I questioned him in the pregame.
Yeah.
He often struggles with the rifle. He's great with the op, but if he can't afford it, well, in this game, with the rifle, dominant as well.
Well, you got a round showing that, right? Should we get some rifle footage of 910 in there?
Why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, I mean, with the T-side rifle, this is where I think some of the rifle, like this spray is just crazy. Like, can we even see that again? Can we see that again? Oh, from his perspective, even better.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, and the problem is from Liquid, those are kind of perfect peaks. I mean, you can't really complain that much. Double peak from Donut and you both die. Can we blame them for that?
That's the thing. Like, this is very well played from Liquid.
Sorry.
It's just better shooting.
The boys
from
are about to
910.
run Variety
Like,
without me, and
I know
I'm
people
getting
don't wanna
updates on
boil
Smitty's poop
games down to
situation.
firepower completely, because game plans are important, strategies are important. But
35
headshots are
messages
cool
in the
too.
goddamn group DM, and it's
Sharp
just
as
about
that,
Smitty's
it can be
poop.
devastating. And this is the extra level you can get from a Mongols player at any given time, right? You could easily see that being Techno in some games. Sometimes it's Mazzinho. You know, anyone
Any
can
good
do
news?
it, and that's what
Eli
makes them such a terrifying force. Just looking
and
at this
John
right
are having
right
debate
now,
on whether
they're
he's
making
getting
laugh.
enough
Are
or
we
too
gonna
much
say that?
fiber.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'm sorry, the G2 we've seen, they're not beating this team.
I feel like the next game, no insult to the teams,
Just
but
thought I'd let you guys
we
know.
are a little
I
bit
had
in
to read
the
that, so like I
Mongols
figured I'd
playoff
update
waiting
you
room
guys, you
now.
know?
Like, yeah, it feels like Liquid was going to be the harder test of the three potentials.
Mazzinho said that?
Yeah, so I think they're pretty happy as long as they don't take their feet off the gas.
Yeah, and that's not what the Mongols are known to do, especially when it comes to the group stage. We need to remind you all at home what's going on with the
Falcons filed a complaint with Blast due to tournament organizers' decision to publish a snippet from one of the team's TAC timeouts. Well, it was also VP's TAC timeout. Oh, shit. Awkward interaction. Here, you guys want me to play it? For those of you that didn't see, this shit's kind of
I
funny.
don't know. I just feel like last one was obviously a bit unlucky, but
What?
yeah.
Then you should I call something?
No, I'm just thinking.
So apparently at the end of it, he did say something towards the end of it, but they didn't show that part because it was a tactical element. No. So this is why they're complaining. Is they posted this clip, but they knew that actually at the end of it, apparently Zonic forcibly lacks content by this is Mr. Falcon's men forcibly lacks context by not showing the entire timeout, which they can't do because there are tactical elements discussed towards the end of it. Right. So similar, like you guys know how like the infamous Taz timeouts that everybody likes to grill him for because you can hear Taz timeouts, he's just hyping up the squad. Because if they start talking strats, they have to cut the audio. So, yeah, I mean, it's fucking funny. But yeah, this also seems a bit malicious from Blast. Like that, like to know that he literally like, I don't know. That seems a bit fucked up, to be honest.
We try to have as many tournaments as possible, and like we want to.
I mean, it's funny. Like on one hand, I think like doing like posting content is good. Like the TAC timeouts when they can, but
so no matter how busy, it's always just trying to make that next step, that next tier, that better player, you know. So I think
yeah, but they didn't frame it in a way that he was unprepared for the timeout.
Especially because we have been going down
right, Shotgun?
Right now. Not overwhelming yet, but I'm sure as this year plays out, I'm sure we'll get more and more.
Even though like we're from different continents, I think we're all meshing really well. I think that you guys enjoy the time in Europe, right? And same, I think,
Trouser.
as obviously we do in America. It's
Thanks
not
for your
that big
one
of a
gifted.
stretch,
Thank
like,
you, thank you,
we're
thank
an
you.
International team, like I think we're just 5 guys that like each other.
Yeah, we all grew up playing the same game. We like each other. We talk a lot. We stayed together for I don't even know how many days out of the year. So yeah, we're pretty close. But yeah, you wouldn't.
Seems like
guess
Blast
that
has every
probably
right
is
to
like
agree
an
to these
international
terms.
you know.
What?
I think that recently at our last tournament.
Well, no, Blast can post timeouts, but you don't. No, they don't actually have permission to post like tactical stuff, and so then framing it in that context is, yeah, it's pretty malicious. No matter how you want to chop it up. B-Rob, thanks for the 71-month primer. Thank you.
Always helps us as a team, and just the practice we get is way better. So the newborn confidence, of course, from good practice results.
Yes, Blast is also the one that did the middle finger thing and then played it like he did it during the match when he didn't.
He's very communicative between all of us. I think so that's one of our strengths. Is no matter what happens, we always talk out situations, and there always kind of comes to conclusions.
Something we can observe other teams do is just at one point in the round.
What is the formal complaining do? I don't know.
So I think just in general, getting into late rounds will make it obviously often easier still in this game. And I think maybe one part of the meta that is a bit like underlooked is a bit this, I would say that's the Mongol style. Like they have find moments in their round to like group as 4 and just trade until the round is over. And I think this is like a kind of style why the Mongols are, for example, also really successful. Before a game in the huddle, not much has to be said about preparation or our enemy or anything like that deep in detail. Just about, guys, this is our moment. Let's lock in. We know what we're here for, to win. And we know what we sacrifice to be here also. Like this is the moment you're here for, and locking in into the moment.
Yeah, get fired up.
My point is, Shotgun, you could have easily just put redacted tactical information in quotes at the bottom of it at the end, right?
Of course, it's only a few weeks left before.
Then I'd agree with you.
So every game we play is for a major slot right now. So this adds some more fire, hype, confidence, whatever it is that will lead us to victory. It will add a lot of.
Definitely a lot of strong teams. So yeah, just expecting our best and gonna try and show our best. Yeah. I think it could be awesome.
But there was no actual effort to frame it in that way, Shotgun. Oh shit, but this is more interesting. See, now this is fun. See, now I'm here for it. Scrawny responded to this. Hold on, I'm just gonna put the eyes emoji because I need to farm. I've been doing a bad job of farming on Twitter lately. Scrawny responded to the Falcons HLTV post by saying, same organization that complains the TOs behind closed doors in order to control what casters are allowed to discuss on broadcast. Soft as fuck. See, now that's fun.
Makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, and he spins around for the kill. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
All right. Sorry, I was just farming Twitter real quick. Been fucking up.
The final tickets are on sale now, and trust me, you don't want to miss the experience that Lisbon has to offer, and neither do the rest of our teams that are trying to fight for these final spots. Oh, it's not so easy to get there.
Rad Roach thanks for the 19-month primer, thank you. B-Rob thanks for the 71. And Trouser the gifted sub to England sucks, thank you.
The other side of things, they look like the favorites, but anything can happen in Counter-Strike. You guys already predicted that the Mongols would be taking that spot. After we ended up seeing, right, the fact
I like your very wholesome version of what they were doing, Shotgun, but I think they very well knew what they were doing and what they were trying to do.
Easy on who's taking the last 2 spots? Are you like, how confident are you guys?
And if they didn't, then honestly, that's less intelligent in my opinion.
I think it almost feels like someone has to play this one just to lose to Mongols next.
That's actually shocking that they wouldn't.
I'm not even kidding.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And on the other side, is it that way?
I think it might be a little closer.
Who are you giving it to? Who are you edging it to?
Who are you edging it to?
Who have we got down there? Who have we got down
Spirit?
there? Spirit. I'd probably take Spirit then. Yeah, I'd probably take Spirit. I don't see... They just dismantled FaZe today.
Yeah.
Like, that was...
I thought that was maybe the FaZe, like, magic that could happen, and then they go and grab that spot, but...
Yeah.
That's the problem with FaZe, because they can lose as many games as you want until they lose a really important one against a really good team, because if they went into the lower bracket and lost to M80, everyone would go, just wait for it. Just wait for it. Wait for it.
Eventually they'll power up. Eventually they'll get there, but not yet. But the thing is, honestly, like, Elige was moving.
Zana didn't call the timeout shotgun.
You know, the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, I give them a pass. Okay, I was gonna actually call them out a little bit harder, but then I was like, oh yeah, moving is really hard. I've done it a lot lately.
And the Atlantic is in my F tier of oceans.
Okay.
F tier is Pacific.
But let me give you this. Let me give you this.
Oh, was it a Falcons timeout? Oh shit.
Okay, VP beat FaZe, Spirit beat FaZe 2-0, but they didn't 13-0 them, so VP
shit.
against
That is funny.
Nah, man, come on. I think this is clear. I think let's keep it suspenseful for all the viewers tomorrow.
Listen, if VP can do what they did against Falcons, they can do anything other than beat Donk. That's
okay, Vu. Okay.
You had me going there.
I thought we were gonna get some wild Vu take,
I know.
that wasn't.
I believe you. I swear it said VP, but I could.
Yes, the regional matchup of VP. True. It's like 2015 again.
Twitter clips are literally so cheap.
We still gotta decide what's gonna happen here today, and now we're gonna be looking at M80 taking on G2.
Well,
it is our final game. It's a best of 3, and as we get to see G2 making their arrival deep into the night because VP and Falcons extended that game so long for everyone's enjoyment. G2 right now, they may think they've got this in their wheelhouse. They may think that, hey,
they did at the beginning.
Superstar. We brought him over to our team. We've got everything going our way. But it hasn't been easy for G2. Like it's not been comfortable.
Oh, okay, Falcons timeout.
Honestly,
okay.
Sometimes it looks like they're not the same G2 that they can be. I was expecting bigger improvements, but this should be a game.
Yeah, I saw VP have 0, so I assumed it was theirs, to be honest.
We saw they could finally get over the hill and over the hump.
That's my bad.
They've been struggling against Fury time and time
again. I still think, though, that like intentionally leaving it out when you know the info is there is wild.
Some vital VRS points.
Definitely do what they were doing.
If they managed to beat G2 today, they almost secured their spot going into where they want to dream of, right? Avoiding the MRQ, which is huge.
I got Zonic on my fraud watch, but still.
We have to give M80 some props because not only
did they beat Fury, that's kind of funny. He didn't call anything right here. This sounds funny. Sure, it'd be a shame if we just didn't include the rest of it.
Mongols in that scenario, and it wasn't like Mongols was kind of on like their F game. They were playing relatively well, maybe not their best of the best, but that's we speak about M80 sometimes.
But now I'm glad that it happened because now Scrawny got to shoot his shot.
M80 right now are the plucky underdogs that are actually pulling off some upsets. Okay. Getting some maps. They're taking down other teams from the Americas region that should be stronger than them, and that's because they've powered up after getting Rec back on the roster. Remember that his leg was broken earlier on in the season. They were playing with Keto for a while, kind of messed up their VRS standings actually for a while. So to see them back in this sort of position where they still have a chance for a major berth if they have a deep run here at Lisbon, that's going to give them all of the fuel to hopefully fire them up against G2.
What I've been impressed with
JKS gets so much hate. He doesn't. I feel like he's the most consistent piece in the roster. That's definitely not true.
Yeah, I mean,
but
with where they've been, where they've come from, and the fact that this isn't one of the highest salaried, most likely.
I don't see anybody hate on JKS, to be honest. Twitch chat and Reddit loves JKS. The only people that are critical of JKS aren't critical because they I had to explain this earlier. Nobody's critical of him because they think he's a bad player. He's just not the right fit for Liquid.
That's true. I mean, really, they've been working with,
and he's the odd man out. No matter how you want to cut it or look at it, like
scouting process,
guys, like Naf is going to be in Liquid even if he's been on a slight downturn lately.
Multiple times now, getting the core of Swisher and Rec working around these German players
Like-
in order to try to just find something that is a nice, just kind of a hybrid.
I think that's where most of it comes from is
American flair. I think they deserve some props for that. It'd be cool to see them get a major berth because they took some real gambles on these players like Lake, like Mobs, and I think they should be rewarded with more.
And I'm not
than just
even
selling
saying
their
that
star
fixes
player.
Liquid. I just think that
I know
it's
some of them are getting
glaringly
quite
hard
inspired, as Rick was
to
with
not
Maui
see
earlier
it.
at the desk.
Blazing Dex to the 57 month reset. Thank you. What up,
On
Rec?
M80, Anchor, Lurker Extraordinaire.
Yep.
Feel like you're starting to make some waves in the space in terms of people just recognizing your stability for the roster. I tend to call you in the green room Reliable Rec. How do you
Okay.
feel about the nickname?
I like the nickname, yeah. I want to be reliable for sure. That's my job.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. So, quick question before we get into this round. I want to know, what do you think is the toughest part about playing sometimes in North America versus Europe?
Well, I guess then just the notion that, you know, European players usually typically play better CS, right? But I think that's the hardest thing, without saying one's better or worse, is just the different styles. You know, you have to really prepare for different styles and expect different things, and going back and forth is sometimes hard, but that's just the name of the job when we're playing internationally and whatnot, so.
Who were the people that helped you catch up to speed before you went overseas? Like when you were tier 3, tier 2 player, who were some of the like influential, like just even callbacks to like NA coaches or player IGLs you had?
I'd say Stanislaw helped a lot when I was on B-Hop a little bit. He helped me gain some confidence. I don't know if he knows that or not, but Stanislaw, Stamina on Strife, it was an interesting experience, but he was helpful, very knowledgeable about the game, and he's even on M80 as an analyst for a certain amount of time, which helped us. And then I just have to say the ATK boys, honestly, like Mistum and Swisher and that whole core, like they really helped me just gain confidence. And then from there, since I'm 80, I've kind of just been on this upward trajectory and trying to just be consistent as I can be.
Cool, thanks. All right, so we're gonna look at this map 2 train that you guys played versus Furia just the other day.
Yeah.
And this is just a full B exec. There was a little bit of action earlier on towards T-Con. Sin took a little bit of damage, but you guys are just doing a B exec. What can you walk me through on this one?
So it's just our B-pop, you know, every team kind of got one right now, I think, and we're scaling the sidewalk. Honestly, overlooked this guy completely, it's just my bad. But so he gets the kill here, he gets traded out, and I just know how strong this spot is for myself, so I kind of choose to stay here and we have the space, and from here I just start taking my ones, honestly. I remember I hit the pretty clean shot on him, yeah. And then from here I just know my job is kind of just to stay alive, and as long as I can, make them bring the fight to me, and that's kind of exactly what I do in this situation.
How confident do you feel when you drop that smoke?
That is when like it clicked for me, like okay, like that's when I guess I realized I just need to stay alive. Is as soon as I dropped that smoke right before, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna drop the smoke, stay alive. They have to play on us. And then this guy I heard the flash, so I turn away. He drops on me, I kill him, and then I hear this guy start running away and then kill him. And then from here, I'm thinking about the op. I got the op after this clip, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for the breakdown on the round. Appreciate it, Rec. Good luck today in your match.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Reliable Rec, that's first of all a super good nickname. I like what we're running with there, but also taking my wounds. I love that. I love that. I absolutely love that. That is, we need to incorporate that as much as possible.
I talked to him about that phrase after, because I always think like player lexicon is just the coolest shit ever. And he just says, when he says get in my ones, he said that's a COD term that he actually took. And it just means that when you're in a man disadvantaged state, you got to find a 1v1 to even things out for him and the team. So it's actually got a tactical reasoning behind it, even if it just sounds like some slang from who knows where.
And he has been reliable though, right? He's someone they can rely on in some of these crazy situations they were put into.
Yeah, I mean, Rec is, he's almost always going to get his one. He's I didn't even mean to say that. I didn't even mean to say that.
You're supposed to say taking my ones.
He's almost always going to be able to take his ones, and you know, you want your anchor sometimes when he's in the right position, you want him to get 2 or 3. Sometimes Rec disappoints a little bit in that regard, but in general, I think he's the most reliable player on this roster. And I don't know, I rate him pretty highly, and I think he doesn't I think he doesn't get enough praise. I think when you look at M80, people talk about Lake. You were talking about Slacks. Slacks is a good player on that team, but Rec just gets overlooked all the time.
I think it's just that if you look at like the stats test, Rec has some games where it's a little bit lower, but he's an anchor player playing hard roles on T side too. Like he was first in entry on that play, by the way. Like, so it's tough. It's tough to actually be in his shoes all the time. So for him to even just have a 1.05 at this event, against teams that are international. Like that's a pretty big jump up for him, and that's why I really kind of singled him out as like, wow, in these spots, especially on CT side, I rarely see him just eat a flash full blind and just get ran over on a bomb site. That's problems I have with people like Cello, people like that's like a modern anchor right now where he's just like really just not feeling that spot out. But Rhett gets it. He knows how to play around these kind of utility.
But someone we are talking about quite a lot is Lake, right? And sometimes for very good reasons, but he's still got his own struggles. He's still got his own inconsistencies here.
Yeah, Lake, on the CT side, Lake is incredible, but on the T side, he struggles a lot more. And it's interesting because he's replacing Malbs, where Malbs was great on that T side, struggled a little more on the CT side, and somehow M80 have been able to slot him in and reach the same heights that they did with Malbs, which is not something you probably expect if you're looking at those two players individually, given how well Malbs did on G2.
In terms of domestic competition, lower level opposition, Lake's just farming people against the best players in the world, against the best teams in the world. Sometimes I feel like the setup doesn't behoove Lake. Sometimes he's swinging out because there's no flash. And I did say Rek is oftentimes the first in entry. Lake will be a space taker, and if there's not good utility on some kind of space taking protocol, you're just gonna get mopped up, okay? Like if Senzu's on the other side of it, you're just getting beamed in the face immediately. There's no chance, okay? So if that's the problem I have, and I think that unfortunately might mean that M80 could use a little bit of a tactical leap to serve their players a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that's very hard to do as well, but it is possible. I did catch up with Lake earlier, so let's hear from him because he was discussing some of the inconsistencies he's having, especially at this level.
You've had chances at a few big events now, and obviously I want to see what's the biggest difference maybe for you in playing the very best teams in the world. Maybe it's mechanical, is it mental, is it strategy? What do you see as maybe the hardest point?
Honestly, I think it comes down to a lot of the macro and the micro. I don't think it's too much about mechanics. I think everybody's honestly, like, relatively speaking, besides like one or two players here and there that are like exceptional mechanically, I think everybody's pretty close. I think it mostly comes down to the decision making, whether that be the IGL and the players. I think and the comms. Comms is a really important thing. Like sometimes if you're just missing those comms on a certain day, it's going to be hard for you.
So you're learning a lot from this whole experience, and you're definitely looking good on the server right now. But obviously for you guys, no, not you, but the rest of them, good friends with Malbs, you know? He was the one you ended up replacing. Is it maybe adding some extra fire or something for you to show like, okay, I'm the decision, I'm here now, I'm gonna show up on the day?
I mean, yeah, I've definitely, like, obviously I've been struggling with consistency a little bit. EPL, like I had 2 really good games at the beginning, and then I had 3 bad ones. And then here I come in and we play the Mongols, and I have wish-washy games, and then we play Fury, and where it's like I have a really bad game, I have an okay game, and I have a good game. I'm really trying to find the consistency in myself, where I know he found it eventually. So I'm trying to really build myself up as a player, get that confidence back, where it's like I'm playing NA again, and then just really going from there.
So you're just going to view G2 as all NA players?
Maybe not. but I think for us, it's definitely a scalp we want to take. Like they're high on the VRS, and that would be a lot of points. Then that could bust us into the top 15. So.
Just wanted to remind everybody that Lake, I was told this by Stamina, the old M80 analyst, that before he got this offer, he was legitimately thinking of quitting Counter-Strike, and he was rushing a fraternity. So I'm glad that he stopped shotgunning cold ones with the boys and just got in the server with the real boys. So we like Lake here in terms of NA fandoms.
Lake, I gotta take a second on that one, because Lake is, he's been impressive for how long he's been playing at this level. I think the important part is he's going to the European competition, he's practicing, because I think sometimes you can get a bit complacent in North America. You're playing a bunch of noobs, let's be honest, and he can just run out and frag people. He goes to Europe, he's playing top tier opposition, and he needs the tactics that we're talking about to actually help him out. And there are some of that, but I need more of it.
And that's where, on the other side, Malbs, he's been blessed with this scenario, right? Comes into G2, gets to feel his way out there. Now he's got a bigger boots to fill with Nico going out. But it is the direct comparison we're looking at between these two.
It's almost like a 3-way comparison. It's like Lake, Malbs, Nico, okay? Is that I don't know if that's the standard trajectory that North American entry fraggers are supposed to have. But yeah, when it comes to trying to fill the shoes, Lake's done a great job in terms of keeping the level high for M80 in domestic competition. Malbs, though, playing on a whole new level now. He was already a top 20 player on HLTV last year, even though he only joined halfway through. It's almost like they punished him for sample size. In reality, if he played the whole year with what he did in those 6 months with G2, he might have been top 10. Okay?
Yeah,
that's how
definitely.
good he was.
Yeah, and I think you have to give Lake a little bit of a break because even when Malbs was on M80, he did also struggle against the top tier competition. He did also fall off a bit, and sometimes that's the result of your team. I think Malbs was a little bit better in terms of playing top 10, top 5 opposition, but when you get on when you take that next step, you can improve just instantly because of the players around you as well.
For Malbs though, right, going up against your old team, you're probably gonna have a bit more fire in this game, a bit of a point to prove, right, Maui?
I know he watches all their games. I know he watches all the M80 games. He roots for them. He always tweets right after they win. Maybe not tweeting after they lose, but I'm assuming he's watching practically everything.
Yeah.
And I know that might sound like he's a fan and he might go soft on him. He knows their strats. He knows their playbook. He's watching, like, how many people are studying M80 demos that are on a tier 1 European team, okay? Malbs is probably one of the only people that's actually looking, even though he's rooting for them, he's like, oh, they throw that smoke and that smoke. Okay, I'm gonna do that next time if I play against them.
So you think he's got some insights to really take into this game?
I think Malbs might honestly just run them through the server. Like, he might be the big difference maker today after some ups and downs against tier 1 European opposition.
Yeah, this is the type of opponent that you want to see Malbs really impress against because
he can't,
and where are we at?
Well, let's find out what Malbs has got to say ahead of this game because I know he's going to be excited for this one.
Malbs, I'm grabbing you because you're going up against M80. I know how close you are. I see you guys, how you interact between the games. What is just your feeling when you're going into facing your friends, basically?
It feels a little bit weird because, like, we were competing a lot last year and we did some good stuff, I would say. And it's a little bit weird, but it's also going to be funny because, like, for example, me, I'm going to be screaming a lot to them. So, yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
It's going to be what, like polite trash talk?
It depends what happens in a game, you know?
Okay, am I going to get the very
Malbs
best
will
for
definitely
Malbs? You're going to show
bit.
them what they're missing?
He always does.
So, yeah.
You gotta give it back to him though. It's fun.
I don't want to be overscored by Lake, you know?
Yeah. Oh, okay. You want them to make sure they're missing you and not enjoying Lake. I like what you're trying to say there. But okay, on the serious aspect of it, it's an important win you want to try and get right. But is there some knowledge you have maybe still? Or do you think they've changed too much since then? Is there anything you can help G2 with? Just the fact you know these guys?
It's kind of 50-50, I would say, because, like, for example, they know some stuff that I've told them, and I know some stuff that I've been told. I also remember some stuff that from them, and I see their rounds, and I'm like, I know this. They used to do it with me, you know. So it's a little bit funny. Okay. And,
well, I'm expecting some maybe polite trash talk and some mind games. Anything you want to say to everyone out there?
Yeah, that is going to be a really funny match and entertaining, I would say. So just enjoy this game and have fun.
G2-0.
Of course.
This is it, right? Malbs is already a different beast when he's coming into this, and we've not even got into the server right now. You hear that, right? He's just like excited. He's going to give some trash talk. That's not what I'm expecting from Malbs normally.
I mean, that's important for Malbs because
because essentially the A1S is still a more capable and consistent weapon than the A4.
About filling the shoes of Nico. He's just worrying
having
about
more bullets and a faster fire rate is honestly not that useful in the majority of your gunfights.
I feel like Malbs is in for a really big performance today.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is that we are actually seeing them run into each other's strengths because Lake has talked himself. He's a bit stronger on CT side. Malbs was stronger on T side.
It's not that the A4 is useless. It's just the A1S is a far more consistent weapon.
Where they're strong, but who
is A4 for anchor? Even then, bro, it's like you.
Right now, G2 are kind of in this spot where you say, we don't know what to make of them sometimes.
That's unfortunately
10 bullets is making or breaking your gameplay at tier 1. Like,
troubles at
it's not good.
For example,
it's the oh shit aspect of the gun that's nice, but also it's not like.
Did decently as well, you know, top.
That shouldn't be the reason you're picking it up.
They definitely have the pieces. They just got to put it together. And I feel like
today
it's not going to be.
You don't have to argue with me.
If you're a G2 fan,
it's just kind of the facts. Like,
pretty chill.
If you look at how much people use the A1S versus A4, it's still the A1S. And that's because once again, it's a way more consistent weapon. You don't get to shoot 30 bullets versus them. You're gonna shoot 10, reposition, reload, whatever. You might get to shoot 15. And guess what? It's really not going to matter. Like, you're going to have time to reset. The reset
here, right,
on the A1S is a lot better. You have a lot more movement accuracy, which is the strongest thing you can use against the AK. Your faster fire rate doesn't matter because if they first 2 bullets you with the AK, you're dead anyway. And the faster fire rate definitely doesn't matter when you consider the fact that the damage is lower if you don't headshot them. So it's kind of this.
This is the map map where Malv
The
said,
A4 is nice.
I'm the best ancient player
It's
in the
good.
world. But
It's viable. The A1S is just more consistent.
This is before Nico left the team, right, when he was saying that.
That is true.
Well, we could pretend it wasn't.
And Inferno comes out from G2. I mean, they pick Dust 2 or Inferno whenever they can. I feel like this, if M80 let this go to Dust 2, though, I feel like, I don't know,
M80's been loving Dust 2. They were picking against some teams.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that because they've been picking it, it is going to actually end up on Dust 2. I was kind of hoping they would try.
No, I get it, dude. Honestly, the A4, I buy the A4 in certain situations and rounds now that I would have never have done it before.
G2 are so good at Dust. That's really why. I know it's your strength as well, and if you think you're the better team,
it's
you should just take the handshake
overall
at the end of it. But
in majority of situations, A1S is still
it's the
better.
One map where Snacks can call absolutely anything, and Modesty will get a 4K.
People talk about Dust 2 not being the most tactical map. I think it's come a long way in CS2. The way the smokes work, the new boxes added. It's a more tactical map than it used to be, but it's still more of a fragging map than anything else, and G2 just have more firepower.
What's the situation with A4? Personally, I buy A4s when I just think there's going to be pace. Like if I, especially
it's going to be amazing commentary
against half by like Tech 9 type armor, like later into the game, pace rounds where I think the T's are broken and they have loss bonus.
Yes. I don't think we
and in positions where I'm an anchor, so I don't anchor too many spots, but the ones that I do, like on Train and inside on Nuke, are my 2 anchor spots for the team. If I think it's like a Tech 9 armor round, I like to have the A4 just because it can be so wild. Like those rounds can
how long this game will be.
Spiral quickly.
Hour match earlier,
so you don't get a chance for a reposition. You do have to use all your bullets. You're not going to have any chance to reload whatsoever, and the fire rate is nice versus because people still don't, I don't think, know this, but like successive tags slow faster. So if you have faster fire rate versus those rounds, it's nice.
I think this game, in terms of odds, is the most one-sided on paper.
So it's that's when I'm using the A4 is like when I think that Tech 9 pace round is coming. That's like otherwise I'd rather have an A1S.
Off of good teams, it's very possible they win a map. It's very possible.
Yeah, definitely a map. I think that part's you know, I don't want to use the word likely, but we'll say
like if I basically think I'm gonna go enter into a war and I have no chance of leaving it, I'd rather have the A4.
It has to be said, they had a prime opportunity versus Mongols to win that series 2-0. They lost, went to Inferno, a map we know Mongols plays well, the same way G2 played Dust 2 well. They've got that in their back pocket this time. And that was an absolute thrashing. M80 had no chance in that final map up with the
Getting
series.
a nice
I worry that
Americano.
if we go the distance, the same thing could happen here. So seize the day if you're M80, because that Mongol slip-up has to leave a sting. The amount of VRS points they would have won in that match would have put them as provisionally...
Guatemala for this match is not an NA. God damn it, guys. No, guys. It's already confusing enough that people don't know the difference. Guys, let's not switch up on them.
So high-stakes game. Hunter in the pistol with 1 kill as Malv
nice Lake.
Collected the first
Very
one.
nice.
This A-site is under wraps for M80, but it's only temporary and not for very long. Already this emphasis
South
up into
NA.
Temple. You've got 2 now, maybe 3. Heavy God thinking about his options. Big box held by Rek.
Reliable Rek.
Yeah, big Maui Snake proponent.
I'm rooting for M80 here.
Shadow advantage. He knows what's coming, but Snacks is able to slide under it. Man, a little hesitation there from Rek, perhaps. You know, didn't have that kind of killer instinct to jump on it. Now Heavy God's got cover offered up into Donut. This is a 10-second defuse, and Heavy God will keep it clean as needed. Beautiful couple headshots out from him. Easy retake as far as G2 are concerned.
It is true, actually. Look,
Malv's yapping at him.
The Veto, that Inferno is the map that like they just don't look like they're good on. And that's heightened with the difference between Mongols on Inferno. Obviously, they can beat anybody on the map. But I think just even the positions they found themselves in, they just look extremely uncomfortable. So, yeah, maybe
It's been a little while since I've shamed the YouTube chat. YouTube chat, don't forget to like the goddamn live stream. And don't forget to make sure you sub to the channel, because for some reason, some of you don't do that, but you watch every day.
That could really change their future.
Oh, yeah, I can close the prediction on the Gamba.
Series here and now.
I could, actually, but I should remind you guys that scared channel points don't make channel points before I close it, yeah?
Good openers from Lake, but G2, excellent retake.
Mods, change the title. I updated Nightbot. You guys don't have an excuse anymore.
Just a pause in the action here as G2 don't have mid control.
about Hunter IGL and get more firepower? Dude, I actually wanted Hunter to be the IGL a while ago before they got snacks.
Ramp hit that's going to come down from Heavy God. Ooh, good flash out of Sin to set up Swisher.
That's why when I sub to YouTube channels, they disappear from my algo. Honestly, I don't even disagree with you. What? He was blind? Oh my god, we take those?
The cave control, and control is what comes with it. Total sight dominance out of M80, a force by bounce back.
Fucking Trop over here trying to lock in his odds, bro.
Circle inside of that
Trop was spamming to close the prediction because he went in on M80 heavy and he sees him win the force run. He doesn't want you guys to fuck up his odds.
Yeah, 100-0 in that molly.
He said close it!
Into the two guys that are
close it right now! Don't let him in!
He's there for a reason.
Yeah, I understand why Snacks is running.
Don't let them in!
Unfortunately, just not enough positions to hide in, and the ones that he could were on fire.
Wow, so just Monacy's kill,
Jesus
that's it.
Christ, man.
And on the board.
Honestly, fuck taking gambling sponsor. I'm gonna just start my own one day. You guys are gonna actually just like you guys have a real problem.
Blake said it's they're not worried so much about aim.
I'll just build my own casino out here in Vegas.
Mainly decision making.
If you sub, you guys get
and the macro from the team.
Free
that dictates the rounds being won. I largely agree with that. I think you put a player whose aim is like pretty good in a great team, and their aim will look better. He also referenced his own sort of like inconsistencies, and it is funny. Like you look at his score lines, like sometimes he just dominates, sometimes just not there. So
Napkins go hard for lazy game. That's what I'm saying.
Confront those things openly because he's just such a new player.
Sure.
He's just like, I don't know why. Like I'm so good sometimes, sometimes I'm not. Like I just can't figure it out, man. Like it's still funny to him because it's not like a career-long thing. He's still got time to work on it. And to be kind to himself about it.
Is it bad that I would love to own one day, but not because of the gambling aspect, just because then I'd have like one place where I could put like 6 or 7 restaurants that are just fucking insane.
To understand that losses will come.
That's really what I'd want it for.
But it's about seizing the best of your opportunities, and tonight is one of those. Heavy
like, sure, you could gamble your life savings away, but like, have you seen
trying to finish the job, but Snacks gets naded back
our
by
incredible
Sin.
food?
Grenades with his name on them. He's died to fire and a frag so far. Now Hunter hears this movement towards middle. If they're not careful, this 5-7's going to find backs turned. He tries to jump on top of him. Ooh, had a chance at a second. And Monacy's gone unnoticed here. Rek get blindsided. We've got another death coming back from G2. Oh, they're trying to force by their way in, and Heavy God's done some good lifting thus far. But on such a little HP with fire in front of him, there's nothing he can do about stopping that bomb from going down.
Go to Michelin Star Restaurant.
For a retake,
I've been to
17 HP,
a 3-star,
so
well,
like
a previous 3-star. For
by.
those of you that don't know, they don't let anybody have a Michelin star in Vegas anymore.
It looks like they've secured it. It's a good start for him.
It is not allowed.
Last rounds, pretty effective trades. Good.
Hasn't been. You can't get a Michelin star in Vegas for like ever now. The reason is
and I think
the whole
principle
of the system is like the star system is based off of how far you should travel out of your way in your car, right? Except people just fly to Vegas and they're in Vegas, so it doesn't really work.
Place to go. It's a map.
It's not really a rating system, right? Like the Michelin system is meant to be like.
But I think for G2, they feel pretty calm when they look at the 3 maps above.
The Michelin, like how many stars a restaurant has, isn't like. I mean, it is, but the metric is actually how far out of your way you're supposed to go to the restaurant.
But I'm ready for another Hunter.
So like, if a 3-star is in the middle of bum fucking nowhere, and they give it a 3-star, they're saying you should plan your entire trip. It is good enough for you to just go here. His tire company. So that's why it works that way.
This could have been
that was what the so they removed. Obviously, Vegas doesn't really fit that description. So
that one went wrong on Inferno, actually.
Instead, the Turkish team 5 for 5.
That's honestly James Beard awards are way better anyway. If you know, you know. And we got a lot of those
appearances of any organization this year because the most events attended.
Oh, Nate goes a bit too far. Miscalculated.
Off that nade, they decide to walk back, so they're going to try to go numbers strong out middle. Could very well catch a couple players here. And if Sin's not careful, the bomb could get
How many
awkwardly dropped
Firestone
out.
stars
So
does your
there's that
restaurant have?
Galil on the field, right? It's enough to make you nervous, but just getting away from the timing. Lake's going to stick around for a second.
Oh, he saw him. He saw him.
Look at a USP.
Just don't get flashed.
Right behind it.
When you know it's USPs coming around the corner and you really want to get the ecos, but you just kind of like get lost in the sauce.
Actually fluster him, so he gives up his angle. He puts a Molotov down in front of him. They're going to go ahead and take over the entirety of the B site. And so at the least, you've got Snacks now grabbing that AK off of Lakes' corpse.
Yeah, you kind of just run with the guns. AK and go Leo.
Is Vegas the only city they do that
Go
for?
for
I'm not
some
really
round
sure. I
deep
just
for
obviously know more about Vegas because I'm here. I don't know.
Pistols out. Just to
Snacks
see
has
what
the
they
flash,
can get.
right? Flash
What do you
in
think about
for
the
CT
bear?
spawn.
I enjoy it.
Doesn't find anybody, but
It can be a bit much though, to be honest.
any other additional kills to just soften up the economy.
Season
here
2
for
wasn't
M80.
as good as
Not gonna
Season
happen.
1, but I think that's like
Slacks puts
a
him
lot
down
of
for the
things.
night.
But I still enjoyed it.
M80.
Yeah. Looks solid.
But
so
I actually
far.
kind of
The real round
appreciated that
comes
Season
next.
2 wasn't full on like Season 1 because I think I might have been a bit cooked. No, I don't watch Severance. That show seems like it requires my attention a bit more.
Last time these organizations went head-to-head, G2 bought Mobs.
Yeah, that's the other crazy part about this head-to-head.
I'm trying to sleep,
Versus
man.
the
Like
player
Severance
that they
doesn't seem
sold.
like it fits. Bear doesn't really, but it's shorter
Certainly
episodes.
got
So.
their good use out of him. Mobs.
He said he didn't want to get outscored by Lake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Lake's replacing him. He's replacing Nico.
3 goats. So far, Lake in the lead, but doesn't feel like this could be his round, seeing as that grenade takes half his health out. We got Mobs Monacy looking to join forces in the base of middle. I mean, if Lake's going to be your elbow player, that's going to be his hands full.
Oh yeah,
So should
Philippe,
he.
they're
He
bringing
can
it
come out
back,
through
is what
smoke.
you're saying?
And Monacy clips the top of his head, but inside B site, smoke fades. You've got that trajectory from the grenade to tell Sin what's up. Snacks takes down his support. And so this, what felt like opening inside of the B site, gets very quickly
Feels like the B
closed.
timing was a bit
Reopened by
weird,
Slacks
bit
momentarily,
early.
But only for the one
But I think that's
additional
because of
kill.
where
It's
they got
majority
stuff that
alive
came
here for
on shelf.
G2 as they close that gap to 1.
That looked a little silly from Swisher because it looked like he was trying to sneak out of the smoke, maybe sit there, but like it was full mid control and Lake was smoked out an elbow. So communication must have broke down, or he missed a cave entrance or something. I'm not exactly sure. If you went into cave, he obviously would have been a genius right there because there was no one in it. But in this spot, G2 obviously going to be watching up there.
Sorry, I'm moving my mouse real quick.
Like did not have vision.
I love the over the shoulders, man.
Back to the mid fight through the fire. Slacks down to 40. Nate
Later, stoners.
just
Take it
chunks
easy, bro.
what's left of him. Lake's gonna try to re-aggress, and all that
Yeah,
ends
Mob's
up
not
doing
fucking
is
around.
losing mid control.
Or sorry,
from
Monacy.
M80. Down to the 5
Wrong
versus
M.
3 in the first 10 seconds.
Monacy not
of
fucking
round
around.
6. And so it looks like Mob's Monacy, this combination is just getting the better of Lake as he started strong, but has been since cooled off. And it might not be Mob's outperforming him head-to-head, but Mob's brought backup. And Monacy is not going to start as slow as he did in the previous series.
Yeah, North Americans never bring backup, all right? We do the job ourselves. Mobs is European now. Maybe they should have brought backup, though.
Yeah, maybe they should have. Yeah.
I'm
all
getting
for
educated
teamwork,
from a couple
actually.
different people on the Michelin stars. Hey, Flom, huge fan, first time
feels
posting.
like
Oh, he
Wade
retracted
has
it.
been
Well, he said I was wrong, and then he
temporarily
retracted
close,
his
at least.
message.
What do you do about this? Try to bolster
Low key, his
Swisher's
message
lane
is,
plays
"Hey,
and
Flom,
say,
long time
Yeah,
listener,
they
first
need
time
to
caller."
Respect the fact. I think like if they keep trying to go out early, they'll probably continue to lose in the same way.
But I think the CS
if
Legacy
they
game is
would
going
have
to pull
won,
a
I
lot
think
of the
they
player
would've done it
base out of
already,
CS2
but they
personally. I
didn't
don't
really get
think it
close
is,
to
but I'm
disrupting
curious to your
positions
guys'
with the
opinion.
appropriate names.
As somebody that
So
literally
as the other options
grew up
just to
playing
come
Pro
in a little
Mod,
later. It doesn't
which
take
none of
long
you know what that
before,
is,
like, CTs
but
have
this
to
is
peel
the
back
makers
out
of
mid.
Pro Mod.
So they could just
My
try to do it
assumption
that
would
way.
be it'll be fun for a little while for a very small part of the player base.
Teams of the quality of the Mongols will just go for the fake mid nades into.
Most people will play it.
Like,
I'll play it, but
Ancient
it's not
is
going to be
pretty
competitive.
versatile
So
in
like
that
I'm going to
sense,
get bored of it
where
pretty
looks
quick,
kinda
and that'll be
scrimmy
it.
in moments, but there is just either is it fast mid?
I
or is
hope
it
that
fast
they
open
somehow
side, or is it
have
fast
some
deep
sort of
mid?
like
Because
community
Molly's
server
doing
aspect, because I
incendiaries
think
too
that'd be
small.
sick.
There are options for fast rounds on all parts of the map. And if right now that's not working,
No. Pro mod. No.
Because usually where people
see, and this is what I mean. I said pro mod, and everybody thought I assumed COD 4. No, there was a pro mod in CS, and these are from the makers of that.
Watching, there can be chances just to take it.
So yeah, yes, this is.
Speaking
you
of
don't,
American
yeah.
legends, Def.
Obviously British, but yes.
I thought that Legacy was going to have FaZe support. I mean, it might. I still wouldn't. A lot of things have FaZe support. That doesn't mean it's competitive, nor has the players.
Shout out Surreal.
Our other North American opera.
I have no idea. That's the first time I heard of it, but maybe.
Game tied up off of Monacy's control of the middle of the map.
So I think it'll be fun. My biggest thing and like that, the only thing that would keep me playing something like that is community server support, like ways to have different mods in that game. Otherwise, I'm just not really interested. I don't really play. I play Counter-Strike to like have the competitive aspect and scratch that itch. If there's not really like an overarching like theme or system, it's not really interesting to me.
So they wait out all of that damaging utility, and then suddenly the path seems free. Sure enough, G2 have to kind of lean back off of their opening foray. Hunter giving it the old jump spot. Obviously, it's not the most ideal round for M80. We're still.
What are we thinking of cash and protein? A long way away.
Hunter just missed a chance to just go ahead and kill that red room. Now under pressure. He'll keep dropping nades, but burning a lot of the util at a minute 10. It's a frag grenade and flashbangs left for G2 at this point. And it's not just one member behind this, right? A Tech 9 bullet, I think, or maybe it was Lake's AK, excuse me.
There's a tacit understanding between both teams that like this will be the split because Hunter just saw two people with the fast mid crawl, so M80 need to.
Think it'll be viable? I don't know.
From believing that this is the play right now, Switcher's going to push up
without V-Script 2 community server. You're saying in the Legacy one? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it to have any sort of discussion. I'm just saying that's what I would need.
Yeah.
I mean cash isn't viable because one, Valve doesn't own it. Two, the visibility on the map is not good. I don't care how you want to slice it, talk about it. As somebody that's played it, I've not played it a single time without having visibility issues in the map. And not because of models.
Having dodged the donut contact until Swisher eventually gets squeezed into that fight, right? Being
more viable than trained for the casual player, not trying to insult you. Yes, I would 100% agree with you.
Lakes leans into the corner, and then he gets caught out.
I'd much rather play new train than new cash. But that's because I also play with a group of players and I play in a team. So
walks out. Scours over towards Wreck, the last known position. Lake lets that happen, but he's at least able to trade back and confirm the last one. His teammate right there with him. Now it's Slax's chance to end this. Heavy God 1v2 halfway through it. He's gonna clear, but he doesn't see
him. He didn't see him.
Patience pays off.
Wow, that angle's deeper than it appears. My goodness.
Newcast has issues with visibility. I've literally played it, what, like, what'd you guys say, 6 or 7 times now on stream with you guys?
Going down 1-for-1.
I'm serious. I think every single time I play it, there's at least one instance of visibility in a new place that's a problem.
This is a great recovery out of M80.
I'm not technical enough to tell you why, but people just blend in so hard.
Ooh, great camera angle on that one. Everybody holding their breath until the last kill comes
Fog or
through.
darkness? No, like it blends in.
Now it boils down to the 1v1. But it's
and then the other issue right now is FPS problem. So visibility is bad, FPS isn't good, and Valve doesn't own it. It's not that I want new maps and I want new things too. And then I didn't even get to the part to tell you guys where I feel like fundamentally the map is pretty fucking boring because he didn't change it. And I think the reason you didn't change it is probably because it's hard to change it without the community basically just like saying they don't like it, and it's just the same map reskinned.
He was calling like a pretty comprehensive mid take, and with that open, they just like.
I don't want to sugarcoat it and give you guys a line of bullshit just to pander to you. Like, for me, like, sure, I don't want Inferno in. So like, you put in cash for Inferno and you fix the visibility. I'm not gonna like be crying.
Honestly, saw nothing towards
But
me,
I'm also
so
not going to
he's
sit
back
here and
up
tell you that I
balls.
think it's a good thing it's being added either.
Deadly duo on this line.
The good feels, thanks for the primer.
We're gonna have
Thank
to
you.
Retake the B site. Bums, however, swinging
Like
back
to have
here
a
inside
map out of the map pool for that long with quite literally almost 0 changes is pretty nuts.
His way forward, and
The
as
B
long as
bomb
Monty's
site quite
helping
literally
out middle,
hasn't been
there's no
touched.
eyes
Like,
on A main.
Oh,
and there's like
A
2
long
new
smoke.
positions and a shadow angle on A, and the door can be blown up now. Like that's
Dangerous
just.
here. Sin, he's going to clear the one, but Hunter doesn't activate from the corner. Monacy just going to clamp down on Lake as he tries to sprint out through mid. Obviously, they heard that departure because of Hunter staying inside of the cave. And so you're going to blindside Sin, surely. Monacy won't miss his chance. Oh,
okay.
Recovers.
Fucking Monacy styling out here, bro. Goddamn.
To tie this game, 4 rounds apiece. G2 just banking on Monacy, hitting some critical shots, and he'll do it from both directions on Donut.
Yeah, turn up, man. I mean, he got his 1 kill. If he had even just got that, they'd still be comfortable. So weird spot where they don't. It's kind of weird because they don't
has
know
been
about
the
Donut
same
players.
since Source Fire
there's 2
emoji.
setup in Donut we had
Yeah,
last round.
I mean,
you don't have to move. You're on a really good spot.
It's just like.
You can defend A from there just like they did previously.
Like, I get it, man. I know a lot of you guys grew up and you played Cash, and, like, that's, like, in your matchmaking games, like, your pugs, like, it was really fun. I don't blame you for even liking the map or wanting it back. But, yeah, from my perspective, fuck, man. Like, I can only run a 1-3-1 and just run it down mid so many fucking times before I'm just a little cooked.
Trying to fight into these rounds. Heavy God blind connects. Snacks from the corner. Good
Oh,
to
they
go.
are cleaning this shit up heavy.
Hunter joining forces inside sight. Where'd Swisher come from? Just barrels out from the cave. Tech 9 to the side of his victim in Hunter, but that's all they're going to end up getting here. Snacks nicely done in the deep corner of the bomb site. He's super supported by his teammates. Feels confident to just let them try to run rampantly in, and with that, it's economy bottomed out for M80, so
How
it's
does
not going
Swisher
to be
get
a fun
there?
end
That's
to
a
their
good.
half.
That's a great question.
Dead
I
simple,
don't know.
B-pop fails. CT's in fine positions. Everybody ready, and that one first kill that you really want to get on your bulldoze into the site doesn't come.
I mean,
so.
new maps, not refreshed old ones. Yeah, I'm down for that
Round
too,
with
dude.
full
Like,
pistols,
G2.
Lots
I
of
would love to,
meter
dude.
stick
I
between them
still
and
listen.
M80.
Give me bio, man.
I completely understand why M80 tried to throw that out on their force buy. That's one of the key
I've
components of their game.
been
versus
yapping
the
about it
Mongols
for a while.
formation was just catching
give me
that
bio.
B-side defense
Fucking
off guard.
send it. Let's go.
I think they tried to use it here, and you know that could very well be
That
one of the
shit's
reasons
ready to
G2
go.
seems so ready for it.
It's been in the rotation
They haven't
before,
been doing any one thing
but
too
never
much
in the actual
in
competitive
mid
rotation.
4 rounds they've had, 2 were unsuccessful, but the last 2 actually worked. Kind of earned the right to try one of those simple pops.
Wouldn't Valve technically own any map made in their game? I don't know how modding community things work legally. I don't know enough to give you a real lawyer answer anyway, but I can tell you that short version, I think they don't operate that way. I'm Erica.
Don't be a forgetter.
Don't be a forgetter. Thanks for the 7-month primer. Welcome back.
There you go. Get the easy one.
Yeah, get the easy ones.
No one will remember. It's just numbers at the end of the day.
Sadly, just true.
Snacks is like, yo, let me get some bit of the action here out middle. So all too easy this 10th round as you'd anticipate versus Pistols.
All right, M80, come on.
Lead to G2.
Come on, M80. You're actually not looking too bad right now.
Now they want to go, well, there it is. They want to go fast towards cave. To be honest, the way that it's been played, either it's not been played or it has been Snacks trying to be really annoying, going for the spams.
Right.
It might be fast on this round. It might also be waiting for Snacks to use his ammo and then doing something tricky through a smoke. We'll see.
I mean, ultimately, you go back to that force buy, right? Swisher was able to swing out into sight. It's been one of the paths of least resistance. Smoke in front of it. Snack's gonna open it up somewhat. And they go for mid control first.
Mirage hasn't changed much for a long time and it's still very popular.
Oh.
Right, but they didn't take it out and re-add it back in. It's not a fair comparison. I'm not even disagreeing with what you're saying, but we're also not taking out Mirage, not playing it for 6 years, and then putting it back in and pretending like it's a new map either.
Versus 2 looking comfortable for the defense at this point.
Fuck, man.
Trajectory on the utilities
This
gonna put
cave
these lane
shelf
players
area has
on
been
high alert.
absolutely a
Double up
fucking
on the same
problem,
angle.
man. Goddamn.
And that is a guarantee. Snacks and Heavy God putting in the work. 9 frags each so far. This B defense looking solid. And with the bomb in front of Heavy God, Lake's got his work set out for him. But we did almost watch him piece together a 1 versus 5.
I mean, they own Tuscan, which in my opinion, Tuscan's a better version than Mill anyway.
Do it. Still 3/4 of his health. But Monacy's going to hunt him down. And Monacy really has been the bane of Lake's existence. That's the Flash up to 12 frags so far.
Yeah, they do try to go
Maybe just coin flip A if you're M80 here. See if you can.
With Wreck dying, it doesn't actually serve.
This area around Shelf and Cave has just been an absolute fucking thorn.
Instead, I think it keeps you on
Captain
higher alert.
DP, what a name. Thank you very much for the primer. Thank you.
God come in. So great adjustment.
I too love Dr. Pepper.
Plans from M80, but we don't hear the adjustment that G2 are thinking, and I think they kind of felt it. All right, our Cave has been sort of like off and on. We either play with someone there or no one, and Snacks has relatively been successful, like living here, doing a great job on B, in fact, this game.
Biggie, thank you very much for the primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'd really like to see Biome come in. It's like as an actual new map.
Actually lead to fakes. But sometimes it also just gives G2 a bit.
I do know of a couple map makers, like well-known ones, that are cooking up some different shit. And what the hell?
Here in the final round of a half. Almost caught out by Hunter. At least he saw a lot of bodies on the challenge, and he'll track the head. And pressure, name of the game.
Jesus,
Snacks
man.
content to come out from Cave and attack this side of the mid play. Now that your bomb has just dropped.
You don't have the stream set on HLTV, just so you know.
Perfectly from up here.
Yeah, it feels like G2 is this.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
Have kind of established first, right? A little support for Mobs when mid was originally going M80's way. Monacy changed that with his form, and now everybody doing their job real well.
Yeah, man.
G2
falling real
putting
fucking
a real
flat.
gap
It looked
between
pretty
them
decent
and
there
the
for a
challengers
second.
of M80.
June John, thank you so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20 gifted ad blocks before I run one here at halftime, which is just, this is your heads up. Thank you, dude. Thank you, thank you. Give me some nice ones in chat. We're fumbling. It's just like this. If you cannot get mid pressure or like combat Cave, you kind of have two options. One, go A. Two, go B. That's it, bro. Like, there's no mid rounding happening, dude. If you can't, you guys remember, you know who did this, right? You know what? How we learned this lesson recently. We learned this with Mouse and Spirit. Spirit literally was losing all the mid fights, and you know what's hilarious is they were winning every time they just went A or just went B. But they also kept sending Donk down mid on so many rounds that they were losing. Like, if you just it feels so stupid as a team to admit that or start running that in the middle of a game. But I'm telling you, if you can't get shelf and if you cannot get mid, you just have to hit the sites like relatively early, like first 30 seconds of the round. You expect me to learn anything from a guy with a bedazzled shoe on his head? Well, somebody just gave me 20 gifted and I got a shoe on my head, so maybe you should. Yeah, that's right, buddy. How about that? Nixon, thanks for the 35-month resub. Tragic Ray, thanks for the primer. Chat, I'm matching all gifted, and we're looking for any Twitch tuggers out there or member mommies on YouTube. Thank you. All I'm saying is before I started putting a shoe on my head, didn't have a house. Put a shoe on my head, house. Maybe you should start listening to this guy, man. Eight houses, actually? No, I'll tell you how many mansions do we have right now? We have 6 mansions at the moment. Trying to get back up to 7 or 8. L9, thanks for the Twitch primer, thank you. And Jay Tizzle, thanks for the 44-month primer, thank you. Why do you want Aztec where you could just throw Overpass back into the pool? Whoever the fuck wants Aztec is stupid and shouldn't have an opinion. Now that I got that out of the way. Would be great to have Overpass back in the pool. Okay, well, John just went fucking crazy. Okay. 50 fucking gifted, you psychopath. Shout out you 50 gifted, right? Somebody write that down.
Twice in the same week.
Thank you so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
days.
We literally had
30,
to look at the stats
35,
to find the
40,
last time that he
45,
started
50.
0 and
Thank
7.
you, thank you,
And it
thank
was
you.
months
God
ago,
damn.
or even a year.
What the
It
hell?
was a long time. I don't know.
Hey, hold on.
Eons.
June John, while you're going fucking
last
crazy,
year.
I do like to
That's
give the
about,
speech, you know?
As bad as it gets.
7? Not today.
But honestly, Snacks, Cave,
Yeah.
B ramp.
Make sure you're taking
Didn't
care of
dive
yourself,
versus-
bro.
Okay.
All right,
Dive
I got
100
6
to 0
mansions
on
right now.
That
I'm
was the
good.
one
So just
thing,
make
but
sure, like,
overall,
listen,
very
I love money,
successful
but
half.
also make
Call it
sure you
recovery.
Yeah, big
get
time.
enough set aside for
You know, a
yourself.
lesser man would have been
You're going
shaken to
fucking
his core.
psychopath shit.
But
Beamers,
Snacks
thanks to the
continued to
3-month
step up, and
primer.
I think
Thank
he
you.
kinda taught Sin a lesson.
Sad
The
King, thank you very
verbiage
much
Sin
for the
used
1
in terms of
gifted.
taking
Thank you.
that cave made it feel like he was real confident.
So Twitch Tuggers is definitely going to stay, huh? Based on the results of today. I just hate money. No, that's valid. I just want to make sure.
Hunter and Co have up their sleeves. Rek leaning back in temple, waiting for that long contact. You've already got footwork inside sight. Monacy's on an absolute tear. And that's what every Counter-Strike fan wants to see. Good flashbang. Berettas won't even stop the plant. Heavy God actually gets the cover out. Oh, M80 getting snapped in half. Not one kill comes back from them. G2 aren't playing around tonight.
Yeah, they're
Taking a line of credit out to sub to Flum. Kind of like the people that you can do payments now. You can do payment plans for your DoorDash orders. Beamers, thanks to the 3-month primer. Thank you. That's so wild to me.
All business.
That's Hunter calling the pistols.
Alb's gonna try to chase down Lake.
My
I'm gonna let him
6-month
go.
interest-free
It's your choice,
cheeseburger
Lake.
slaps.
You can walk away. He'll find sanctuary inside that A site. His entire team inside
What the
B,
hell?
looking like they want to get
Goatee?
active
Bro,
down the
don't do
ramp
that.
soon. That's Heavy God's Galil to hold it back. Look at that radar, man. Bloodbath to be had.
Yeah, this is
here
about
on
to
the
be a
B site.
fucking war.
Smoke grenade top ramp, though. That's going to cool off their jets.
Yeah. Done a good job, though. Yeah, with that cave play, those spams end up being way more effective. Monacy with 2 of them.
Oh, no way. Blind 5-7 from Swisher's the only thing that it looks like they'll get going. You smoke them off on ramp. All you let them do is then leak through cave, and you give Monacy a safe timing to go for wallbangs.
Yeah,
2 kills, though, that's a bit egregious. Talk about in the zone.
It's a combination
Shout out
of
you.
2 things. A default
51
pillar,
gifted,
a
by the
little bit
way.
of cave pressure at the top, and then
2 minutes remaining.
Those spams just become huge because the only spots that are safe to be ramp are spammable, as we can see. Right behind default, over on short, and then long can simply be smoked, or also hit with a spam. That's actually a little bit more of a rare one. Monacy showing off.
I do. I don't know. What do we think about that B wall being spammable? I still feel like that's such a.
Watching Zywoo and Donk rack up their ratings.
It seems really fucked up. Like,
Can't leave those sweet
Villainous,
kills on the table.
thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in
Early
chat for
race
Villainous?
for
Shout out
top
you
3.
56 gifted now.
Every kill matters.
And we hit level 7.
Lake gets to live this time. No doubt Monacy feels in the flow state. And with 6 rounds between them
We
and
need a
Emmy,
bit
this
more of a
challenge hasn't even
spammable wall.
really
Yeah,
started.
you just want to make that whole wall
Did
fucking
start
wood.
well.
It did start well.
But Snacks very quickly stomped out the Ember.
And even the rounds, 2 rounds that were sort of better.
Seen so many
for
spams through the
M80,
wall that hit nothing.
C2 still had,
Yeah,
like,
but I
3
just
good
kind of hate that, like,
starts to
you're
those
so.
rounds,
If you ever choose to play the site, you're just kind of like not allowed to. Like literally, they could
Survive
just.
another eco is
If the
G2.
T's would like to, and you let them throw the util, they can make it so you're not allowed to play on the
these
site,
pistols
which
for
is
maybe
just
a cold
it's a
stack.
little weird. That's not that, and that also doesn't mean that doesn't happen on other maps, but it isn't necessarily a great feeling.
Monacy really had his number out middle. Unfortunately, across the board, M80 just not stacking up this evening. There's a chance we saw the best version of themselves versus the Mongols, which is no easy feat.
I still think that they need to make the site pillar a little bit like bigger.
And refresh my memory,
Personally,
they actually won that in 2,
I think
right?
if that wall is going to stay spammable,
So close to winning it in 2.
Yeah.
You know,
remember
and
that it
the
just
amount of
used to be the
PRS
pillar, and then
points
they
were
added the
won by beating
spammable wood
Mongols
around the edges.
would have given them
They would have been bathing in VRS points.
Yep, they would have been in 5th position going into the
I would like
Astana
just
qualifier
even if it was just a touch bigger, I think it would make it feel a lot better.
Event for both Wildcard and M80 before the major invites go out on April 7th. And if they were to have won this series, there would only be 8 points between those teams with a high likelihood of them going head-to-head. It would have been one of those great moments where we can just highlight and point to the new system in 2025 and say, this match decides that. Something we've never been able to see outside of RMRs.
Yeah, that part's pretty cool. They iron out the kinks. There's like lots of potential for VRS to create exciting moments, and there already have been.
Yes, sir.
Quite a few.
Yeah, go back to Astralis at Cluj-Napoca, right?
Yeah.
There's always this cool undercurrent of a conversation happening. It kind of rewards, I think, the people who really keep their finger on the pulse of CS and watch event to event.
Definitely. Yeah, all the rocket scientists out there that can follow the system.
Here we go, fast A play. Let's see if Rek can handle the numbers. Supported by the op, which does connect, but Rek empty-handed. Malb's gonna get a little blood on his hands, and down goes the Opper. Snacks, good entry.
Yo.
No problem. Following
God
through.
damn,
Deep
man.
CT lane's got bullets soaring by it. Swisher
Bro, how many rounds straight
simply
has this been?
outnumbered. G2 will waste no time trying to finish off this first map. They watch what the Mongols did to M80 on Inferno. They'll be confident. It's a map they themselves post well.
That's the G2 Swarm at full strength. Simple A-site hit, all having fun.
10 rounds straight.
Having a field day in the final.
No, sorry,
match
9
of
rounds
the
straight.
day.
9 rounds. 9.
And that was a little awkward because the op does not cover Rek. The op gets into position too late as they're running up. Rek dies first. And then
Level
the op
7
goes
hype
down.
train,
If
what
Rek
the
stays
fuck?
alive,
Yeah, yeah.
The whole play is slowed down.
June John went fucking crazy. He just came in here and lit all the money on fire.
That for a second, you know, put G2 on edge. Haven't seen a cause for concern ever since. And
Hey, Tech Boy, just so you know the reason you got time now, we just don't do Gamba talk and chat.
Clamping down on the A site yet again. We do have a little more time though.
Yeah, only channel point Gamba in here. Can't wait till my channel points can buy houses.
I'm gonna set this backside ablaze. Slacks blind as a bat, but him and Swisher still able, one apiece. There could be more here for Swisher, but he's burned out of position. Heavy utility damage for him to deal with. Wreck on the flank.
Oh!
The lineups there. Good damage.
All right,
Enough
nice.
damage to really put the odds against Monacy.
Okay, well, now
6
we're-
health with a smoke ahead of him.
Now we're edging.
M80 with a lifeline late.
Dude, that's pretty idyllic here. I'm shocked they got those first 2 kills, but it was the counter flashes. They
All
were
right.
a bit better on the T side. I actually think there must have been one from the CT and the T side because they
What
came
the hell? What
to
are we
a
at?
little bit faster. Yeah,
91 91 gifted now? Is that where are we at?
Only way to win that
9
round is closing
all
the gap
right.
with those flashes. So
10
well done from
D6 to the
M80.
5, 10,
They were not
15,
stacking on
20,
this round,
25,
they just kind of
30,
rotated
35
in just in
fucking
time.
gifted, you psychos.
Swisher kind of slows the tempo of G2's commitment.
Oh, I'll match it. I'll match
Showing
it.
off.
Solex, thanks for the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 96. 96
staying
to
in the
Solex, the
zone.
degenerate as well.
Yeah, just staying warm.
Yeah, just chomping at the bits to get to the next one to try to close this one out.
And they don't actually maul it.
Anyone
They
want to do
just
4
maul it
so I
freaky,
can
right?
match 100 and
So they
then
might have
show you
missed
the
it.
cool new alert? I think we have seen it,
AK
but only a
by the weed.
few times. No?
The
All right,
ganja.
my bad. My bad.
It's actually a fern.
The devil's lettuce.
Absolute
it's a
scam,
fern.
but yeah.
Do you know what ferns are called? When
Yo,
they are
Lily,
sprouting?
thank you very much for the 9 months.
fern that
Solex,
first
thank you
sprouts
very
out of
much
the
for the
ground, you know what it's
1.
called?
All right, 100 it is. 2,
BC Bud.
3,
Fiddlehead.
4. Okay, all right, all
You can
right.
eat them.
Black Widow. White Widow.
We'll wait a second. We'll wait a second for all these to catch up, and then
Tangerine Dream.
Pineapple Express.
I'll tell you, whenever these, I have to
Super Lemon
like,
Haze.
I think these are going to be going for a while because Sicko still hasn't set up these alerts right, and I keep forgetting to harass him. Oh, wait, hey,
The
question.
Bhutanese dragon.
How to solo queue Mirage
Wait, a Bhutanese
as a
shadow
new,
dragon. That's
how to
what it
solo
was.
queue basically?
That sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh
Thoughts?
card.
You never seen Joe Biden talk about the Bhutanese shadow dragon?
I summon.
Okay, June John, I'm not still going. I'm not still going.
It's the
The
strongest.
scam train's over, you fucking psycho. Thank you so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20.
Only thing getting smoked right
But
now
yeah,
is an
basically a series based on like actually solo queuing.
And a whole lot of hopium for North America.
That 20's to ban Madfish again? No, I didn't even say I'd ban Madfish. What the
That's
fuck?
all you can ask for. 1 foot in front of the next as they head back towards middle, and feels like G2 know where they want to end this game. A looking like the target yet once more. Very quickly outside of B goes.
Pray that you get a hacker on your team and not opponent.
What that can do in terms of setting up some kind of A defense. Sin is sprinting over to try to get ahead of it, and you see that incendiary drop ahead of the pack. So this is going to be M80 with
How
a
does
lot
solo
of
queue could
information
cover
to
every
try to
map
hold
and
back the
ideas
sites.
behind that,
a
not
little lazy
specific
from G2,
lineups?
but they just feel like
Oh,
they're
dude,
so
I don't
close
do
to the
nade
finish
lineups.
line.
Yeah,
Like,
and no, I'm going to tell you actually how to get the most value on each map.
Lazy rounds at a score line like this. Monacy on the prowl. Molotov for back box. And you'll go for the boost.
Yeah, I mean, now it's time to work a little harder.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing. I don't do. I mean, you guys have seen how I do videos. I'm not. I will show you useful nade lineups. I think. I don't know. You guys tell me, but is this a fair way to describe it? I'll show you nade lineups, but like I'm going to show you pretty general ones that are just effective. Not.
Could have just been a default, and they could have.
I'm not trying to do the nerd out here Austin CS thing, showing you like
the highway to rounds, so to speak.
Some lineup that you're just not going to use playing by yourself.
Open, even though there's full mid control here from M80.
Is that a good way? Like mine are more like general, just like you should just kind of know this, and it's easy.
Too slow to defend this.
What was once a bolstered defense has turned into a vacant site.
No, Austin and Nart just are like really util focused. I'm not. I don't really like making videos like that.
Gonna be a big clash inside a donut. Lake wants a piece of the action. 15 on the clock, and it's gonna be an awkward plant. Not to mention nobody holding flank. Swisher's able to just gun down mobs.
Okay.
Bomb plant in the middle of this.
All right.
Okay.
Honestly, nobody's ever blown a 12-5 lead at Blast Open Lisbon groups.
Positions, and it looks like Heavy God's down after time.
And bro,
with G2 there was
Heavy
more
God, what are you doing?
Calling, you know,
Leeson, thanks to the 11-month resub.
Put in some effort every round because. Or be crafty, but like, you know, you don't need 5 guys to entry. There could have been one guy holding a flank and then turned into a lurker, made the round something to have another layer. But instead, they run out of time because they had to take 5 guys to walk back to clear the rest of the map, as if it was stolen.
Wait,
from
hey,
them.
June John, did you think I was matching when you did your 20? Because if you did, I'll match it. But if not,
needs to be in their mind.
I just want to make sure that you didn't get scammed. Vector, thanks to the primer. Like, I mean, I'm trying to, but like, I'd want to. If that was the intention, then I will. Nobody's blown a 12-5 lead in Blast Open Lisbon, guys.
I've seen M80 pull out some grueling comebacks. It's a long road to overtime. That last one gave him a little bit of extra money to play with, and there's really nothing here for G2 to work with, except for maybe a Deagle, but that's okay, because he's...
No, you good, brother? Okay. I just want to make sure.
Right? Desert Eagle gives the chase. Big pack of players on the ramp. Sin full blind will collect the front runner, and Slacks kills Heavy God.
No, Austin has really good util videos.
For a second.
And so does Nart. But also, if you're not playing with like a group of people, some of them can be really hard to implement in a sort of meaningful way into your game. And a lot of them aren't really applicable to most of your guys' games that aren't like further along in your CS journey. You know what I mean?
5 rounds.
I'm trying to target you guys that are still struggling out there, which is most of you. That's why I do like a guide video where I'm just talking more about generalities and how to think about the map and look at it rather than like hyper-specific shit, right? I think that's why people like that series a lot. Lick, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you.
All right. There's more to this one than 5 guys sitting A main for the first 20 seconds.
Yes.
So we'll see if M80 have their hands full now that G2 are looking to put in a bit more work. It's a deadly trio walking out mid.
See, Reg, I think this video will do wonders for you because the fact that you think that in a solo queue video I'm going to tell people how to manage other people in the video and specific tactics, I think that you have no idea what kind of content I'm going to make then, because this is not what I'm going to do. That wouldn't be it.
Rex able to put him down.
Like I said, the sole focus will literally be on you and what you can do.
Monacy come join them.
on each map.
Sin and Swisher are in fine spots because the rotates from CT will take care of long and short.
Yeah, should be good, but still a world.
And to be honest with you, I would almost, and just to be spoiler alert, I would advise doing exactly the opposite of what you just suggested. I would never try like managing personalities and then like trying to get people to do strats in your games, especially the lower level you are, is just going to get worse and worse.
Table, but a barrel's been spotted. Modesty knows they're both in here. Very ready for Sin and low health Swisher. Monacy's second. No, Hunter's right here with him. This is still 2 players out on Cave. Yes, the rotation has come back through the back line. Oh, if that was an instant headshot, we're on.
Yeah, it was scary.
Instead,
yeah, that's what I was gonna do though.
Walk away with bomb and AK in hand. 3 players.
Show you guys like what I think is strong to do on your own.
To an 8th.
Yeah, look at the position it gets you in. I mean,
it's crazy how
if you want to.
I am exaggerating slightly for effect, but
yeah, exactly.
When Lake gets a multi-frag, I swear M80 just looks like actually a world-class team.
Furia matchup was
when they let's get real fucking sensational here, but like I truly believe this. If Lake gets 2, my God, do they look good?
That mantra has to be
just
applied
keep doing
in this
that
case too, right? Because the original setup, 5 guys A main, like skipping steps. Yeah, that's just kind of playing. You're just looking to close it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not as if they were playing scared. I think it was just more lazy.
Sure. MAE is still playing to win.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it's a classic. Wait, they TK'd.
A team kill, not really what they need at the moment.
Wait,
Monacy
Sax is playing for us.
Just yet. He's wounded with bomb on his back, so no post plant found just yet. He's fully white. We've got this lurk from Lake coming around behind ramp.
Wait, but Monacy isn't. Monacy's still cheating.
Lake then strikes, and that's going to stop them here. Pinching from both ends. Still majority alive, and MAE closing this gap to a mere 3 rounds.
That's a streak, man. That's a streak right there. Getting into 10 is just going to feel nice. Obviously, still Inferno looms, so part of them probably feels like it has to be here. But here is now just 3 rounds. Last round, we did see G2 try to make it more complicated, more comprehensive across map control. They went in for mid, but they still lost. Now let's see what they try next.
Dorfus, the videos I've seen have been absolute poo, though.
Yet again, tempo to the lane. Lake to float out solo mid. It's him versus Mobs. Oh, a bit of chip damage for Sin to deal with. They're so ready to run up that ramp. And right now, Sin leans back as Swisher takes front cave. But Swisher finds the wall bang on Mobs.
Oh, Swisher got... Oh, he spammed him going up shelf. Oh, but they have B.
Swisher offered up something, but at the same time, this bomb site was on a silver platter. M80 have
Sin going down there,
post plant.
Like that easily could have sealed this.
Still standing here for
look at this.
Blank.
What?
Finds him back. Turns the timing is
fucking timing. What the fuck?
Into the retake. Bomb at the halfway point. You got a lot of util to go over top. You've got T's that are looking a little bit desperate to find some cover. Monacy under pressure. He finds that headshot, but Lake's gonna return it. And now what's left of G2 leans back behind smoke. Heavy got in Hunter. Trying to get him off this defuse. Swisher sticking.
No. GG.
It's a triple for Hunter on the line, and he will finish. Where there's a Kovac, there's a close. 13-9 on Ancient, and M80 come up short after a hell of an attempt. But we can't forget what was there.
Their CT, wow. The fizzle out on their T side combined
showed promise.
With the slow start on their CT.
A valiant effort coming out from
better way to frame that, I think.
End,
right?
But G2 were just far ahead on that one.
They just, fight, but it was I think M80, I feel like they weren't as far off as the score would suggest. It was just they couldn't break G2's streak there in the middle of that game.
Players that you want to be heavy hitters for G2 actually really did step up. I mean, Heavy God, not usually a suspect.
Take it easy, bro. Take it easy.
Big fragger, but Snacks himself in those cave defenses was actually holding his own very nicely. I feel like in this game, G2 almost ended with the pie on their face, just kind of the repeat AAA hits and M80 stopping those, but wasn't quite enough.
All right, chat, you ready?
Not enough.
By the way,
yeah, I mean,
I baited
M80
for
had
this.
A pretty solid CT side. Like, even ended above Malbs.
How much you guys think of this?
Nobody really cares about that.
Wait. Listen to the noise. You better have the noise right, but the alert will work. Oh shit, I had it muted. I had one fucking job, dude. What happens if I hit replay? Does it actually replay the 100 or does it actually fuck up? God damn it, man. Gotta do another 100. Fuck you, dude. Oh my God. Where's Sicko, dude? Sicko, I need your assistance. Fuck. Okay, wait. What happens if I do this? It's the wrong alert noise. Okay, Sicko actually fucked it anyway. Good to know. Sicko, you're fired. Where this guy literally goes to Korea one time, dude. That's crazy.
Spot where
Where
I'm
is
not really
he?
too mad when I watch him play. I feel like this is one that should make sense. There's wall bangs he can use, off angles, timings, all of that. That works into what he's best at.
Yeah, I think M80 had an idea that Snacks was going to be an easy target
Where
in
is
cave,
this
and they could use that to topple the defense.
Okay, but the
And
alert
when
looks
Snacks
nice,
wasn't an
right?
Easy target. Where's Plan B? They didn't have one.
Yeah, that's it. You couldn't exploit
The alert
easy
looks sick,
target.
yeah?
And one
I mean,
guy
it's the
who is
same
never
noise,
an easy
but-
target is Heavy God. Heavy God is a guy we have always been praising when it comes to not just the G2 roster, but the teams before.
Heavy God's been finding himself on this roster. Some people have kind of pointed the finger at
It's
him.
useless without the
towards
noise.
Especially CT side. Like, he was so propped up as an anchor for Cloud9.
Yeah,
for
Mr.
OG,
President.
And now with this G2 lineup,
You know what? I'm not gonna say
always
it.
finding
Never
the same
mind.
amount of success. I think Heavy God
can
is
infer
still kind
anything
of
you want.
playing with the idea that people in the server are as skilled as him. Because when he was playing in tier 1.5, tier 2, he could take a lot of duels that allowed him to get one pick off before they hit his bomb site. Nowadays, he has to be a little bit more respectful of his opponents, but he still has that extra flair to get that one shave off the oncoming tees that makes him a special player.
Reban Madfish?
Yeah, when I look
No.
at Heavy God, I want him to be a little bit more consistent, especially on the CT sides against the top opposition. But this is a team where he can play kind of he could even play a little bit sloppy, and he could still win those
This
gunfights
M80
against
team
M80.
is-
And that's just the unfortunate reality. Unless M80 are having a win with
So fun to
tactical
cheer
CS,
for
I don't
and
think
so
they can really
frustrating
beat
because you
G2
can
in the
actually
gunfights.
see.
Now, am I right in saying, yes, a Manassi performance like this is what you expect to see, what you
You
want
can
to
just see
but
the
we're not gonna
improvement, and you
over-celebrate
can
it,
tell
right?
they're
It's
getting
just
better,
what
but
he
also
is
it's just
there
not
to
good
do.
enough.
I think we have to celebrate it because every time Monasi has a performance where he goes sub 1.0,
JD, thanks for the 2-month
there's
timer,
50
thank you.
HLTV threats. Okay, so yeah, you know what?
Yes.
He's top 3 player in the world still, okay? Read him and weep. He's still destroying everybody out there. He's going to be doing this against all of the best teams this year. Just, Monasi is one of those players that I think people need to realize you don't get them very often because we only had one simple. We got one Monasi, and he's a different breed than somebody like Zywoo, different breed than somebody like Shiro. So just take it in. Take every single frag, every single flick shot that just makes you like. Yes,
Right, you gifted me a sub and I'm watching on YouTube. Okay, so you better not forget about your goddamn Prime next month when it comes up. Am I right? Tara, thanks for the 44.
Monasi with a rifle. I think that is what separates him from the other oppers. I think he's the best rifling opper out there. And every time I watch him with a rifle, I go,
Ooh.
this guy is bullshit.
Best
It shouldn't be
rifling
allowed. You can't
opper.
be that good with the op. You can't be that fast with the op.
Vu forgot
and then
about
also
Zywoo.
just rifle people as if you were a top 10 rifler.
Do you know what's quite, I'm going to touch on that point a little bit because of how fast he is with the AWP. Sometimes I think like
Vu
he wouldn't have
glazing
as
a
much
little too
control
hard. He
with the
forgot about
rifle,
Zywoo.
But he still manages to do it. I don't know how you balance this at all.
He
It
literally
is,
calls
but it's
Zywoo the
strong
fucking
for a young
rifler
guy.
that ops.
He's
Like,
hitting flicks as fast as somebody like, say, Woxic, but then he's rifling with the speed of somebody like Yimpat.
Probably not gonna
It's
happen,
crazy.
James.
Like, the
Liquid
flicks
only
with
signs,
both the guns,
you know,
just
big
so
boys.
few players in the world can do it. Like, even just comparing him to someone like Zywoo, who's a great hybrid as well, it's that Zywoo just has his crosshair in the right place. Monasi's hitting shots that maybe 5 other people in the world can hit when he does it.
I'll give you a little history lesson. Anyone that wasn't watching, this is what Kenny S looked like with the op, and Kenny S couldn't rifle. So if you ever wonder, you've never watched CS in 2015, you wonder what Kenny S looked
When he
like.
fits so
looked
well?
like
Maybe,
Monasi,
James.
Except Monasi does it after.
It's hard knowing
There
how
you go.
players will
What a
adapt
buff
versus that
we
level of
have for
competition.
G2 when Monasi is performing like that. Let's see if he
Constantly.
can get it done when it comes to Inferno. It's the G2 map pick coming up next, and they'll be looking for the G2-0. If they can seal the deal here on the Flames of Inferno, we'll wait and see after the break.
Amber, what are you yapping about, bro? Kenny S, been a while since I've seen that name. Kenny S is like, I still don't actually know what Kenny S does, but I know he's in China, I think, and I think he's doing something for like Chinese CS.
Let's go.
Raj, thank you very much for the new membership on YouTube. Welcome, beautiful, and chat. I'm running an ad before this next map starts.
Years before. I mean, it's for me because I'm very young and I have a lot of free time to play. I just enjoyed it, you know. But traveling from tournament to a tournament is a bit different. I think it's difficult for someone else as well, maybe. But in this year it will be even more and more, you know. And it's only the beginning of the year.
We lost some events during group stage, then we have some time to go home during the playoffs. But for the teams that are going until the end of tournaments, of course, it's more tough. But I would always sign to go until the end of every tournament and not complain about busy schedule. I think T side for us has been good lately. We are better in clutches, we are better in post-plant situations, and I think that's something that is good.
No, I agree. Confidence is here, I think.
If you're in G2, successful tournament means winning it. I mean, at the beginning of the season, playing good, of course, is something that is important, going until the end of the tournaments. But in the middle of the season, winning tournaments is, if you're in G2, that's something that you are happy with only.
During huddles, the most important is to, first of all, it's to hype up the whole team, and that's what Victor does, our coach, to make people feel energized, you know. I'm not gonna say what we say during huddle. Team secret, you know. In Counter-Strike now, the meta is different compared to Go, obviously. One of the main reasons is that now you have to take more risks, I think, more challenges, because the game is more about also a bit of like individual skill.
Looking good from Heavy God, masterful on the multi.
Brother, don't link YouTube videos and shit like that. I already said your name. I already said what's up, Hamburger. You didn't say shit.
You can break the smokes and see if
what are you doing? Just had a scammer, all numbers, name, send a friend request to the entire DM lobby at the same time with the same message. They weren't even in the game. Wow.
There's more than one, not like living for information, living for rotation on city sides. I think a lot of teams does that mistake, including us.
I think it's when players trying to be heroes, because maybe they feel the game like is playing on them right now, and like they can do multi kills.
What? What's wrong with not saying the full name?
He did it.
What did I fuck up? I feel like that's not bad, no?
I think we learned a lot as a team and individually, and that's what we needed to play a lot of games, official games, instead of practice. And I think now we'll be ready for this event. We have Heavy God who never played in front of the big crowd, so yeah, I think it will be very good for
bro,
him.
one calls really don't worry.
You want to play in front of the crowd, you play for the crowd and you play for the fans.
Yeah, we haven't played in front of the crowd.
Gaslight me, making me think I'm saying people's fucking shit wrong.
It would be very awesome to play.
Mom, you can call me tonight.
Honestly,
no chance,
into
Rin.
the game versus a ton of fire. A lot of us were thinking that.
Doesn't even say my name anymore, Claymore.
I thought you had made improvements.
Claymore, you're lucky you're not banned.
But it didn't look like that when you faced them this time around. Why did it look like this?
I mean, sometimes you have to fail. Sometimes you have to fail, yeah.
Honestly, real shit.
I mean, I think we were losing a lot, not individually, but together as a team. I think some things that we were going through a lot of times, we, like, I would say it didn't help us to win those rounds that we should have won, you know. I think we lost in a lot of aspects in the game. First of all, we just didn't play together. I think we are not very good on T sides yesterday, but for example in previous games we are not good on city sides. So I think we just need to find consistency and work in a good direction, you know? Because consistency is the key to win, and I think we didn't show it yesterday.
And they really
40 extra, what the hell, Sean?
It is
don't be lying.
Going through moments like this where you have
You're
the
flying last year.
Minus
-20, 25.
right now.
Mammy.
They're trying to dive themselves deeper and have a stronger.
How much have you lost, Sean?
Ability as a team,
Extra
but
44.
also just understanding of how they want to play like this now.
It's a
oh,
it's
dude,
a tough
honestly,
road
if I could
ahead of
even,
G2,
if I could just
and
press the
you'd
delete
like to
button,
see
I
that
think I wouldn't go
progress
past 10 or
linear. It
15
simply
now.
isn't. Monacy cited a bunch of different reasons as to why they are having difficulties.
And that's
One
like
of
my
which
next goal, but
was not playing together.
yeah, that's
Got
probably right where I
collected
want
a
to be.
couple rounds
10 or
from
15 more,
yesterday's match, showing the guy that's supposed to be the leader, the captain, not playing together. First time around, on round number 19, it actually works out fantastically for him, pushing through the smoke, catching Xantaras off, but you're not going to fool him twice. This is a 5-on-4 advantage for G2, and yet, as soon as Snax throws that smoke, he gets a little bit greedy, he goes for the AK that's on the ground right there. What does he want to do? The exact same play, Vu. 2 rounds later, he wants to do the exact same play.
Mythical play tomorrow.
You know who's ready for it? The guy that he just killed doing it 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Snax defender, but I am a Snax defender usually. I think he's actually a pretty good caller on the T side. I don't think he's as much of a liability on that side either in terms of individual firepower. But when I watch that play, my thought process is this play makes so little sense. It has to be an anti-strat because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So I really can't say much. I can't defend Snax on that one.
Can I give you Nuke brain, maybe? Sure. He was just so confident because it worked the last time. He was like, I can do it again.
That really is kind of what we just witnessed, and that's where I think m0NESY has concerns about some things. I feel like, I mean, I explained it yesterday when we watched that one, and the reason we bring this up is because that was the most discussed play on Twitter of everything that happened yesterday. Like everybody
on the offensive when it comes to Snax.
Was that the game-losing play? In all honesty, I don't think it was. I think the T side that got them there was what lost them that one, and m0NESY just also talked about in that interview with James that he didn't like the T side. So I know that there's a consistent factor in that play and the T sides.
Yeah, the T sides, usually their strong point, but he can struggle at times, especially because, as you've pointed out before, I think they start out with, sometimes they start out with kind of weak game plans. They start out down 5, 6, 7-0. They have to dig themselves out of a massive hole, and it's similar to the M80 game we just saw, where M80, they're the ones starting in a massive hole. They start that comeback, but it doesn't really matter when you're down 12-5 to begin with.
And this is crazy though, because now I'm looking at this and thinking, you're pointing out these mistakes. Could these be mistakes where we see them falter here on their map pick to an M80?
M80 should have known this map was coming, so they're going to be prepared for it.
G2 probably takes Inferno as well, Casper, to be honest with you.
I mean, well, not necessarily. They did win the pistol in that, but their game plan on gun rounds was clearly not up to snuff there. Snax was being a great disruptor on Ancient. I do actually think that he's going to tighten things up here on Inferno. I don't expect we're going to see the same kind of bozo deaths we did yesterday.
I mean, we discussed game plans when it was Mongols versus Na'Vi. Sometimes the game plan can get you a couple of rounds, and I'm sure M80 can do that, but G2 is just a far better Inferno team, and it's really not up for debate. They're just better on Inferno.
Okay, so from what you're telling me, it sounds like this is very much G2. It's looking great for them. But what would you want to see from M80 in order to try and get the win here? You know, we talk about how much this means to them. Show it.
Well, we also reference game plans, and I feel like just breaking that down super briefly before this starts is kind of what we want here. It's just that we want to see that in the first couple gun rounds, like the first 2 gun rounds, that there is a plan that is either supposed to counter something the other team is doing, or it's just a concerted effort with the team. You don't want to see people just kind of walking out by themselves, dying, or just something that's a little bit tricky. If you're getting a kill in the side of an opponent's head on the first gun round, you're doing something very right, because getting kills by surprising your opponents are a rarity in Tier 1 CS.
I think one of the benefits of MR12 is that in MR12, you can have one-off round that can actually put you in a really good position to mind game your opponents for the rest of the game. And G2 have some clear weaknesses on Inferno. Snax and Mobs, when they play passive on B, can be a weakness. So you get them on the back foot, and then you play into that.
Well, let's see if M80 can exploit those weaknesses and try and get themselves a win. They're fighting for so much more than just this game.
What do you guys call useless for the vent that you can't go down on Nuke A site? Oh, we call it Asian.
Vu highlighting maybe
it's named after the player AZN.
Snax and Mobs on the back foot, but
yeah,
to be honest, Snax played phenomenally over on the caves of Ancient, and so I don't think it's going to be easy no matter which direction M80 head. They're going to have to make a choice. They're going to wind up somewhere, but I saw that game versus Mongols, Mohan, and despite being, you know, somebody who would love to see M80 succeed,
so many people call it Asia, probably because they don't know it's named after a player.
A couple of their games playing Inferno, and just like it's a million small things that I don't think they'll be able to keep up with G2 on.
Every time we play Nuke, the amount of comments I see are like, dude, why do they call it Asian? Like, what's
sort of issues? They play
like,
it.
Named after a player.
They can win it, but not versus teams like G2. Yeah. Not with the form they've had so far. So it'll need to be a huge step up from M80. They'll probably need some luck as well. Mobs is pretty excellent over on B. And this is a team where he said he knows some of the plays that they still do, that they did with him.
You know, if there was any shortcoming back on Ancient on an individual level for G2, it was actually Malbs. You know, maybe because Mondesi was feasting, there wasn't a lot to go around. Mondesi ended up having to help him with mid control out of the gate. We'll see if maybe Malbs is having an off day. We saw what happened when Mondesi had off days in their last matchup. Malbs.
Somebody said Vu. Looks like Cooper's dad in the YouTube chat. What do we think, Twitch chat? You guys agree?
How odd
is YouTube chat cooking?
Versus M80 specifically.
I see it.
Lake will find first blood. That is Hunter down and a 4-player pack ready to get going onto the A hit. And right now, Banana under wraps for M80, but they're not moving neither forward nor backward. G2, if they play with the timing here, they don't get found out by that Banana flank.
Hoops, I think that M80's gotten better without Malbs as a team because they've just gotten more experience.
Trying to hold this on their own. Berettas go into the apartments to die. Wreck from the corner, able to deliver.
Wreck, let's go, dude. Oh my fucking snacks. Chill. Oh no, Mondesi with dualies.
The guy on site. He knows the other's pillar, and so he just has to slow this down a second. They've got him pinned in pit, and they've got his bomb. How the hell will Mondesi fight his way out of this? Rex better keep his head down. Oh, steps up a third time.
Rex didn't know. No, Rex couldn't see him. No.
Against it, and with 20 seconds, has to cross. He's gonna make some sound. That's in the reposition. Does he swing back for a moment? Cover of Tarek gives Mondesi the plant, charging him down with a USB.
Nah, Mondesi gets this, bro.
Over to the tall box, he'll go. That's a
he pushed him through the fucking
wall. A little more. Mondesi wants this pistol.
He gets it back.
Both players surviving headshot.
Fuck, man, NT.
Pistol win.
So well done there from Mondesi. I mean, every bit of movement is just absolutely perfect. Like timing-wise. Rek, from Rek's perspective, I don't think he's popping up to look over the box. I don't think he could see anything. So he just doesn't even think his head could be seen. I'm actually surprised that from the depressed angle that Mondesi had, that Rek's head could even be spotted. So I think he was just like, I think he was standing up in case Mondesi had maybe gotten by. He was just thinking about him crossing, but obviously he just needed to stay seated right there. Unfortunate. Rek had the 2 kills on the
Rek's so scared. Well, he can't really move there because he's trying to. He doesn't want to give up the angle, but then like he doesn't know that it's standing up. He gave up the angle. You know what I mean? He had to cross to kill him.
We go for the quadruple B stack M80.
That was actually. I know that was a 2v1, but that was genuinely actually pretty hard 2v1 for M80.
Malbs is gonna find nothing here. Mac 10 answer quickly with the
That's not to take away from Mondesi, and it's not to say like.
Turn this one upside down,
you know,
and met by
that was just a tough spot.
For M80 to slow things down awkwardly. Rek will make contact with the player up in Falc.
Mondesi, please switch teams. You think Mondesi saw what Falcons did today and wants to join that?
Ooh, barely gonna get away.
Yeah, no committed swing.
Dexter is also the top performing player for Falcons in that clown car today.
I suppose you know, at worst, this is a 3 versus 2 into the B bomb site.
That's true.
And still, obviously, Rek far removed.
Low guns as well.
Oh, Lake, though. Fast,
solid.
double
Holy shit, Lake. How did you get 2 out of that?
Ancient with a round 2 forced by win, but Hunter has carved a path.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, if he doesn't
please consider this. No, he is bomb.
Easy route to A because.
No, he is bomb, dude. Mom, I heard you're giving away a knife if M80 wins 1 round. No, but I did hear that you're a billionaire and that you're going to help me out if they win 1 round. That's what I heard.
But it's
I'm trying to get to my first billion if you could help me out.
Right?
Yeah, Rek ran as long as he could, but then still walked to get close enough. So there's going to be no exchange of information until that bomb plant attempt comes out. That audio cue is going to get Rek going, still slowly, getting closer. Had his knife out. Hunter with nades, so this should catch him, but he's got a huge health advantage, and that's what's going to keep him standing. 11 HP. Hunter is on for an ace, and if he can get into Boiler, what if their backs are turned? The timing to a T, but they clear him. Lake's not going to fall for that. He'll jump in and close what he started. That top orange hold set this up.
I wonder if.
Well, yeah, Bob. Right as he millionaire streamer pandering for money because he wants to be multi-billionaire and have 3 yachts that he puts in the desert. That'd be sick. First desert yacht.
Perfect initial push, had Malbs totally blind.
The hell, man?
Yeah, okay.
What the hell, Toasty?
The Death said it, right? Need a strong start from M8.
3 desert yacht sounds lit. That's what I'm
Didn't
saying.
have a slow start on Ancient until we got into the gun rounds.
don't have a desert yacht. Yeah, get that money up. Sorry.
Force buys cause a ruckus.
Get the Miami F1 set up with the fake water
Let
trip.
this momentum slip, so straight towards Banana. They'll charge. They've got the CTs on the back foot somewhat. MP9 swings out, and they're not blind.
No, don't give it right back.
Will indeed, just as smoke pops beneath him, so that's a lot of bodies spotted, and they're going to try to follow through with a couple flashes. Sin's got a great gun for this position. Tries to continue the spray and will. It's a triple kill mowdown. And a last member of G2 up above him. Gonna try to stomp him out from behind Orange, predicting.
Wait, what?
He's got a second as he snaps it over to Slack.
It's another exit, actually.
No.
Yeah, and this time
No.
He knows that they're both in con. They're going to clear this as well, but as they run into the site, they're going to see
Why is Hunter realizing he's a Kovac again? I don't like this.
This is a better situation, I think, for Hunter to try to plant.
Dude.
Oh, they're worried about him lurking through CT again, actually. So they're really slow to this, Hunter. Now you can take the other way to get into halls.
It's a map concept that you think would be really cool. I'd love to see a snow map again. We used to have one way back in the day called Ruska.
This is one of the spots that should be easiest to counter. Let's see how Hunter approaches it.
Two smokes. Feels like one of them's destined for him. At the very least, there'll be one on bomb. If he strikes before utility comes out, though, I feel like that's his best chance. He will, but still wreck ready. Great trade frag and another one for M80.
Yeah,
Big round.
Hunter certainly keeping them on their toes.
They were not in a position to do anything else once they went up to B, so they just needed to pause and go again. The counter.
What about the submarine map, Sub-Zero? I played it actually. Not really the biggest fan of it though.
Spray.
Always felt a little claustrophobic in areas. By the way, guys, thank you very much for the follows and thanks for the subs on YouTube. I do see both. Appreciate y'all.
The lake view is great.
Yeah, because he's on the end, so he always looks right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. She's just at lunch. I'm not calling this brunch. She went at fucking 1 o'clock. But she's sending me food pictures. This is fucked up.
Well, bomb plant gives you some extra funds.
It's not about how much you make. It's about how much you save. Yeah, something tells me they don't really... There is a level of disrespect coming into G2's game plan. We saw them let M80 back into Ancient. Just
Thoughts on Zoo? Fun map. Don't know if I'd want to see it in Pro CS though. Very fun map though. Like,
so you've always got M80's economy teetering.
I know that's a weird distinction to make, but
it's actually fine staging for G2 to try to do this.
Oh. Ooh, double smoke.
Thoughts on Aztec? Shit map. Burn it to the ground.
Burned them both.
Tropolis 6 for the 20-month primer. Thank you.
They're just going to pretend for a bit that they're going to do something else.
Have you played top 10 on Mapcore, by the way? Nah, but do you guys want to do it after this?
Second M4 put to the back of sight.
Aztec holds a special place in hell for me, guys, because way back before many of you were born, when I was playing quote-unquote pro CSGO, Aztec was a map that we had to play in the scene, and Molotovs couldn't be extinguished, and they slowed you and did more damage.
And he can't control the spray for more than the one kill. So
if you got one T-side round, guys, that was considered acceptable for the T-side of Aztec.
For this retake, right? 2 frag grenades and the incendiary. I mean, that's enough to just flush out Hunter for certain if you put them in the right position. Frag grenade takes him down low. Second one will finish him off.
Oh, the nades are so good. Let's go. Come on.
But here comes Mobs to rob their hope away. His 2x teammates right there.
Oh, how did he not
around the corner?
Slacks did such a good job, but Slacks didn't aim.
Stick it down to a final second.
Oh!
M80 get it.
He got it.
Final half
second.
My. A defuse stuck, and then a deagle shot between the eyes.
Ghostbat, thanks for the 7-month primer. Thank you.
You try to fake him out by throwing his AK. I mean, when are they going to respect M80, man? Like... It's kind of painful to watch.
Aztec or Kern Inferno? Kern Inferno by a billion. Sorry, man.
They left him here. They'll come back.
Like I said, you can't make me relive that hell.
G2 almost get the entries because that's how they do it, but
Yeah, that you guys don't understand how awful Aztec is. Your options are
G2 won the round.
running through a doorway where you run to a box that can be mollied and nade spammed and spammed from every direction across like 50 different angles. Running across a bridge that my fat ass can barely stand on by myself and fit through the doorway of. That can also be shot from like 4 different angles and elevations. Oh, actually like 7 million if you consider the bottom part. Or going into the swamp and then running up the ramps where the CTs can see you from about 50 different angles with elevation.
CT's looking to disrupt it. No, not just sitting back on their hands, but looking to go in for the banana play.
It was
clearly indicating it with that flash.
awful.
Gonna go A now.
Yeah, Mobs goes for the fight. Lake takes it down. Modesty very
Sounds like a skill issue. Well, yeah, probably, but I've been trying to tell you guys that for years, and you guys are still ass. So here we are.
Yo. Yeah, that's kind of like a checkmate position. Mobs gets his kill, and retaking B that early is fine. But Mobs, like, death or kill, either way, it's just an A play.
Yeah. No, it serves as the trigger for G2's actual plan.
That's fucked up. A pretty decent metric for how ass you guys are.
At least be able to save with majority. Lake continuing his strong start in this duel.
What's the metric?
Yeah, I was just thinking.
An op?
It's modesty, bro.
Do it on land, that's what he said.
Sometimes when I look at the radar, I think I see machines.
You guys are watching all of this, clearly.
Yeah.
Just wreck.
Wow.
Because you guys are ass. And that's okay, because I'm here to help.
I got Alex Richardson on my mind.
See it.
And that's why I'm here, you know? You aren't helping, clearly? Well, that's because it's a fucking skill issue. I can only help you so much.
Switcher's got to be, you know, obviously a bit more careful. That one round is one example, but even previously...
I can literally tell you everything, and you guys are still ass!
Back, and he used to be understanding that G2 are not going to jiggle anything when they come to attack.
Or fucking worse, you guys listen to me, but then don't actually do anything, which is actually, I feel like, more what you guys do.
Like preempt his utilities is running away.
I could have 20,000 hours and I'd still watch every video. I appreciate that, Connor. Thank you.
Before our broadcast comes to a close today, another reminder that we've got a new partner here.
Do the coach or the IGL call it? I think the team has to vote for timeouts.
Offer real money for fantasy games on all your favorite Counter-Strike
events. But the coach can signal to the players to call one. Does that make sense?
On some of your favorite players.
Dead
Keep it simple. We got you.
Underdog.
5-7 for Rex. Slides out of apartments.
How many hours am I sitting out these days in CS? I'm around 25K, I think.
Revenge on the op. That's going into hold.
Take your shot when you please.
I did go hard suck 9K season 1 to 18K season 2 with the help of the videos. Fuck yeah, man. But that was all you. Like I said, the videos are just a tool. You actually have to go act on it. So, and that's not bullshit either.
I say.
So Rec is literally so back right now, and we love to see it.
Crazy how he managed to beat.
How did he get both? Actually, don't question it. Rex the GOAT.
You group up with 3 like this, everything can go wrong. They're playing retake. Looks like they're going to not smoke. They're going to smoke as they go, which means this is dangerous for the guy up top. Oh, but one to draw attention.
Heavy God getting something back. It's tough to get anything going here. They'll go for the orange plant. Snacks takes the cover just to make sure he gets a bit of extra cash. Dangerous game floating out there for a second, but
man, these retakes always stress me the fuck out.
See if he can stop this. Triple retake out from Church.
He's playing very active here.
Yep.
Must hit shot.
Looks like the incendiary's not going to find him. Dodges the flash. Eesh, not able to drop any of the bodies. Nobody else other than Sin hits the ground for M80. So not only a 4-2 lead, but strong numbers alive. Cash starts to grow. And all thanks to a 5-7 alt mid.
I don't even know how he beat this time.
What map would be the most difficult to retake in this meta? What map could be the most difficult to retake in this meta? Oh, like what's the hardest to retake on? Oh, it's Inferno.
Where did he come from? Just got to take that one on the chin.
Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, no,
give you a chance to
Inferno's so
react,
ass.
right? No
You know, I got a whole
180,
video
no
for this.
2 bullets, 2 headshots.
That's how I'm trying to go.
Back of the brain. Yeah, really. Take us like that. I don't know why anybody would want to bring harm upon us, but, you know.
God.
Be careful, man.
Damn, man.
Oh, Swisher
Yep.
didn't even shoot.
Nice. Good response. But they know there were 3 there now.
Two rounds on B
So now
alone,
this is like the
getting
mind
kill
game.
both
Do you
times.
speed up, right? And everybody knows, like, the penny's dropped. Oh, Slacks didn't hit it.
Gonna welcome him in. He gets the follow-up on Heavy God, but now scrambling a bit for Lake. Does he take a fight?
Slacks had to hit that.
Oh, he waits for that.
He had to hit
Just
the first
a
one.
little sliver of Monacy shown. Frag grenade bounce off the back. Almost kills Snacks right then and there. But everybody ends up surviving it. Now there's fire on his feet. Lake tries to get out. Will escape, luckily, although little health.
Yeah, so
I think that's
the
them walking for the save.
Mulbs died, right? Looks like they go 1 for 1, but really that was a huge L for M80 because they had to show that they started 3B there for sure and confirm it, giving G2 the ability just to like end at A because they knew they had a 4v2.
And mid, it was M80 who are ready to try to hold that, but it doesn't help that Swisher has died once again to the top of Banana. It's just one guy coming for him.
What up, comrade?
And he used to play with him. For the uninitiated.
I will say, I feel like G2 almost took too long, though.
Absolutely bodied G2 at Pro League while he was playing on M80. And impressed Nico so much he got a contract.
Swisher, Mulbs is literally cheating. It's not your fault. I know he entered you, but please don't let him do that again.
Loving the hand gestures here.
The hell, Papa Pickle, dude? Dude, I love CS. I'm just so acid spraying. Practice makes perfect, bro. Do you guys want to play some of the map core maps after this? Because I've been kind of itching to play, but I don't want to turn on delay to play like actual FaZe.
Flax will be the focus.
Nah, no Silvercast. We weren't sure how long, because like the first map of the first series today took 3 or 5 hours. We didn't want to risk it, so we moved it to the 5th. That way, nothing's on the day, and we're all good to go.
Just in case the B attack doesn't work out, Heavy God patrolling the streets.
But the actual CS, I actually have no idea. They're my sponsor, and I don't even know if that's the real account. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you, CS Money. Thank you.
Commit to it. So changing targets.
But I'm scared to shout it out because I have no idea.
That someone rotated over.
Not the case. M80 staying 3
I
strong.
know they're running a cup and stuff, but
even still, even though they didn't rotate, they still have 3 that are passively set up. We see how strong G2 can be on these attacks, especially via lane. This time they're going Arch, and that's wide open.
Is this the real account? Well, then have Beautiful Human on Discord confirm it for me, because I
decent amount of damage.
Bro, you gotta be real careful these days.
He's got Lake on site. He's up next, and then
the tournament just finished. Oh shit, the little cup that they were running.
Rek just leans back along the walls of pit, and this attack comes to
Huddles, thanks for the 53. So many impersonators out there,
frag
dude.
Grenade, a sign of things to come. That first missed shot had you worried for M80, but not a single kill goes the way of G2.
Or check the website. Somebody give me my CS Money command real quick.
Flash as they turned the corner on Arch, but right there is, did someone come out of Halls, or did they just go via lane? Because it looks like the bomb got dropped on Halls.
Yeah, Halls player died with bomb.
Okay.
Let me go.
Great coverage here for M80. They felt the wrap coming in.
Yeah, I'm not signed in on my stream
Ironically,
PC. Son of a bitch.
G2 had extra time to move a little bit more carefully about how they came around it, but everyone from M80 got into a great spot.
Why are there no good Galil skins? Chatterbox is pretty nice. I like it at least. Uddlesworth, thanks for the 53. Do you not?
The game plan as well, right? Off the tack pause. Also not biting down on that banana presence whatsoever. We saw that.
Oh no, they went up above. They didn't go out of halls.
Oh.
They jumped up. I was thinking, like, they didn't walk anyone to the end of halls before they started the split.
Yeah, also bomb solo apps would have felt crazy.
Okay. Actual CS money. All right.
Well, they got it up there one way or another.
I'm not used to interacting with whoever's running this account, so I usually, I'm not going to say who, because obviously I don't want people spamming them, but I see you.
When everybody else is already dead, it doesn't feel too bad. 5-3 CT side lead here for M80. Wasn't a lot of stock put in this M80 Inferno coming into the game. You know, we always do say that when teams lose, they learn the most.
Yeah, they took a very hard loss on this map versus a very
Sweaty
good
Balls Suck has just subscribed to my YouTube channel.
And, you know, that fuels a little false confidence for G2, thinking like,
for sure.
Yeah, we saw what this did.
They're playing with so much ego right now. And, like, I think that M80, like, even their setups right now, I'm not like, oh, they beat Mongols if they played right.
Right.
They're kind of just keeping up. But all that demands is G2.
What's nice to see
a little
is
harder.
M80 don't see panicked. I feel
Thank
like
you,
when a
Dutcher,
roster
for doing
starts
that.
to
Yeah, I always like to make sure, you know.
Frazzle is when things really fall apart. So gun rounds, easy. And these little half buys, easier. AK picked up by Modesty, not a single answer on Banana. Content.
The
M80,
Tuxedo Galil is pretty nice. Yeah, I forgot about that one, actually.
Two smokes. You could just blanket this.
Kind of need the right setup with it, but...
Yeah.
What's the worst case? There's 3 players.
What am I, Oni right now?
Still a good idea. 3v5.
Shut up, streamer.
Like, it's still 3v2 on the site. Again, this map is about how long the rotation is, so you're always just trying to get the extra player to lean over. 4-1 on A or 3-2 on B. And if they haven't moved,
Oni but fat.
Still got a pretty strong fight.
Flamafi just ate Oni.
All you need is this one smoke, really.
Wait, that's just me.
It's their last one with 2 flashes.
Thanks for the sub. What? No problem, man.
Been
Yeah, chat went crazy today, so we had a lot of subs flying around in the stream today.
There should be protocols to clear out mid and everything, but they're really slow, so.
So here we have it.
I think the one skin I've been thinking about getting that I'm going to get next is probably the Hot Rod. That's the next move for me with my current setup.
Drops deep.
That's so
Not going to deny Sin his vision at all. He can play up on Coffins if he chooses to. He's got Swisher in the backside, setting the grill ablaze. 15 seconds on this clock. Third player's come over close now. Slacks.
I don't know, Hershey. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do.
He's going to catch Modesty. Heavy got the only player of the 3 to get anything back. M80.
Dude, M80 looking good right now on this hold.
From a 3
This B site
V5,
seems
they
very
only get
solid.
1 kill. And G2 watching
They're
that
looking
lead grow
quite comfortable here.
could start to make them nervous.
I wonder if they threw the deep smoke on Coffins on purpose, but it looked like they were confused about it. Spent a few seconds trying to jiggle it. And the problem is at 10 seconds, like their smoke came up by the time their exec came out.
Yeah.
So that was kind of just a mess.
Red CT loadout. All 3 Hot Rods plus how?
M80 will take
Which
it.
float do I want for Hot Rod, by the way? Is there any that doesn't have like a little bit of scuff? I was like really bouncing around the other day.
That G2 were putting down. Okay,
Let's go, Swish! Let's go, get it!
USP for the A.
That's what I'm talking about, Swish! Let's go!
That's Swish right there. No hoop.
Moving swiftly into the next one. Let's not waste our time, shall we?
Oh, you said that gun was bad, Flum?
That should be the
Whoa. I know you said JK, but dude, come on, man.
Damn a day.
I also said I like to have it in rounds versus pace, man. If anything, I'm an absolute genius. The number 1 float still has scratches? Fuck, man. Yeah. I guess it's just like where you want it, right?
And he's going to find it. Rewarded. With a forward position up in the apartments. Hunter never saw that one coming. The star power of G2 has fallen off. Mobs is having another bad map. Modesty is not in carry mode.
Yeah.
Snax' performance is not comparable to his ancient play.
And the calls are lacking.
Rec has been... I know Rec had a quieter map, but look at this hit right now from M80, man. Look at the numbers across the board. Like a young Navi here, man. Actually, I don't know if they're actually younger. Like a less experienced Navi, man.
Again, just a little presence from G2. It's always been somebody up on banana.
Okay, now you're overcooking.
Where M80 do rock
What do you mean?
back.
I've never been over dramatized anything ever in my life.
Can G2 get ahead of his return? Doesn't look likely. He's already back through CT, soon to be in library.
Yeah, I've never jumped the gun, especially on NACS. Never.
Luckily for him, it is only Malbs. So really banking on Rek and Lake to hold back on balcony. 3 players emerge. Heavy got down.
Oh fuck, we're so ass. We are so ass. I take everything I said back. Jesus Christ, we are ass.
He hits both headshots. It had to be
Look
Lake.
at this team performance of shit.
And unfortunately for them,
fuck, man.
Yeah, well,
can't have shit around here, man.
Good chances. Gotta be prepared. It's Monacy after all.
Nicely done.
3 up.
There it is. I said the star power was lacking.
Yeah.
And then this happens.
Dude, they gotta keep those headsets sealed. I want Connor's motivational tapes playing in their ears. Like Kenny Powers.
Do it.
Almost gonna be okay. The Sabres one? Holy shit.
Watching for Moto.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I mean, why not try?
It's kind of close. Kind of close.
Just
Gives
for
it a
funsies.
shot. Gives it a shot. Plenty of money to go around if you're M80, so absolutely worth it.
No, Visible, you should wash your fucking rice, you idiot.
That's frustrating if you're Hunter.
God damn it, man.
And here we get that entry from Heavy God. He's the one guy that gets traded off of this. Monacy back-to-back headshots, and then...
Nice try, bro! Nice try!
I mean, he killed Monacy.
Yeah.
He killed Monacy, and now the T's don't have an op.
There's that.
You know? I'm just saying.
It mattered.
Obviously, Monacy, great T-side Inferno player, even with the rifle.
You can cover the scratches on the A1S. Hot Rod if you get like a... Wait, I have to get a 0-0 float to do it?
You can make fun of him all you want. You're the one without a sniper, and if Slax's op can make a difference here in the apartments, now who's laughing? Could still have been G2.
I feel like the people that don't wash the rice are the same people that don't wash the bottom of their feet.
Missed first bullet probably had his gut.
They do the Henry G instead.
Everybody groups up behind Monacy here.
Well, that's what that setup does. It allows Rack to get the refrag.
Slax's reposition will catch them off guard. So Snacks his second victim of this round. And that Slacks up to an 11-6 scoreline. So adding him to the tally towards the end of this half. What was once upon a time consistent bomb plants and just retakes from M80 has turned into a few fizzle outs for a G2 attack on a map that we thought they would end this series on. I'm not saying that their defense is going to be easily toppled by M80, but they're gonna have to work to close this. Monacy gonna get to work here still in what's left of the round. Not much. 8-4 scoreline for M80. Maybe we were fools for writing them off so quickly.
Damn, Monacy looking... Little stressed out. Come on, get the pistol, tap it in. Come on, guys. Friendly reminder: G2 won the pistol. Chat running an ad. Heads up. But just want to remind you of that. G2 won the pistol. More time goes on, the more I start blaming Deco, to be honest. True. I'm here for it. The more I watch Falcons, the more I consider that maybe Monacy doesn't want to join the clown car. But G2 is a clown car? Yeah, but trading one clown car for another is kind of meh. I'm just saying, Monacy, if he ever did decide to leave G2, he could pretty, you know, there's only like 2 teams he's not joining, right? Like, it's like teams that don't speak English or Russian in Vitality. That's about it. Like, why not Vitality? Cause, bros, I was there, man. Oh, wait, is the title wrong on the My Mods never updated it, even though I updated Nightbot? Weenies. Zywood to 3D Max. Zywood just secondary op? Nah, you wouldn't want that. Oh, the title was right. That guy was actually just not okay. Nah, Boomer, you did great. Honestly, ban that guy though. Nah, you don't want to do that. Like in the current meta, like you have like riflers taking space, opening it up for the oppers, and the oppers that are as talented with the rifle like Zywood and Modesty, you don't want to have two of them because you still want some players in front of them, you know? You want the flames, you want the Mezzy still going in, you know? Are there going to be many roster changes at the major as it was on New Year? As many on the New Year? Probably not. There will be mid-season changes though, yes. After the first major, it's going to be interesting because
maybe we didn't anticipate.
It's the first time the major at the first half of the year is the final tournament. So last Shanghai was the first time a major like signified the end of a season.
And it felt flat enough that this was going to
and now the first half of the season is going to have that too. So maybe we'll have more. Maybe.
But at least they've given themselves the best
But I think the end of the year is the biggest one still.
Head on over to Dust. Murray.
Dust Bowl.
What does 3-2-2 mean?
Yeah,
3-2-2.
We are leaning forward and made
is
a fantastic job surviving
match fixing. They're implying it's match fix.
Rushes.
It's a Dota 2 thing.
Balls they tried to put together here, which they can pull off versus a lot of good.
And then because for a little while there, especially when Mythic was in Challenger, we got a lot of angry bettors that bet on the stream team. They come in and just type 3-2-2. So we changed the emote to the image that says "Please ban me," so the mods could see them easier.
The addition to the standard. Snacks keeping his head tucked back. Coffins not offering those flashes immediately. Mobs connects to the head, and Modesty does the same. Now you know there's a threat back here. Wreck a bit large, but still pops up. Even though they shave off some of his health, now it's just Mobs left over, and he's going to deny Lake that deep position. Snacks still on the other side of smoke. The teammates have come forward, and this pistol is G2.
Damn, man. Of course they don't want to. Of course they don't want to just win the pistol to make this shit easier, you know?
Perfect movements.
Now, how about they give themselves the best chance possible and don't lose to the force buy?
It's possible. Oh yeah, there wasn't even a plant, so.
Block time. God, if you can have an A4 right here like Malbs.
Versus a coffin baby.
No way for Glocks to go nuclear. Front-facing Famas. Modesty gets a headshot in the background, and that goes about exactly how you'd anticipate. Triple kill for Modesty. Hunter is going to find himself a single kill.
All right.
Now M80's job begins.
When anti-eco mow down, bro turns into an auctioneer. Thousands of hours go into becoming the player you are today, only to say, we'll fuck them.
Well, you know, that's what Sin said about Snacks in Cave back on Ancient, and then he got absolutely smoked.
Yeah, that's true.
So, don't write off your opponents, I think, is the lesson of the night. Although, let's see how this goes for Modesty. Confident. Coming into round 15.
Sylvian, thanks for another 200 bits. Thank you, dude.
So again, again, Malbs was excellent on Banana. Their last
Chat,
game,
why y'all looking up?
He was finding all the right timings, perfect on the lineups, playing B to perfection. Didn't have a great Ancient or a great first half.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of like, he's like staying afloat.
At this rate,
like a
Lake will
showstopper.
outscore him.
Yeah,
win
true.
or lose.
Yeah.
Gotta.
Surat, did I say that right? Thank you very much for your Twitch primer. And you just followed.
Said that
Thank
was
you,
his
man.
goal, so we're not even trying to overblow it.
Just for funsies.
Arun for NA. I'm cheering more for M80, but yeah, you know I'm not like full against Mobs here.
+6 over top of him at the moment. That's without counting this current 4-kill lead.
It's Mario versus Luigi.
Okay. I can kind of see it.
Yeah.
Hunter pressed up against a bunch of AKs, and utility lets them know they're coming. SMG gets 1.5.
Nice trade.
Swisher now low. 20 seconds on this clock. They're worried about this short
Be patient,
wraparound,
Lake.
so Heavy God's going to try to go and stop that. Will
Lake,
do so.
no, you knew it was coming, bro. They're setting you up for that.
It's damage done. Key
I
amounts
think he was
of
getting
damage
worried about
done.
getting flanked through
CTs
halls,
have
though.
to wait a second. That Apartments player in Malbs is going to come and
Tough.
try to join the double short retake. Swisher has already seen you trying to climb up, so he's just waiting. And I mean, Snacks jumps up awkwardly, gets put down.
Oh.
Slacks is taking his time into the flank, and now
Nice.
you're clearing out critical weapons. Malbs trying to run for the hills. M80
didn't
wrap
see him on
around
the
that
thing.
A-bomb
Nice.
site. And Mohan, they've done it. First gun round breaks through.
Yes, they do. It's nice from Lake. I mean, even though he dies in inside a boiler, just not going too fast. Just force the CTs to commit.
Oh
really
my
hard
God.
Down lane, knowing that they're trying to stop and interrupt
Wait,
the split.
Slacks didn't hear him.
I mean, I won't say nice from Lake. He gets run down by an MP9, but just
Oh
the
my
fact
God.
that the strat and
How?
how they have him getting information. in
Fucking
that
land
spot
sound,
really
bro.
allows for
I
a
always
large route to
do I
take
not
place.
tell you
And
guys about
Swisher
this shit being not
is
the greatest
final
all the
piece of
time?
puzzle. Smokes lane.
Hopefully that gives you an
right
idea.
Before they're about to run into the site, and then gets the big pit as well.
How did it feel playing 4-3 recently? I love how consistent
really
the
hoping there wasn't
FPS
somebody over
feels.
in pit holding that.
I'm getting slightly more FPS. Like I'm talking like 10 frames, but the consistency in the frames feels really nice.
Gun here for M80.
Has got to be my
One away
favorite
from
part
double
of currently
digits.
playing 4-3 over 16.9. Like my 16.9 res feels good. There's just like sometimes like
It would turn heads with the
in
big
very,
on
very
Inferno.
rare
particularly
scenario, not
Inferno,
rare, but
because we
like
saw
maybe
them
like
get
once a
rinsed
game. There's just like that
mere
little,
days ago.
like somebody pulled up, like I'm walking forward and somebody like pulled on my shirt. Hoops and Cats, thanks for the 11-month
Written
primer.
off
Thank
this
you.
map. Lake's gonna try to hang on to the spot. Slacks ready for the
Ooh.
rush.
Goodbye,
You
Malbs.
thought that was gonna be easy. Malbs sat down. Only 4 damage in the round to Malbs. Lake on the chase. Lets Snacks retreat. Hunter's gone already. Think they forfeit this? He's got some grenades, and they're gonna hope that the T's don't just try to challenge through in a second.
Have her CT incendiary.
we're
Yeah,
getting a
not wrong.
difference in energy, though. I think Hunter's
Thank
gonna
you,
step
Hoops.
in front of the smoke. They are going to deny mid control, but there's no rotation here for Snacks. He eats a lot
And
of
that's a
damage,
chunk
and
he
in this
made.
retake spot, this is a perfect position for M80.
Still hasn't
This is
thrown to
don't
smoke.
Just don't take too much time. That's all.
There it is.
Yeah, they're still going.
I don't think that's going to stop them. Yeah, they just kind of skate by. Lake even thinking about pouncing on the guy on CT cross. He gives that up. Snacks unable to do anything from Coffin, but
Oh, what the
Hunter hearing
fuck?
the footsteps. It's an easy pickup when you consider
Okay,
that.
goodbye, Hunter. Yeah, hold
He's
that,
able to
buddy.
return the
Hold that,
favor.
buddy.
They blew it open.
Snacks just sprays a couple bullets to reveal himself.
Is my
Tries to
setup
go grab Hunter's
expensive?
gun and will put his
Yeah,
hands on it.
man,
Heavy
yeah.
Dog just got the kill to wreck. Okay.
Fortunate to get
falling
sponsored
back.
stuff,
Yeah.
so like
Gets too
I just
far
have a
from
lot
it.
of really insane stuff.
M80 break into 10 now.
Double digits.
Although I'm not on
huh?
the new series of everything yet, but
Snacks
I
was
mean,
hoping they'd be a bit more
sitting
respectful
on a
when he dropped that smoke, but honestly, you kill Malbs.
7950X3D and a
Snacks doesn't
4090
feel
is
like
nothing
too
to
much of a
scoff
force
at,
to
you
be
know?
reckoned with. And you know, I actually tried to bring that up before Map 2 went live.
So,
Talking
yeah,
about the
no, I'm
duo
very.
that is this
I gotta fix
defense
that up.
for G2. When Malbs is underperforming now at this point across the series,
Yeah,
it can be
I'm
said.
probably gonna get the
You know,
9800
Snacks was
X3D
doing
next.
Great on Ancient, not the case anymore. Kind of a non-factor in the defense here as well. So
I'll probably
this
stick with
is
NVIDIA
a
carry.
targeted attack to 2 underperforming players in this second
You
match.
said you get like 500 FPS, right?
Malbs got
Yeah,
destroyed
on
that round,
1440p
so
with
fair
Faceit
play.
anti-cheat open,
Could
I average
absolutely
500
just win a
FPS.
full round
yes.
one by him if he got the first kill, but great reaction to
I
the
haven't
Slacks.
played on like a lower res, but
Chances are limited here for G2. 10 rounds. M80 looked pretty solid throughout. We saw obviously the disaster versus Eternal Fire on the CT side from G2.
What's your refresh rate? My monitor goes up to 480.
G2 came into
I have a
this
480 hertz OLED.
with a lot of bravado.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
think
but
they've
I
been
play on
humbled
360.
somewhat,
Just
no, they've been
I
humbled to
can't
take it
even,
to that
dude.
next level
I
that
can
they
see
can
the
reach
difference in all the different hertz, but 360 to
before it gets
480
too
and then
late.
going back
Someone
down.
say 10 is late. But as long as they've got full guns and full utility, they can show us what they're fully capable of.
Fight, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you. I could tell within like 5 seconds that when I was on 240 on accident instead of 360. But going up to 480, maybe if I played on 480 longer. $480 OLED is a mansion itself. Well, I did, once again, I did do a sponsored thing for it, and I got it for free. So
notably versus Furia when he ended the game by
FT, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you.
The turn of a dime. And we get the smoke over top into the library.
Why not do 480 anyways? Because when you're sitting at 500 FPS playing super high res like 1440p in CS, I don't really want to. If I'm not really seeing any benefit, right? If I'm not really seeing the benefit of 480, why would I
the B players have heard
potentially introduce some things that don't feel the greatest?
Is the tip of the spear, and Hunter just going for the jump spot on the corners, smoking around to make this wrap happen. You've got Rex still sitting boiler there, anticipating Hunter,
man.
and he goes
Very
ahead
nice.
to give them that opening kill. That is what
They
they were
are
hunting for.
working this arch right now.
Some kind of an opening.
Happening. Oh, Modesty. No, dude, he's so fucking good, man.
You've got Heavy God over towards
Fuck.
Pit. Only Sin left up. He's going to try to burn him out. And it's a bad
Oh,
molly. Time's going to
man.
expire. Sin's doomed, knows it, has to come off of it. If not Modesty,
Man,
who else?
I don't know, bro. That was amazing. That was amazing display out of mechanics out of Monesi. From the site after his teammate died. Look at the flash dodges from Swisher. There was 3 dodges. That was excellent from him. This attack is set up beautifully. And then this. It's a Mona Lisa of a round out of Monesi.
That's star power. That's what you get if you go to A.
Crazy.
Can't read. I think like the difference of like latency and frame time from 360 to 480 is like.
We've seen Monesi float between the bomb sites.
Yeah, I think I'll be
have
alright.
great strategies, all of that, but man. Can read as many books as you want, but it won't help you win a beauty contest. That's what aim is.
That's a really good analogy. Okay.
1190. No, we just talked about this. I'm still on like the last gen basically, but I mean, you want full transparency? I'm currently in negotiations with a couple different companies, so we'll just see where if I end up, working with the homies at iBuyPower again, or if I like end up taking a different deal or whatever. We'll see.
Malbs has got to be the try, man.
Careful.
Oh, he got bodied again.
Hit by Sin. Incendiary's not going to stop
But yeah,
him.
I would imagine my next rig is like a 9800 X3D.
Blinded inside smoke now.
He just uses it as a pit stop.
Bit awkward setup. Snacks comes in with a double.
Holy
You've got
fuck.
Lake off grill to get the trade back. Bomb picked up. Sin's low. Lake pounces. Not only killing Snacks eventually,
nice,
but getting
Lake.
Hunter
Come on.
to that
Come on.
closer rotate is dead.
No mollies, no AGs.
Monasty's still alive though.
But they've got Monesi trying to tap away. Him and Lake exchanging damage, now sitting at near even health bars.
And the T's have another molly.
They drop that incendiary towards Banana where nobody's actually going to go. They've got a frag and the molly on Sin from Orange. Time will be of the essence. Monesi is the only player with a kit between the two, and Heavy God's got the smoke. If they think they can just burn out that bomb, well, then maybe the util makes a difference. He's going to lean back, and he's going to wait in the cross, but now that he's down, no util. Lake found, and the retake comes in.
Oh, they make it happen.
Wait, go back and give. Oh, he got it. No, he got it.
And the gap closes closer.
Yes, just slightly, man. That Snacks 2K running through the CT smoke.
Dude, of course, Monty kills him. Modesty kills him
him
jumping, man.
He stops the pause. That allows
He's
Snacks to
actually
make
got
that
plot
happen.
armor.
That thinned down any advantage they got out of killing mobs on Banana to kick things off, and Lake tried to bring it back with this 2K. Just a bit too late. Saving grace here for G2. It buys mobs another round, man. Like, it's clear he's going to have to be the guy, Like, when players talk about Banana, They call it half the map. Just banana itself is so key. There's no reducing it.
I mean, we're getting clear evidence of the m0NESY superstar potential. It's nobody's a stranger to it at this point, but it's just the fact that they ate a loss earlier this week when he went absent. He was killer in terms of shutting down Lake back on Ancient. This buy should not get them
shotgun.
anything,
I mean,
dangerously close to
beauty
his
of
site.
that kind of
It's just
stuff
the fact
is
it's also bolstered
yeah, it's
by
not
the
that
defense.
difficult
m0NESY's in the middle
to
of it
swap
all.
out when
He's
you're
got plenty of
sponsored.
support all around him. Slacks is going to get the only kill in for M80, and then
Most
everybody else
sponsors
gets
just send
turned
you a
back.
brand new
So
PC
this
anyway.
one,
At least
again,
that's how.
one step closer to that M80
That's how I buy
lead.
power treated me.
Bomb is just up in the apartments. You know, the same way you're saying, like, Lake seems to have to be that guy if M80 are going to keep the game going.
Like first world problems, there was like a slight problem with my
in a head-to-head, m0NESY's the guy that put
the
Lake on
CPU
ice.
brand that will not be named in my first one.
You know damn well he'll do it again
And
if he has to.
when they sent me, so they just instead of well, they fixed it, but they fixed it, and while they were fixing it, they just sent me this one, and then that's just what I kept, and then Nori plays on that one.
Two players running at him. There's a world.
Whoa, they had to run in for this because B's open, but m0NESY handles it. m0NESY.
Dave, I keep him, and usually, Dave, I give my PCs to like people I
he's
know.
Like, yeah, why'd it have to be me again?
Guys, can we not?
I'm helping. Let's just say I've helped a couple
One round game.
local homies that are,
m0NESY can come
you know,
and make a cameo over on
dads
B,
and
supplant
can't
the defense
justify
every once in a
spending on the
while, but he's
setup,
not gonna be
so
a mainstay.
they help them out.
The bottom performers are Snacks and Mobs on this map here, and they have to defend B. So they got to
So-
figure it out.
Although
Otherwise,
the last motherfucker to get a PC from me is playing Rivals on it. I might take it back. No, imagine. I show up to the house and I'm like, what the fuck are you playing?
Damage goes both directions. Mobs is playing a dangerous game.
Mongols are given
Oh shit! No, it wasn't Lex.
Yeah,
it wasn't Lex.
It's like G2 are going to try to do the same thing. He smokes himself out. Oh, he gets there. Snacks actually helps out from the backdrop. Mobs.
Oh no! Stop! Not right now, dude. Not right now.
You've taken down the jackknife of M80's B hits.
This is the one thing they were trying to solve this whole half. What a moment to do it, to potentially tie up. 3v5 now for M80. Who's got the moves?
Yeah, no. If they put Vanguard on the
This half
PC,
started,
it
every
actually
single player
just
from M80
shuts
was
down
positive.
permanently.
That just speaks to how much
And then I have to put in a code
output that they each had.
to unlock the PC again.
Oh,
fuck.
Spotted, but how do you get that opportunity back? You know he's on the site somewhere.
It's like just his shoulder right as he's getting off site.
Oh shit!
Oh, I guess it'll just walk into your hands. It doesn't seem like you noticed that really.
Smoke is just far enough. Smoke on top of Snacks. You've still got the boost, of course. Down to 15 seconds. This could look a little awkward for M80. They're going to emerge out, exposed, in fact, by the nade.
Yeah, this is
Last
just
man in is Sin. Finds out about the player.
hard to
boosted,
salvage
but
this round from the
m0NESY's gonna
start, the
let
way
that
it
last
started.
one go. And so it is tied. 10 rounds apiece.
I kind of hate how somebody said this earlier, uninspiring, but like this is kind of what you got to do when you go down early on Inferno. This is like your best way back
Kill from
in.
Snacks and this USP frag. Ooh.
Yeah. And Mobs uses ammo, did a lot of damage early too.
I said Mobs was playing a dangerous game. I didn't know he was going to play a crazy game. Whips out the sidearm. Tech9's here in abundance for M80. Can start to see the momentum of their game crumbling around them in the second half. Couple more flashes to go here. m0NESY tested as he has been all map long, up to 24 frags.
But yeah, like
This
anything
large
extra,
wraparound
I just
could
try to
very well put too much
hook up the
pressure on
homies.
the A site. We'll see if m0NESY can continue to deliver. He's trying to turn it back around. He's got the support out from Library. Finally dies.
Literally,
Mid-player
this is
then
just
starts to
m0NESY,
reveal
man.
himself, and it's a hunter push out that pays off.
m0NESY
Snacks
just
is
gets to
right there
flex
with
on
him,
it.
And now G2 are flowing. There are assists all across this board.
Yeah, I got no questions about
Bro,
it.
it really does
Especially
just-
with m0NESY alive, no matter what gun he's got. You know that he's solid, even versus really
It's literally they're losing to m0NESY, man. Like I'm not even trying to.
So
glaze as hard as I mean,
problem
fuck,
on an
it's Modesty.
individual
He's
level
that
now.
good. Like it's just
G2 are peaking. Now they've got the grenade protocols over on B. The kills are coming in from Hunter, from Snacks and Mobs.
to be fair, M80.
M80
It sucks, dude. No, this just sucks, man.
That on their Inferno.
They're getting
They
so
played a
much
great
better.
game
Like
so
I don't
far,
care
but
what people say. But god damn it, dude! It's the Modesty diff. It's actually just look at the score.
Lights are starting to go out.
Like just look down. Look at Modesty's score last.
4 rounds. They win by defuse in the opening 6, really making G2 work for it. They stabilized and went with it. You know, there were a few economy problems for G2 throughout the first 12. Maybe that plays into M80's hand.
Ever played with or against Modesty?
This defensive half for the G2 camp has had Modesty's name written all over it.
I don't think so. If I did, it would have been like in a Face It Pug recently, but I think I would have remembered, so no.
It's not the most amount of kills for these two B defenders, but Mobs and Snacks have been doing enough in recent rounds. They have turned M80 the other direction. Nervous. They'll clear their corners and lock in. Hunter can hang on to this one.
What do you think about Hunter's form this journey? How do I do this without insulting M80 right now? Hunter's looked a lot better, but I've always had this theory about Hunter that like against like the lesser tier teams in terms of world. Oh my god. He kind of farms. And he's had a couple matchups where like that kind of looks true again.
Colonel up on site. Now the bomb is still waiting outside B. This is all about B.
It's so slow.
Modesty's played NA Face
He
It.
doesn't push through.
They couldn't find any games because the elo was too high for I Am Dallas. Oh, nice. Come on, keep it clean, keep it clean. They know he's here. No! They just saw him. He pulled out the nade and then the comp came in, bombs down.
It doesn't mean that Modesty and Heavy God are going to let them have this, though. Doesn't mean this retake can't happen. Swisher in the corner. Heavy God. Oh, he gets the
my god, he killed the important one.
Modesty. And so with no utility, he is going to have to try to figure out positions. Wreck right there on tree. And now he knows. Down by a quarter. There's the peak. They'll end this. 11-all.
You didn't play this yesterday? I think I'm going to play some map for him.
Oh, it's a bit wiry late into the round. 24 seconds, I think, on the clock when they start running into that CT spawn for the B split. This is the next level that you wanted to see out of M80. Something brand new. They definitely had G2 guessing a little bit. It came close.
Come on, M80. Come on.
Snacks could have
Every time Modesty doesn't get 3 kills, you can
secured
win.
Match point, but instead we tie again.
Just keep, honestly, just go B. Silvercast is going to be the 5th. The 5th.
Variation.
Love to see that.
Really worked the body that round on G2.
1,300 people watching on YouTube and only 387 likes. Only 387? What the fuck, YouTube chat? We're beefing, man.
And Snacks damn near did enough.
Yeah. And they're probably not subbed again.
Carrier, there's no way for the other guys behind him to pick it up and plant. I don't think. Almost.
Who's IGL for Mythic? Me until I tilt. But the way we set up also, like, a lot of mid-rounds are Austin.
23. Everyone's got guns. In between 2 sets of fire. Slacks, you're gonna die.
Oh
my god.
What okay, well.
Makes a lot of sense that nade comes down on him. 99 damage to
just
the
when you think he lives. Oh my god.
12 on the line.
It's like he lives and
They were supposed to smoke behind him. They just took 99 health to do it.
Guys, smoke me? Guys, smoke? We're smoking this, right?
Full trust of his teammates right there. But now it's M80 4v5.
I like how you hear the smoke land afterwards. Some guy's like, oh yeah.
Swisher steps right into his death. That is a comfortable looking 5 versus 3 for G2.
Been sub for some time now and I never get your videos recommended. Yeah, YouTube's a piece of shit for that. I will say, if you really like about it,
he can sense it, dude.
you could just turn on, like, you can go back to the subscription button and hit the bell and then set it to all instead of personalized. It'll help.
Such a weird sight.
I get if you don't want to do that though, because if you sub to a lot of channels and you do that, that's
Triple kill for
a bit
Modesty.
much.
Quad is on the line, and he will be
Yep,
the
well,
difference tonight.
yep, there he is.
Ensure
Guys, what did I tell you, M80? Don't let him kill you, and you'll win.
Between them and eliminating M80.
Teleporting around the A site, this time with his home weapon. The op, even stronger than ever.
So awkward.
That was so... honestly, it looks silly for Slacks, but it's actually his teammates that were supposed to cover him. If on that play you're going to run up and do the Zywoo pick, but with an AK and you're looking forward, you can't pull grenades out in your own spot.
Oh, it's so easy. Don't let him kill you and you'll win. That's what I'm saying.
Great round prior for M80, but that one doesn't.
Oh, did we
inspire
just
too much
upload the repo
confidence.
video? Did you see 60's top 10 in
Game's hard.
What? In what? Really? I don't even know what that is. I'll be honest. What kind of elaborate joke do we got going on? Thanks for the 2 super chat.
Making up for a couple deficiencies across the roster tonight. It's an off game for Mobs versus his ex-teammates.
Oh, he's top 10 in Face It worldwide. Oh, because when he was in the EU, he probably farmed hella hard.
Again. One small mistake.
I can't find a game now.
And the Tech Knights could
Jake, thanks for 3-month resub. Thank you. Oh, no. Guys, there's 3 of them with the bomb right next to Monacy.
Looking to get a little more passive.
But does Monacy make mistakes right now?
Doesn't feel like
haven't seen one in.
Haha. Hey, Sloth. Hey.
Feels like 25 minutes.
Little banana control
it's a little
first.
Fake.
45 to this clock. M80 putting themselves in a position to just waterfall down onto Monacy.
I mean, this is actually what they want, but also it's Monacy.
Heavy God puts utility in front of their execute.
Like, this is actually what M80 wants, but it's Monacy and
A lot
Pit.
of bodies on this B site. They could always bank on the retake if that's needed, but we will see what Monacy delivers. And
They have no molly for Pit. They have no molly for Pit.
We'll find out. We've got just a bit of damage. He gets caught off.
Heavy saved him, no!
Monacy only one. Heavy
Ah,
got
fucking A.
will connect to
32.
the bomb
The
carrier,
HP's so
and that's going
low.
to buy a little more time for the G2 players to get
10
close.
seconds. You need to go plant.
They've got it. Surely, Sin, come on, gets in there eventually with only a second left. Now, you've got 3 players already nipping
All
at
right,
your
Lake,
heels
my
up mid.
opper, it's time.
Lake has swapped over to an op. It is such incredibly low health. Not able to afford a missed shot like that. Mold Hunter and Snacks.
Nice.
You've got to get this over the line for Monacy. Back
They know where
to the
both are
player
now.
site. Now they know they're both positioned. And Sin's
nice,
gonna wait as
Lake.
serves up the distraction. Snacks, baby. He's got to close. And he will do it for the kids, side by side. A 13-11 test for G2. But don't waste the talent. Don't waste the chance. They will play tomorrow for playoffs. Star-studded, but nobody shines as bright as Monacy tonight.
The Flash is still the brightest star of this team, and he may have always has been. 30 kills in regulation.
All right.
Playoffs.
Exit
does still
interviews.
stay as an option for this
And then
team,
we'll
but it only
we'll
gets
test
harder
out some
from
of the
here.
maps and
But
map
even
core.
this game, they were tested. That was certainly
I'll probably DM a little bit
easy
too, because I
way
just like
to play
deathmatching.
Inferno in their map pick.
I mean, that's simply the reason we predicted G2 to win this game, because you can have the entire
Oh, wait, are
team
the
of
boys still
M80
playing
show up,
Repo
they
right
can
now?
do their best as a team, but there's too many win conditions for G2.
Sometimes there only
Are
needs
the
to be
boys
one
still
win
live
condition.
playing?
I mean, James, you got the stats in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Was anybody
No, they're not
else
live?
positive
Okay.
on the kill death
They ended a while ago?
other than
Okay,
Monacy?
okay.
'Cause when I
No, so the closest
Yeah, than my
was
original
Hunter
plan.
on 15,
Okay, I'll be
Lee
back one
15,
sec. The Bizzle,
17.
thanks for the 11-month primer.
That's,
Thank you.
that's Simple's level stuff. That's like Zywoo level stuff. That's what the best players in the world are made of. They're going to carry their team through these kinds of games, despite all the odds, against all odds. 30 kills in regulation, practically doubling, or was it doubling his next?
Double anyone else close to him.
Doubled up. He doubled up on everybody else. That's just absurd, man. That is just crazy.
We can see the scoreboard right here from the game, but we got to talk to Sin, in-game leader for M80 here. I know this is a tough one for you, but I would say this: you guys fought bravely the whole way, especially here just now on this Inferno. Just give me your initial thoughts stepping off the stage, mate.
Yeah, I think G2 great team, of course. They're playing really good, but I think we also had a good idea of what we need to do to beat them. And slow start for sure on Ancient also. And yeah, I think Inferno went pretty good so far. It just like we didn't have the full control that we wish we had.
We spoke right at the beginning of the tournament for you guys, and you mentioned one thing was that your slow starts come into it. Obviously, it's a sticking point for you and something you need to work on. But is there something you've tried to do to try and change that? Like, is there a mentality switch or something you do before the games?
I think we kind of like we changed up with our prep a bit. Like we tried to find what works for us. But I think the biggest thing is I think the Fury game, right? We had a lot of bad starts, but we still managed to claw it back. So we know we can do it.
Yeah.
And I think today it showed again on Ancient that if we have like our voices weren't there, I would say, on the first map today on Ancient. But on Inferno we showed like if everybody's speaking, like talking about what we want to do or just opinions, and like we're just flowing much better in general. So we just have to keep going into this game mode that we had in Furia, and we just want to keep building up on this.
You say G2 good team, but I feel like when we watched that, it was Monacy good player. I mean, I feel like he's upsetting so many of the game plans all the time. What does it feel like playing against a guy like that?
Okay, I mean, I kind of agree, right? I think they're good players actually, but yeah, I think also Heavy got really strong. Obviously Mario, my brother, he's really strong, and yeah, just he's the X factor, right? I think this game, right? I think we even won these clutches in the beginning of Inferno, but they made every round hard for us just as individuals. And our economy wasn't that great, so maybe it could have been even a stronger CT side. And also, like, especially their CT sides are so hard to beat. They kind of lock it down really good, but yeah.
I feel like the game plan from you guys seemed to be attack B, catch A when they stack 3B, but they never actually stacked 3B. They kept playing 3A. Is that like surprising, running into 3A over and over when you've hit B 5 times?
Yeah, I kind of wish they would adapt more. Maybe we should have shown them. Like, we should have just finished we call it Titan, our reps, like round long. If we would have showed them maybe a stronger like execution. I think we did really good actually, just in the end when it actually went towards the side. If we would have played stronger there, they would have had to change something, but I think they just kept playing, right? They kept playing 2B, got the third nade set, and played the late rounds.
Looking at this in your season so far, can you see and are you happy with some of the progress you guys have made as a team?
I would say so, yeah. I think this Furia game, obviously we lost now the next game, right? But this Furia game, it was a real harm for us. That we finally managed to beat them. We lost twice in very important games. So it was a huge game. And I think this will give us more confidence. We can beat the good teams. We have really good individuals. It's just about I think voices and confidence will turn up a notch. And I think the results like that we had here will help to like make it in the next games.
Can I ask where you think Lake is in his progress? He's mentioned before he's good on CT side, he struggles a bit on T side. You know, where would you put him in terms of how long do you think he needs until he's hit his peak?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think he's still at his like beginning because he's insane, and I think he's a bit also too much in his head regarding this. Like it's just in the end about playing the game right, and I think also big games like these will help. He said it after the first map that he was like he never played such a T-Half before. But I just like it's in his head, but it's hard to give like in full opinion. I think he's definitely not at his peak yet, but it's just fun to be with him, and just especially the time in Europe, it will help him, will help us as a team. And if he finds his groove, finds what he really wants to do, at all times he will be like a great voice in our team, and this will help everybody benefit.
Do you guys know where you are in the qualifying for major MRQ?
I mean, it's a bit unclear, right? I'm not really sure how much we get, how much we lose now for this game, for example. But I know we have an upcoming tournament where we can beat our direct competition, qualifier in NA. So I think if we just beat everyone ahead of us, I think we're good to go.
Cool.
I want to ask you lastly, just how much time are you guys spending in Europe? I know after Pro League, right, you stayed here, you started to get the grind in, but like, how much are you practicing over here?
As much as we can, I would say. I don't know the exact times right now because honestly, it's been pretty long time in bootcamps this year.
Good.
So I'm really happy that also with the earlier Blast tournament, just spending time in Europe and different bootcamps, like different locations.
Nice.
We were in UK, now we were in Stockholm for a long time.
I'm so sorry that you had to come to the UK. I'm so bad for you.
It's not that bad, James. It's not that bad.
At least good ping. But yeah, I think for now, next up we will be in the US. Maybe even for a longer time, depending on which tournaments we get, which qualifiers we manage to actually qualify for the big tournaments. And yeah.
Well, it's been very exciting to watch you guys. Sad to see you going around, but congratulations on making it this far throughout it, seeing that development, doing what you did against Furia, and best of luck going into the major cycle. Hopefully it goes your way.
Appreciate you, thanks. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And there we have it. That is the end of the road for M80. But like, I know with this one, people have different expectations when it comes to it, right? Because obviously they are facing a team like G2. I think they can earn some respect with how close they managed to make that one.
Well, they lost to the Mongols in an incredibly close series. They took down Furia. They took G2 to an incredibly close series. The margins for M80 to have a chance still for the playoffs are incredibly thin. They really stuck it to some of those teams, and I feel like Sin's right. I feel like it's about players getting over the mental hurdles there. Like, they were in an advantageous position here to take down Inferno. They were in a similar position actually against the Mongols, and they just kind of lose it in those late moments, that's not necessarily up to the preparation or even the individuals in just a regular setting. It's just when the pressure starts to mount, you can see the little cracks there, whereas people like Monacy, for example, on the other side just step up to a whole new level.
The cracks he sees are about this small and he hits every shot through it. It's ridiculous actually to put up those numbers. I know it's against an M80, but like, look how close it was. Even with him doing that, that's still a worrying sign.
Even watch the rounds that he's pulling off. Like, I don't
Yeah,
care if it's
just watch
M80.
the
Like,
fucking
he's doing unbelievable stuff.
Yeah,
That was a good interview to hear
was
from
putting
Sin,
him in
though.
really uncomfortable spots. They were putting him in corners, flashing him,
Silver
double
cast the fifth.
swinging. He's just killing them anyways. And if you're M80, sometimes you can't really game plan against that.
No, definitely. It's very hard to game plan against that. And G2, it only gets tougher for them from here. This is where it's going to be a rough ride, right? Because the G2 we've seen so far, honestly, are they going to really have a chance?
I think in almost in the aggregate, because we've had Hunter have really good games, we've had Snacks have some really good games, we've had Monacy have some really good games. How about they all have some really good games at the same time, and then they actually have a chance?
Oh my!
I feel like Mongols already know that the harder opponent was Liquid, honestly. I feel like they probably won today.
Zeno even said it. You said he didn't trash talk, but he said, if we beat Liquid, right, it's 50-50, then we'll make playoffs.
Yeah. I don't know if he knew how the bracket worked or he was just talking trash about G2 there, but it's one of those subtle things, you know, one of the ones where you got to read between the lines.
Very easy to read between those lines for sure. But you know what? It's the end of the day, so let's take a look back at some of the games we've had across
How's
the day.
Vitality? Yeah, fuck, I want to wake up for that, but it's going to be rough. EF Navi tomorrow? Ooh.
This got a little bit wild. Electronic was giving some trash talk in there.
Mongols
VP were
G2.
pulling it over the line just by the skin of their teeth. Look at that. That's what I want to see from Electronic. That's exactly what I want to see. Sadly, he wasn't doing it in English, so we need to get a translation on there eventually. But Falcons were down and out, and you love to see that.
That's like the most energized I've seen Electronic since he was winning a major or something. Yes. That is awesome stuff. Oh my goodness. And after that one, we had, unfortunately, not the most competitive series.
All right. Let's see. Wait. Yo, join this. What map do we want to play real quick? Hold on. Let me see. Wait, where's the 5 maps to play? Wait, don't they? Where are the maps at to make sure people have these downloaded? If you guys are gonna play, you gotta make sure we have this shit set up. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, wait, one sec. So I'm gonna play just like I'm just gonna chill because I feel like playing a little bit, but I don't want to play Face It. Okay, so there's quite a few maps here. So we got Alpine, Canopy, Jura, Flick, Golden, Grail. You know, are most of you are the people that are currently in this queue, like in chat? Oh wait, didn't I play this map in fucking Danger Zone? Only 5 are in the current map pool. Which ones are in the... I mean, I don't think that one is because it's hostage. Oh, this map looks cool. Is Canopy in there? Golden, Warden, Stronghold, Wild, and Flick. Okay, so no. So Flick is one? Okay. All right. Aesthetically, I like the way this one looks. Oh, it looks massive, though. Okay, but aesthetic-wise, so far, I like Stronghold the most. But it looks huge. Oh, this looks pretty cool. Excuse me, what? The spawn is like, oh, that's interesting. What the fuck? This looks interesting. Okay, Warden looks kind of cool. Vegas POV. Okay, but Wild look. Okay, these actually all look pretty good. Oh, it's a hostage map? Let's do. If you guys are in here, you guys down to play Warden then? Warden or Stronghold? Let me do this real quick. Let me close. I was playing WoW yesterday. Let's see. I'm gonna DM first though before I queue up on Face It. Damn, look at you guys all sitting in queue. 8 of you. I really want to play. I want to deathmatch a little bit. Oh shit! Fuck! I forgot to do this though. Doing some more 4-3 stretch gameplay because I'm a psychopath. It's been really fun. No, that hub link doesn't work. That one doesn't work. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was thinking about trading a couple of my knives though for a hot rod. Oh wait, oh shit, is it misaligned? Let me see. Yeah, hold on. Let's see if it fixes. No, wait, one sec. Work. Oh fuck, we're on pistol mode right now. This music's fire, yeah. I only watch Flom when he co-streams. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. All good. Mako, thanks for the 23-month primer. We just appreciate people tuning in whenever they want, you know? We take people tuning in no matter what. Bro, it's been a minute since I've been actually playing some CS. It's my sense right now. Why does my sense keep randomly changing? I swear, I 1.38. Is that what I really did? Mine's doing that too. Actually, is your sense different when you guys load up the game sometimes? I have to change it on main menu or just goes back? Really? Interesting. Actually, fuck it. Felt fine 1.3. I'm down. Ah, dude, I can't be the only one that just likes deathmatching, right? So nice, man. Ah, fuck. Oh, my fucking shroud. Ah, motherfucker. Titties. Oh, motherfuck. God damn it, did I really do that? The hell are you hating on the fucking... Who the fuck calls it a reticle and then has an opinion? Ah, you guys got baited. They all fucking hopped in the queue. You guys, dude. Oh, man. That's funny. They popped the queue. If you didn't play CS, you'd be a rock star guaranteed. What would you name the band? ZZ Top. I think that has a nice ring to it. Make sure you guys have the maps downloaded, by the way. I think this guy's AFK. What'd you pay to grind out all that face heal? You realize I'm down like 400, right? Got like to 3,800 this cycle or whatever with no delay. Been on the down lately, not on the up. Well, map Stronghold? Warden or Stronghold's good. I think Warden looks slightly better. At least layout wise. No, yeah, I've been playing a little bit of 4.3 lately. You're looking at 1440p 4.3. So it doesn't look like total shit, but kind of thick out here, you know? Chicago server, disgusting. That guy just got fucking snapped, bro. Holy shit. I always fuck up that pre-aim, I'll be honest. It's a sneaky one. That one always feels like you can like hold it like that, but it's not really where they're at. Ooh. God damn. Fucking A. shit, I was muted. This map's pretty though, man. This map's pretty. I don't think it's that big of a map, to be honest. Oh, my face is covering the radar, so you guys can't really tell. You actually look at it. It's really not that big. That's what she said. Like, literally, I spawn in, right? And then you could probably meet somebody, like, right here. Stupid fuck. It's kind of interesting, though. Like, it seems like the T's can kind of fight for this either way, but then... Oh my god. Fucking absolute Jan's an idiot. I subbed all the maps, but it didn't let me join. Did you open your game after you subbed all the maps and make sure you actually downloaded them? You have to make sure it's like fully downloaded. And when you subscribe, it's gonna like kind of like a patch. If you open the game before it patches, I don't think it'll count. If that makes sense. What up, Zero? How you doing, man? Why is this shit all fucked? Alright, let's go. That's weird, Yanum. Well. Sorry for flaying Yanum, but also get fucking owned, idiot. Wait, did we actually upload a repo video today? Oh shit, we did. We uploaded it yesterday.
Break.
Give IP. Give IP. Nothing's gonna beat the Pico Park video, probably. There we go. What windows am I on? 11. Let me move my face down here now, or my... Oh, you guys can see the radar. Wait, can somebody in the YouTube chat tell Sinfinite that he's literally not watching the live of the stream right now? Bro's reacting to the YouTube chat, but he's in the VOD. Bro literally just said, wow, Lake Whiff. No. Are they all noobs here? I'm playing map core to play a new map. Thank you, YouTube chat, helping him out. He'll find out in the next VOD. Bro was really feeling it after the lake whiff right there, chat.
Let's move out.
Bro said, bring it, bitch. It is a door? Oh, what the fuck? It's a door?
What the fuck?
This is, oh, holy shit. Ooh.
Door stuck.
Nice. Oh, shit! Door's stuck! Holy shit, we were knifing through the window, that's crazy. Tendies with the backstab, let's go!
Oh, the guy ran this way.
Oh shit, I'm lit.
Go, Flom, go!
Got mine. Oh wait, shit, switch it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Alright, yeah.
Let's do a default.
Why you say default like that?
Default. What did he say? He said default.
I said default, he said default. Sorry, I'm flaming. Oh, I fucking gushed him, and then he one-taps me. I probably made... Whenever I gush someone and then they kill me, I'm convinced that they were aiming at toes. Right? Like, think about it. I shoot you in the head, you get aim punched, and you instantly one-tap me. Where were you aiming? We're throwing. Guys, we're throwing. What in the butters? Alright, hear me out. We all rush the door with Tech 9s. Well, let me peek it. Guys, same team. Oh my god! Oh my god! Aim! Aim!
Got mine.
Honestly, guys, it's not me, it's you.
Says the guy with 0 kills.
Yeah, dart check.
Alright, you got me there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Way to go, you guys. Let the guy with 0 kills literally carry you in damage. Absolutely fucking fried, buddy. One's over here, same spot. Absolutely fried. Fucking FAMAS. Nice, huge trade. Huge trade. Fuck. Peek with your weenie out, Juicy. Go back. Gotcha. Pre-aim him. Yup, see? Had to just really fucking give him a nice stroke there before the peak. Okay. No, I was just playing with the. I'm playing with. No, the co-stream's over. Chat Dory's back from brunch. That wasn't really brunch. She just literally went at 1 p.m. Are we gonna walk or what? I don't know. Maybe. Okay, why are you giving me out? You were the one that was out. She's talking shit to me. She's like, "You want to go on a walk? It's already 4." Like she was out of the house. No, I'm gonna go for a walk. She's giving me attitude. Like it's crazy. She's out there living her best life. Sending me pictures of. Actually, I wasn't really. The food that actually looked kind of mid.
Nice clutch, cuh.
Thanks, bro.
Oh. Remember that time I told you to peek with your weenie out? You're welcome.
Yep, thank you, thank you.
I remember.
Blind, he's not dead.
Can I not spam through that? Holy fucking speed demon on 4-3, bro. Motherfucker said, vroom vroom, motherfucker. 100% headshot percentage, chat. Your goat. Can I help you?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, sorry. Wait, no team damage? God bless. Ooh, wait, set flash. They're blind. Molly back there? Oh. Ooh. I can't see shit, can you? Oh my god, fucking Shroud aim right over here. Yeah, I can spam through this. Oh my fuck, I'm not blind, you're fucking blind, dude. Oh my fuck, oh my... Aim! Also, all those fights just felt disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, those fights actually felt kind of gross. That did not feel like a good area to push through. Fucking A, bro. Fucking A. MP9's too good. Still not as washed as Hiko. Why you gotta go with Hiko, man? What do you do? Did you bang your mom or something? Hiko out here catching strays, man. It's a rockin' 4-3. Yeah, for now. Until I blame it for my own shortcomings. 4 ads in a row? No, it's because I didn't run any. And those are called pre-rolls, sir. Welcome to the stream. Nice to Toxic? What do you mean? He was going to Hiko, dude. I just asked him a simple question. I mean, that's... I just simply asked if not Nico, Hiko had banged his mom. DM service fun as fuck. Yeah, I like it. Alright, let's get a deagle out. This will go well. Is this cell block 1? Some Some guy, you just fucking run around. Buster! I can just get through this window. Wait. Flash through the window. Huge flash. Oh my god, they naded it in the fucking flashes. Holy shit, are we so bad? Nope, we are not. We are not so bad. Dude, this would be a sick jailbreak. Sick jailbreak server, dude. Listen, that was a sick flash. I don't care what y'all say. Guys, I really need you to step it up. Yeah, we'll walk. Yeah, we're gonna walk. Okay. Yeah. It's just a for funsies game. Yeah. Sorry, as I'm dealing with a troll, but IRL. And we're married. This guy's a goddamn genius, bro. Holy shit. The fuck I am. What the fuck? Where the fuck I am again, dude? Holy shit.
Tandy's is planning A for him.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I was just saying I can go through this. There's that rock stubbed my fucking toe. 1 CT.
It's playing a back site.
What the, bro? Did you find the worst place ever? Holy shit! Bro's like, you know what? Just all the way over here, man. You could have picked anywhere else.
I could have, but I'd been, you know, higher than level 1 then.
Valid. Honestly, no, that's fair. Bro, that shit was all the way in the fucking corner, man. Shit, I'm flying through here. There's two next to me. Okay, I hope they're not sniping. Guys, we have the bomb site and you guys left it. I don't know if you guys know, but like we were just in the site and then you left the site and then didn't plant. That was kind of sick. Well. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna die. Oh, they're both where I died! Either side! Look out! Alright, man. I need you guys to go figure out where they are for me so I can shoot them. New plan. That's crazy, man. New plan, crab lock dualies to B. Not a bad one. This map's kind of sick though. What do we think? It's kind of interesting. Oh! Oh my fuck. He legged me? What a bot. I legged him. I legged him. Oh. That was ambitious.
What is he thinking?
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, this is an A. You gotta play it, bro. Huge. I don't know where to go. Good luck. You're insane!
Don't worry, fly nom.
Holy shit, he's insane.
Just sit there and look pretty, buddy.
Blast and Booty, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Metal Side, thanks for the 6-month primer. Thank you. Huh? Huh? Oh, come on. Give me that. I think he's in this vicinity. I don't have the patience to sit there, so keep it up, bud.
21.
Pope Alpha, thanks for the 21-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So he went left side, huh? You have 3 ops. Oh my god. Ravaged. Right. Okay. We have 30 seconds. Oh, I'm ass. I'm legitimately ass. This map looks like shit. Well, so do you, YouTube chatter, but we don't say anything to you, man. Christ. Have some fucking etiquette. You tell him somebody had to, man.
Your confidence in me, bro.
What? I think I ran into a wall. Oh! My god. My god.
He's coming from mid behind.
This were Dallas server had Ravage.
Same.
The map's called Warden. Blame it on the server? Well, yeah, like they're either cheating or the server's lagging. Idiot. Fucking shit.
Running B, running B.
They're running B, guys. Oh, did you see that server lag, dude?
Nice.
Ah! Ah! Yeah, I lagged again there, man. That was crazy lag right there. You know what? Fuck it. I'm about to run an ad on your ass, chat. I swear to God. I really do need to get a hot rod, huh? All the subs saying do it. Yeah. Bit bold, are we? Nah, that's crazy. We have a waterfall smoke for this. Nah, that's crazy. Disgusting. No. What's going on here? What's going on here? What up, Separate? How you doing, man? No. How many fucking... Who am I playing against? 10 wins? They're all map core. This guy only plays Warden. Let's see. Checking stats. Okay, he hasn't played it once. Son of a bitch. Who's got the set smokes, dude? They're clearly cheating. Nah, yeah, sure. Sure, bud. Sure.
Yo, how come you guys don't know any set lineups yet?
This guy literally waterfalled smoke.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They're rushing B again. Okay, maybe mid. Okay, my bad. How much ping does he have? Who did I die to? Red 24, 52. Yep, that's my excuse. Otherwise, would never die. Is your DM server just better specs than FaZe in matchmaking? I have insane bullet reg on the DM server compared to regular. You're just playing on a server that's like an actual dedicated server that isn't running anything like else. That's why. It's not running like FaceIt shit. Like FaceIt servers aren't just FaceIt servers. They have all of the like hooks and shit. Oh my God. What in the A1S moment is that? Oh, wait, yellow! Bro was upping it. He just said, fuck it, I'll let him pass. But, yeah, it just doesn't run much, man. Like, damage predictions built into it? No. No, you're just, like... We're, like, MM servers are dick, right? Because they just kind of are. I don't know. I imagine Valve is just spinning up servers versus, like, having, like, dedicated ones necessarily. I don't know the technical differences between that, but... To be fair, you let the guy pass to kill you, so content? Okay, man. Is there like a difference between somebody running like something like AWS or like Cloudflare chat and then like somebody just hosting like a Deddy server? CA index for the 26 with primer, thank you. I don't know.
Yep.
Where like the DM server is running a lot less. Also, you're not, like I said, you're not like FaceIt has to like Face It is doing the same, and they're putting like Face It shit in it. You know what I mean? Like the anti-cheat. You picking up what I'm putting down?
Beautiful.
Monster Day. I had 2 coffees today. I did not monster up today. Although I have a bunch of fucking Sunrise in my goddamn garage. We gotta load up again.
Coming towards B, couple.
No, they're not. They're all B. They're all B.
I'd say B.
But yeah, that's probably like, if I had to guess, that's probably like the big differences though is we're not running virtual machines and we're not like running any excess junk on it, right?
On the stairs.
He's up on the stairs on the left.
No. All right. Time for my walk. That map was kind of chill though. That map was pretty chill. All right. Let's see. Okay. Left, I was seeing if you played Warden because somebody threw a fucking waterfall smoke and I had a mental breakdown. We need map thoughts. Map thoughts on Warden. Too many entryways in mid. Little too compact. I do like that the map isn't massive, but it's a little too compact still. Like it needs to. Somebody needs to take that map to the chiropractor just a little bit. That's kind of it. That's like just how it felt. I only played it once for like a few rounds, so it just kind of feels like you're scrunched in there a little bit, but also it just feels like there's too many hallways at times. It just feels like you're kind of like spinning almost. Like, but I don't dislike the layout altogether. It just maybe needs to streamline some of like need to pull the spawn back maybe and then like make a longer hallway so you're not turning 12 times instead of just feels like they added corners for timing or like yeah, so it feels like they added hallways for timing instead of just pulling back the spawn. All right. What do you do for 1 million followers? Wouldn't you like to fucking know? You know? What won't I do for 1 million followers? Struggle Submarine, thanks for the tier 3 30-month resub. Insane Steel, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you. Chat, I'm out of here. I'm going to go get my fat ass out of the house and walk around a little bit. Nice little 9.5 hour stream today. If you guys missed it, I didn't even realize it. So bad streamer for me, but we uploaded on the Variety channel yesterday. You guys want to show that some love? But overall, that map was okay. I don't think that's going to be in anytime soon. But aesthetically, nice. Layout, not bad. Just really fucking claustrophobic. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be watching the games. I probably won't be on at 3 in the morning, just being honest. However, I'll try to make sure, just like today, I'm on for the second series. Okay? Have a good day, morning, afternoon. Thank you for the subs, the follows, the donations. Don't forget to follow on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream before you get out of here and subscribe to the YouTube channel. All right. Probably not Floofies. Probably do like a super one on next Monday. All right. Later.